despite awakening as a top-tier professional summoner. You were ridiculed collectively by teachers and students nationwide. All because summoners seem flashy with high damage. But the cost of growth is exceedingly high. And you are just a useless college student living off your grandfather's pension. Yet unexpectedly you awakened a god-level tycoon system where not only could the amount spent be doubled in cashback, but you also obtained a legendary golden entry for evolving summoned beasts. So when I encountered the summoner career card, I didn't hesitate to spend 20 million to acquire it. Facing everyone's surprise and doubt, I was unconcerned and used it in full view of the public. With a prompt in my mind indicating a successful expenditure of 20 million yuan, a return of 40 million yuan was credited and a legendary gold entry was acquired. All the students on the scene boiled over, and after a period of turmoil, the onlookers finally dispersed. The scene quickly quieted down, leaving only me. The main thing now was to head straight to the novice dungeon. However, the common summoned beasts of a novice summoner couldn't even defeat the minor monsters in the dungeon. Thinking of this, I started to contract a summoned beast. With a thought, a light flashed before my eyes and a small macaque appeared. Looking at the macaque's attribute panel, I was speechless and left the classroom to head straight for the novice dungeon. As the college entrance examination approached, many students were undergoing trials, and the entrance to the novice dungeon in the eastern campus area had already gathered many people. Upon arriving at the dungeon entrance square, I was immediately spotted, and all eyes were on me. Despite having just spent 20 million, no one respected a summoner without even equipped gear. Seeing this, people mocked. He's not thinking of going in alone to die, is he? Unmoved by the mockery, I walked to the entrance of the novice dungeon and stopped. A sharp gaze caught my attention. You bought a career card for 20 million and don't even have equipment, and you want to clear a dungeon? The person in full purple excellent gear and clearly a rich second generation was named Shinzimo, who had been under my pressure throughout high school. Seeing this, I smirked. Rich second generations are indeed different. Never been to a dungeon yet, decked out in excellent gear. How does it feel to have been second to me throughout high school? Upon hearing my words, Shinzimo immediately got angry, his face turning red. With his burst of anger, a roar followed, and a saber-toothed tiger enveloped in a purple aura was summoned by Shinzimo. Shinzimo mocked, "What good is taking my career card for 20 million, now you're out of money? What right does a pauper have to compete with me?" Hearing this, I was well aware of how embarrassing my macaque was, yet I just smiled. With the incantations sounded, I had already summoned the macaque. Seeing this seemingly malnourished little thing, people around could not help but burst into laughter. Shinzimo was so amused by this scene that he bent over laughing, taking a while to recover. Watching Shinzimo smirk, I started laughing. "What, is that all you've got? Just an excellent saber-toothed tiger, and you think it can overpower my macaque?" Upon hearing this, the superiority Shinzimo just felt was instantly replaced by anger. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Won't cry until seeing the coffin. Dare you bet with me to see who can clear the dungeon?" Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow. "What do you want to bet?" After some thought, Shinzimo pulled out a bank card from his pocket and waved it in his hand. "There's 5 million here, my monthly allowance. I'll bet against all your assets." Seeing the bank card in Shinzimo's hand, my eyes lit up. Wasn't this guy delivering coal in snowy weather? Thinking this, I also pulled out my bank card and said, "Of course, how can a pauper like me compare with young Master Shin? However, I do have 40 million here." Hearing this, the onlookers exploded, thinking it was just a bluff. They didn't believe I could produce 40 million. Shinzimo thought the same as the onlookers. He sneered, "Are you sure?" Hearing that, I slowly said, "A capital verification will tell." Shinzimo, red-faced with anger, roared, "Verify the capital." Subsequently, a maid came over, and after verifying, he began to speak. Everyone gawked at Su Ming as if he were some kind of monster, then began to speculate about the origins of the money. Su Ming retrieved his bank card, completely ignoring everyone's stares, and raised an eyebrow at Shinzimo. "Young Master Shin, how about it? Am I qualified now?" Shinzimo didn't respond, his voice cold. "How do you want to gamble?" Su Ming sneered. "How? You're not thinking of betting 5 million against my 40 million, are you? The great young master of the Iron Blood Alliance can't even come up with 40 million. For a moment, Shinzimo was dumbfounded. Despite the Iron Blood Alliance's deep pockets with assets worth several hundred billion and being a top family in Long Nation, those were still just assets, not cash readily available. Shinzimo, pampered since childhood, could have anything he wanted, even spending 5 million a month like pocket change, figures unattainable to the poor. But 40 million, he truly didn't have that. Zhao Muyu whispered a reminder, "Young master, there's no need to gamble with him. Shinzimo snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and stomped his foot, pulling out a 20-centimeter long metal stick. This is the Wuji stick, just bought today at the black market for 15 million. If you win, the Wuji stick is yours plus the 5 million, and I'll write you an IOU for another 20 million. As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted into whispers. What, the legendary Wuji stick? This item is priceless, and to think the Iron Blood Alliance could even buy this, it's insane. With the Wuji stick, one's combat power would greatly increase. Hearing this, Zhao Muyu became unsettled, hastily saying, "Young master, this enough. Any problems I will explain to my father myself," Shen Zimo declared, confident in his advantage as Su Ming had no equipment. Zhao Muyu was rendered speechless, eventually swallowing his words. Seeing the Wuji stick, Su Ming's eyes lit up. His own Mihu lacked added attributes and he didn't even have a suitable weapon yet. The Wuji stick was just in time. "Deal, I have no objections," Su Ming agreed. Shinzimo smiled. "Good, how do you want to gamble then?" Su Ming smiled faintly and, under everyone's watchful eyes, moved to stand at the entrance of a nightmare-level dungeon. The blood-red energy vortex at the entrance was daunting. Even standing outside, you could feel the fear, a place most would dare not approach. The crowd was shocked. What is he doing? Is he thinking of challenging the nightmare-level dungeon? Has he gone mad? Even level 10 experts wouldn't dare to take on such a challenge. What makes him think he can? Shinzimo too was baffled, watching Su Ming before finally regaining his senses, scoffing, a nightmare-level dungeon. "Are you sure?" Su Ming turned to look at Shinzimo. "What, are you scared?" "Scared? I've never known the meaning of the word, but since you want to play this way, let's set the rules first." Su Ming shrugged. "Of course, let's see who can clear it faster or who can stay longer inside. And since we're making a contract, shouldn't the IOU be included as well?" Shinzimo burst into laughter. "Clear it? Don't dream. All right, since you're seeking death, I'll oblige." Snap! Shinzimo snapped his fingers and Zhao Muyu approached. "Young master, the notarized scroll." "Yes, young master." As they spoke, Zhao Muyu pulled out a notarized scroll, and in no time, the contents of the scroll were drafted. "Young master, the notarized contract for your wager has been prepared. Both parties simply need to press their fingerprints for it to take effect." Without hesitation, Shinzimo pressed his fingerprint on the notarized scroll. This move was solid. Su Ming smiled and quickly followed by pressing his fingerprint on the notarization scroll as well. Su Ming really is a bookworm. He doesn't even have any equipment. Betting 40 million, he's crazy. There goes the money his parents left him. Amidst the scoffs of the crowd, Su Ming remained unshaken, thinking to himself, "Monkey, the ultimate staff, what attribute should I add?" Suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. He remembered a game that had become incredibly popular in his past life, Black Myth Wukong. Looking at the attributes, Su Ming declared without hesitation, "Dark Evolution." Ding! The attribute, Dark Evolution, has been successfully assigned. Summoning creature, macaque, C, plus Dark Evolution, legendary, equals Black Myth Wukong, legendary. Seeing the prompt on the panel, Su Ming's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected that by adding this attribute, the macaque would truly evolve into Black Myth Wukong. Su Ming was utterly astounded. What a terrifying evolution this was. Regaining his composure, he looked at the evolved macaque now in the contract space, which had transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall giant monkey covered in golden fur, with a fierce face and enveloped in a golden halo, exuding a majestic aura. Black Myth Wukong quality, legendary level 1, synchronized with the summoner. Attributes: Strength 30, Constitution 30, Agility 30, Spirit 30. Skills: Indestructible King Kong LV.10, legendary, Myriad Transformations LV.10, legendary. Looking at Black Myth Wukong's attribute panel, Su Ming was shocked once more. He had thought that just making a summoning creature reach the legendary status using an attribute would be outrageous. Little did he expect that the legendary Black Myth Wukong skills and attributes would also be maxed out and all at legendary levels. As Su Ming was overwhelmed with emotions, a notification sounded. Ding! Your contract summoning creature has gained a significant increase in attributes, which will automatically rebalance to benefit the master. You gain strength plus 10. Constitution plus 10, inch agility plus 10, spirit plus 10. A pleasant surprise. Such rebalancing, where the summoning creature's overpowering attributes feed back to the master, rarely happens in reality. Typically, a summoner's contract summoning creatures would advance alongside their master, so the disparity in attributes wouldn't be vast. This is also the most challenging aspect in the training of summoners, as advancing often requires a substantial amount of money. Su Ming is different, however, because He possesses legendary entries, which is why there are instances where the attributes of the summoned beasts far surpass those of their master. This recent feedback has directly led to a qualitative leap in Su Ming's own attributes. Even compared to other warriors of the same level who are known for their resilience and strength, he does not fall short. In fact, he is even stronger. Incredible, the golden finger truly does not deceive. Winning the Wuji stick is perfect for using it as the Rui Jingu Bang for the black myth Wukong. Amidst the astonished looks of the crowd, Su Ming strides into the dungeon, as the teleportation light of the nightmare dungeon engulfs him. Su Ming turns his head and glances at Shin Zimo, whose eyes are filled with a sinister gaze, and flips him the middle finger. Thanks for the 40 million. The hot-tempered Shin Zimo indeed becomes furious, but considering the many students watching, he barely controls his emotions, adopts a disdainful tone, and pretends to scoff. Tisk, in the end he's just a small-town puzzle solver who lives off welfare. Probably got some minor boss's investment, and now that he has a bit of money, he becomes rampant overnight. It just shows how small-minded and foolish he is. In this ivory tower of a school he might outsmart me, but so what? Shin Zimo scoffs disdainfully. In this era everyone is changing careers and the strong are revered. Good academic performance only means doing some clerical work, serving us in the end. The beautiful secretary Zhao Muyu, with her eyes lowered in submission, flatters him. His emotional intelligence is too low. He will definitely be beaten by society in the future. If I were him, having the fortune of being your classmate, even if I had a bit of talent in studying, I would willingly get a few questions wrong and offer up the first place with both hands. Then I would take the opportunity to befriend young Master Shin and upon graduation directly join the Iron Blood Alliance to serve you, winning your favor. That would be the intelligent career planning of a smart person. In my view, after he loses the bet, he will most likely kneel and beg young Master Shin to show mercy, certainly playing the card of old high school mates, and he might even use the logic of "I'm weak therefore I'm right" to emotionally blackmail you. At that time, please do not be soft-hearted, you must let this poor student know the consequences of offending you, she confidently theorizes. Shin Zimo, envisioning Su Ming kneeling on the ground and kowtowing like pounding garlic, laughs heartily. Good, I will pretend to agree to cancel the bet and then betray him at the last moment when signing, just to play a good game with our honor student. After saying this, he too steps into the torrent of the nightmare dungeon's teleportation. Once both parties ready for the bet are in place, the dungeon's announcement booms. Welcome to the nightmare level dungeon, Demon Fortress. As the sun sets, the Demon Legion for the 937th time emerges en masse from the abyss, invading Dragon Country's northern borders, last lonely city. To cover the retreat of 7 million civilians to the rear, Marshal Lin Ligua, along with his entire army of 53,022 from the Wei military, confronts them here, vowing to fight to the death. They all heroically sacrifice themselves, slaying over 18 million demons and ensuring the safety of the civilians. This trial dungeon is built to commemorate them. Upon hearing the dungeon prompt, both Su Ming and Shin Zimo feel a sullen chill. This tragic and heroic epic is something they both recited in their 8th grade history textbooks. As fellow top students, both understood the bloodshed and madness of that battle, so much so that historians have dubbed the group Demon's Fortress battlefield as the meat grinder. Shin Zimo couldn't contain his excitement. Ha, summing, you are doomed, group demons. Fortress, being the toughest dungeon trial where demons surge like tides, particularly tests the defense of one's equipment. For a commoner like you, entering the dungeon in plain gear, you'd be torn apart by the demon's claws in no time. I've won this for sure. Adorned in a full set of purple superior equipment, he strode proudly toward the city gate. Meanwhile, Summing bowed respectfully towards the city walls stained crimson with blood, honoring the sacrifice of the martyrs who secured a safe rear for our dragon nation, allowing me to safely complete my studies. Afterward, with a thought, Summing summoned the black myth Wukong. The giant monkey, towering with a surge of battle spirit, looked every bit the great sage who fought demons and slayed gods. Alas, being only level 1 and without any equipment, Wukong appeared rather shabby, like a refugee who had just escaped from the Mountain of 5 Fingers. Summing's mouth twitched, unable to suppress his anxiety. At full level, you're definitely the great sage equal to heaven, but now you're at best a minor demon. Brother monkey, can you really do this? The summoner and his summoned beast shared a bond of mutual understanding. Feeling his master's worry, the monkey bared his teeth, eager to prove himself, and immediately displayed his indestructible body. In an instant, a golden luster roamed over his body, catching the attention of 3 blood demons in front of the fortress. The countdown for the dungeon battle finally began. 20, 19, 18. Summing started his pre-battle preparations. He improvised with local materials, walking over to a supermarket by the city wall, smashing a glass fire cabinet with a punch and grabbing the red-painted fire axe hanging inside. He then swung the axe to break a long-destroyed street lamp, cutting off both ends and keeping only the steel pipe. "Well, I don't have the Rui Jindu Bang, but this will have to do for now." Summing handed it over, and the lowly demon didn't mind twirling the makeshift weapon in his hand, getting used to this new armament. These were naturally inferior even to the basic equipment, possessing no attributes, but Summing wasn't worried. According to the history lessons from the second year of junior high, the group Demon's Fortress dungeon would spawn 99 waves of monsters from easy to difficult, and because it was nightmare difficulty, the drop rate was quite substantial. Summing, confident in his extraordinary luck, hadn't purchased any equipment, planning to directly explode into billions of divine pieces, making do with what he had. 3, 2, 1, hiss. The blood demons surged forth, striking in coordination at the giant monkey's ankle, right arm and throat, as demons from the abyss. Although they had low intelligence, their combat instincts were fierce, not easy foes. If an ordinary soldier of the Dragon Nation were isolated, they could easily become their food. But who was Black Yukong, having once wreaked havoc in heaven, later protected Xuanzang on his journey to the west, and faced destiny again hunting demons and Buddhas? How could mere blood demons harm him a bit? TSK. The giant monkey rose up with the weight of 1,000 Junes, sweeping his stick with such force that he turned the blood demons into a mist of blood. How powerful, steady. Su Ming heaved a long sigh, now without any doubts. With Black Goku by his side, defeating Shinzimo and their wager would be a breeze, and perhaps he might even set a new speed record for clearing the Demon Fortress. It's known that the difficulty of the Nightmare level dungeon scales with the player's level. Entering the Demon Fortress as a level 1 summoner means the difficulty is at its lowest. If he could clear the dungeon on his first attempt, the rewards would surely be plentiful. With this thought, Su Ming swallowed hard in anticipation. 5 night demons were flattened into a pancake with a single strike, and the scavenging vultures of the lowly city swooped down on them. A high-level abomination had its skull crushed with a single blow, making the nearby dung beetle's eyes light up. 7 flame demons were turned into tiny sparks with a swing, then stamped out under the giant monkey's foot. Well, the Demon Fortress had turned into a boring game of mowing down enemies with Black Goku. 10 waves of demons were annihilated with a single strike each, to the point where Su Ming, holding a firefighter's axe, was getting sleepy. However, according to school records, after every 10 waves the Demon Fortress would tally up experience and drop items. Come on, drop some divine artifacts, drop dark gold equipment, drop top-tier skill books. Su Ming rubbed his hands together as he walked towards the NPC quartermaster to collect his dungeon rewards. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the school's beginner dungeon, a ragged figure covered in blood stumbled out from the nightmare dungeon. That fool Su Ming must have been instantly killed, right? He only lasted 15 minutes. Su Ming, you've committed the cardinal sin of man, not lasting long enough. Is that all? You think you can compete with young Master Shinzimo? As arrogant as you were earlier, now you're just as pitiful. TSK. It's crowded out here, you might be embarrassed, but when you're alone with young Master Shin later, just kneel down. The surrounding students laughed and jeered, all hoping to curry favor with Shinzimo, the rich second-generation leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. However, as Secretary Zhao Muyu stepped forward to mock this clueless poor student, her expression suddenly changed. Su Young Master Shin. Zhao Muyu stared dumbfounded. The figure curled up on the ground in disarray wasn't just anyone, it was Shinzimo, the highly anticipated future leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. The students exploded in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible, with Shinzimo's excellent gear. He should be able to walk sideways through the school's beginner trial dungeon. His excellent saber-toothed tiger, a well-known fierce summoning pet, should be able to clear the dungeon on its own without any need for a summoner to intervene. How could he end up so wretched? Where's that waste Su Ming? He entered the dungeon at the same time as young Master Shin and even had a bet they should have been sent to the same dungeon. Could it be? Hear me out. Is there a chance we're about to witness a story of an underdog defeating a rich second generation? You can dream, but the claws of monsters will bring you back to reality. At that moment, Shinzimo, shamed, stood up angrily and said, "It's indeed the challenge of the nightmare-level Demon Fortress. Demons surged like a tide, and my saber-toothed tiger couldn't keep up with protecting me. We were attacked from all sides, and I could only hold out for 10 waves before being overwhelmed." The crowd suddenly realized, so it was the Demon Fortress. "Young Master, there is no need to feel disheartened," Zhao Muyu adjusted her glasses, a knowing smile spreading across her beautiful face. As everyone knows, the Fortress of Demons is the most difficult among all beginner dungeons. To date, the highest record among students who have yet to take the college entrance exam is only the 55th floor, and that wasn't even on the nightmare difficulty. Moreover, our opponent specifically prepared for the Fortress of Demons, spending billions on one-time use tactical items like the bean soldiers and summon fishmen, thus assembling a temporary legion of summoned creatures. Zhao Muyu chuckled. Lightly, for you to have breached the 10th floor on your first attempt is undeniably impressive, and no one can question that. Shinzimo's expression softened, nodding in agreement. Those demons are truly formidable. After being defeated, the blood demon actually clung to my saber-toothed tiger and self-destructed. The aftermath of the explosion was even able to breach my superior armor set. Flame demons always move in packs, and unlike the foolish low-level monsters, they know how to feint and use their numbers to their advantage, attacking me, a fragile summoner. But the most terrifying are the high-level abominations, each bound at the waist with executioner's bloodhooks that they can throw long distances, ensnaring me and dragging me from my protective circle. The students listening were terrified, unable to stop themselves from imagining whether they could survive the Fortress of Demons. Naturally, the answer was a resounding no. In the annual college entrance exams, a popular question is how to deal with a high-level abomination under XXX circumstances. The answers vary widely, but it is universally acknowledged that without the advantageous conditions provided in the exam question, an ordinary student caught off guard by a high-level abomination would end up chewed up and turned into nourishment for the creature. However, an untimely murmur arose from the crowd. If the Fortress of Demons is really so terrifying, why hasn't Su Ming been kicked out yet? In beginner dungeons, one cannot die, they are only teleported out when in danger. Shinzimo froze on the spot, his face flushing with embarrassment. Seeing this, Secretary Zhao Muyu quickly covered for him. In my opinion, it's very likely that Su Ming has found a place to hide, avoiding battle in an attempt to drag out the time, thereby creating an illusion of being more formidable than our young master. But his cunning is doomed to fail. Zhao Muyu scoffed coldly. The terms of the duel I officiated are very strict. For lower difficulty speedrun dungeons, it's the time taken that counts. For high difficulty dungeons like the Fortress of Demons, it's the number of levels cleared. Rubbing his sore spots, Shinzimo smirked, as expected of the first secretary of our Iron Blood Alliance. Truly reliable. Then I shall wait here a little longer to see his little scheme fail and watch him lose the 40 million. We must expose the hypocritical true face of summoning this pretender. Someone immediately declared that they would stand or fall together with Xin Shao. The thought of it is so beautiful, I dare not contemplate it. Hee. The classmates burst into laughter, envisioning Summing being battered and bruised, his weak summoned creature, the little macaque, getting beaten until it limped, even dying in battle within the dungeon, Summing holding it as he wept bitterly. Meanwhile, Summing was contentedly reaping the experience and loot provided by waves 1 to 10 of monsters. Tisk only level 2? Well, it should get higher later on. Summing looked at the golden light shimmering on his body and the additional skill point he gained, feeling somewhat disdainful. But leveling up in his profession was indeed tough, not like some games where you could reach level 999 in one strike. Unfortunately, he didn't get any skill books, so for now the skill point would have to be saved. Summing sighed, then turned to Hei Ryukan. Buddy, your experience bar has always been limited by me, your summoner, so it has been stuck without leveling up, but now you should have broken through to level 2, right? Indeed, it already had a full 99% experience at level 2, also gaining an additional skill point. As a legendary summon, Hei Ryukan was already ahead in the race, born with skills like indestructible and shapeshifting at level 10 max. Then a scene that made Summing's pupils shrink occurred. On the Great Sage's panel, a third skill appeared. Your summon has awakened a new skill, Hair Clone. Black Myth Ryukan can pluck its hairs to summon many monkey clones, at least 12, with the number increasing as the skill level goes up or the skill mutates. Amazing. Summing was ecstatic, and a brilliant idea struck him. With Hair Clone, my Hei Ryukan can become an army in itself. Why have dungeons like the Fortress of Demons been hard to conquer? Mainly because these are war-type dungeons where demons swarm from all directions and the power of one is ultimately limited, especially for professions like swordsmen, martial artists, and assassins who suffer nightmares from self-destructing blood demons, whereas mages and Taoists, with their AoE spells, often face cooldowns that prevent a comprehensive coverage of firepower, and they are too fragile, easily ambushed by high-level abominations with bloodhooks, dragged into the mob and brutally killed. A sea of troops, that is the true art of war. Whoever has more soldiers can do as they please. The notion of overcoming the strong with the weak, the few conquering the many, those are extremely rare, almost mythical. My Heiwyukong, a single entity is a reinforced platoon. Why fear demons? Once hair clone also reaches max level, perhaps it would be a great sage capable of divine feats. Wouldn't that be something? Summing indulged in these delightful thoughts, then remembered something related to his summon. He hurriedly went to check Heiwyukong's attribute panel. Black Myth Wukong. Quality, Legendary Level 2, synchronized with the Summoner. Attributes, Strength 35, Constitution 35, Agility 35, Spiritual Power 35. My heavens, level 1 attributes were all 30 and at level 2 they've surged to 35. Summing was thrilled. Each level up, my Heiwyukong's innate growth is +5 in all attributes. Truly an all-rounder, a king among summoners. You know, if a summon creature can have a growth of more than 2, it can be considered quite exceptional. Moreover, it's often just a +2 boost in a single attribute, unlike Black Goku who gets a +5 in all attributes. By the time the summoned beasts reach hundreds of levels, this translates into a difference of thousands in attributes, truly exceptional, worthy of the fierce and formidable great sage who aspires to dominate the kings of the world. Su Ming was quite satisfied. Then he began sifting through the loot presented to him by the quartermaster. Oh, a blue fine quality paladin's staff. Here, take this, play around with it. Among the weapons, Su Ming found only one that Black Goku could use. Although the staff had a class restriction, summoned beasts couldn't change classes and thus weren't affected by system restrictions. Malu discarded the street lamp, now cracked from the demonic skull, and happily took the staff, making a cameo as a paladin. Su Ming also distributed the assorted armors, which were mostly junk of white quality worth 5 gold each in the shop, evenly between himself and Malu, better than nothing. Thus, when the war horn of the demon's fortress blew again, reminding Su Ming that the 11th wave of demons was imminent, he and Malu, dressed in beggar's clothes, stood conspicuously on the city wall. NPCs in the instance cast frequent sideways glances, probably fearing they might suddenly kneel and beg, "Kind sir, please spare us some bread, the children have been starving for 3 days and nights." Ha! With the paladin's staff in hand, Malu used his hair-splitting skill and suddenly 12 identical macaques appeared. The great sage instantly turned into the 13 protectors of the Fruit Mountain. Interestingly, they all carried bulk purchase staffs. Su Ming watched Malu's squad, his thoughts drifting. My career plan as a summoner might also need some adjustments. The strongest known summoner, a sage from about 100 years ago, known as the Scourge of the Undead. It said that with a mere gesture he could summon an army of the undead. Dragon skeletons darkened the skies, banshee shadows eclipsed the sun, and skeleton warriors, archers, and mages formed a trinity of a skeleton sea. Armies of ghouls, a legion of aberrations, and followers of the death cult were all his minions, sufficient to drown all living beings. His classic saying was, "I alone am the scourge of the undead." This sage once defended an 800-mile border, sniping at invading demon armies, crippling an entire high-level demon legion, but after this battle he vanished, presumably having made a heroic sacrifice. This is the transformation that quantity brings to quality. Su Ming mused that if his summoned beast could emulate this sage, it would truly be invincible. His Black Myth Goku would certainly be able to learn the ultimate skill of enlargement, matching heaven and earth, and with the hair-splitting skill it would become an army of giant monkeys. Brother Monkey has always used a staff and can only fight in close combat, and any legion needs a certain amount of long-range strike power. Next, when I collect summoning beasts, I must work towards this direction. Su Ming thought to himself, since he had the tycoon system, he could completely spend money in the future to get a top-tier output summon beast. Roar, roar, roar. To the north of the demon fortress suddenly came the roar of the stone demon. Su Ming immediately regained his senses, showing a solemn expression. Among the demon tribes, the stone demon is not a high-level demon, but it holds a pivotal strategic position in siege warfare, because it possesses 2 strategic abilities. The first is the innate ability, turn stone into mud. As the name suggests, it can turn reinforced concrete walls into mud, easily tearing apart human fortresses. Historically, the demon fortress, with the help of heavy machinery, built 7 layers of walls, of which 4 were brought down by the stone demons. The second is a simple yet brutally effective advantage, its body. When they are killed under the walls, their bodies become a pile of stones, naturally forming siege ladders that cannot be cleared away. Other demons stepping on the steps made of stone demon corpses can easily climb the walls and invade the city. Immediately, the demon fortress issued a battle order. Emergency conscription. Professionals are asked to form raid teams to Go out and hunt stone demons to prevent them from approaching the walls. Generous rewards are offered, allowing you to exchange for exclusive sets of the Demon Fortress instance based on the number of stone demons you kill. Su Ming's eyes lit up, immediately energized. A hidden event has been triggered. Indeed, the lower the level, the easier it is to trigger additional rewards in the beginner's instance. I must seize this opportunity to exchange for a few pieces of powerful exclusive armor sets. Thinking about the powerful attributes of the armor set, Su Ming was very eager. Since the era of universal job change, armor sets have always been synonymous with top-tier equipment. Even low-level sets can be used for a long time. Brother Monkey, let's go, follow me out of the city. Su Ming picked up a blue fine light crossbow that had just dropped and without hesitation followed the great sage to jump off the city wall. Despite being generally considered a fragile summoner easy to kill, the 10 points of all attributes feedback from the Black Myth Wukong made his personal attributes extremely high, far surpassing an ordinary student. After all, an ordinary student's major attributes at level 1 are basically in single digits. A blood tank, high defense, high attack 5-star warrior is the true portrayal of Su Ming at the moment. This is also the confidence that he dared to mix in the nightmare level instance without buying equipment. In addition to Su Ming and Wukong, the garrison of the Demon Fortress also dispatched a 100-man beheading team to act together with them. Killing one stone demon is worth it. Exchanging 2 stone demons' blood earns a lot. That stone demon is so burly, it scared me to death. Then let's fight under the shadow of the stone demon. It must be very cool, hehe, to treat death as if it were returning home, not betraying the youth. If you're a man, follow me to death. The soldiers of the beheading team treated death indifferently, their eyes full of fierce battle intent. They even discarded all their canned military rations with no thought of living to return. Su Ming's heart shuddered. The frivolous attitude vanished, feeling the brave and fearless spirit of the martyrs when the Fortress of Demons fell decades ago. This is precisely why high school education deliberately includes a series of historical simulations. It's not only about passing on the power of professionals but also inheriting the warrior souls of the Dragon Nation soldiers. The stone demons have arrived. The 11th wave of demons once again densely fills every visible part of the Fortress of Demons. Su Ming did not hesitate to take command. Everyone follow behind me and my summons in a spearhead formation. I am the blade leading the charge. Once I break through the Demon Legion's formation, you must immediately follow suit with a do-or-die attitude and help me widen the breach, creating an opportunity to annihilate the stone demons. Those who love fighting, seen as defying military orders, will be killed without mercy. Those who delay the military operation wait to be tried as war criminals at the military court after returning to the city. All wounded soldiers abandoned without exception. We are a suicide squad, not medics. If you genuinely pity your comrades, grant them a quick death lest they become food for the demons. The warriors of the decapitation squad immediately responded. Orders received. In reality, even if a senior high school student completes a job transfer, they wouldn't have the authority to command Dragon Nation soldiers. But here in the simulation, the NPCs have low intelligence, roughly equivalent to children, so students must personally command to maximize the soldiers' capabilities. After all, the simulation is like a game and the students are akin to players. Su Ming took a deep breath and ordered Black Wukong, charge. We head northwest to attack that mixed squadron of stone demons and blood demons. 13 giant monkeys like heavy tanks rampage through the battlefield. Encountering demons, they swung their clubs wildly, smashing them into a pile of mush almost without equal. Their decapitation squad, like a rock standing through storms for billions of years, maintained a storm-like advance speed amidst layers of demon attacks, creating a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood on the battlefield. The first mixed team of stone demons locked on. Su Ming, now in heavy armor and leveraging high attributes, took the lead, acting as bait. The reason is simple: the demons in the Fortress of Demons prioritize attacking professionals over NPCs, a basic logic in nearly all simulations. He wanted to preserve the members of the decapitation squad as much as possible, as they were equipped with kinetic charge guns, providing strong long-range firepower support which Su Ming currently lacked. Moreover, they were only clearing the Fortress of Demons, the second phase of the simulation, which ultimately refreshes a total of 99 waves of demons. In the city defense battle, every point of long-range firepower is crucial, and Su Ming wanted to bring this team back intact, preserving their combat power for subsequent levels. Hey! Monkey Brother loyally executed Su Ming's command, raising his mighty cudgel and heavily struck it on the skull of a stone demon. Boom! The stone demon hit Hard by the cudgel exploded, but it still struggled to rise and fight. As a top student, Summing was well aware of the reason. 3 inches under the armpit lay the core of the stone demon, its true vulnerability. The head was just for show, something children might not understand. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt, already prepared, was triggered with precision. The core of the stone demon was instantly shattered, and its massive carcass collapsed thunderously, crushing many blood demons nearby. In the compulsory 9-year education system, Summing had scored perfect marks in every subject, ensuring his accuracy was guaranteed. At that moment, the morale of the beheading squad soared as they followed suit, aiming precisely at the vulnerabilities of the stone demons. The continuous gunfire resonated, and one stone demon after another fell thunderously. While Summing was leading the team in a spirited demon hunt, the atmosphere at the school was rather eerie. Shen Zimo and Zhao Muyu, along with a group of students, waited anxiously. From being calm and collected, they gradually became visibly anxious. Shen Zimo even began to sweat profusely. Zhao Muyu became restless. Why hadn't that fool Summing emerged from the fortress dungeon yet? Finally, a passerby student questioned, breaking the stalemate. Perhaps Zhao Muyu racked her brains but couldn't find a plausible explanation. Her theory that Summing was hiding and deliberately delaying was clearly flawed. In any instance, if one disengaged from combat for a period, they would be automatically expelled to save public resources and prevent students from squandering the school's electricity and educational funds. Could it be that Summing had cleared levels 1 to 10 and was currently facing waves 11 to 20 of demons? A classmate suggested shockingly. Impossible, Shen Zimo instinctively retorted, glaring at the speaker, his voice hoarse with fury. How could he, a newly transferred level 1 summoner in plain gear, survive in the nightmare level fortress? There had never been such a precedent. Well, that might be true, then how do we explain Summing's failure to return from the instance? The classmate from a notable family and unafraid of the Iron Blood Alliance scoffed in response. Shen Zimo was speechless, turning for help to the chief secretary of their Iron Blood Alliance. Zhao Muyu frowned, then suddenly suggested, could it be that there was a glitch in the instance system? Maybe Summing got stuck inside, unable to exit. That's a possibility. The instance system maintenance was due in a few days. Yes, maybe there was too much redundant data or the processor circuit burned out. Anyway, I'd rather believe in ghosts than believe that Summing conquered the demon fortress. Many loudly agreed. Shen Zimo, with a grim face, took out his phone and reported to the school authorities. I am Shen Jinghong's son is Shen Zimo. I suspect there's a bug in the instance system, trapping a fellow classmate inside. Please send help immediately. The sycophant seized the opportunity to praise him. Such nobility, Mr. Shen. Despite Summing deceiving you and abet, you still chose to save him, truly worthy of being the heir to the Iron Blood Alliance, so generous and kind. After I graduate, I want to join the Iron Blood Alliance under your leadership. Please remember my student ID. Shen Zimo was on pins and needles. An hour ago he might have found these cheesy words comforting, but now he just thought everyone around was acting shady, their words laced with sarcasm. Considering the face of the school board's son, the North Liang Academy reacted immediately, calling Principal Zhao Renjie. The principal quickly got in touch with the mayor, because the nightmare level dungeons in each city were personally designed by the incredibly powerful mayors. Ever since the era of universal job transitioning began, monsters from the abyss threatened every human city. Thus, the era of civilian mayors was over, replaced by high-level professionals who also served as mayors, guarding their localities. Only mayors had the authority over the nightmare-level dungeons, so they were also needed for their maintenance. The mayor of North Liang City was none other than the high-level warrior known as Chen Xianyi, the wind-slaying sword saint. Nonsense, Chen Xianyi scoffed at Principal Zhao's call, dismissing it outright. The dungeon I crafted with all its high-grade materials, how could I not be aware of its condition? Even if your brain has gone bad, the dungeon hasn't. All Principal Zhao Renjie could do was offer a wry smile. Old Chen, let's not lose our temper. Middle-aged men getting angry can lead to hair loss and baldness. You don't want to be called a greasy middle-aged man in your 40s or 50s, right? As for the dungeon bug, I was skeptical too, finding it absurd, because I trust your craftsmanship. Principal Zhao, a cunning man, knew Mayor Chen Xianyi's temper well. He knew the mayor was stubborn and needed to be handled delicately, so he started by flattering him a bit. Old Zhao, cut the act and get to the point. Chen Xianyi grunted, well versed in his old friend's tactics. But there's a high school senior who just transitioned to a summoner today, his summon being a grade C small macaque who entered the nightmare level dungeon, the Fortress of Demons, and has been in there for 1 hour and 9 minutes. The principal spoke seriously. What do you think is more likely, that the dungeon has a bug or that this student named Su Ming is a once-in-a-millennium dungeon-breaking genius? Interesting. Chen Xianyi rose from his seat and paced in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bustling city. Old friend, do you think it's possible that this Su Ming has some hidden abilities? Based on the timing, he should be resisting the 11th to 20th waves of demons, something a prepared genius could definitely achieve. Principal Zhao smiled wryly. I know Su Ming well. Oh, a genius you sponsor. Well, he's technically sponsored by me. I've personally awarded him the National Relief Grant every year for 3 years. The principal sighed. Given his tragic background with deceased parents and no one to rely on, I even go out of my way to give him an additional 3,000 yuan each year for living expenses. Chen Xuanyi spoke again. As you well know, a summoner's first familiar there. Lifebound beast cannot be easily replaced. Principal Zhao shook his head. Do you think a summoner who can only use a C-grade little macaque could possibly be talented? Chen Xuanyi pondered deeply. It seems there is indeed a problem with the instance. I must hurry over lest you lose your prized student. Unaware of the events transpiring outside, Su Ming in the instance was focused solely on progressing further into the Demon Fortress instance. Kill 15 stone demons, gain an extra 150 experience points. Kill 30 stone demons, gain an extra 300 experience points. Congratulations, the emergency mission hunt the stone demons has been perfectly completed. Completion rate, SSS. Please visit the quartermaster to receive the hidden military medal and exchange it for exclusive instance rewards. Receiving the instance notification, Su Ming snapped out of his blood-drenched state and waved to the remaining 50-plus members of the decapitation squad. Retreat. We have fulfilled our mission hunting down all the stone demons, a great victory, triumphant return. Instantly all the warriors cheered, and the demons, having lost their siege-type stone demons, retreated early. The defensive work from the 11th to the 20th wave was unexpectedly completed ahead of schedule. Who would have thought the hidden mission hunt the stone demons could actually terminate the demon siege early? This was something never mentioned in any textbook, and the information could be highly valuable if sold. Su Ming immediately realized the value of this intelligence. Strategy selling is a popular business in this era of national job conversion, often monopolized by large families and organizations to efficiently train the younger generation. Returning to the Demon Fortress with the decapitation squad, Su Ming clearly felt his prestige in the city had risen. The quartermaster looked at him with admiration. The address changing. Brave one, congratulations on your triumphant return. Everyone in the Demon Fortress is grateful for your contribution. His next words made Su Ming's heart burst with joy. The 55 surviving members of the decapitation squad also admire your command art and wish to join under your command as temporary followers. Ranged power, do I have it now? Su Ming was thrilled, for he had memorized the concept of temporary followers from his language textbooks, which was a testable topic. Simply put, temporary followers were akin to temporary familiars he could summon in the instance. All kills, loot and battlefield merits of these 55 elite warriors belonged to him, and of course what Su Ming cared about the most was the instance's exclusive reward, the Demon Fortress suit. He immediately opened the reward shop at the quartermaster's. At first glance, like a bachelor released after 50 years in prison seeing a stunning beauty in a swimsuit, he couldn't look away. One of the hidden rewards of the Demon Fortress, the Swarm Heartsuit quality. Dark gold level, no level requirement for usage. Effects of individual parts, minimal, 2-piece set effect. Plus 1 level to all summoned beasts, not restricted by the summoner's level. 4-piece set effect. Plus 2 levels to all summoned beasts, additionally grants an extra summoning slot each piece, requiring 50 merit points. To think such a plain yet practical set could provide additional benefits, and with the complete 4-piece set, that's an extra 3 levels. Su Ming swallowed, his mouth watering with anticipation, yet his gaze quickly fixed on another prize, the second hidden reward of the Demon Fortress, a customizable rare summon beast egg. The description read, you can choose the evolutionary path and ability inclination of this summon beast. We will use the last resources of the Demon Fortress to custom make a beast egg for the summoner. The beast egg requires 30 merit points for exchange. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ming made his decision. In the urgent missions, I hunted down 30 stone demons, just enough to earn 30 merit points. It seems like the dungeon itself is hinting for me to choose this reward. Currently, I'm in dire need of strengthening my combat abilities, and a new summon beast would perfectly complement my weaknesses. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming no longer hesitated and chose the second reward. The quartermaster immediately took out a form for him to fill out his requirements. Glancing at the 55 elite warriors beside him, Su Ming thought, "They are indeed formidable, but ultimately they are not my summoned beasts. When I leave the dungeon I will have to part ways with them, hence I must stick to my initial plan and choose a long-range attack type summoned beast." He quickly filled out the form. Requirement 1, long-range attack class. Requirement 2, preferably with the shadow clone. Skill, requirement 3, other skills like splitting arrow, deadly strike, infinite growth, glass cannon and spell mastery are also desirable for high damage. After writing, the quartermaster took the form and hurried towards the research facility of the demon fortress. Soon before the 21st wave of demons attacked, a summoned beast egg shimmering with an odd purple luminescence was brought before Su Ming. He dashed off to wash his hands clean, then opened his mouth to sing the exclusive lottery BGM. "Today is a good day, everything I wish for will come true." He then performed a blood drop ritual to activate the beast egg. A mist of colorful haze rose up. Before Su Ming, a small fox appeared, fluttering its human-like clear big eyes, staring back at him. "Huh, why is it a juvenile fox?" Su Ming scratched his head, a bit disappointed. Although the creature was adorable and sure to attract envious glances from many, especially from the ladies, for conquering the demon fortress it seemed of limited help. Could it be that it drew the infinite growth trait? Su Ming, ever the scholars speculated. Typically summoned creatures are ready to use upon acquisition. Like the C-grade macaque Su Ming initially summoned, although weak, it served as a meat shield, and with some light armor, it barely helped a level 1 career trainee level up. But the little fox in front of him, identified at a glance as being in its juvenile stage, must surely be due to possessing a powerful attribute which weakened its age, a kind of cosmic balance. In the field of summoner academic research, Su Ming had perused similar hypothetical papers. Indeed, after opening the little fox's panel, Su Ming's face lit up with surprise. Contracted summoning beast successful. Qingqiu fox, juvenile quality, excellent level 1, can be upgraded to the summoner's level. Attributes: strength 5, constitution 5, agility 10, spirit 10, unlimited growth. This Qingqiu fox possesses a special lineage, awakening a special ability every 5 levels. Archer talent, ranged specialization, damage from all ranged skills increased by 100%. What a steal! This is an excellent level summoning beast. Su Ming rubbed the little fox's fluffy head, very satisfied. All grievances swept away. You should know the Iron Blood Alliance spent a fortune to buy Shinzimo that show off a saber-toothed tiger which is only at this level. Moreover, with unlimited growth, the Qingqiu fox has a certain probability of being cultivated to a legendary level. If I were willing to sell the little fox to Shinzimo, the Iron Blood Alliance would probably be willing to pay up to 100 million. Su Ming smirked, couldn't help but reflect, is this the hidden quest reward from the nightmare level instance? Indeed generous. It seems I need to strive to uncover hidden quests aiming to make a fortune. Come here, darling. He beckoned, calling the little fox to the base of the city wall. There was a target there, attack at once. Su Ming pursed his lips, ready to fully evaluate its abilities. The Qingqiu fox let out a milky roar. Woo woo, palms together, a massive fireball taller than itself instantly condensed. Boom! The target exploded into smithereens. Astonishing power, who would have thought it so formidable even in its juvenile stage? Su Ming clicked his tongue in amazement. He couldn't help but fantasize, once I complete the tasks of the Divine Tycoon system and get the second legendary golden attribute to bestow upon the little fox, how strong will it be? But unfortunately he was still in the instance, temporarily unable to spend 12 billion as the currency used in the instance was gold coins, and this wasn't an online game where you could just inject real money. Phew! After casting the spell, the Qingqiu fox immediately collapsed on the ground, panting, utterly exhausted. Seeing this, Su Ming purchased a can of limited supply fish snacks for summoners from the quartermaster and handed it to her. The Qingqiu fox's eyes lit up with joy, hugging the fish snacks and licking, gnawing and sucking with great delight. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Don't eat so seductively, are you practicing gratitude? When will you transform into a little fox lady and offer yourself in return? After a peaceful resting period, the 21st wave of demons appeared on the horizon, furiously advancing towards the fortress of demons. This time there were no stone demons or other siege creatures, it was purely mano a mano. Su Ming immediately commanded his 55 temporary followers to form up using standard 3-rank fire tactics, hiding behind Black Goku, mercilessly reaping the demons. The Qingqiu fox perched on his shoulder, occasionally rubbing together another massive fireball, blasting the demons off their feet. And with Monkey Brother deploying his hair-splitting clone in a level 1 newbie instance, he was a standard stat monster easily crushing all the demons who couldn't even break his defense. Summing saw on Monkey Brother's body damage data continuously popping up, -1 and immune. For the thick-skinned horse bandits, the blood demons were like a group of scraping masters, the flame demons were like a group of bath-scrubbing masters, and the skin-peeling demons could be considered a group of hair shaving masters. Thus, waves 21 to 30 were completed without any surprises or dangers. Su Ming finally leveled up to level 3, gaining a slight increase in his attributes: Strength 17, Constitution 15, Agility 18, Spirit 22. It felt truly exhilarating to be a monster in terms of numbers. Su Ming was quite satisfied, though he felt a bit regretful about the growth of his attributes. Alas, a summoner is merely a basic profession after all, gaining only +1 to all attributes per level, which is nothing compared to Black Wukong. He could only wait to switch to a higher level rare profession in the future to make up for the missing attributes. Humans are no match for pets. He sighed deeply, then began to search through the loot for usable equipment to equip both himself and Black Wukong. However, it was impossible to find suitable equipment for a young Qingqiu fox. Even a battle helmet was big enough for the tiny Qingqiu fox to sleep inside and make a nest. Only some rare special equipment could be suitable for the Qingqiu fox to use. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, more and more students had gathered. The principal of Beiliang Academy, Zhao Renjie, had already arrived at the scene to calm the students. Disperse, it's just a small bug in the dungeon. Why the fuss? Go back to your dorms and do your homework, a bold student teased. Principal, maybe it's really not a bug. We didn't see anything wrong with the dungeon, it's operating normally, right? Song Qingfeng, said Shinzimo, staring menacingly at the other. Song Qingfeng, who usually got along well with Su Ming and was also a rich second generation, wasn't afraid of the so-called tyrant of the Iron Blood Alliance. He retorted with his hands on his hips, my point is simple. Maybe, just maybe, Su Ming is a once-in-a-millennium summoning prodigy. He's busy clearing the Demon Fortress dungeon. According to my calculations, since the monster spawning rate in this script is fixed, Su Ming should already be fighting the 23rd wave of monsters. A pauper living on welfare, he's worthy. Shinzimo sneered without a second thought. Song Qingfeng scoffed. Why wouldn't he be worthy? It just because he has been the undisputed first in all subjects for 3 years in high school, he is worthy. If he isn't, what does that make you forever second best? Or all of us seniors just stepping stones for a pig? The surroundings fell silent. Shinzimo was so choked up he couldn't utter a word. Seeing this, the secretary Zhao Muyu sighed quietly and stepped in to smooth things over. This student Zhao Muyu cleared her throat, her beautiful face showing a bit of assertiveness. When we analyze situations, we should talk about evidence and approach it from a perspective of strength. Su Ming was merely a freshly converted level 1 summoner, his summon being nothing more than a common C-grade macaque purchased off the shelf. He lacked both god-tier equipment and the backing of powerful factions. Could he, fueled solely by passion, really break through the most challenging nightmare-level novice dungeon, the Fortress of Demons? Throughout history, even the topmost geniuses under the sponsorship of the most formidable forces had only managed to reach the 55th level. Zhao Muyu, full of confidence and displaying the poise of a university debate champion, spoke eloquently. Unfortunately, reality is not like those old-school hot-blooded comics. Su Ming can't possibly, like those protagonists shouting about friendship bonds, the future and so forth, suddenly unleash a burst of cosmic energy and awaken a super ability. Can you cite one ability that would allow Su Ming to withstand the 20th wave of demons? Please explain. Zhao Muyu's sharp tone left Song Qingfeng, who spoke for Su Ming, red-faced. But indeed, he could not present any evidence to the contrary. Someone retorted unexpectedly, today Su Ming spent 20 million to buy a summoner job card and bet 40 million with Shinzimo, showing that he usually plays the fool to catch the wise. In my view, he must have some cards up his sleeve. Zhao Muyu scoffed with a laugh. I saw it with my own eyes. After the bet, Su Ming's bank account had only 40 million left because it was cleared out after swiping the card. This means that Su Ming was mostly supported and cultivated by a minor force because of his scholarly prowess, nothing more. She sneered disdainfully, laughing scornfully. 60 million for an ordinary person might be a colossal sum they could never earn in a lifetime, but for a professional, especially a summoner, it's just the price of a top-tier summoning beast. Our Iron Blood Alliance gives an average subsidy of 50 million a year to our summoners. Zhao Muyu, as the chief secretary, rattled off the data effortlessly. The classmates nodded convincingly. The data is verifiable, it's online, she isn't lying. For a supremely talented top summoner, our leader Shin Jinghong is willing to offer more than 200 million in benefits each year. Zhao Muyu threw out another heavy piece of data advertising and striking at Song Qingfeng, a force that only offers 60 million to its emerging summoners. But I won't say much, maybe it's some newly established unknown minor force, just too stingy, utterly lacking in boldness. What do you think? How much support could this mysterious minor force provide to our fellow student Su Ming? She questioned aggressively, as the verbal duel drew to a close with the superiority clearly established. Shen Zimo laughed contentedly. Song Qingfeng, I know you and that kid Su Ming are close, but he's just a silver-plated spearhead. In the old era, a town's academic like Su Ming might still have avenues for advancement in the business or political spheres, but in an era where everyone changes professions, where the strong are revered and the victors rule, Su Ming Pa. Shen Zimo snorted arrogantly. Silence fell around. Harsh as Shen Zimo's words were, they were brutally honest. In recent years, 99% of those who have risen to high-level professions come from major families, grand mansions and large corporations. Stories of grassroots ascent are mostly found in comics, novels and films. Just then, something unexpected happened. Whoosh! At the zenith of the sky, a meteor-like sword shadow whizzed by, leaving a long-lasting rainbow trail. Many exclaimed in shock, "That's the mayor's demigod weapon, the abyssal sword of conviction." As everyone knows, this famed wind-slaying sword saint's true profession is that of a hidden one, a sword immortal. His signature sword command was the most flamboyant emblem of Chen Xianyi. Welcome the lord of the city for his guidance. Everyone respectfully clasped their fists in their right hand, placed them on their chests, and bowed deeply. For this guardian and sword-bearer of Beiliang City, who also serves as the lifelong honorary mayor, no one dared to slight him. In the next moment, with a flash of his sword's aura, a figure stood in the void. Mayor Chen Xianyi of Beiliang had arrived, riding the wind on his sword. No need for formalities. Chen Xianyi casually stepped through the void, descending from the cloud summit to the entrance of the academy's dungeon, and waved to the principal. Old Zhao, what's the matter? The dungeon seems stable with no energy leakage and the rune circuits are flawless. Are you sure you're not misreporting the military situation? Principal Zhao Renjia spread his hands. But our student named Su Ming has already been inside for over an hour. I'll repeat his profile. Level 1 summoner, just changed his job today, no equipment and a C-grade summon beast. Are you trying to rap? It even rhymes. Old friends gathering, Shen Xianyi teased with a grin without any airs of a top-tier professional. The principal smiled wryly. I don't have time for that, better check it right away. We've had students stuck in the dungeon before, and by the time we managed to fix it, one student had died over 800 times inside, eventually going mad. That's great. Oh no, I mean, please shut down the dungeon right away and rescue my good classmate Su Ming, blurted Shinzimo. You can't just shut down the dungeon rashly. Zhao Renjia glanced at Shinzimo, snorting coldly. Forcing Su Ming out of the dungeon could harm his psyche, making him weak for a long time. With college entrance exams a month away, if Su Ming is listless, he might not perform well and would probably need to repeat a year. Shin Zimo looked innocent but was deeply unhappy with the principal, as this was exactly his scheme. Oh, why rush? Let's have some tea first. Mayor Chen Xianyi leisurely waved his hand and, to everyone's surprise, started ordering afternoon tea on his phone right in front of everyone. The crowd looked at each other, wanting to say something but not daring to criticize the lord of the city. Principal Zhao suddenly realized, I see you want to wait another hour. By then it will be the 55th wave of demons. Refresh time. Exactly. Chun Xuani offered a light smile and said, the Fortress of Demons operates on a strict schedule, with each wave of monsters appearing at a set time. Given this, why should we rush? What if that young scholar named Summing truly has the potential to break the world record at the fortress? Records exist to be broken, after all. He interlaced his fingers and lazily surveyed the students around him. You need not sell yourselves short, always thinking that breaking records has nothing to do with you. Young people, if you lose your drive and allow yourselves to be confined by records, how will our dragon nation ever launch a counterattack against the abyss and reclaim our lands occupied by demons? The students bowed deeply once more, feeling greatly inspired, all except for Shinzimo, who was filled with gloom yet dared not speak out. After all, Chen Xuani was a legend who had once traveled 30,000 miles with a single sword, entered the abyss, and decapitated the great lord of the 9th layer, the sinful demon queen, thus resolving the demonic siege of Beiliang City in the year 357 of the new calendar and saving all its citizens from demonic clutches. In Beiliang City his authority was absolute, and even the iron-blooded leader Shin Jinghong had to bow his head and pay tribute to him. Let's wait, it's just an hour, said Principal Zhao Renjia, waiting for the staff to bring 2 gaming consoles. Come on, old Chen, it's been a while since we've sparred in a fighting game, let's have a best of 7 to decide the winner. On the professional path you may have gone further, but remember, I was the champion of esports in our school, I must be getting senile. I forgot who was the runner-up back then, remind me loudly. The principal cupped his ear, pretending to listen intently. Chen Xuani's face darkened. Old matters, I manage myriad affairs daily, how can I remember such trivialities? Enough chatter, let's fight. Alright, the loser buys dinner tonight, a big plate of chicken, Chen Xuani declared, invigorated, ready to reclaim the pride he had lost in his student days. The students looked at each other, unsure of what to say. To someone unaware of these 2 great figures, they might seem like just 2 ordinary old men obsessed with video games. Meanwhile, in the Fortress of Demons, Su Ming was effortlessly mowing down enemies. From the 31st to the 40th wave, the demons were rat demons with high attack but low defense. They swarmed in groups, their tails releasing elemental arrows of fire, ice, poison, wind, light, dark, and even pure physical attacks. Then, with a single sweep of his staff, Black Myth Wukong turned dozens of rat demons into mincemeat. Their elemental arrows, when they struck the giant monkey, were simply deflected by his LV-10 Vajra indestructible fur. This type of low-damage, high-frequency attack was no match for the highly defensive and damage-reducing brother monkey. It was like a naughty child throwing 100 eggs per second at a nanocarbon alloy steel plate, unable to even dent it, let alone break through. Su Ming with his little fox companion hid atop the city walls, using the terrain to easily harvest experience from the rat demons and enjoy the thrill of battle without injury. By the time the 40th wave of demons was dealt with, Su Ming had already reached level 4. Meanwhile, the quartermaster, accompanied by a squad, presented the numerous dropped items they had collected beneath the city walls. What's this, a skill book? Su Ming was stunned by the high drop rate of the dungeon, but he was disappointed with the content of the skill book. Skill book, Shadow Training Restriction, Shadow Warrior or Ninja class. This skill allows one to train their shadow into an assassin, inheriting 20% of one's attributes. Clearly, it was useless for summoners. Su Ming simply pocketed it, planning to auction it off later. However, the dropped equipment brought Su Ming a pleasant surprise. Treasure, Phantom Orb Restriction. None can be embedded in any equipment with a socket. When the wearer casts a spell, there is a 5% chance to summon a phantom that lasts for 10 seconds. The phantom can replicate the caster's spellcasting actions, releasing the same skills, but the mana cost is borne by the wearer. In short, when the phantom exists, it's akin to double casting. Su Ming concluded. His first thought was to equip Black Sun Wukong with it. However, when Su Ming commanded the Monkey King to deploy the Phantom Orb skill, it completely failed to trigger the 5% chance. It seems that the Monkey King's skill release does not count as casting. Su Ming, being a top student, quickly pinpointed the reason. Although unrestricted and usable by anyone in reality, there was an invisible threshold, it only worked for casters. He then looked towards the Qingqiu fox, who was eagerly eyeing the Phantom Orb, its desire apparent on its face. Well, you might as well wear it for now. Su Ming tied a knot and hung the Phantom Orb around the little fox's neck. He didn't take it too seriously, as this was an item that needed to be embedded to be activated. Wearing it around the neck, does that count as embedding? Hard to say. But to his utter surprise, when the 41st wave of monsters attacked, the little fox immediately triggered the Phantom Orb, and like twin siblings, a replica of the new fox appeared. Bang, bang, 2 massive fireballs exploded among the demon troops, but the enemies were completely unharmed. Su Ming's face changed color. He finally realized why the previous geniuses generally fell at waves 41 to 50, because this batch of demons were evolved versions of the flame demons Yanma, fire demon, flame demon, Yanma Yimo. This is the lineage of this demon family, and also a very concise naming method. Born from magma as pure elemental beings, they are immune to all fire element attacks. Even more absurd, when the Qingqiu fox's massive fireballs hit them, instead of showing red damage numbers, a huge green healing number soared, plus 500. Damn, absorbing fire elements, such a monstrous ability appearing in a newbie dungeon, is that even fair? Su Ming rolled his eyes wildly, unable to resist voicing his complaints, because it was simply unfair. Fortunately, he switched his profession to a summoner. Had he been a fire element mage facing the 41st wave of flame demons, how despairing would that be? Little fireball, flame demon health plus 50, wall of fire, a flame demon health plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10, intense rain of fire, a flame demon health plus 200 plus 200 plus 200. At that point all a fire element mage could do was to pick up his staff and smash the flame demon's head. But the dungeon never talks about fairness with the players because it simulates classic battles from reality. A siege initiated by demons naturally favors the demons. Emergency muster, emergency muster, emergency muster, on the city walls. The messenger shouted the commander's military orders, anxiously repeating the urgent matter 3 times, showing the extreme urgency of the situation. Another hidden quest appeared. Su Ming pondered thoughtfully, immediately recalling the task content of the demon fortress. Indeed, just like the beheading operation when the stone demons attacked, flame demons also required targeted hunting as a special breed of enemy. The reason for such dread towards flame demons, Su Ming immediately remembered the answer from his high school history textbook. Before the fall of the demon fortress, it was able to strangle 1,000,000 demons, among which the 311th Regiment, a veteran honored troop of the Dragon Nation, had contributed greatly. The 311th Regiment was a special operations troop composed of fire element mages from various military districts. Su Ming's heart chilled. He murmured to himself, "It means, if I want to defend the demon fortress till the last moment as in real history, I must kill this group of flame demons, because they are the bane of the 311th Regiment. The Marshal has made a decision," the messenger solemnly said. "We will send out the last squad of dragon cavalry deep into the demon territory to hunt down every flame demon. Devoted citizen Su Ming, our hero, if you are willing, please assist us in battle." Su Ming bowed deeply, his mood heavy. "I am willing to lead the beheading squad once again and will not fail the mission." As clever as he was, he already understood the Marshal's strategy, sacrificing the dragon cavalry to gain an advantage for the fire element mage troop. Dragon cavalry was famously formidable heavy cavalry in the Dragon Nation, dominating the battlefield. However, unfortunately, the battle at the demon fortress was a genuine siege battle with no room for cavalry to operate. Rather than waiting for the demons to destroy the thick city walls and the dragon cavalry to dismount and fight street battles as infantry, it was better to turn them into a lone army, a sacrificial squad to assassinate strategic military breeds of the demon army, exchanging lives with them. This is the cold hard command of the battlefield, where human lives are just numbers and both professionals and demons are mere chess pieces. Su Ming could only comply, knowing the inevitable sacrifice. But willingly embracing a heroic death is the highest virtue of a soldier, and the reason why humans often triumph against stronger foes when faced with abyssal demon attacks. Note: once the flame demons are not annihilated, they will absorb all powerful large-scale fire spells, thus covering for the main demon forces to reach the walls of the demon fortress. At that moment, this lone city will instantly fall. The overwhelming firepower of the 311th Regiment was the greatest contributor to the defense of the demon fortress in real history. The flame demons must die. Su Ming called upon the giant ape and took the surviving 55 members of the beheading squad along with 100 new reserve soldiers sent by the Marshal to form a dare-to-die squad against the flame demons. "Go forth." The Dragon Nation Marshal waved goodbye from atop the city wall. "Your name's unknown, your deeds immortal." The dragon cavalry and the dare-to-die squad, like a torrent of steel, charged out from the wide-open city gates towards the northeast, where the flame demons were most numerous. Toot 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 toot, the charge horn echoed above the demon fortress. All warriors fired up. Fight to the death, fight to the death, a battle to the death. Everyone is shouting, no one thinking of returning safely. Once again influenced by the martyrs, Su Ming stops talking and instead uses his high attributes to shield the NPCs from the demons' long-range attacks. "Outside the dungeon you lost, as usual, you weakling." Principal Zhao Renjie scornfully despises Mayor Qin Xianyi. "I'm telling you, little brother, can you even handle it? A bow 7 match and you cleanly lose 0-4, and you call yourself a sword immortal, more like a dog's performance." Enraged, Qin Xianyi kicks over a stool. "Draw your sword, let's spar tonight, life or death notwithstanding." Zhao Renjie rolls his eyes. "Such a sore loser, flipping tables whenever you lose. You haven't changed a bit from your school days. Got cold feet? Then let's make it a bow 9, best of 9 games." Chen Xianyi sits back down by the gaming console. "We can play bow 9, but what about the big plate chicken from the bow 7? A generation sword immortal whose holy sword spans 90,000 miles, once held off 1,000,000 demons with a single strike. How could I possibly welsh on your big plate chicken? Shall we raise the stakes to a meal of hot pot lamb in the bow 9? get out thinking to fleece the sword immortal of wool, my sword has never been dull. The principal and the mayor continue to bicker and play games, cursing as they go. Shinzimo, unable to hold back, wipes the sweat from his forehead and asks Secretary Zhao Muyu, do you think just maybe there's a 1 in a billion chance that Su Ming has actually held out until now? Zhao Muyu categorically denies it. There's no such possibility. My university thesis was on the Battle of the Demon Fortress. I sneer at it because I understand this war better than many professors. Do you know why most students couldn't withstand from the 41st to the 50th wave? It's because the flame demon arrived. Zhao Muyu continues without waiting for a response. The flame demon can devour all fire elemental damage, turning the fortress's attacks into healing for itself. Back and forth, adding and subtracting, these 10 waves of demons were nearly unstoppable. Zhao Muyu solemnly says, in real history, our troops held on because the Dragon Nation's last Dragon Cavalry unit was completely mobilized, sounding the final elegy on the battlefield. Before they set out, they all wrote their last wills, everyone prepared to perish together with the flame demon. With a touch of admiration, she adds, to offer their lives for their country, regarding death as if returning home. That is their true portrayal. It was only thanks to their suicidal assaults on the flame demons that the city walls were narrowly held. Shinzimo widened his eyes. What about in the instance? Since the instance is based on real history, the Dragon Cavalry should be able to annihilate the flame demons, right? If the instance was just a copy of history, why would you need to experience it? Mayor Qin Xianyi, hearing their conversation, chuckled and interjected, of course I've reduced the number of Dragon Cavalry and increased the number of flame demons slightly. That's what makes the instance challenging. Want to win? Then you must follow in the footsteps of the Dragon Cavalry, fight to the death with the flame demons amidst the besieging demon troops. Qin Xianyi laughed coldly. There are no shortcuts, no loopholes to exploit. Only by facing life and death can you break the deadlock. Shinzimo, delighted, insincerely added, then if Su Ming is still trying to clear the instance, I wish him smooth sailing. Zhao Muyu scoffed, a level 1 summoner has no advantage over the flame demons. I'm 99% sure there's a bug in the instance. No need for you to question my judgment. Qin Xianyi glanced at her indifferently. Zhao Muyu, as if struck by lightning, turned pale, quickly lowering her head, fearing that the esteemed sword saint might blame her. You lost again. Bo 9 lost 0 to 5, even maggots on maggots would do. Dean Zhao Renjie stretched lazily. Qin Xianyi furiously retorted, from dogs on dogs to maggots on maggots, how dare you insult me? Take my sword. Playing tricks again? It's all because that girl talked too much, distracting me. That game doesn't count, and the game console display you provided is too bright. The stools at your Bailiang Academy are too hard. Your ugly face distracted me from performing my true abilities. That was just a warm-up, now I am really getting into it. Dean Zhao Renjie, you really are a master at shifting blame. I don't care, let's rematch. Fine, you are a sword immortal, you can act as rogue as you like. What can I, a mere civilian official, say? A time still passed by the second. Students craned their necks, hoping to see Su Ming tumble out of the instance's exit. However, there was no sign of him. Monkey King tightened the formation, used the 72 transformations on the flame demons. Su Ming cautiously recalled the battle-hungry Black Wukong back into the battle formation. Fighting was its nature, so it often got carried away, charging into the demon troops, smashing various demons, turning them into batches of blood demon patties, rat demon sauces, and flame demon firecrackers. But one's power is limited after all. Su Ming was well aware that the key to winning the battle against the demon fortress wasn't himself, but to preserve the NPC troops stationed and defend the city walls. The city walls were the terrain advantage, the NPCs were the human harmony, and his arrival, perhaps, was the timing. The unity of timing, geographical and human conditions was the key to clearing the 99th wave of the demon fortress. Black Wukong twisted a magic formula, transformed in an instant, and became a flame demon. At the same time, an attack from a high-ranking enemy flame demon lord also landed on the heads of the Suicide Squad the next second. It was an exploding flame bomb. Quick, find cover, an NPC hurriedly advised. Don't panic. Su Ming smiled lightly, reassuring everyone, I am the cover. As a summoner, he controlled Black Wukong in his mind, unleashing the power of its current transformation into a flame demon, opening its huge maw towards the sky. All fire elements were instantly devoured. The formidable burst fireball ultimately created a huge green healing number on Monkey Bro's head, plus 5,000. Burp, Monkey Bro was stuffed. The NPCs were all stunned. A high-level demon's attack was actually eaten directly. Suming couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This is the power of a legendary summon beast able to easily change the dynamics of the battlefield. The 72 transformations, indeed the most famous skill of the great sage equal to heaven, is an incredibly powerful ability. For a summoner with high intelligence capable of turning the tide of battle. Monkey Bro transformed into a flame demon directly reversed the situation on the battlefield, greatly boosting the morale of the Suicide Squad. Given the composition of the demon army at that moment, which was a standard fire element demon legion with the flame demon in command, the flame lord supervising, and the fire demons as fodder, Monkey Bro's transformation into a flame demon served like a high-level pass, allowing Summing to lead the Suicide Squad swiftly through enemy lines, thus a scene that left the Dragon Nation commanders atop the Fortress of Demons as well as the demon lords controlling the Eye of the Abyss observing the battlefield utterly dumbfounded. Occurred. A giant eastern monkey created 12 hair clones, each like a towering giant, more formidable than any demon. They rampaged across the battlefield like unstoppable armored vehicles. And that giant monkey, having transformed into the king of flame demons, opened its mouth to form a vortex, actively swallowing all fireballs, rockets, and fire rains. This rendered the human Suicide Squad as if immune to fire, no, not just immune to fire, but actually absorbing it. The fire-based attacks of the demon forces were completely replenishing Monkey Bro's health even more fiercely than a professional priest. Seeing this, the demon lords were furiously enraged but helpless and could only compromise with the human summoner. With a roar, the demon lord issued a command to retreat. Summing was astonished. Playing dirty, wasn't it just the 45th wave? The AI of the demon lord in the dungeon was at that high, actually knowing to cut losses. Truly worthy of a dungeon crafted by the lord of the city himself. The 41st to 50th waves of the demon invasion were prematurely terminated, but the rewards were not reduced. On the contrary, due to Summing's early repelling of the demons, the fortress commander was overjoyed and directly doubled the hidden rewards. Emergency conscription: the flame demon must die. Completed. You have earned 100 points of merit for your outstanding completion of the task and changing the course of history, thus sparing the Ace 311 group, which would have suffered 50% casualties, and maintaining an integrity of 95%. You will receive a special reward, the third-class Hero Medal of the Dragon Nation. Holding this medal, you will be recognized as a hero of the Dragon Nation, eligible for direct appointment in any major military district of the Dragon Nation starting with at least the rank of second lieutenant. You can also use this medal while raiding dungeons to summon all your temporary followers for assistance in battle. Remaining uses: 1. Note 1. When the usage is depleted, you can use merits to recharge it at the end of the dungeon. Note 2. The attributes of your followers are related to the level of your military medal. Damn, Su Ming was shocked. He hadn't expected this reward to be a rare summoning type equipment. Being able to summon a batch of elite warriors in the dungeon would undoubtedly greatly reduced the difficulty of conquering the dungeon. Just thinking about how others would be fighting in the dungeons with tiny bows shooting at monsters, while he could simply wave his hand and summon a whole troop of elite soldiers from the Dragon Nation to steamroll all sorts of monsters. Delightful. What made Su Ming most satisfied was that this third-class heroic medal of the Dragon Nation didn't occupy the summoner's pet space. It wasn't even considered equipment and didn't take up any equipment slots. It just needed to be kept in the backpack to be effective. Incredible, simply a mini artifact. What Su Ming didn't know was that when the dungeon's artificial intelligence awarded him the third-class Medal of Merit, it also sent out a certification message to the outside world. After all, this medal was also a rare item on the reward list. It was awarded only to those geniuses who rewrote history and changed the course of battle in nightmare-level dungeons, and its effectiveness required official certification from the Dragon Nation's military districts. Therefore, the mayor of Northern Liang, Chen Xian, who had the highest authority in the Northern Liang military district, received the notification immediately. He was currently engrossed in a fierce battle with Principal Zhao Renjie. He was about to win the first round of their best-of-15 match for the first time. Oops. Glancing at his phone, Chen Xian's hand trembled and his move went awry. Zhao Renjie's eyes sparkled with a cunning light. A perfect opportunity. Eat my rising dragon. Tyranny / followed by the ultimate secret technique, you're already dead. And once again old Chen lost the mighty swordsman. Why so useless at a simple video game? The principal unleashed a merciless taunt, but Chen Xian didn't care about that, laughing wildly. I told you the dungeon wasn't broken, just as I suspected. Old Zhao, congratulations to Northern Liang Academy for finally producing a top-tier genius. Looks like a promotion and a raise are in order for you, and tonight's big plate chicken is on you. Zhao Renji was stunned. What are you talking about, damn it? The usually poised principal jumped 3 feet high in excitement because the nightmare dungeon had just broadcast a notification. Congratulations to Su Ming, a student of class 007 year 3 at Northern Liang Academy, for completing 2 hidden tasks consecutively, rewriting the course of the Demon Fortress dungeon. This allowed the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Corps, which should have been severely damaged in the waves 41 to 50 of the Demon Siege, and the 404 Dragon Cavalry Corps to all avoid disaster. Current integrity of the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Corps, 95%. Current integrity of the 404 Dragon Cavalry Corps, 83%. The third-class Hero Medal of Merit is hereby awarded to student Su Ming pending City Lord's review. Outside the Nightmare Dungeon, there was stunned silence. Everyone was flabbergasted. What's going on? The copy really has no bugs. Su Ming actually tried to clear the Demon Fortress. He even broke the inherent plot of the copy, rewrote history, and saved 2 famous Dragon Country ace troops? Everyone felt as if historical heroes had stepped out of the books, creating a magical sensation, as Su Ming's close friend Sung Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud with his hands on his hips. I told you so. Brother Su is mighty, Brother Su is domineering, and Brother Su, who hasn't even graduated from high school, already holds the rank of second lieutenant. Principal Zhao Renjie even grabbed Mayor Qin Shuani by the arm, his face blatantly showing signs of bribery and backdoor dealings, and in front of hundreds of students he didn't even pretend. Oh Chen, no, my dearest brother Chen, I don't usually ask for favors, but today, for the sake of contributing talents to the Dragon Nation, I beg you must approve and award him the third-class military merit medal he deserves. I have 2 bottles of Demon Core wine aged 20 years, originally intended for my dear granddaughter's wedding, but I'll give them to you. Come on, what do you want? Whatever I, Zhao Renjie, have, we can discuss. The students, cough cough. Principal, mind the influence, the Dean of Academic Affairs whispered as many students were watching. Yes, there were a lot of students just now. I admit I got a bit carried away with the excitement of winning the game. I spoke too loudly. Zhao Renjie bowed, elbow on hand. Follow me inside, I'm on my knees. The students, Qin Shuani, silent like the North Liang Academy tonight. All students felt as though they were force-fed 10 tons of lemon sour from head to toe. Envious family, keep calm. Mayor Qin Shuani cautiously rolled his eyes. Old Zhao, don't be so pathetic, it's just a third-class military medal. I'm going to download his clearance video later and watch it frame by frame to study how he saved the 311th and 404th Regiments. If this Su Ming really is a military genius, I'll invite him to join the North Liang military region without a second thought, grant him the rank of second lieutenant and make him an officer. Wait a minute, Shinzimo, veins bulging and appearing almost possessed, suddenly interrupted. It might be a copy bug. Or Su Ming was using a bug to cheat. Many students around, also incredulous and driven by jealousy, supported him. Exactly, an ordinary summoner rewriting history. Family Cuttlefish Row, who would believe that? It must be a bug, definitely a bug. Su Ming eats in the same cafeteria, lives in the same dormitory building as us. Why should he be so outstanding? The Demon Fortress copy is nationally recognized as the hardest beginner copy in all of Dragon Nation, with billions of people and talents like stars in the sky. Not a single one did it. How could it possibly be Su Ming who rewrote history? Call for strict investigation. Principal Zhao Renjie was furious. Idiots, at a time like this, still infighting, still jealous of Su Ming? Have your brains been sucked out by a brain-eating demon? Today's heroic deeds by Su Ming will bring our school a significant amount of funding. I could upgrade our teaching staff and increase your scholarships. Everyone will benefit from Su Ming's achievements. Yet, instead of being grateful, you all are making baseless accusations behind his back. No wonder Su Ming is top of the class. You lot lack any competitive spirit. Chastised, the students immediately shrank back, mumbling and no longer daring to speak. Instinctively, Shun Zimo looked towards Zhao Muyu, seeking help with his eyes, hoping that the Iron-Willed Chief Secretary of the Alliance, a champion debater, could challenge Su Ming and regain some face. Zhao Muyu bowed her head, pretending not to notice the young master's hints. Her mind was in turmoil, thinking, did I back the wrong horse? Have I offended a prodigious minor who just received a junior military rank? What if when he rises to power he grabs me and transforms me instantly? or sends troops to drag me back to become his hard-working slave. Be calm, there might still be a bug somewhere. Unexpectedly, Mayor Qin Xian spoke lazily, which thrilled Shen Zimo, thinking the mayor might support him out of respect for his father. However, the next moment Chen Xian said, well, if one can find and exploit a bug in the demonic fortress dungeon I created that shows he is a top-tier genius hacker, surely fit to be recruited into the military cyber unit. With the abyss invasion upon us, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures and people. The mayor nonchalantly added, cheating in school might result in probation or even expulsion, but cheating on the front line in national competitions, that marks strategic talent. Every year our Dragon Nation competes in martial exercises against nations like Eagle, Elephant, Gaul, and Stick to determine ownership of key resources. If this Su Ming is particularly adept at mastering dungeons, especially if he can exploit bugs in nightmare-level dungeons, then he could indeed bring glory to our nation. Shen Zimo was dumbstruck, unable to respond. Mayor Qin Xian, however, continued expectantly, you see, your perspective is still too small. Is a third-class medal really something to fuss over? In the intense abyss battlefield, a third-class hero is born every second. He shook his head, his eyes sparkling. The real value of this instance transmission is the intelligence it provides. The supposedly doomed 404 Dragon Cavalry and the expectedly reduced 301 Fire Elemental Mage regiments have been preserved. This means Su Ming will have an unprecedented advantage in the 51st to 60th waves of demonic assaults. Principal Zhao Renjie instantly understood and widened his eyes. Are you suggesting that Su Ming might break the world record at wave 55? Well, he must be the closest to the record in a decade. Mayor Qin Xian smiled. Congratulations, Zhao, you finally nurtured a top-tier genius. If he really accomplishes this, your Beiliang Academy's application to become a national key middle school this year will be approved effortlessly. It's worth all the relief funds and personal money I've spent on his nutrition every year. Zhao Renjie was overjoyed, his wrinkled face blooming with smiles. Meanwhile, Shen Zimo suddenly felt a chilling breeze. Looking up, he noticed that the sycophants who had been close to him had subtly shifted away, moving out of his field of vision. After all, Shen Zimo had dared to interrupt the conversation between the principal and the mayor earlier and had been sarcastically rebuked by the esteemed sword saint. Perhaps he was about to receive a divine sword strike. During the brief respite before the 51st wave of demonic siege, Su Ming fondly caressed the hero medal in his hands, then glanced at the people he had brought back. 120 elite warriors, 108 dragon riders. If only these were the dragon riders from actual history, Su Ming sighed. In the real battle of the demon fortress, there were over 10,000 dragon riders. The instance was after all just a historical simulation scaling down the forces of the Dragon Nation and the Demon Legion proportionally. It was merely a trial instance for beginners, having successfully repelled the flame demon. Su Ming had established remarkable military exploits, and naturally these people had become his temporary followers. Later on, he could also summon these people in other instances using his military medals. 100 points of merit could totally be exchanged for 2 pieces of the Swarm's heart, activating the set effect of both pieces at once. Should I exchange them? Su Ming pondered deeply. It was a risky investment, as once he left the Demon Fortress instance it would be almost impossible to collect the other individual pieces unless another summoner also completed the 2 major hidden tasks, earned merit points, and exchanged for the pieces Su Ming was missing. But that was nearly impossible. Su Ming was well aware that even if he wrote a guide and published it, could others simply copy his tactics? Without the numerical anomaly Black Goku, how to hunt the rock demon? Without the 72 transformations providing immunity to fire and absorption of fire, how to completely annihilate the flame demon? Better save it for now and decide at the final settlement. Su Ming hesitated, deciding to put it aside for the moment. After all, the main force in the instance at present was Black Goku. No matter how lavish his equipment was, it wouldn't affect the outcome of the battle. After resting for 10 minutes, the far reaches of the Demon Fortress once again swarmed with demons. This time, the main core were the special demons living in the swamps, snake demons. Most geniuses couldn't break through the 55th level, and indeed there was a reason for that. Su Ming sighed lightly. He was well aware of the special nature of the snake demons, their petrifying attack. The mythological Medusa was a formidable leader among the snake demons, truly terrifying. According to historical records, when the serpent demons launched a full-scale assault, a Medusa once turned an entire human shield guard legion into stone. only the high-ranking shield bearers who had specifically stacked petrification resistance in their gear were spared a stony fate. The serpent demons served as the main force in sieges, much like the stone demons, for when they perished, they would turn directly into stone, becoming stepping stones for the demons behind them. The continuous forward march of the serpent demons' corpses would pile up into a long staircase, rendering the wall advantages of the demon fortress moot. Moreover, Su Ming could no longer lead his suicide squad out of the city to exterminate the serpent demons, given their terrifying numbers. Since cunning tactics were futile, a desperate battle was the only option left. Su Ming stood calmly on the city wall, his battle robe fluttering fiercely, with Monkey Brother by his side, who had upgraded from muskets to cannons. Due to an abundance of dropped gear, Su Ming had assembled a set of fine heavy armor for Monkey Brother, while he himself donned a robe and a wizard hat that enhanced mental attributes. Of course, given Su Ming's low level, only reaching level 5, his gear was merely beginner's equipment with attributes like strength +1 or defense +2, hardly worth mentioning and trivial. The Serpent Demon Legion finally came within range of the fire elemental mages on the city walls. All units ready, chant the spell Meteor Shower, commanded the leader of the 311th Brigade while reporting to his superiors. My brigade has finished the incantation, awaiting instructions. Check the time, launch at 15 hours 27 minutes and 9 seconds, ordered the marshal. Yes. Command the archers at 15 hours 27 minutes and 6 seconds, fire the ice arrows at the marked location. Command the druids at 15 hours 27 minutes and 3 seconds, release fine magic at the marked location. Orders were followed promptly. Su Ming quickly witnessed the coordination among the various professions. At 3 seconds, the vine magic swept wildly beneath the city walls, binding countless attacking serpent demons, turning them into sitting ducks. At 6 seconds, a barrage of ice arrows poured down from the sky, creating a blizzard that enveloped the serpent demons. At 9 seconds, the fire elemental mage's long-prepared meteor shower struck the final deadly blow to the serpent demons. The vines caught fire, the ice melted. The combination of water and fire and vegetation showcased the dramatic effects of elemental collision. The lives of the serpent demons were wiped out in an instant, massively annihilated by the demon fortress. So that was it. The commander was indeed clever, a war hero worthy of being written into history textbooks. Su Ming understood the strategy behind this wave of attacks. Why choose meteor shower? Because it could smash the serpent demons into a pulp, meaning that when their corpses turned to stone, they wouldn't form a staircase, but rather just add a layer of dust to the ground. Why use the reaction of ice and fire? Because under thermal expansion and contraction, the corpses of the serpent demons would first freeze into ice sculptures and then shatter under the fierce fire, also turning their bodies into scattered flesh on the ground, preventing the serpent demon commander from using the lower-ranked serpent demons as cannon fodder to form a stairway for scaling the walls. It seemed that the most troublesome problem had been solved. I won't get stuck like other professionals, will I? Suddenly Su Ming realized the trick to it. Because the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Corps was preserved intact, the commander was able to employ the ice and fire bombardment tactic. They blasted the bodies of the serpent demons into minced meat and chunks, preventing the serpent demon army from building a road with corpses as they did in actual history. Everything was interconnected like a butterfly effect. What seemed like an impossible situation was easily resolved. So that's how it is. This is the ultimate strategy for the demon fortress dungeon. Su Ming, while releasing crossbow arrows to kill the serpent demons from the city wall, revealed an epiphanic smile. The legacy of the previous level became the key to the next. The difficulty of defending the city wouldn't increase but would decrease like a rolling snowball. It seems I really could be the first in the world to conquer all 99 levels of the nightmare level demon fortress. Finally, the 55th wave of serpent demons fell at the base of the demon fortress. Su Ming received a system notification. Congratulations, student Su Ming, your progress in the Demon Fortress dungeon has broken the current global record. Would you like to make it public? Yes/no? Su Ming laughed out loud. I'm not one to keep a low profile, nor do I like to play possum. I'm going to ride the wave of breaking this record, stir up some hype, ride the wave of this traffic, then make a fortune and get a second golden perk with the tycoon system. Publish. Su Ming did not hesitate. Instantly the news feeds of all professionals across the Dragon Nation popped up with a message. Nightmare level Demon Fortress dungeon record has been broken. Record breaker. Su Ming, a summoner from Class 7 Grade 3 Bailiang Academy. outside the dungeon. Even with some mental preparation, the announcement of the record-breaking news still left all the students with a tingling thrill. Are we witnessing history? One student was the first to react, murmuring to himself, this record-breaking event will definitely be written into history textbooks, won't it? Definitely, although the Demon Fortress was just a regional dungeon. Of the Dragon Nation, it was open globally, which meant Summing was truly the strongest challenger globally. If this were the old times, it would be like being the first Olympic gold medalist in the country of significant importance. Now our Bailiang Academy can take pride in this. Look at Shinzimo's expression, it's priceless. Many glanced at Shinzimo, whose face was an unsightly shade. The young master of the Iron Blood Alliance was staring incredulously at the national announcement panel, his mouth trembling. Impossible, impossible, how could that idiot Summing do it? Just then a phone call interrupted his thoughts. The caller ID showed it was his father Shin Jinghong, the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. Dad, you? Shinzimo answered in a daze, accidentally pressing the speakerphone button, allowing everyone to hear the conversation between father and son. Shin Jinghong's excited voice came through. Good son, I remember you've mentioned this Summing at home many times, and I've heard his name at your parent-teacher meetings too. If I remember correctly, he's your classmate, right? You guys must be close, right? After all, he is always the first and you are forever second. The academic elites definitely appreciate each other's company, encouraging one another and progressing together. Shinzimo was frozen in place, my face as dark as the heart of a demon. Shin Jinghong kept talking to himself. Listen. You must immediately head to the dungeon exit, then play the emotional card with our classmate and recruit him for our Iron Blood Alliance first. Such an outstanding individual. I am willing to pay him a yearly subsidy of 300 million and promise to craft a dinosaur summoning beast for him in the Jurassic Dungeon. The minimum is an exceptional tyrant level, and there's even a chance it could be a legendary dinosaur egg, Shinzimo said. As summoning beasts of exceptional quality, there is still a hierarchy. His saber-toothed tiger is just an ordinary type among the exceptional class, its potential maxed out. However, the dinosaur summoning beasts from the Jurassic Dungeon are at least of tyrant lineage, and they can continue to grow. After all, even a 3-year-old knows the difference between a saber-toothed tiger and a Tyrannosaurus rex. Shinzimo's phone silently slid from his hand and shattered on the ground, ending the awkward conversation between father and son. But 5 seconds later, ding-a-ling, Zhao Muyu's phone was dialed by the eager Shin Jinghong. Secretary Zhao, fantastic, you're also at Bailiang Academy. Quickly recruit this Su Ming for us. Our Iron Blood Alliance is attempting to conquer the world-class dungeon, Jurassic Park. High-level summoners are too important. You could say Su Ming is crucial to the rise and fall of our Iron Blood Alliance. I want you to spare no expense to secure him. Money, no object. Equipment, just give it. If you need to use your charms to secure him, I'll compensate you handsomely. Please, my dear niece. Due to Shin Jinghong's loud voice, even though she didn't have the speaker on, a large group of students still heard him. Their illusions shattered. The looks they gave Zhao Muyu suddenly became very strange. The chief secretary could only manage to say, I'll do my best, but the major forces currently rushing to meet Su Ming seem to be quite numerous. Shin Jinghong was stunned. Without further ado, Zhao Muyu opened a video call to show him the scene above. From a helicopter, 2 robust foreign men jumped down, both wearing the emblem of the Rose Knights, and shockingly, they didn't use parachutes. They landed directly on the marble floor, creating a circle of cracks, but they were unharmed and walked straight up to the mayor and the principal, greeting them. Hi man. They were at least third-tier knights with incredibly high defense and health, which is why they could ignore a fall of several hundred meters. Shin Jinghong immediately identified their profession. Meanwhile, from another direction, a pterodactyl swooped in. Mounted on the neck of the pterodactyl was an extremely beautiful and dignified woman, her feet stepping on thin air, blinking rapidly, and soon she appeared. Ghost-like on the plaza. Yo, Mr. Mayor is also here. Are you looking to recruit little brother Su Ming too? Shin Jinghong's face grew even uglier. Damn, it's the phantom assassin from the secret sanctuary. Aren't they only recruiting assassin-type classes? They expanded their recruitment this year. Zhao Muyu forced a bitter smile and once again aimed his phone's camera at the highway outside the campus. An endless stream of vehicles approached grandly, but upon seeing the formidable members of the Rose Knights and the secret temple, they turned around in dejection and left, realizing they were not eligible to compete for Su Ming. They had come swarming solely for Su Ming. Such a sensational spectacle stunned all the students. Those who had once disparaged Su Ming swiftly melted into the crowd, too afraid to show their faces, anxious and fearful of Su Ming's potential retaliation. Principal Zhao Renjia snorted coldly. What's this? Just because our Su Hong has gained a bit of fame you all rush here to poach him, is that it? Let me tell you, he's a good kid who remembers his benefactors well. You've never sponsored him, he's definitely staying at the school and won't just join any of you. Mayor Qin Xianyi, however, slightly curled his lip. Your thoughts might not be as simple as that, old Zhao. I'm afraid they're not just eyeing Su Ming but also coveting the demon fortress raid strategy he holds. Chen Xianyi saw through their intentions with a sneer. As everyone knows, the first 100 successful raids of every dungeon come with extra rewards, many special equipments and mysterious treasures drop only during these first 100 raids and never again afterward. Hey, you're right, admitted the shadow assassin from the secret temple with a shrug of her shoulders, quite openly. But as the old saying goes in our dragon country, all hustles are driven by profit. When I came, I had already investigated student Su Ming's profile. He's just an ordinary poor student receiving national subsidies. She sighed deeply. Now he's switched to the most expensive profession, a summoner. I guess he must be in dire need of money, and our secret temple, controlling several large conglomerates and even a Fortune 500 company, is willing to offer him a fair price. Shin Zmo watched the verbal fencing of these influential leaders dumbfoundedly. He had fantasized, dreamed even of being in the center of attention, pursued by these prominent leaders. It was him who first called Zhao Muyu to acquire that summoner job change card. It was he who first pleaded with his father to bring in the superb saber-toothed tiger. It was he who first coaxed his mother into buying a full set of purple gear. Why then did the outcome turn out like this? Why did Su Ming, that scoundrel, end up stealing the spotlight? Secretary Zhao Muyu Shun Zmo couldn't help but glance resentfully at the once very pleasing beautiful secretary. He had once thought of making her his private forbidden fruit after graduation to cruelly play with her astonishingly elastic long legs, but now he harbored a grudge, saying, tell me, is it not some fortuitous adventure that has suddenly thrust the utterly ordinary Su Ming into the limelight? Zhao Muyu was momentarily taken aback. Lightly tapping her delicate chin, of course, a level 1 summoner with no family background who can consecutively overcome the challenges of the Demon Fortress instance must have had some fortuitous encounters. It's highly probable that he obtained a minor artifact from the instance drops or accidentally discovered a hidden quest reward, she speculated based on common human reasoning. Shin Zemo, growing impatient, interrupted her. Do you think it's possible that his summoner transfer card is fishy, allowing him to transfer to some hidden professions? For example, subdivisions of summoners like the necromancer, fictional writer, lord of the netherworld, dinosaur kin, and so on. All of these he mentioned are high-level summoners who made their names in the era of mass job transfers. The necromancer is the hidden job of the infamous undead scourge. The fictional writer, it is said, wields a book written by his own hand, and whenever he opens the pages, the fictional creatures from the stories leap out from the paper in a bizarre and eerie manner. To become a lord of the netherworld, one must possess certain abyssal bloodlines to directly communicate with the abyssal netherworld, making contracts with many netherworld creatures for their own use. The dinosaur kin is a brand new summoner profession mutated in recent years by Eagle Country scientists implanting dinosaur DNA into humans, allowing them to control dinosaur tribes. Zhao Muyu, who rose to become the chief secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance from a humble civilian background with bare hands, had first-rate skills in reading situations and expressions. From Shin Zemo's face she instantly read a trace of resentment, coupled with his words. After a deeper reflection, Zhao Muyu felt a mix of shock and anger. This damned young master, attributing Su Ming's rise to that ordinary job card, thereby shifting the blame of his enmity with Su Ming onto her failure to acquire the job card. If Shin Zemo successfully shifts the blame and convinces Shin Jinghong, the Iron Blood Alliance would inevitably hold her accountable. At that moment, how would she assess the losses? Zhao Muyu's heart skipped a beat, nearly suffocating. She only pondered slightly, feeling dizzy. How much is the birth of a peerless prodigy worth? How much loss does a first clear of a nightmare-level instance represent? What is the value of a legendary summoner with boundless future prospects? Although even if Shin Zemo could get a top-level hidden job card, he might not achieve what Su Ming did because people are different. Legendary summoners who left their names in history are only a handful, but with a global population so large, the hidden summoner jobs that emerge each year, if not 1,000, are at least 800, and most geniuses perish on their path to growth. But would Shin Zemo's parents believe that? They spoil Shin Zemo so much, they would only think their son is exceptionally outstanding. If he could get a hidden job card, he would definitely be more formidable than Su Ming. Zhao Muyu's forehead moist with dense transparent beads of sweat, her fair face also instantly turned even paler. Impossible. Zhao Muyu managed to squeeze out a smile, saying earnestly, any job card can be directly seen from the panel. Any hidden job card on the market is worth upwards of 100 million. She shook her head. The classmate who sold the summoner job card wouldn't be foolish enough to sell a hidden card for just 20 million. Who knows? Shinzimo snorted coldly, clearly disbelieving. That foolish student named Chungfeng, who usually isn't very bright and performs poorly in academics, might have really misjudged the situation, right? Zhao Muyu was left speechless. She knew all too well that Shinzimo was being unreasonable, his words devoid of any logic and likely even motivated by spite. Yet, what if the Shin family believed his nonsense? Moreover, having sided with Shinzimo multiple times, she had undoubtedly offended Su Ming, possibly even exacerbating the rift between Shinzimo and Su Ming, rendering their relationship irreparable. She was now in a no-win situation. Zhao Muyu took a deep breath, her thoughts racing, as she looked at Shinzimo, whose eyes were filled with malice. A hint of coldness flashed through her stunning eyes. Perhaps the artifact she had painstakingly found, which could greatly enhance the power of a summoner, might no longer need to be sold to the Ironblood Alliance. Su Ming was about to strike it rich, and when he bought the summoner profession card, he had been extremely generous, easily besting her in the process. He was the ideal buyer. Zhao Muyu composed herself, already contemplating leaving the Ironblood Alliance. After all, the prince of the alliance was venomous by nature, vengeful and utterly irresponsible. Was she really doomed to be the scapegoat? In the dungeon of the demon fortress, Su Ming finally killed the 60th wave serpent demon lord. Heaving a sigh of relief, thankfully the final boss wasn't Medusa. With no resistance to petrification facing Medusa, who possessed the petrifying gaze, would likely have forced him to flee the dungeon in disarray, but Monkey Brother probably wouldn't be scared. On second thought, Su Ming felt a bit regretful. Monkey Brother was a naturally born stone monkey, created from the last colorful stone left when Goddess Nuwa mended the heavens, surely immune to petrification. If Medusa attacked, Monkey Brother would be her nemesis, possibly dropping one or two dark gold items or even minor artifacts. The quartermaster quickly brought a pile of loot on a small cart to Su Ming. Next time, they might need a large truck for transport. Su Ming glanced satisfactorily at Black Wukong the Green Fox, along with 120 elite Dragon Nation warriors and 108 Dragon Cavaliers behind him. This was the advantage of a summoner, where all kills by summoned creatures counted as his own loot. Unfortunately, as Su Ming sifted through the war spoils, he sighed. The nightmare level dungeon was available only once before the college entrance exams, and then no more fun after that. Alas, dungeons created by various countries using vast resources were a benefit provided to professionals. Each dungeon's output of equipment, experience and skills actually came from the national treasury, funded by the taxpayers. Hence, the number of times a professional could access dungeons was limited, unless one could step onto the abyssal battlefield, battle real-world demons, and earn genuine military achievements, which could then be exchanged for dungeon passes to enjoy the benefits of dungeon raiding. Later, after leaving the Fortress of Demons, I must go to the battlefield border to meet the real monsters, Su Ming muttered to himself, deep in thought. People like Shinzimo, those rich young masters, have the Ironblood Alliance providing them with dungeon passes, although the official has specifically limited the inheritance ratio of battle achievements to 3-1. That is to say, for every 300 points of battle merit Shin Jinghong gives to Shinzimo, the latter can only gain 100 points, with the remaining 200 points considered inheritance tax. But the passes for low-level dungeons are quite cheap. Shin Jinghong can completely afford it, allowing Shinzimo to stay in the dungeon 24 hours a day to farm equipment. Su Ming can only wait for the dungeon's cooldown to refresh about once every 3 months. He has a chance. Of course, if he can score among the top 100 in the college entrance examination in the province and join a top university, he will get an additional scholarship allowance for a dungeon run each week. This is also why countless students desperately strive for higher ranks. During a break, Su Ming suddenly saw a system notification pop up on his panel. I am the mayor of Bailiang City, Chinchuani. I have important matters to discuss with you concerning millions in revenue. Can we have a video call? Su Ming was startled. He could actually communicate with reality inside a nightmare-level dungeon? But then he thought the nightmare-level dungeon was personally crafted by the mayor himself, who has developer privileges, just like a game master in online games or a cheater in single-player games, naturally doing whatever he pleases. He immediately responded respectfully, it turns out to be the esteemed sword saint of Zhanfeng. I am your fan, whatever it is, just command, I will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Su Ming thumped his chest with a resounding thud. Old Zhao, your student is really on the right track. Chen Xuanyi chuckled. Then a video pop-up window appeared in front of him. There were two people in the video. One was the Grand Principal Zhao Renjie, whom Su Ming was very familiar with in real life. The other was someone Su Ming often saw on TV and videos, the mayor Chen Xuanyi. Su Ming has always had great respect for Zhao Renjie because every time he went to the cafeteria he could feel Zhao Renjie's kindness from the remaining meal funds on his card. This grand principal, unlike the finance principal Lu Changhe who always thought about making money from students, was the foremost among the 7 principals of Beiliang Academy, but he mainly focused on scientific research and didn't handle miscellaneous affairs. Zhao Renjie gave a sincere smile and said, Su Ming, you broke the global record for the Fortress of Demons, becoming an outstanding alumnus and making a remarkable contribution to the school. I am very grateful to you, as it should be. Su Ming smiled, not resting on his laurels, all thanks to the training provided by the school. If not for the country and the principal's 2 scholarships for impoverished students, this young man fears he could not have successfully completed his studies. Ahem, let's not chat about family matters. I want to ask, would you agree to me broadcasting your gameplay of conquering the Fortress of Demons to the Global War Network? Chen Xuanyi got straight to the point, stating his intention. I won't hide it from you. After your record-breaking news went viral globally, immediately many busybodies started digging into your background. A bunch of foreigners with really nasty mouths actually slandered you for using bugs, saying you are a fake idol, pushed out by our dragon country, deliberately using the record to attract attention. Chen Xuanyi slammed the table angrily. I will not allow them to slander our country. So let me ask you, if you could live stream the entire process of conquering the Fortress of Demons, all doubts would vanish in front of the unalterable real-time footage. The mayor shrugged his shoulders. Of course I'll pass on all the broadcast fees and tips from viewers around the world to you, taking only taxes, no shares. Without hesitation, Su Ming agreed for no other reason than seeing it as a golden opportunity to become a global internet sensation. Now is not the time to make a fortune in silence, but a time when fame and traffic can easily bring in a lot of money, and as a summoner, the cost of raising summoning beasts is dozens of times more than ordinary professions. Even with a wealthy system in hand, he would never complain about having too much money. Wait a moment, Principal Zhao Renjie, a man of integrity, cautiously reminded him. Once you stream, your skills and attributes will inevitably be exposed. Some of your secrets will also be revealed. Moreover, your exclusive strategy for the Fortress of Demons will be leaked, and someone has already offered 50 million to buy this strategy. Zhao Renjie was not secretive about this. Then, in front of the camera, a stunningly elegant beauty approached, extending her fair arm in greeting. I am Buffinian from the Secret Temple, a Tier 5 temple assassin. We are willing to pay 50 million to acquire your nightmare-level Fortress of Demons strategy. Su Ming was somewhat shocked. Just for a level 1 dungeon you are willing to offer 50 million? The secret temple is really lavish. Buffinian chuckled. Little brother, if you are interested in joining our secret temple, we are willing to offer you a 200 million annual salary under a 10-year long-term contract. How about it? Buffinian was very sincere. Su Ming spread his hands. Thanks, but I've heard you only recruit assassins, and as a summoner I might not be compatible. No worries, for top talents we are always flexible with our recruitment standards. Buffinian smiled lightly. 50 years ago we only recruited women, but then we met a male assassin genius who changed jobs to become a Shura demon assassin, and overnight we changed the charter. Even the temple's master proactively pursued him and married him, vowing to serve him for life, and thus he was drawn into our fold, turning the secret temple from a local gang into a national force. By the way, he is my father, Buffinian added simply. Su Ming replied, but I refuse to sell the strategy. Amidst Buffinian's earnest, clear blue eyes full of anticipation, Su Ming firmly refused. Buffinian, hands on hips, was greatly disappointed and even a bit angry, suspecting Su Ming of teasing her, as he had seemed particularly willing earlier. Su Ming spoke earnestly. I have a great fondness for the mysterious temple, and I am very pleased with Ms. Buffinian's attempts to recruit me. Therefore I must adhere to my life principle, never to betray a friend. Buffinian was momentarily taken aback, a hint of curiosity rising in her heart. Do you mean there is something wrong with the strategy guide? Su Ming continued seriously. You purchase strategy guides hoping to be among the first 100 to clear the game, to farm top-tier equipment or perhaps rare skill books, right? Of course, she replied, nodding her head like a pecking chicken. Unfortunately, my strategy guide is not replicable at all. Your people will hardly be able to copy the homework. Su Ming smiled lightly. I could easily accept the 50 million as the guide I provide does indeed work and there's no deceit involved. However, you would have spent money in vain, earning nothing back and purely running at a loss. I see. Bufian immediately felt her admiration for Su Ming skyrocket. Such an honest person, truly a bright and cheerful young man still living in the ivory towers of academia. If it were someone from the corporate world, they would surely take the 50 million from the mysterious temple without a second thought, letting them suffer in silence. Principal Zhao Renjie showed a look of satisfaction. In these desperate times of abyssal invasions, we must still preserve our humanity and not be solely driven by profit. Su Ming, I am very pleased with you and will fully support your application for a national award. Thanks, Principal. Su Ming waved his hand, feeling quite the pinch despite himself. It was 50 million after all. However, now awakened to the godlike wealth system, he felt there was no need to offend a well-regarded powerful faction over 50 million. That would be too narrow-minded. He was a man aiming for the stars and the sea. Good, since your strategy can't be copied, you might as well make a big fortune by streaming it live. Chen Xian nodded approvingly, smiling. Let the global professionals see the prowess of our dragon country's genius. He lowered his voice. Seize this opportunity. Many top university officials are also watching you. Plus, having just been awarded the rank of junior lieutenant, the leaders of various military regions are also very interested in you. Make sure to perform well, understood? Su Ming's expression was resolute as he switched his and Monkey Brothers' back equipment to capes. Regardless of attributes, it had to look cool. Thus, when the live stream accompanied Su Ming as he conquers the demon fortress went live, the camera captured two lonely figures in battle robes. One was a colossal monkey standing like a steel giant on the city walls. The other was a handsome youthful boy, his body covered in scars like a little beast licking its wounds. Was this really Su Ming, who had just broken the world record for the 55th floor of the demon fortress? Instantly countless viewers flooded into the live broadcast room. In this era of information overload, news of Su Ming's livestream quickly topped search engine lists and became the hottest topic on various short video and microblogging apps. Dragon Country's audience was particularly enthusiastic. They all wanted to witness the rise of a genius powerhouse from their own land. A user named Bubu Shengyan was the first to enter the livestream, donating 100000. I'm here to support little brother Su Ming. We at the mysterious temple are cheering for him. Meanwhile, foreigners also crowded into the livestream room. Crap, why are there two monkeys from Dragon Country on the screen? Big and small, quite amusing. Bloody hell. I don't believe Dragon Country can conquer the long-sealed demon fortress instance. There must be some trickery involved. We from Sakura Country will send top inspectors to find evidence of Su Ming's cheating. Su Ming, could it be possible that you are of our Korean lineage lost in Dragon Country? Thinking about it, Su Ming couldn't see any bullet comments. All he could see was a virtual camera aerially filming him in the battlefield. He smiled and pointed at his face. Pay attention, this guy is called Little Su. Besides being a bit more handsome, a bit more dashing, a bit smarter, having slightly better grades, being a little stronger and having a higher EQ, he almost has no other merits worth mentioning. Chen Xian, Zhao Renjie and Bufian were watching. Bufian, showing interest, said, I didn't expect Junior Su Ming to be a live streaming genius, quite good at engaging the audience. Bufian, a top talent from the mysterious Holy Temple, with her hidden profession as a Holy Temple assassin and usually having high standards, for the first time showed undisguised interest in someone of the opposite sex. After all, he had just saved her 50 million, an amount that those pursuing her could never afford and the reserved her would never accept. But this time, it was as if Bufian had accepted a gift of 50 million from Su Ming, naturally leaving a great first impression. Principal Zhao Renjie expressed some concerns. He shouldn't get addicted to live streaming and neglect tackling the dungeon, right? What if we ruin his grand plan of clearing it? Wouldn't that be a sin? Chen Xianyi scoffed, unconcerned. Even if he accidentally fails to clear it, what's the big deal? The Grand Mayor can just issue him a dungeon pass so he can clear it again, right? If once is not enough, then 10 times. After all, I am a sword immortal with countless battle honors to spare. Even if he hits the dungeon attempts limit, it doesn't matter. I built this dungeon, and using the administrator's privileges to open a backdoor for him is nothing. This was outright favoritism. Zhao Renjie added, that's also true, he has set a record already. Looking at it this way, promoting our country's prestige through live streaming is more important. His performance is quite good. Qin Xianyi was very satisfied, his gaze sharply sweeping over Su Ming's summoned beast. What is that giant monkey? Never heard of or seen before, could it be another mysterious summoned creature? Wei Zhao Renjia shook his head. A giant monkey that seemed so humane, its eyes as if having experienced vicissitudes, yet forever youthful and forever passionate with surging battle spirit. The life of Wukong is a life of resistance. Zhao Renjia's assessment was quite apt. The 61st wave of demons is about to strike. I'll show all viewers something new. This must be the first reveal globally, right? Su Ming held up two thumbs. Congratulations on your earnings. Now please keep your eyes peeled. The camera obligingly followed Su Ming's gestures, panning over the war-torn land as the portal to another dimension opened. From the abyss, monstrous creatures roared and crawled out in overwhelming numbers, far beyond imagination. Their identity was apparent. They were the abyssal worm demons, creatures right off the cover of a middle school biology textbook. As a top student, Su Ming immediately began to explain to his live audience. So it's them, quite a historical restoration, huh? During the Battle of the Demon Fortress, due to the 311th Fire Elemental Mage Group being targeted and decimated by the Serpent Demons around the 60th wave, the Dragon Kingdom suffered from a severe shortage of area elemental damage. What remained were mere fragments of warrior, gunner and archer classes still defending the lonely city with their relentless fighting spirit. Thus the demon lord smartly dispatched the worm demons. Su Ming shrugged. These small-sized abyssal creatures have low attack, low defense and low health, but their numbers are massive. They only fear area of effect spells, not caring about high-level warriors, gunners or archers. Previously, the demon lord had hesitated to deploy them, likely wary of the 311th group. Su Ming grinned. However, folks, thanks to completing 2 hidden quests, I managed to preserve the fire elemental mages who were historically doomed to perish. The camera then zoomed in on the main city wall. Indeed, the battle flag of the 311th group, the soul of the flame dragon, still hung high on the tower, and rows of mages were seen fervently drinking mana potions to replenish their magic power. What? Exclaimed the audience from Sakura country, jaws dropping. That must be cheating. It's the 60th wave. How could the main forces that were supposed to be annihilated still survive? The audience from Gaul expressed their outrage. How did you do it? Dragon Country's viewers, most of whom had participated in the Demon Fortress raids during their school days and had memorized this poignant history, were especially curious. Su Ming smiled faintly and explained smoothly, it's quite simple, just complete 2 urgent recruitment quests. First, lead a suicide squad to annihilate all the stone demons outside the city. This will strip the Demon Legion of their strategic ability to turn fossils into mud, henceforth making the city walls as solid as gold, providing perfect protection for the warriors. Second, ride out with the dragon cavalry to hunt down all the flame demons. This will deprive the Demon Legion of their ability to counter the 311th Fire Elemental Mage Group and lose their long-range fire striking capability, allowing this heroic group to rest easy and cast fireballs from the city walls without any worries. That's the dungeon strategy you were curious about. I've told it all, no lies, got it? He spread his hands in query. The audience was baffled. Wait a minute, buddy, you talk about urgent recruitment, we've all seen that. But the Demon Fortress is a solo dungeon. Who dares to venture out and fight within the encirclement of the demon troops? Yeah, another chimed in with a bitter smile. Your strategy might as well say, just need 1 hit with 999 damage to kill the demon lord and you can defend the Demon Fortress. What? You can't do it? Then you haven't reached the threshold of my strategy. It's because you're too weak, not because the strategy doesn't work. Su Ming helplessly replied, what can I do then? You all say it's impossible, but I did it. No one could refute him. All the spectators were left speechless, choking on their words. Ha, this kid really suits my temperament. Mayor Qin Xianyi laughed heartily, his belly shaking. Such domineering words truly showcase the martial virtue of our dragon nation. Perhaps all the answers lie in his summoned beast. Shinzimo was utterly convinced by his own speculation and coldly said to Zhao Muyu's secretary Zhao, it's quite clear that the problem lies with his job transfer card. Before he entered the dungeon, I saw very clearly that the summon was just a C-grade macaque. Shinzimo sneered repeatedly, and now? That one looks at least of an excellent grade, or even possibly a legendary giant ape. Where did that come from? There's only one explanation. His hidden job allows him to mutate ordinary summons into something much stronger. You have been negligent. If I had been the one to obtain this summoner's job transfer card, all the honors this time would have belonged to our Ironblood alliance. His words were sharply accusatory. Zhao Muyu, already decided on changing her job and tired of appeasing this demanding young master, didn't bother to hide her thoughts. You were also present, you have higher authority, and you had 40 million in ample funds. If you thought there was an issue at the time, you could have taken over the acquisition yourself, offering more than the 20 million that Su Ming did. Shin Zimo was momentarily stunned. Zhao Muyu continued to retort, moreover, Mr. Shin, you seem rather inexperienced about the trading process of job cards. Because any professional can directly add the job card to their panel, it's impossible for the seller to give the job card to the buyer for verification in advance. The reason is simple: they fear we buy it for zero cost, take the goods and run. Only after the transaction is complete does the buyer get to verify the goods at the moment of receiving them. She scoffed, so we can only take the seller's word for it. If he says it's a regular summoner job card, then it can't be a hidden job card, understand? You questioning me on this, I must respectfully disagree. Zhao Muyu shook her head, her tone indifferent. I have fulfilled all my duties as a secretary. Even if the Ironblood Alliance were to dismiss me in the future, they cannot slander my record. Instead, they must provide me with a proper severance package. Shin Zimo, he didn't expect that Zhao Muyu, who had always been humble and deliberately trying to please him, would become so assertive and sharp-tongued once she grew stronger. When I get home, I'll definitely make my parents fire you, you wretched woman, Shin Zimo thought maliciously. However, his thoughts were quickly interrupted by the exclaims of his classmates. Shin Zimo also watched stunned at the shocking scene unfolding. Su Ming was commanding his troops. Brother Monkey, first use your hair-splitting clone, then perform the 72 transformations to become a flame demon. Little fox, just stand on my shoulder and cast the mighty fireball, but watch out for the demon's long-range sneak attacks. Cough cough. Dragoon guards, heed my command. Abandon swords, take up arms and aim your shots at the insect demons. Should they breach the wall, switch to shields to protect our front line. My daredevil brothers, just scatter shots with your bows and arrows, we can just play it by ear and act the fool. After all, we are not the main force in these waves of demonic sieges, let's conserve our strength for the battles to come. With those words from Su Ming, a roar like a tsunami erupted from behind him. At your command, Lord Su Ming. Audience from Dragon Nation, audience from Eagle Nation. Isn't he a level 1 summoner? How come he has hundreds of summons behind him? Audience from Elephant Nation. Something's off. How can an ordinary soldier command such an elite force? Dragon Nation must be cheating. Shin Zimo's eyes nearly bulged out as he bellowed in anger. I knew it. That has to be a hidden job change card for summoners. Zhao Muyu, how dare you shirk responsibility? Look at that giant ape, it must have dual talents, shadow clone and great transformation. What's outrageous is that ordinary shadow clones can't inherit skills, but this giant ape can transform into 13 blazing demons at once. If Su Ming isn't a hidden class, what is he? He questioned loudly. Zhao Muyu was also stunned, thinking, could it be that student who sold the job card was really a fool? Selling a hidden job card is a regular one, just selling it to Su Ming for a mere 20 million. As many watched in stunned silence, the transformed Dark Goku's blazing demons furiously spewed magma, turning the battlefield into fiery pits. Any insect demon that stepped into them was instantly fried and cooked. Meanwhile, the 311 Elemental Mage Corps on the city walls mercilessly rained down meteor showers, slaughtering wave after wave of insect demons. Together they annihilated 90% of the insect demons, while others merely followed up with light efforts, defending against the frightening 61st to 70th waves of demonic tides. Such is the life of us summoners. Su Ming bowed apologetically to the audience. Sorry, there wasn't much of a show or the blood-pumping battle you were expecting. My record breaking is just this plain and dull. The global audience was collectively speechless. Bu Fian looked conflicted, unable to help but sigh. My junior's strategy is truly inimitable. If I had spent 50 million on a strategy guide that just said let the NPCs and summons handle it from wave 61 to 70, I would never believe it. I'd think it's a fake guide. She flicked her hand, rewarding Su Ming another 100,000, grateful beyond words. Audience from Koala Nation. Oh my god, this guy named Mingsu, he's going to be our greatest enemy for the next decade. Once he grows up, he might monopolize the records in all major dungeons, turning all world records into his personal taboo. Audience from Cherry Blossom Nation. Is Su Ming-san really just a poor student from an ordinary family? Impossible, only those of noble lineage can achieve such Great deeds, he must be the illegitimate child of some big shot or possess some special noble lineage, like the protagonists of old comics who are either super scions or grandsons of Navy admirals, sons of the fourth Hokage, or descendants of Shinigami and Quincy's, etc. Audience from Elephant Nation, I see now. Mr. Su Ming must have fed his summoned beast with cow dung and curry to have received the mighty blessings of Lord Shiva, allowing it to mutate so remarkably. Tonight I too shall feed my summoned beast an extra meal and a cup of water from the Ganges to hasten its mutation. The audience didn't even discuss the fierce battles within the instance because frankly it was boring. Watching NPC's meteor shower obliterate those pitiful insect demons, what's the fun in that? Some viewers from the Eagle Nation even protested, an insect demon's life is still a life. They staunchly opposed the Dragon Nation's massacre of insect demons, and it was all broadcasted live in front of professional gamers globally. Disgusting. We all turned off the lights, even Chen Xin Ea. Sword Immortal, used to seeing the world's wonders, was shocked by these bizarre viewers. He had to mute a few and ban some to restore some harmony to the live broadcast. If it were just an ordinary summoner's job card, Shinzemo, who was already obsessed, continued to rack his brains analyzing. If that's the case, he would have only 3 summoning spaces, just like me. It's impossible to have a huge monkey, a little fox, and then a dense crowd of soldiers, those soldiers who were killing demons. Also gathered experience sparks that clearly went to Su Ming, evidently his summons too. Shinzemo swore, that must be a legendary summoner's job card comparable to a top professional's necrotic plague. Jiamuyu rolled her eyes, too lazy to argue anymore. 20 million for a necrotic plague. Thinking the seller is a fool, huh? She also firmed up her decision to leave the Iron Blood Alliance. After all, Shinzemo was Shin Jinghong's only son and would definitely inherit the Iron Blood Alliance. Offending this vindictive man meant that any future efforts in the alliance would be pointless. Even if one held a high position once Shinzemo took over, they would be wiped clean. Meanwhile, as everyone was discussing, 2 very conspicuous military vehicles arrived at Beiliang Academy. Principal Zhao Renjie hurried to welcome them. They respectively represented the 1st Military Academy of the Dragon Nation, Hunter Nation Military Academy, and the 3rd Military Academy, Yanhuang Military Academy. Every year, they send a vast number of officers to the front line against the abyss in the Dragon Nation, from which numerous heroes have emerged. These academies are the sacred destinations that many students aspire to. If in the old era students dreamed of attending the top 5 renowned schools, Xingbei, Fuxiu and Bluefly, in the era of global job transition, they only wished to join one of the Dragon Nation's 10 national military academies. The reason is simple. Compared to ordinary universities, the military academies offer double the instance access passes and even distribute a set of professional equipment annually based on the students' credits. This means that by the time they graduate and join the battlefield, students from the top 10 military academies can basically rely on the school and replicas to possess graduation equipment appropriate for their level. Their attributes and skills naturally far surpass those of ordinary college students, giving them an advantage at the starting line. Hello, I am Sun Jiangwo, the Deputy Director of Admissions at Hunter National Military Academy. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes said amiably as he shook hands with Zhao Renjie, smiling. The purpose of my visit is self-evident, to recruit Su Ming specially. But as places are limited, I wanted to observe his abilities firsthand. It's fortunate that our Yanhuang Military Academy is also very interested in Su Ming. Beside him, another elder in traditional attire chuckled and interjected, I am Chu Tianqi, the Vice Principal of Yanhuang Military Academy. I trust the evaluation given by the group Demon Fortress Replica AI and hope that Lieutenant Su Ming will join Yanhuang. The 2 prestigious military schools had come to poach the promising talent. Witnessing this scene, the students around felt a sourness in their hearts. Why are my eyes always filled with tears? Because my mouth is full of lemons. Meanwhile, Shin Jinghong, who had sensed something amiss from his stammering son and the vague secretary, also rode a ferocious dinosaur secretly to Beiliang Academy. He wore sunglasses and did not reveal his identity. Dad, Lord of the Alliance. Shinzemo and Zhao Muyu, summoned to a corner, looked in surprise at the middle-aged man who took off his sunglasses. It was indeed the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, a high-level warrior class known as the Berserker. Shin Jinghong's expression was serious. What's the matter? Every time Su Ming is mentioned you start beating around the bush. Have you offended him? Shinzemo immediately stuttered and shrank his neck. Zhao Muyu sighed lightly and explained everything from the request to buy the summoner job card to Master Shin Zimo's 40 million gamble. We had some friction with him, but it was just a rivalry among students, nothing to worry about. But what if? Shin Jinghong's heart sank. Zhao Muyu, planning to switch jobs soon, spoke frankly. Later, in a fit of anger, Master Shin impulsively reported a bug in the replica, attracting Mayor Chen Xian's attention, and even publicly slandered Su Ming, suggesting he might be cheating using bugs. These two incidents, if ever known by Su Ming, would surely not sit well with our Iron Blood alliance. Slap! A slap struck Shin Zimo's cheek. Fool! After scolding his son, Shin Jinghong shouted loudly. However, Zhao Muyu was quite disappointed, noting clearly, not even a slap mark was left. Obviously Shin Jinghong had held back. He was a 5th-tier senior fighter with strength over 500 points. It was clear how much he doted on his son, who had possibly provoked a future legendary summoner and committed a grave error, yet received only a slap. With this thought, Zhao Muyu took out her phone, went to the App Store, and started downloading the Abyss Direct Hire app, ready to send her resume to other forces. If one place doesn't keep me, another will. In front of Beiliang Academy's replica, the verbal duel between the 1st and 3rd military schools of the Dragon Nation had begun. Our military academy has held the top spot for a decade. Rank 3 is nothing to brag about, understand? Sun Jiangwo, the deputy director of admissions, expressed his disgust. Nothing but false reputations. Chu Tianqi, the vice principal of Yanhuang Military Academy, retorted sharply. Over the years, as the top military academy, how many powerful figures have had their privileged children admitted without exams? How many nephews, nieces, grandsons, and granddaughters have been stuffed into your school? The quality of your students varies wildly, many are hardly useful. The reason you're still ranked first is only because of the excellent performance of the previous few batches of graduates who still earn you a lot of points. To put it bluntly, even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, that's all. Chu Tianqi sneered, showing his disdain as he continued. Anyone with clear eyes can see that your lead is shrinking, and it will soon reach a critical point. Within 3 years you will definitely fall from grace. At our Yanhuang Military Academy we are diligent and focused, directing resources only towards our most outstanding students, unlike you who lavish precious resources on the children of influential figures. Sun Jiangwo's face darkened. Exposing each other's dirty laundry is a common occurrence when military academies meet, and they are usually well aware of each other's secrets. In truth, the issues Chu Tianqi spoke of were common to most military academies. Sun Jiangwo didn't believe Yanhuang Military Academy was any cleaner. Calm down, Principal Zhao Renjie coughed, reminding them, gentlemen, the top 10 military academies are considered sacred by the students of Beiliang. Are you sure you want to continue tarnishing this reputation? Sun Jiangwo and Chu Tianqi paused, looking around to see many students displaying expressions of despair as if their Gigi's house had collapsed. Their illusions about the top 10 military academies shattered. Ahem. The two quickly changed their tone, displaying standard smiles, and began to recite their promotional slogans. At our Ligua Military Academy we boast strong faculty and beautiful teaching environments, offering numerous opportunities for overseas studies each year. Our own high-level blacksmith and enchantment teams providing custom gear sets for our students. Welcome to enroll at Yanhuang Military Academy, located at the frontier of the Dragon Nation, facing the abyss. Danger and opportunity walk hand in hand. During your time here you can quickly accumulate merits and exchange precious materials and top-tier equipment at a 50% discount, making it the best choice for professionals who want to level up quickly. At that moment Shin Jinghong stepped out from the shadows, smiling. Zimo, this is your uncle Jiangwo, come and greet him. Sun Jiangwo paused for a moment, then smiled nostalgically. Yo, old classmate, it's been almost 10 years since we last met, hasn't it? The two immediately started chatting amiably. Is brother Sun here for a special recruitment? After some polite exchanges, Shin Jinghong's eyes twinkled as he sneered slightly, showing disdain. But doesn't your Ligua Military Academy value leadership skills the most? Although Su Ming was incredibly popular online, he was after all just a flash in the pan, a typical internet celebrity. His command during the live stream was quite something to behold. No sooner had these words been spoken than the audience saw Su Ming facing the 70th wave of abyssal demons, casually hooked his little finger and lazily instructed, "Monkey bro, freestyle it." Followers watch and learn. Little fox, come here and let me rub your fluffy tail. He don't run, big brother isn't a bad guy. The viewers were amazed. This record-breaking young summoner from the Dragon Nation really knew how to work a livestream. and yet he was about to effortlessly clear the 70th level, and it seemed like even the 99th wouldn't pose a challenge to him. Shin Jinghong burst into laughter. Look, brother Sun, are you sure that this is the kind of talent the Hunter Nation Military Academy needs? Sun Jiangwo fell silent. As the deputy director of admissions, he was also a sharp operator and immediately realized that Shin Jinghong was deliberately targeting Su Ming. After a brief consideration, Sun Jiangwo made his choice. Choosing Su Ming would undoubtedly offend his old friend and would also provoke the ire of the powerful Iron Blood Alliance, with the only benefit being a talented recruit for the Hunter Nation Military Academy. On the other hand, if he wisely chose Shin Zimo, he would owe a huge favor to a fifth-tier professional, and later he could rely on the Iron Blood Alliance for some dirty work, plus the military academy would receive a hefty donation from them. After assessing the situation for a mere 3 seconds, Sun Jiangwo nodded slightly, his face stern as he solemnly declared, "Indeed, at our Hunter Nation Military Academy we value tactical acumen and command abilities the most. However, from what I've observed in Su Ming's livestream of the first 70 levels, it seems he relies merely on that magical monkey. Unfortunately, this doesn't quite meet our admission standards. I must observe more carefully." He declared this righteously, while many astute observers slightly curled their lips in disdain. As for the tacit understanding between Sun Jiangwo and Shin Jinghong, who among the savvy crowd didn't understand it, Chu Tianqi, the vice-chancellor of Yanhuang Military Academy, couldn't help but smile and nod his head. "Respect, bless, happy, I support Director Sun's decision." With a competitor voluntarily stepping down, Chu Tianqi was more than satisfied, so he didn't bother to expose their shady dealings, he just sneered inwardly. The top military academy of the Dragon Nation? It's likely to falter soon with this kind of conduct. The speed of corruption, falling out of the top 10 wouldn't be surprising at all. At that moment, Su Ming suddenly addressed the camera. "I know surely many viewers are dissatisfied and asking, Little Su, we are watching your livestream late at night, can you show off some skills, demonstrate your micromanagement of summons or your advanced tactical understanding?" Sun Jiangwo flinched, almost thinking that Su Ming had seen his conversation with Shin Jinghong. Many were spurred by curiosity, perking up their ears waiting for Su Ming's explanation, but all he could say was, "You're thinking too small." Su Ming stood casually with his hands behind his back, a lonely master's demeanor, standing atop the city walls overlooking the battlefield shrouded in smoke. War is the art of deception. The highest realm is never about showing off skills on the battlefield, but when I dispatch troops the enemy has already lost. The outcome of the battle is actually decided off the battlefield. This is the realm of the military strategist. Su Ming, as a time traveler, pulled out Earth's The Art of War by Sun Tzu to show off, then shrugged his shoulders. "My tactical classes starting from junior high have always been full marks, but why do I just let the summons watch it happen?" White global audiences eagerly anticipated, their interest piqued by him. Su Ming's lips curled slightly. "Because for a summoner, the most important thing is to train his own summoned beasts. My monkey brother can overpower 10 with one strike. Why need directions? Why operate? Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Returning to the basics, learn my operations and all you need to do is push forward." The global audience was left speechless. They felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint any counterargument. Su Ming's words were enigmatic. From the Sacred Hall of Mysteries, Bu Fian, with a hint of confusion, looked towards Principal Zhao Renjie and Mayor Qin Xianyi and said, "I mean, both of you seniors, we should all be supporting Su Ming, right?" I want to ask that Shin Jinghong openly made an under-the-table deal with the deputy director of admissions, snatching Su Ming's special recruitment qualification from the First Military Academy. "How could you not help?" Zhao Renjie disdainfully replied. "The First Military Academy. It's just a name, nothing more." Qin Xianyi snorted coldly. Vice Principal Chu Tianqi was right. The resources in the Hunter Military Academy are skewed towards the progeny of influential figures. Su Ming, with no familial background, can only access basic resources. His first choice of academy should not be the Hunter Military Academy. "And what do you seniors think about Su Ming's command art?" Bu Fian asked curiously. Having specialized in the assassin profession from a young age, she was clueless about tactics, thus easily swayed by Su Ming. "Brilliant." Zhao Renjie gave a thumbs up. "Marvelous." Qin Xianyi clapped his hands. Bu Fian was puzzled. "Are you guys really not being sarcastic? You're not top-level trolls, right?" Then nearby Chu Tianqi stood up, his admiration unhidden, and loudly exclaimed, "Fantastic, he is truly a treasure boy that our Yanhuang Military Academy has been searching for." "Oh, so his command is just watch and hit. Sun Jiangwo couldn't help but scoff, looking down on such crude command. It seems the Yanhuang Military Academy is regressing if they praise such rudimentary command. Chu Tianqi cursed outright. You office-bound academic, what do you know, sitting there with your air conditioning and keyboard only publishing impractical tactical papers in magazines? How often do you go to the front lines? How many high-level demons have you killed? Sun Jiangwo was furious, usually very shrewd and not easily angered, but Chu Tianqi had hit a nerve, striking right at his weak spot. Chu Tianqi continued in his tirade mode, still berating him. Didn't you hear Su Ming's original words? Returning to the basics, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, the most efficient way to deal with demons is not some intricate tactics, but to smash a 6th-tier divine spell, Longinus, the dragon spear, right on their heads. Su Ming's words have indeed reached the zenith of the military sage's realm of winning without fighting. Moreover, unlike you who only speak grand but empty words, he personally practices his art of command. Chu Tianqi's eyes brimmed with admiration. Just look, the unprecedented 70th level clearance was born under his command. How many levels have you, with all your talk of command art, barely passed? Sun Jiangwo was immediately left speechless in rebuttal. His own record was a mere 12 levels, a 5-fold difference. Mentioning it would only bring laughter. It's just dumb luck, totally unfair. Sun Jiangwo could only mutter under his breath. He just lucked out with a mutant summoning beast. If I had that, I could do it too. Chu Tianqi sneered continuously. Lesson 1, Line 2 of Tactical Command. Make full use of all the resources at your disposal. You traded with Xin Jinghong, using his resources to secure a special admission for his son to the Hunter Military Academy. Yet you discarded Su Ming because he had no power or influence. Why didn't you mention fairness just now? Chu Tianqi bluntly exposed the hypocrisy, counterattacking with his words. Now that Su Ming has obtained a mutant summoning beast, you start talking about fairness. But what about Shen Zimo, whom you are about to recruit? The first time he entered the instance, he wore an exceptional suit and had an exceptional saber-toothed tiger. Is that fair? What hypocrisy! Chu Tianqi looked at him with disgust, ashamed to be associated with him. Suddenly, applause erupted around them. The students from North Liang had overheard their quarrel and were incensed, rallying their support for Yanhuang Military Academy, the #1 military school, a haven for corruption. It turns out that the special admission slots at Hunter were given to those with power and influence, yet they still had the audacity to boast about fair educational resources. Utterly ludicrous. Su Ming, soon to be the first in the world to break the record at the Demon Fortress, was discarded by the Hunter Military Academy like a worn-out shoe, and his tactical command skills slandered. Shen Zimo, with his family's vast resources, was eliminated in the 10th wave, yet he became the tactical master through special recruitment. What a Hunter Military Academy, what a top institution! Sun Jiangwo's face turned iron blue, but he dared not speak further. Realizing he had provoked the crowd's anger and fearing the escalation of the issue, decided to play dead and handle it coldly. Meanwhile, as Su Ming rested, the 71st to 80th waves of demons majestically approached. It was the Soul Snatcher demons. The live broadcast audience gasped in surprise. The casual ease on their faces vanished in an instant. Su Ming also seriously educated the clueless newbie professionals. The so-called Soul Snatcher demons are a rather rare type of high-level demon. They have two particularly perverse talents. One is corpse possession, allowing them to inhabit the bodies of our human warriors and gain most of their skills from life. The other is soul snatching, which allows them to use their powerful mental force to directly extract the souls of professionals and possess them. Imagine, Su Ming said gravely, a trusted comrade in arms suddenly taken over by a soul snatcher demon and stabbing you in the back. Wouldn't that be an easy success? And the most terrifying part is the suspicion it breeds, leading everyone to doubt each other. Comrades can no longer trust each other, everyone fears being ambushed. What a mess! Unless there are mental professionals who can apply anti-mental shields to NPCs, how can we combat the soul snatcher demons? The audience held their breath for Su Ming. The moment to truly demonstrate tactical acumen had arrived. Sun Jiangwo from the Hunting Nation Military Academy burst into laughter. Could it be that Su Ming is still just watching and fighting? Even if Su Ming was eliminated in the 71st wave, he has already made history by advancing the world record from the 55th wave by 16 waves. Who dares to underestimate him? Su Ming's skills have surpassed all the top students of your military academy. Bufian questioned coldly. Their secret temple is not afraid of the Hunting Nation Military Academy at all. Sun Jiangwo shamelessly laughed loudly. 3 Times pretending to be calm as he poured himself some tea. It's just luck. Relying on sheer fluke might work for a while, but it ultimately won't stand scrutiny. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded occurred. The tense expression on Su Ming's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a sly, mischievous smile. I'm so scared. Just kidding, dear audience, isn't it just a soul-stealing demon? It's really nothing, watch me easily handle it. With that, he waved his hand dismissively at the 120 elite warriors and 108 dragon cavalry. The usual, just watch. Pfft. The tea in Sun Jiangluo's mouth sprayed out, drenching Shen Jinghong across from him. Su Ming might be too arrogant. Could he possibly crash and burn? Principal Zhao Ranjie was sweating for him. Shen Xian thought it was very straightforward. I think he's very open-minded, very much a loner. My guess, he probably realized he has no cards in his hand to deal with the soul-stealing demon, so he simply gave up and decided to leave the outcome to the NPCs of the demon fortress. Knowing when to give up is also a kind of courage. Yes, after all, it is the soul-stealing demon. Boo. Fian's delicate face was filled with helplessness as she sighed. They are in ghost form, immune to physical attacks, and their attack type is soul-based. I remember professionals below the third tier generally don't have soul-type abilities. A high-level demon truly lives up to its reputation. Su Ming, this is the end. Shen Jinghong took a deep sigh, feeling satisfied. What he dreaded, the world's first group to storm the demon fortress, would inevitably bring a fixed reward. A random piece of legendary epic or even artifact-level exclusive item. Many record-breaking prodigies have relied on this unique reward to embark on their brilliant careers that shine across the heavens. He came here specifically to target Su Ming for no other reason. Since his son had offended him severely, there was no need to mend their relationship, just directly seize Su Ming's opportunity, push him down into the dust, and make him a mediocre waste. After all, even though his son made a grave mistake, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and who doesn't protect their own? As a loving father, after disciplining his son, he should and could only do his utmost to cover for him. Global audiences were all but optimistic. The French viewers commented, "It is the heart-stealer demon after all, just raise the white flag and surrender." We are familiar with this. The Thai viewers wondered, why do all these soul-stealer demons look like beautiful women? The more I look, the more charming they seem compared to giant lizards. Hey Su Ming, why not turn off the live stream and enjoy yourself first before quitting the game? The Korean viewers remarked, demons that steal others' bodies. Well, they must share the same origin as our nation's history of appropriation. Thus, our Korean demons can indeed easily crush the geniuses of the dragon country Smista. However, during the 71st wave of monsters, Su Ming simply pointed forward and commanded their monkey, please do the hard work, leap off the wall and become the target for the soul stealers. Without a word, Black Monkey scaled down the wall and agilely made his way to the front of the battlefield. What, has he gone mad? On the vast battlefield there stood a lone summoned beast about to become the target of every soul stealer's attack. The audience was in uproar, foreseeing the inevitable outcome. Does he think he's losing? Not fast enough? As a master tactician who publishes 5 high-scoring papers annually in authoritative military journals, Sun Jiangluo immediately took charge. That giant monkey summon is the only reason Su Ming could hold up to the 70th wave. I've observed that it is built of steel and iron with extremely high attributes. Most demons can't breach its defense. It's the perfect tank. It helped significantly reduce casualties among the NPCs in the demon fortress, enabling them to snowball and strengthen their ranks with a top-tier temporary follower squad. But once it's taken over by a soul stealer, the tables will turn. His strengths will become his great weaknesses. Sun Jiangluo, posing like a profound scholar, took out a folding fan and elegantly played with it. I can already see Su Ming's end. Inside the Northern Liang Academy, silence prevailed. Most students hoped Su Ming could defend up to the 99th layer, making a first clear of the demon fortress. Unfortunately, faced with an irresistible force like the soul stealers, they could only stop here. Such bad luck can only be blamed on the dungeon designer being a psycho, stuffing soul stealers into a level 1 beginner's dungeon. Isn't this just deliberately disgusting? It seems this dungeon was never designed to be cleared from the start. Just bad luck, the students thought, filled with impotent rage watching Sun Jiangluo's smug success, Shen Zimo's arrogantly mocking demeanor, and Shen Jinghong's completely relaxed contempt. However, just as the soul-stealer demon soared into the air, transforming into a terrifying shrieking black mist and diving into Black Monkey's head, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The attack of the soul stealers, like butter hitting lava, fizzled out with black smoke and then evaporated, disintegrating into countless soul fragments. Am I seeing things? Sun Jiangwo's smile froze and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Countless soul stealers rose into the air like fireflies to flames trying to occupy Black Monkey's body. However, puff, 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 all the cackling soul stealers evaporated within the body of the great sage, all perishing, and Monkey simply stood there holding his staff, his expression serene, standing on the ground like a lighthouse, drawing all the soul stealers' gazes. It was an absolute crushing of soul strength. Chu Tianqi from the Yanhuang Military Academy slapped the table in elation. Su Ming, oh Su Ming, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? The summoned creature in question was not a mere common summon in the usual sense. It possessed a spiritual root and seemed to have a complete arc of life, weathered by time and with a fulfilled soul. In essence, the attack of the soul stealers is a direct competition of soul strength. Whoever is stronger gains control over the body, much like a dual personality in mental illness. A strong personality will dominate a weaker one. Chen Xian was very satisfied. So that's how it is. Su Ming is indeed a top-notch scholar. Although he is just a low-rank professional without means to counter soul attacks, his foundational knowledge is solid and he understands the principles of soul attacks well. Therefore, he deliberately used a summon with an extremely strong soul as a live target, throwing it into the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the global audience was also in a state of shock and confusion. Did he cheat? Why do those soul stealers, despite seeing their peers sacrificed, still continue to rush forward to their deaths? What kind of god-level summon is this? Someone contact Su Ming for me, I am willing to pay 1 billion to acquire it. My goodness, in such a dire situation he still managed to turn the tables. Could tonight really witness the first global conquest of the demon fortress? Although Su Ming couldn't see the barrage of comments, his lips curled into a smile as if he could read human nature. I guess many people are questioning the intelligence of high-level demons. Why, seeing their comrades fall, do they still madly hurl themselves into my brother Monkey's body? Su Ming shook his head. I advise those professionals who hold this view to retake their senior high school biology. It's clearly written in the section on high-level demons that the innate instinct of a soul stealer is to devour strong souls to thrive through death. Their instinct is irresistible, because once they successfully devour a higher life form, they can transform into a soul stealer lord, evolving to a higher form. Moreover, any strong fortress, if persistently attacked, will eventually be torn apart. Every soul stealer hopes to be that lucky one. My summon precisely possesses a robust, resilient and invincible strong soul. With a touch of nostalgia, Su Ming mused about the plot of Black Myth Wukong. He had thrice raised his rebellious Rui Jingu Bang against the heavens, intent on slaying the gods of heaven and the Buddhas of Mount Meru who sought immortality by feeding on the spiritual essence of the people. A call for Wukong, a lifetime as the great sage. It's important to note that soul is a Western term, its Eastern counterpart is Yuanshan. During the 99 adversities of his journey to the west, Wukong had his Yuanshan leave his body, ascending to Mount Meru and descending to the underworld, seeking demon kings and visiting bodhisattvas. How formidable was that? These mere soul stealers, they wish to destroy his Yuanshan, they delusionally aspire to usurp his body. Furthermore, the 6-ding divine fire in the crucible of the Grand Supreme Elder Lord once refined the physical body of the great sage to perfection, making it nearly impossible for soul-snatching demons to find a way into the great sage's soul, only to futilely shatter against his primordial spirit. Su Ming's lips curved slightly upwards as he spoke fluently during the live broadcast. In this room, the academic content is quite high, do you all understand? The stronger the soul, the more fatally tempting it is to the soul-snatching demons, making them willingly crash to their deaths against my summoned creatures. Of course, if there were a higher-ranking soul-snatching demon lord on the battlefield, it could command all other demons to cease their attacks and instead target those ordinary soldiers who lack resistance. Su Ming laughed, but the demon fortress is ultimately just a level 1 newbie instance, and even at nightmare difficulty, a high-ranking demon lord would not appear. The reason is simple. Not enough performance, not enough battery. The audience was puzzled. They were just getting a lesson in biology. Why did Su Ming switch to talking about performance and battery life? Though Su Ming couldn't see the barrage of comments, he seemed to see through the worldly veil, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. I know many might not understand what I mean, but the principle is quite simple. Listen to my analysis. A high-ranking soul-snatching demon lord, what is that? It's nothing less than a true demon duke. Defeating it would drop a divine artifact 100% of the time. But instances are not reality, all demons are simulated by the instance's AI computing power. How much performance would it take to simulate a demon duke? How much electricity would that burn? It's like wishing to run AAA games on an old man's phone expecting 8K resolution and 144Hz refresh rate, purely dreaming. The audience, he makes so much sense it's irrefutable, Su Ming truly. A scholar, our mystery temple has been lacking a strategist with unmatched ingenuity for years. Bufian grew more interested in Su Ming the more she watched, considering recruiting him to join. On the side, Shen Jinghong was furious, his heart a mix of shock and anger. He racked his brains to get close, even secretly promising to donate a teaching building to the Hunter National Military Academy to snatch the special recruitment spot originally meant for Su Ming from Vice Director Sun Jiangwo. He thought he had finally cut off Su Ming's opportunities, aiming to suppress him at the university stage and make him fade into obscurity, yet he never expected the Mystery Temple, even more formidable than the Iron Blood Alliance, was actually extending an olive branch and even considering Su Ming for a core advisory position. The strategist, regret must be eating him alive now. Xu Tianqi, the vice-chancellor of Yanhuang Military Academy, laughed uproariously in front of Sun Jiangwo from Hunter National Military Academy, his face full of mockery. Student Su Ming actually possesses a strategic summoned creature. Even now not yet level 10, the giant monkey can stand firm against the attacks of hundreds of soul-snatching demons. With a bit more training it could become a key weapon against the demon clans. Any military district would spare no effort to recruit such strategic talent. Xu Tianqi's spittle flew as he spoke with the ecstatic expression of a horse trader spotting a thoroughbred at a discount. A junior officer's rank? That's just the starting point for Su Ming. Xu Tianqi thumped his chest thunderously. I bet my career on it. Once he graduates, there will definitely be a military district promising him a major's rank, eager to recruit him. In the future, whenever a city faces a demon invasion unleashing a wave of soul-stealing horrors, all it would take is a slight gesture from our dear student Su Ming to become a hero who turns the tide. By then the points of our outstanding alumni at Yanhuang Military Academy would surge past yours, securing our place as the top military academy. Sun Jiangwo's expression changed drastically as he spoke. Mayor Qin Xian added precisely, Vice Principal Xu Tianqi is very forward-thinking. Despite the exhaustive efforts of scientists from all universities and research institutes across Long Country, no effective method has been found to counter these soul-stealing demons. Our human souls are inherently weaker than those of demons, making them easy targets for theft. Su Ming's giant monkey, which seems to possess a powerful soul from another dimension, is truly a blessing for Long Country by being summonable by him. Suddenly Sun Jiangwo remarked, indeed such a formidable summon creature is of significant research value. I suggest the state urgently requisition it to hand it over to the Academy of Sciences for dissection. If we can achieve a breakthrough in the field of summoners, it would benefit summoners worldwide and Su Ming's name will be eternally remembered. Everyone's face turned pale with indignation. What a despicable scoundrel! Principal Zhao Renjie's usually graceful face turned green with anger, his mouth full of grand moral statements, pretending to be for the sake of Long Country, but in reality he aimed to destroy a future heroic seed. Many students from Beiliang stared angrily. What a patriotic director of the First Military Academy! You've made a fortune today and your household is excessively wealthy. Why not hand it over to the National Treasury to support the war effort? When it comes to requisitioning others you strike hard, but when it's time for voluntary donations you hesitate. You claim to act for Long Country, but you are actually scheming against a rising star, the epitome of shamelessness, Sun Jiangwo retorted with a sinister laugh. It's clearly beneficial for the country, and yet you all oppose it. I think it's time to check your backgrounds, many of you must be foreign spies. Bufian casually countered, in Long Country we've only ever requisitioned idle equipment and the corpses of summoning beasts. There has never been an instance of forcibly taking a life-bound summoned beast from a professional. Such short-sighted actions are unheard of. Sun Jiangwo snorted coldly. Times have changed and the warfront is increasingly tense. Special types of demons are on the rise. The threat of the soul-stealing demons is imminent. To win the war and defeat the demon invaders, requisitioning a student's summoned beast is a trivial price to pay. He proudly pointed to the badge on his chest from Ligua Military Academy. Am I, who is closer to the power hierarchy and more knowledgeable about policies, wrong, or is it you, a mere girl from a wild force, who understands better? with the corners of his lips slightly lifted as he saluted militarily, all for the Dragon Nation. Everyone's heart trembled and they fell into silence. After all, the deputy director of admissions at the first military academy was definitely part of the military's decision-making layer. His words carried significant weight. "TSK, shut your mouth, your words are tarnishing the Dragon Nation," Vice Principal Chu Tianqi contemptuously said, "conspiring to seize a hero's life-bound summoning beast. Do you think you are worthy? Do you really think that by invoking the name of justice you can recklessly commit despicable acts? Do you think the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation are as foolish as you?" As everyone knows, life-bound summoning beasts are often soul-bound with their summoners. Once taken away, it is akin to gouging out a part of the summoner's soul, inevitably harming their talent and potential, causing a drastic drop in attributes. Such an action would render them mediocre with no future to speak of. Chu Tianqi snorted coldly. "That's just the necessary sacrifice for the Dragon Nation to combat the abyss. If Su Ming is unwilling, then he is unpatriotic," Sun Jiangwo bellowed. "You, a coward who hides in an office away from the front line, dare to define who a patriot is?" Chu Tianqi, trembling with anger, retorted. "A citizen of the Dragon Nation only needs to fulfill the duties of paying taxes and defending the country to be a true patriot. If there really are officials who with a special conscription order try to force Su Ming to surrender his giant monkey, wanting him to sacrifice his future in prospects, then I can only say there might be many other countries more worthy of Su Ming's love than the Dragon Nation." Chu Tianqi's words were shocking, leaving Sun Jiangwo dumbstruck. You, this is treason. What's wrong? You think I'm not a patriot either?" Chu Tianqi laughed heartily, lifting his jacket to reveal his scar-laden abdomen. "Look at this scar from a bite. This long and ferocious scar, nearly 30 centimeters, is proof of my defense and fierce battle against a high-ranking serpent demon lord during the Skyfall battle. Our squad fought to the last man, which was me, and I ultimately killed 78 high-ranking serpent demons, completing the sniper mission excellently with their heads as proof. For this I was awarded the first-class merit of Dragon Nation, promoted to colonel, and after death I shall enter the Hall of Valiant Souls." Chu Tianqi then pointed to another scar. "This is not a tattoo, but a mark left by the acidic secretion of the nether dragon Sarachez, permanent and unfading. Do you know what that means? It's a symbol of everyone who participated in Dragon Nation's mission, Dragon Slayer Order 008. That means if I weren't so modest, I would be qualified to wear a Dragon Slayer's Medal of Honor on my chest. Look at this indentation. It's because I'm missing a rib lost during the 137th Abyss counterattack when I was ambushed by a worm demon lord and its 8,000 spawn fell into their nest and was tormented for their amusement. When my comrades rescued me and the military doctors treated me, they had to retrieve my scattered ribs from the nest and put them back inside me. Unfortunately, one was missing." With that, Chu Tianqi proudly puffed out his chest, questioning the other. "Are you implying that I, Chu Tianqi, a first-level combat hero of Dragon Nation, holder of the Dragon Slayer and Demon Hunter badges, an old soldier who has dedicated his life to my motherland and soon to be inscribed in the Hall of Valiant Souls, destined to be called a martyr, am also not patriotic?" Jiangwa Sun stumbled and fell to the ground with a fluster, exclaiming, "I didn't say it. I really didn't say it. You all are my witnesses. He wouldn't dare face the crime of insulting our martyrs. Get lost. Su Ming is under the protection of Yanhuang Military Academy. No one can snatch his life-calling beast under any pretext." Chu Tianqi, with his arms crossed, spoke indifferently. "Moreover, just look at the global live broadcast. Every country is witnessing his heroic breach of the demon fortress. Such a prodigy should be protected and sheltered, not harmed. Let me put it plainly. If he ever considers changing his nationality, he would immediately receive hundreds of invitations." As Chu Tianqi said, the footage of Su Ming effortlessly annihilating the soul-stealing demons from waves 71 to 80 was immediately sent as critical military intelligence back to the staff headquarters of various nations. After all, as a higher demon, the heart-stealing demon has always been a major research focus worldwide. Eagle country allocates $60 billion annually from Congress to support cutting-edge research on these demons. Every effort is being made to woo Su Ming. This directive from various nations represents a consensus among all the major powers. Consequently, in Su Ming's live streaming room, countless accounts representing various nations generously donated money and left messages saying, "We are very interested in you personally and would like to discuss further. We would like to invite You to be the spokesperson for our multinational company with fees exceeding $10 million. For your information, our university has unanimously decided that Mr. Su Ming can study at Cambridge University without entrance examinations with a full scholarship and no foreign language requirements, and we offer a letter of recommendation for employment after graduation. Please consider our offer. Mayor Chen Xian stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Indeed, the impact of the soul-stealing demons is profound." Just within the last 10 minutes, Su Ming has already received 20 million in donations. Principal Zhao Renji also sighed. His professional card seems to have been bought for 20 million and he has earned it back in no time. Meanwhile, as Su Ming yawned out of boredom, the demons from waves 81 to 90 appeared on the horizon. A huge battle achievement chart suddenly appeared on the walls of the demon fortress. The system prompt of the instance also arrived on schedule. "Congratulations, Mr. Su Ming. The demon fortress instance is nearing its end. As the demonic army is furious from the prolonged siege, they will send out all their elite forces in a final assault. From now on, no items will be dropped, all kills will only convert into experience and merit." The list of monsters and their merit points went on, ending with a special crimson mark. Medusa, 100 merit points. Su Ming, suddenly energized, jumped 3 feet high, his eyes nearly popping out, and exclaimed, "Damn, there's actually such a freak monster in the demon fortress? What happened?" Seeing this, most of the audience was slightly astonished. After all, since they had joined the live stream, they had been listening to talks about casual fights and had seen Su Ming's powerful summon creatures easily slaughtering demons. Many in the audience thought to themselves, "If only I were a summoner, these weak demons would be no match for me too." Therefore, when the true challenge of the Fortress of Demons finally arrived, the viewers found it somewhat unbelievable. Su Ming took a deep breath and solemnly said to the camera, "Apologies, friends from around the world, I might not be able to provide commentary shortly, a real battle is about to unfold." With that, he pointed his finger at the last name on the list, Medusa, a rather ordinary legendary demon. Hiss. Viewers around the globe, whether they were lying in bed watching the live stream on their phones, sitting in front of their computers resting their chin in one hand, or watching it projected on the living room TV with their families, collectively gasped in shock. "Insane, Medusa, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? A legendary demon in a level 1 dungeon? This world-first achievement is really something, huh? Can he even make it through?" People of all races, regardless of skin color, were sweating bullets for Su Ming. Suddenly, Principal Zhao Renji seized Mayor Qin Xianyi by the throat. This scene made everyone present drop their jaws. All the students knew the principal's profession: a healing sorcerer, a pure support and healer, a formidable 6th order sword immortal, the wind-slaying sword saint. Undeniably a tough guy was being choked by a healer. This was as absurd as a toad mating with a swan or a teddy dog riding a dragon. "Were you drunk when you wrote this dungeon?" Zhao Renji angrily demanded. "Are you just trying to pain the students, throwing a legendary Grand Lord into a level 1 dungeon? Damn you scoundrel, watch me pull your hair out and crush your eggs." The students were as if petrified by Medusa. Cough cough. "Please mind your image." Bufian quickly pulled the two quarreling old men apart. "I believe Mayor Chen must have had his reasons. I just wanted to replicate true history," Chen Xianyi awkwardly explained. "The Fortress of Demons was the first dungeon I created when I first became mayor. I was quite inexperienced and I only wanted to recreate historical facts, so I forgot its target users were level 1 professional newcomers. Plus, since the highest record was only 55 waves, I forgot to revise the fact that the boss guarding the 90th wave was Medusa and it was never changed." "Humph." Principal Zhao Renji, quite frustrated, directed the students to clear the dungeon exit. "Don't block the exit, prepare flowers and firecrackers and lay out the red carpet." Although Su Ming has stopped here, it's not his lack of effort, but rather the unreliability of a lousy mayor. Its fate. He remains the pride of our North Liang Academy, and the school band will soon play The Sun Rises as usual to encourage him to keep pushing forward. Mayor Qin Xianyi sheepishly added, "I will privately gift him some beginner god-tier equipment as an encouragement. He was the one who suggested it. Let the video and audio recordings be the proof." Zhao Renji's demeanor changed in an instant. "Now that sounds more reasonable." "Damn Zhao Renji, you old fox, were you intentionally stirring up my regret just to make me offer compensation voluntarily?" Chen Xian was dumbfounded, filled with annoyance. "We who battle it out in the field just can't match those of you in the office with your thick faces and dark hearts. Alas, your meager compensation can't compare to the honor, rewards and vast exposure brought by being the first to conquer the global demon fortress." Zhao Renjie sighed deeply, his face full of regret. Perhaps Su Ming might still have a way to break through. His close friend Song Qingfeng clenched his teeth, but he also knew that it was merely a beautiful dream. Bo Fian also said, "Look, Su Ming has never given up, he continues to strive, seeking a glimmer of hope in desperate situations. We should support him." In the live broadcast, Su Ming quickly approached the quartermaster. "I want to collect all the accumulated experience points, by your command, Lord Su Ming." Then streaks of golden light converged. Su Ming, relying on his vast reserves of experience, ascended directly to level 10. Typically, a level 1 newcomer to the profession could rise to about level 5 in their first dungeon, but given the nightmare level difficulty faced by Su Ming and the extra experience rewards for each first time pass of the Demon Fortress's stages, he was able to shoot straight up to level 10. Su Ming didn't want to level up to 10 in front of a global live broadcast because, as everyone knows, every 10 levels is a threshold that allows for drawing additional rewards. For Su Ming, this would be an ace up his sleeve. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided that the global first-time reward from the Demon Fortress was his current primary goal. What if, by some stroke of luck, he drew a divine artifact? Life must include dreams. You never know when you might hit the jackpot. On his panel, Su Ming's attributes surged. Su Ming profession, summoner level, 10 out of 100 attributes, strength 24, constitution 22, agility 25, mental power 29, summoner's pet space, 2/3, available draw for level 10 reward, profession skill book. Without hesitation, Su Ming closed his eyes. Drawl. All summoners globally had started as novices too. They understood Su Ming's maneuver and began to look forward to it. Viewer from Eagle Nation, although you are from Dragon Nation, you kind of remind us of our own country's superhero, mere mortal bodied battling against legends. Really a tad thrilling. Let's support you this time. Student Su, viewer from One Nation. Su Ming-san, unleash your cosmos. The cherry blossoms back home will bloom for you. We are all supporting you right now. Viewer from Elephant Nation. Tisk, everyone's pretending to be internationalists, huh? Am I the only one from my nation who genuinely hopes Su Ming dies at the hands of Medusa? Side, we are too honest, you all are too hypocritical. Viewer from Gull Nation. Go home and drink your curry, Asan. Every time humanity conquers a legendary demon, it serves as a tremendous inspiration for the global resistance against abyssal invasions, providing invaluable reference data for scientists worldwide. All professionals across the globe benefit from this. It is a great battle for the benefit of all mankind. Yet you short-sighted fools still manage to criticize idly. Perfect. Suddenly Su Ming opens his eyes wide, pleased with the talent skill he has just drawn. Beast King Aura skill type, passive effect, grants an additional 50% life and 50% attack power to all your beast-type summon creatures. A straightforward yet brutal talent skill, exactly what was urgently needed. Excellent. Su Ming activates it immediately and sees Black Wukong and Xingqiu Fox's health and attack power surge. After completing this, he addresses the quartermaster directly. Bring out the list of merits, I want to spend them all. As you command. Su Ming spends 200 points of merit to acquire a coveted suit he had previously longed for but decided to forego. Heart of the Swarm, Summoner Class Suit. Note: this suit is exclusive to the Fortress of Demons dungeon and cannot be obtained through other channels. Quality: Dark Gold. Level requirement: none. 2-piece set effect. +1 level to all summon creatures, not limited by the summoner's level. 4-piece set effect. +2 levels to all summon creatures. Gains an additional summon slot. Individual piece effects: Swarm Armor, defense +5, all element resistance +5, reduces all summon creatures' damage taken by 10%. Swarm Boots, defense +2, all element resistance +2, speed +5, increases all summon creatures' speed by 10%. Swarm Gloves, defense +2, all element resistance +2, attack +2, increases all summon creatures' attack by 10%. Swarm Helmet, defense +5, all element resistance +5, increases all summon creatures' health by 10%. Su Ming is quite satisfied with the attributes of the Heart of the Swarm suit. Unfortunately, it is only a level 1 suit with no level requirements. Even though it is of dark gold quality, exclusive to the Summoner class and a limited edition from the Fortress of Demons dungeon, its stats are somewhat low due to the level 1 cap. However, Su Ming no longer regrets spending 200 points of merit. What he values most are the 4 auras from the individual pieces. Black Myth Wukong is his trump card, thus any temporary enhancement to its abilities is like timely help during a Snowstorm. Soon Su Ming spends his last merit points to buy a monk-class combat staff for Black Wukong which he previously could not use. Mysterious demon subduing staff quality, epic level requirement, 13 attack, 25 plus 1 to all skill levels, all element resistance plus 5 strength plus 5 agility plus 5 constitution plus 10 critical rate, plus 20% splash damage, plus 20%. Indeed, it is an exceptionally strong epic combat staff and its attributes are quickly revealed online showcased in the livestream. The audience discusses fervently, wow, truly a hidden reward from the dungeon directly an epic level. That giant monkey, is it really a monk-class summon creature? Interesting, its strength will skyrocket with this staff. Gentlemen, I just realized, Su Ming has been hiding his true strength all this time. He had amassed a great deal of experience without leveling up and saved a heap of merits without spending them, showing a deep cunning, a true schemer. Initially, Su Ming appeared to be just muddling along, but now he's transformed into the top student, a stark contrast to his earlier self. However, many sharp-eyed individuals spotted the trick, holding back at first, not daring to speak in the presence of the big shots. Shen Zimo finally burst out laughing. Under the tremendous pressure from Medusa, Su Ming made a foolish mistake. The magical demon subduing staff was indeed powerful, but sadly its minimum level requirement was 13, and a professional in the dungeon can only gain experience up to level 10, no higher. Shen Zimo, with a look of disdain, thought Su Ming's plan was easy to guess. He probably fancied the staff's splash damage, hoping to wipe out a wide array of demons with a single swing for a crushing effect. Unfortunately, he overlooked the level requirement. Secretary Zhao Muyu immediately facepalmed, her expression a mix of disdain and embarrassment, saying, "Young Master Shen, the less said the better. The more one talks, the more likely they are to slip up." "What do you mean by that?" Shen Zimo glared at her. Her meaning was simple. Bu Fian, with a light chuckle, said, "Level restrictions aren't unbreakable, there are many ways around them. For example, an affix that reduces equipment requirements. Level requirement -5. She promptly showed an epic pair of leggings, or consider a custom gem that reduces equipment requirements by 10%. Bu Fian casually pulled an expensive runestone from her backpack. She shrugged her shoulders and continued, "Look up the divine sword of the highest magic online. Its bearer can ignore all equipment level restrictions. Moreover, there's a legendary universal skill called Jack of all trades which allows thieves to disregard level requirements when choosing daggers." Shen Zimo was left speechless by her retorts, but stubbornly countered, "All the examples you're giving involve high-level gear that's hard to come by. How would Su Ming get his hands on them?" "Roll your pay-to-win eyes and take a good look at Su Ming." Bu Fian smirked, her eyes sparkling as she turned to observe Su Ming, who had just swapped to a set of dark gold armor not listed in the known equipment manual. Wow, he actually managed to acquire a set of dark gold armor that's not even cataloged yet. Now, this will be interesting to watch. The Heart of the Swarm, as the dungeon-exclusive set from the Fortress of Demons, had never circulated outside due to no one clearing it. Su Ming, dressed in the brand-new suit crafted from insect demon leather armor, showcased sleek lines that emphasized his toned abs, exuding both mystery and nobility with its dark golden hue. The four grand auras, misty in appearance, clearly indicated high-quality divine gear. Shen Zimo was dumbstruck, filled with envy and intense admiration. In the next moment, Dark Goku shouldered the mysterious demon-subduing staff without any sense of incongruity, even performing a unique set of staff techniques from another world on the spot. Wow, the giant monkey summon even mastered the martial arts of the knights. What an amazing all-around summon, capable of using monk equipment while mastering the martial arts of knights, and he had just used a paladin's scepter. However, Su Ming's strengthening was far from over. After all the effort and trouble, his goal was not just these minor enhancements in values. Su Ming's true purpose was to unlock the potential of Monkey Brother. As we know, in the final battle of Black Myth, Wukong Monkey Brother was able to perform supernatural feats. He fought fiercely in his giant form, overpowering the four heavenly kings and battling fiercely with Erlangshan, demonstrating extreme prowess. If Dark Goku could unlock this ability early, there might be a chance against Medusa. Unfortunately, when Su Ming examined Monkey Brother's panel, he only saw a string of old skills. Invincible Vajra LV 11, Legendary, Myriad Transformations LV.11, Legendary, Hair Clone LV.2, Legendary. Well, it was my own greed. The supernatural feat is an ultimate skill not likely to be unlocked so soon. Su Ming sighed, but when he glanced at the little transparent Qingqiu fox, he was momentarily stunned. because her innate skill was infinite growth. Every 5 levels she would awaken an additional skill. Now that she had reached level 10 alongside Su Ming, she had awakened 2 major skills: Demon Fox Talent. Charm plus 20-inch, capable of briefly charming all enemies within a 50-meter radius with lower mental strength than hers. Interesting, though just a supportive skill, it seemed to have much potential to be tapped. In Su Ming's mind, an audacious plan began to form: evil resisted. Total resistance plus 50. The little Qingqiu Fox's resistance was maxed out. Now she could fearlessly face Medusa's petrification. After all, this was just a level 1 dungeon and 50 resistance should be sufficient no matter what. Su Ming muttered. Meanwhile, the demon troops were already advancing in a mighty throng. Dark clouds pressed down on the city as if to crush it, and the black fog completely enveloped the fortress of demons. Su Ming took a deep breath, called all his summons and followers, and stood at the city gate, not on the walls. He was well aware that this mixed demon troop included stone demons skilled in turning solids to mud, flame demons resistant to fire magic, and a multitude of high-level demons. The first wall was simply not going to hold. Su Ming finally said in front of the camera, "Wish me luck, see you soon." With that, he waved goodbye and stepped into the tumultuous flow of the battlefield. The professionals of the Fortress of Demons were fully deployed, holding nothing back. The only thing that comforted Su Ming was that the previous 80 waves had annihilated a massive amount of demons. They had preserved many defense troops that should have been lost long ago, and the current military strength was still quite substantial, far from being as stretched thin as in actual history. Counting on his fingers, Su Ming reviewed his cards. First, my summon creatures are strong and robust. Secondly, all 7 layers of the fortress walls at the demon stronghold remain intact. According to sophomore history, the marshal had detonated the high explosives previously buried within the walls during their retreat, inflicting mass casualties on the demons. Given the high fidelity of the replica, there should be a similar setup. Third, there is a complete compilation of various major NPC legions whose strength far surpasses mine, though their commands are rather rigid, as expected. Since the replica provides a stage for professionals to showcase themselves, the NPCs naturally defend mechanically. I need to mobilize all 3 advantages. Su Ming took a deep breath, squinted his eyes, and stared intently at the city gate currently being battered by the siege hammer, only a wall apart. For mighty ogres, their eyes blood red, completely ignored the attacks from atop the wall, focusing all their strength on the titanium alloy gates. Bang, bang, bang. Each vicious pounding caused large sections of steel-reinforced concrete to shatter and fall, twisting and warping the bolts of the gate and causing the ground of the demon stronghold to tremble. Boom. Finally, an exploding fireball from the flame demon became the last straw that broke the camel's back, helping the ogres to break open the gate. But what awaited them was not an easily grasped victory, but Su Ming and his summoned army who had been lying in wait. Monkey King, surround and beat the ogres. Dragon cavalry, flank immediately and block the demons at the gate. Warriors, follow me and fight head on. Drive these beasts out of our home. His commands were succinct yet precise, and everyone sprang into action immediately. Outside the replica, the audience was tense, their nerves touched by the live broadcast, as if they were fighting alongside Su Ming. Can we win? Bu Fian, leaning against a cherry tree, murmured softly, her delicate hands gently pinching her exquisitely shaped chin, her beautiful face full of worry, her stunning figure drawing frequent stealthy glances from many classmates, though she was completely unaware. We'll win. Jiamuyu pushed up her scholarly black-framed glasses, arms crossed, inadvertently emphasizing her curves, creating a deep and endless cleavage. Oh, aren't you the secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance? Speaking up for Su Ming? Asked an assassin, puzzled. I'm writing a resignation letter. The secretary's right hand furiously tapped on her office smartphone, originally planning to wait to be fired and receive a generous severance package, but upon reflection she dared not oppose the Iron Blood Alliance and had to give up her compensation, adopting an "I'm honest, please let me go" attitude. Meanwhile, Director Sun Jiangwo, having withdrawn into a shell, poked his head out again. Tisk, just this, his command isn't great, right? Can he really withstand the demons? Vice Principal Chu Tianqi disdainfully said. Fools who only know armchair strategies indeed have no practical battle experience. The so-called battlefield command is never about being the best or most high-end, but the most effective. He earnestly instructed all the students of Beiliang, do not imitate the foolish, outdated academic practices of the First Military Academy. Understand that the battlefield is ever-changing and commands are hard to communicate clearly. We must streamline all commands using the simplest words to convey the most information. What student Su Ming has done represents the standard for battlefield command. Learn from him, Sun Jiangwo snorted angrily and pulled out a stack of magazines from his briefcase. I have published a total of 28 heavyweight papers in authoritative military journals which helped me earn my professorship, and you, Chu Tianqi smirked, pulling a medal from his pocket and slamming it on the table. I have personally beheaded over 10,000 real demons and served as a commander in 6 battles that made history, and you? The room burst into laughter, amused by the rivalry between the 1st and 3rd military academies. Meanwhile, the most brutal battle had erupted in the instance. Hutch Black Goku and his 12 hairy clones furiously rolled towards the ogres. Though they were slightly smaller in stature, their attributes still dominated. Su Ming, with painstaking effort and at great expense, had arranged for a mystical demon-slaying staff, which proved to be extremely effective. With a mighty swing he triggered a critical hit, smashing the already weakened ogre into a pulp. The 20% splash damage effect covered the narrow entrance of the city gate, crushing the blood demons that followed in the ogre's steps. The dragon cavalry had already surrounded the flanks, clad in heavy armor like canned sardines. When they pulled out their heavy battle shields and formed a textbook-perfect oval formation to defend rigorously, a shocking scene ensued. Behind the shattered city gate, Su Ming had created an impregnable pocket formation. The dragon cavalry held the flanks with heavy battle shields, while 13 giant monkeys formed a line at the front triggering area. Splash attacks wildly. The demons that charged into the city gate were instantly obliterated, leaving no trace of bones. Only some elite and higher demons could withstand the first wave without dying, but they were immediately vaporized by the ranged attacks from Su Ming, Qingqiu Fox and 120 elite warriors. This defense was a tedious massacre lasting 10 minutes. What? Impossible, it can't be possible. Sun Jiangwo's face paled as he analyzed data transmitted from various instance terminals and used a large statistical model. It was known that after a city gate was breached, 95% of the walls would fall within 3 minutes. What a fool! At this point, Zhao Renjie, the principal of Beiliang Academy, was no longer afraid to offend the 1st Military Academy. He disdainfully said, "Can't you see? Student Su Ming exhausted all resources just to activate the last affix of the mystical demon-slaying staff, plus 20% splash damage, with 12 clones all inheriting the 20% splash damage, plus the original. That's a total of 260% terrifying area damage, covering all demons within a 50-meter radius of the city gate." Of course he could hold it. Bu Fian watched with great delight, stirred deeply by the scene broadcasted live. In it, Su Ming faced his formidable enemies with calm command, maintaining composure under demon siege and heroically carving a path through desperate straits. His heroic essence left her profoundly moved. Zhao Muyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange luster, pondering thoughtfully. "That's just a bit of cleverness in clearing the dungeon," commented Shen Jinghong, the leader of the Ironblood Alliance and a 5th-tier wild fighter, stepping forward. Seeing his ally Sun Jiangwo being harshly criticized by the scholars of Beiliang, he couldn't hold back. If these were real demons, they wouldn't stupidly fall for Su Ming's line-up to B-shot tactic and get wiped out. It's only because this is a dungeon and the demon's AI is so low, comparable to a 3-year-old child, that they keep mindlessly rushing to their deaths, Shen Jinghong emphasized with a cold snort. Exactly. Sun Jiangwo's eyes lit up, immediately playing along. Su Ming's success is merely because he approaches the dungeon with a gamer's mindset, which is quite unrealistic. Even if he makes it to the 90th floor, it only shows that he's a keyboard warrior, just a homebody good at dungeons. In reality, faced with even a baby demon, he'd wet himself. The crowd looked at them with disgust. Su Ming was just a high school senior who had not yet entered the battlefield. How could they malign him as being afraid of demons in real life? Bu Fian couldn't hold back, hands on her hips as she questioned. Sun Jiangwo was a master of twisting words, immediately deflecting. "How do you know Su Ming isn't just a gaming expert and a weakling in real life, a total loser? Young lady, you need to provide evidence when you speak." Bu Fian was at a loss. She was only skilled in master-level backstabbing and didn't quite know how to argue. "Step back, let the national debate champion handle this." Zhao Muyu sent out a document she had been working on and then stepped forward with a carefree heart, sneering, "Miss Bu Fian, you've fallen into Mr. Sun Jiangwo's trap of sophistry. He's created a false logic. If you can't prove that Su Ming is also strong in real life, then he is weak. This logic is just like a famous fallacy. If you can't prove that ghosts don't exist, then it proves they do." Zhao Muyu scoffed, her exquisite face full of disdain. his logic doesn't hold up at all, because no student globally can prove that they will be brave on the battlefield in the future. Does that make them all cowards? Sun Jiangwo of course dared not pick up this line, as it would undoubtedly provoke a strong backlash and spark a media storm. Shen Jinghong was furious, casting a cold glance. Secretary Zhao Muyu, it seems you're biting the hand that feeds you. Speaking for our enemies? Zhao Muyu spread her hands helplessly. Please check your email, Leader Shen. It contains my resignation notice effective from the moment you read it. I have voluntarily given up my salary for this month and no longer have any ties with your Ironblood alliance. You, Shen Jinghong's gaze became predatory, like someone who betrays their own. I'm just a worker, there's no need for such harsh words. Zhao Muyu casually pulled out a lipstick, reapplying a glossy layer to her blurred red lips, and calmly said, you and your son were already preparing to make me the scapegoat for the feud between Ironblood Alliance and Su Ming, weren't you? You had your reason ready. The professional card I was responsible for purchasing had an issue, missing a rare hidden professional card and the chance to first clear the demon fortress, which should have been Shinzimo's, went to Su Ming instead. Shinzimo gritted his teeth. Isn't that the case? It's you, you big fool, retorted Zhao Muyu, rolling her eyes. Since I graduated and joined the Ironblood Alliance, I've handled 537 professional cards in purchasing, not a single error, not a single oversight. Yet you accuse me without any evidence, baselessly slandering me, saying I was blind and misread the description of a summoner's professional card. She couldn't be bothered to be polite anymore, because even if she offended the Ironblood Alliance, she needed to preserve her reputation as a professional agent, which was fundamental for applying to other companies in the future. Shinzimo racked his brains but could find no words to refute her. Indeed, she was once a renowned chief secretary in the industry with an impressive track record, and it was impossible for her to make such a low-level mistake. Their quarrel was soon distracted by an event at the front of the demon fortress. Medusa, surrounded by a host of 8-armed Nagas, arrived at the city walls before the city gates, hissing, foolish humans, you will eventually be devoured by the abyss. She astonishingly spoke human language, her high intelligence unmistakable. Around her body emerged a 33-faced polyhedron shield, providing all-around defense, blocking all arrows, magic missiles and rocks. The live broadcast showed Su Ming's face change slightly. That was Medusa's signature skill, Divine Demon Shield. The global audience also showed their astonishment. Audience from Gaul, where's my flag? Feels like it's time to wave our spotless white flag now, family. Audience from Stick Country, is that the High Demon Lord? Seems pretty average. If it were our warriors from Stick Country going into battle, it would only take a minute to capture Medusa, then she would kneel under the Taiguk flag, bowing to our descendants of the sun. Audience from Elephant Country, my goodness, she's so beautiful. Sorry, I couldn't help it, I've already pitched a small tent here. Maybe we should stop today's live broadcast, I can't hold it anymore, it's all snakes, and perhaps my pet cobra at home has the same charm. Despite the collective offline departure of male viewers from Elephant Country, the total number of viewers in the live room surged by another 2 million due to the heat of Medusa's attack. Everyone wanted to see how the top student from Dragon Country would confront this high attack, high defense, high armor demon lord with two extraordinary abilities, Petrifying Gaze and Divine Demon Shield. Phew, here it comes, it's your time to shine, little fox. Su Ming cradled the Qingqiu fox as he climbed the city wall facing the towering 10-meter-tall serpent demon. Come Medusa, let me show you the united might of the demon fortress. Medusa's gaze, already locked onto Su Ming, was sharp. Endowed with a certain level of AI intelligence, she was well aware that Su Ming was a formidable foe to the Demon Legion. Moreover, he fit the stereotype of a summoner who was easy to kill. Instantly her vertical pupils took on a strange yellow hue. Don't look at her. The audience instinctively shouted at their screens, but their warnings were doomed never to reach Su Ming. Su Ming is done for. How dare he show off in front of Medusa? He's foolish, probably just showing off for the sake of public recognition, sacrificing his life for popularity, sneered Sun Jiangwo in the background. But then Su Ming lifted the Qingqiu fox high. He issued only two commands. Little fox, use your innate charm on everyone. All followers, drop your guard and willingly succumb to its charm. The response was immediate trust. Yes, following the command. Outside the scene, everyone was startled, baffled by Su Ming's actions. Soon the charm took effect. Su Ming and his followers' pupils turned into heart shapes, completely mesmerized by the Qingqiu fox, unable to accommodate anyone else in their sight. Thus, when Medusa's petrifying gaze struck, a strange dim sheen passed over them, and they were immune. the mighty abilities of a high-ranking demon lord were rendered ineffective. Meanwhile, those charmed continued their assault on Medusa's body. What's going on? The audience was confused. Could someone knowledgeable explain? Is Su Ming cheating? How can he be immune to a high-priority petrification? If I'm not wrong, even magical immunity can't withstand the focused petrification, since it's a legendary skill that disregards magic immunity defenses and incorporeal forms. Someone who knows, please explain the principle. It's urgent and crucial. Sun Jiangwo was furious. He must be cheating. It's embarrassing, showing the world how our people from Long Country cheat, exposing our flaws. Shinzimo contemptuously said, I guess the mayor of Bailiang probably adjusted the game data backstage to lower the difficulty for Su Ming. At this moment, Principal Zhao Renjie sighed helplessly at Shinzimo. How did you manage to come second in your grade? Just because Medusa is a rare knowledge point not included in the college entrance exam, you don't study it at all. He sighed deeply. Learned children. Su Ming is indeed a distinguished graduate of our Bailiang Academy. He mastered the knowledge about Medusa thoroughly and applied it brilliantly to become immune to the attacks. Mayor Qin Xianyi urged awkwardly, please explain. I don't understand either. All the teachers and students joined hands and echoed, neither do we. The principal said, well, after all, 9,999% of people will only ever encounter Medusa in videos and movies throughout their lives. Therefore, you might not have noticed that on page 132 of the extracurricular guide Dancing Face to Face with the Demon Lord, it states, the condition for petrification isn't traditionally just making eye contact with Medusa. In fact, according to numerous practical cases, closing your eyes does not prevent petrification. Scientific experiments that involved sending batches of blindfolded or eye-removed convicts into battlefields concluded that sensing Medusa's murderous intent is the real trigger. Even with eyes closed, you can still sense Medusa through smell, touch, or even intuition and thus be petrified. Principal Zhao Renjie added thoughtfully, therefore Su Ming applied his knowledge skillfully. He had his summoned fox spirit charm his other summons in advance, causing them to focus entirely on the fox spirit with all their senses controlled, naturally making them oblivious to Medusa's presence. Hence, they were immune to Medusa's legendary skills. Can you believe such a high-level tactic? The students were astounded. This is just like saying, if I gouge out my eyes in advance, I won't be blinded by a flash bang. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream, and I told her I was admiring Su God's high-end live performance. Now she's kneeling with me in front of the TV. Without her petrifying gaze, isn't Medusa just a sitting duck? But the audience had other questions too. Bu Fian asked, after being charmed, why did Su Ming's summons continue to attack Medusa? Their movements didn't seem sluggish at all. Zhao Renjie smiled. Because Su Ming is a summoner, he controls his summoned creatures like puppets through the fox spirit's charm, a method that appears seamless but is fundamentally different from mere commands. It's now about mental domination. Shinzimo looked incredulous, but even if everyone else was charmed, those giant monkeys in the fox spirit faced Medusa's petrifying gaze head-on. Why weren't they turned into stone? Zhao Renjie shook his head lightly. That remains Su Ming's secret. However, I suspect he might have equipped all items with petrification resistance to the giant monkeys in the fox spirit, stacking their resistance high enough to withstand Medusa. Alternatively, when leveling up to level 10, Su Ming might have fortuitously drawn a skill that boosted their resistance, he guessed. Right about half of it. Indeed, the Qingqiu fox relied on its awakened trait, All Evil Resistant, which provided plus 50 to all resistances and made it immune to petrification. As for Black Wukong, being born from the last colorful stone used by Nuwa to mend the sky and nurtured as a stone monkey from a stone womb, it naturally feared no petrification abilities. It's like trying to drown a fish with water or suffocate a person with pure oxygen. It's simply impossible. Then people excitedly witnessed the fall of a high-ranking demon lord. Fire elemental mages frantically hurled explosive fireballs which burst upon the divine magical shields. Druids released their avian magical pets to bombard Medusa from the air. Crossbowmen and archers also shot their arrows with utmost speed and ferocity. Most eye-catching of all was Su Ming's summoned giant ape, which surrounded Medusa like the legendary 13 protectors, brutally beating her en masse. The tactic of overwhelming numbers is always a trustworthy strategy. On the battlefield, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing the confident smirk of a winner thinking the first 90 waves couldn't stop me. After activating the Beast King's aura and the 4-piece Heart of the Swarm set, he provided significant enhancements to his summons. Thus, Medusa's divine magical shield visibly began to dim at a speed noticeable to the naked eye. Indeed, as the name suggests, the magical shield relies on burning one's own magic to provide a damage-absorbing barrier. Summing was not surprised, displaying the wise demeanor of someone with everything under control. Her mana was finally depleted and her end was near. At last, under the gaze of many, Medusa let out a desperate scream and fell to the ground. She exploded dramatically, dropping items shimmering with a strange luster all over. Summing bent down to pick up a skill book and suddenly petrified, blurting out in front of the live broadcast camera, "Am I dreaming? A legendary skill book from a level 1 dungeon?" Viewers caught a glimpse of the skill book's title, Magic Shield, and in an instant spellcasters around the world went wild. A prince from an oil-rich country roared, "Send someone to Long Country immediately, contact Summing, I am willing to pay 100 million for the Magic Shield." A fifth-tier professional from Kangaroo Country ominously said, "Immediately dispatch an assassination team to find Summing, we must seize this skill book, it's been priceless for a full 20 years. A high-ranking ninja from E Country directly contacted the head of the Northern Liang region. "At all costs secure the Magic Shield, our Black Dragon Group's on Myoji urgently needs it for defense." In front of the North Liang Academy's dungeon, countless people's phones were bombarded. The deputy director of the Hunter Country Military School, Sun Jiangwo, immediately had a mournful face as he received 2 high-level directives urging him to use any means necessary, be it special admission slots or vast amounts of equipment and money, to secure that strategic legendary skill book. Sun Jiangwo no longer dared to criticize Summing. If Summing were willing to hand over the skill book to the high echelons of the Hunter Country Military School, he could immediately receive numerous generous conditions, even if it meant dismissing Sun Jiangwo. Furthermore, if Summing learned the Magic Shield himself, it meant he would no longer be a fragile summoner but would possess substantial survival capabilities. After all, the Magic Shield is highly coveted because it solves the survival issue for all ranged magic practitioners, even allowing mages to become the defensive core of the magic class. It was a crucial piece of the puzzle for any all-around mage. Yet under the watchful eyes of many, Su Ming tore up the skill book and mastered it directly. Congratulations on mastering the legendary spell, Magic Shield level. Beginner effect. Upon activation, for every point of damage you receive, 1 point of mana is burnt to offset the damage. A succinct description, but a formidable effect. Su Ming relished in the thought. The consumption ratio at the beginner level is 1:1, but as it progresses to master level, grandmaster level, or even upgrades to the Medusa equivalent divine magic shield, it could reach 1:100. Truly a divine skill. This venture into the demon fortress was worth it. The audience exchanged looks. "Oh, my magic shield, he just used it like that. Immediately mobilize our nation's power, study Mr. Su Ming's strategy for the demon fortress instance and send people to challenge it. We might also be able to get the Magic Shield skill book from Medusa." Save tonight's live broadcast, let all the strategists examine it frame by frame and figure out a way to 100% clear the demon fortress. We need to beat other nations' professionals and heavily farm this dragon nation instance. For a time, the Demon Fortress instance became extremely popular, seen as lucrative by countless major powers. It's said that the drop of the Magic Shield skill book was likely due to the extra drop rate from being the first globally to clear it, but even with just a 1 in 10,000 chance, the major powers were not willing to give up on the possibility of obtaining the Magic Shield. What a pity. Zhao Muyu also expressed regret slightly wistfully. If Su Ming had entrusted the Magic Shield to me, I could have organized a temporary auction and fiercely sold it for a sky-high price of 1 billion. Bufian, who had gotten to know the former chief secretary well, asked with slight surprise, "Is this skill really that expensive? In our assassin profession, only some ultimate skill books would dare to command such a price." Of course, Zhao Muyu replied without hesitation, "Mages are rich, so their skill books are always overpriced. You assassins a bit poor." Ouch, hitting right where it hurts. Don't just speak the blunt truth. Bufian pursed her lips, visibly annoyed, yet had to admit it. Professionals are ranked differently and their strengths and weaknesses are clear. Magic-based professions have always been seen as noble professions that one shouldn't attempt without money, while the commoners often opt for close combat or support roles as they are more economical. After all, reality is not a game. There's no game designer to nerf or buff, so there's no balance among professions. For example, as a summoner like Su Ming, as long as one is wealthy enough to equip all summoned creatures with top-tier gear, one could become an army by oneself and casually gang up on others in PvP, boasting an extremely high potential. Of course, this is not to say that magic-based professions are supremely dominant. monks can leverage their powerful splash damage to annihilate summon creatures en masse. Assassins can slip into the shadows, stealthily approach the summoner, and directly kill the original body. Warriors can also charge savagely, push aside summon creatures, and rush to the summoner himself. It can only be said that each has its own method, each its own adventure. Dear viewers, tonight's live broadcast is about to end with just the last 9 waves remaining. It looks like my global first clear is secured. Su Ming took out a bottle of champagne from his backpack and grinned. They say the last leg of the journey makes up half of it, but I'm going to celebrate with champagne right at the halfway mark. I don't believe these last 9 waves of demons can take me down in an instant. Flag planted. Su Ming really knows his way around live streaming. He's starting to liven up the atmosphere, it seems. He's getting too cocky, full of pride and conceit, heading straight for his downfall. The 90th wave has already brought Medusa, and I dare not even imagine what monsters could appear from wave 91 to 99. The live streaming room is buzzing with lively discussions, a delightful war of words among the viewers. Meanwhile, before the dungeon, all eyes turned to Mayor Qin Xianyi. I said, Principal Zhao Renjia snorted coldly, glancing sideways at his old classmate. You wouldn't happen to have hidden some nasty surprise again, would you? Oh, Medusa was outrageous enough, it's a good thing Su Ming is one step ahead. What's next? I've signed a confidentiality agreement with the state. I can't say. Chen Xianyi rolled his eyes, but Su Ming is an extremely cautious good kid. Suddenly he's popping champagne in the middle of the game, celebrating early. Surely he's got some surefire strategy up his sleeve. Oh, is there really a surefire way to conquer the fortress of demons? The students craned their necks, all wanting to pry open the lips of the dungeon designer for just a bit of information. Shen Xianyi sighed deeply. Given Su Ming's thorough familiarity with the history of the Fortress of Demons, perhaps, just perhaps, he might have indeed deciphered the hidden secret to clearing it. Let's wait and see. Everyone, the students exchanged looks and the audience scratched their heads in anticipation. And in the midst of everyone's eager anticipation, above the dome of the Fortress of Demons, a terrifying abyssal eye suddenly appeared, furiously overlooking the war-torn land. The roar of the demon lord, laden with intense intimidation, echoed through the Fortress of Demons. The end is near, there is no escape for you. Rise up, offspring of the abyss, spread blood and fire, plague and poison into the fragile otherworld. Numerous crimson portals suddenly opened from the zenith of the sky, from the sides of the ground, from the banks of rivers, unveiling their barriers. The breaths of all spectators became rapid. The final battle of the Fortress of Demons, truly a spectacle to behold, perfectly recreating that poignant history from the past. Demons of all shapes and sizes made their entrance, their dark wings blotting out the sun, their burning hooves shaking the earth. Almost every type described in demonology appeared, like a floating world picture from the abyss. Beneath the burning sky, a summoner in battle garb stood alone on the city walls, his eyes fiery as iron, calmly overlooking the demons, his lips slightly curved in a cold arc. As if the demon lord was nothing more than chickens and dogs, he was the fiercest man under the stars. Behind him stood 13 giant-like black Wukongs, dense ranks of dragon cavalry, countless fire elemental mages, druids, shield bearers, archers, and magic crossbowmen stretching as far as the eye could see. The supreme 9-clawed golden dragon battle flag of the Dragon Kingdom flutters wildly overhead as millions gaze up in awe. Is this the hallowed ground where the martyrs of yesteryear laid down their lives? The hearts of countless Dragon Kingdom citizens are swept by the intertwined history of humiliation and valor. To cover the retreat of 7 million residents, Marshal Lin Ligua, along with all 53,022 members of the Beiwei army, faced the enemy here, vowing to fight to the death without retreat. They all perished heroically, slaying over 18 million demons and ensuring the safety of the people. The Beiwei army was thus disbanded, its number forever retired from all military districts. Statues of Lin Ligua now stand in every street and alley of the Dragon Kingdom, and the name Ligua has been given to the country's premier military academy. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Su Ming raises his staff high. Fight to the death, all the soldiers roar like a tidal wave. Fight to the death, fight to the death, fight to the death. No one wishes to turn back. 50,000 loyal souls are buried here. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom falls silent, seeing in Su Ming the merging shadow of Marshal Lin Ligua that transcends history. Many old soldiers have tears in their eyes. Now, there is no room for trickery, for the demons possess formidable strength, their attributes and numbers overwhelmingly crushing the troops at the Fortress of Demons, easily tearing through the already fragile defenses. Perhaps the demon overlord has used some ability to control minds, making the demons frenzied and fearless of death. the storm of flames gradually weakens as the fire mages on the city walls are overwhelmed, gasping for air and rapidly losing numbers. Arrows become sparse as more clawed demons skilled at scaling walls breach the ranks of the ranged forces, wreaking havoc. Su Ming utilizes the Beast King aura covering all summoned beings, while Black Wukong and the Dragon Cavalry form an impenetrable barrier on the periphery. The remaining followers, including the Qingqiu Fox, launch long-range attacks from within, forming a nascent mini-legion, but one man's strength is ultimately limited. The first city wall is on the verge of collapse and is eventually overtaken by the demons. They slowly retreat to the second wall. Brother Monkey, leave your 12 hair clones here to hold off the enemy until the last moment, Su Ming instructs, solemnly fighting and retreating with his summoned beings. Outside the instance, Shen Zimo exclaims in ecstasy. Su Ming is showing signs of fatigue, he is on the verge of defeat, but Sun Jiangwo keeps his mouth shut, daring not to speak, for he sees on the BBS forum of the Ligua Military Academy many cadets watching the livestream are rapidly growing fond of Su Ming. Standing alone on the wall facing the demons, he really resembles Marshal Lin Ligua from the documentaries. I've watched his entire livestream. This person has top-notch tactical cultivation, a rare talent among high school students with a real chance of breaking through the fortress of demons. It's said he's a top student, so it seems we'll meet him at the freshman ceremony of Ligua Military Academy next term. As the head of admissions, Sun Jiangwo is well aware of the power of campus public opinion, and even more so of one thing: his deliberate nitpicking at Su Ming. Trying to divert a special admission spot to Shen Zimo would mean immediate dismissal once exposed. With no board of directors to plead his case, as the shady dealings of Ligua Military Academy must remain hidden behind the scenes. For as the premier military school of the Dragon Kingdom, they must maintain a dignified and righteous image in public. The viewers in the livestream sigh in resignation. Could it be that even someone as powerful as Su Ming can't turn the tide in the instance, saving the fortress of demons? Alas, stopping at just under 100 rounds, while not bad, is somewhat regrettable. The true completion of this challenge must be left to the skilled hands of our Korean experts. Sim Ida, we've figured out why Summing lost to the demon. The demon spoke German and Summing had no choice but to salute in the French military style. PSH, you might as well say that Summing isn't really from the Dragon Nation but is a Japanese-Korean mix, so when the demon spoke in American English, Summing immediately realized that he was facing his father. The crowd in the livestream was in an uproar, no longer focused on the game, convinced that Summing was doomed to fail, but only Chen Xianyi nodded slightly, a smile flickering across his face. Indeed, a scholar from the North Cold. He has keenly perceived the direction of the battle and realized the last lifeline I left for the challengers. Huh, sword immortal uncle, what are you muttering about? Tabu Fian, with her stunningly beautiful cheeks turned towards him, her eyes full of concern. Chen Xianyi responded indifferently, watch, the turning point will appear in 10 minutes, that's too late. Zhao Muyu, sitting with her snow-white legs curled under her at the base of a cherry blossom tree, also gave a wry smile. Chen Xianyi, expressionless, counted down, 9, 8, 7. The two beauties rolled their eyes. You're really boring, still playing with old-fashioned cold jokes in the era of job transitions. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw Summing's 12 giant monkey clones surrounded by demons, their health points wiped out, vanishing without a trace. Then all the demons prepared to continue their attack on the second city wall. At that moment, boom, thunder erupted silently and intense white light exploded under the feet of the demons. A terrifying cataclysmic explosion destroyed the empty defense zone between the first and second city walls and even created a deep trench. The audience was stunned, those chewing on ribs choked and those drinking milk tea sputtered. What's happening? My goodness, there's still a divine twist. Could Summing have hidden another move? Is he really just a level 1 summoner? Why does he keep revealing such strong cards? Such an earth-shattering explosion, could it be the self-destruct mechanism of the demon fortress? Amidst the crowd's questions, Mayor Chen Xianyi calmly recounted a piece of history. Years ago, the Marshal of Lin Hunter Nation and the demon fortress at the very last moment triggered explosives buried underground as a final safeguard. It seems you all forgot that the Marshal of Lin Hunter Nation was also a Tier 6 professional, which made everyone present hang their heads in shame. They truly knew nothing about Lin Liegua's profession, as his career as a marshal was so splendid and heroic that there were hardly any records of him fighting demons head-on. Principal Zhao Renjie sighed. He came from a science background, joining the 3rd Demon Research Institute affiliated with the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences upon graduation. His true profession was actually a hidden one, an antimatter engineer. Bingo, no wonder he was once a leader in the academic circles of Beiliang. Mayor Chen Xianyi snapped his fingers, adding lightly his ultimate professional skill was the creation of antimatter bombs. Thus during his time stationed at the Demon Fortress he continuously planted countless antimatter bombs beneath the major defense lines. That was the ultimate insurance. If the people survive, the city survives. If the people die, the city perishes. Chen Xianyi admired. Clearly Su Ming also thought of this secret history. He must have borrowed Chronicles of the Demon Fortress from the Beiliang Library. By the way, I should mention I am the author of that book. Everyone was astonished. While reading an extra book can indeed save lives at crucial moments. It seems my obsession with old-time cardcaptor Sakura and monthly girls Nozaki-kun during my school days wasn't misplaced after all. Bu Fian proudly placed her hands on her hips. Chen Xianyi then commented as the live broadcast showed Su Ming laughing heartily. Indeed, the writing of Chronicles of the Demon Fortress is terrible, the word usage is atrocious. It's as if the author never had 9 years of compulsory education, but the records are absolutely accurate. That author must be an old soldier who personally experienced this war. Chen Xianyi, Zhao Renjia coughed. The kid doesn't know any better, he's just joking. Don't take it to heart, old Chen, he chuckled. You're really good at comforting people. What's with the chuckle? You just couldn't hold it in, could you? Chen Xianyi became furious. Sorry, Zhao Renjia said earnestly, I am a top master of micro-expression control. I usually don't break character unless it's about a little turtle processing its school leaving formalities. The turtle won't stay at school anymore, haha. Meanwhile, the others ignored the bickering between the two old men. They were all focused on the live broadcast. The antimatter explosion, though it turned thousands of demons into ashes, still left a group of high-level demons, tough-skinned and meaty, who survived the attack and continued to lead the demons rushing from afar towards the second city wall. The situation was still dire. Bo Fian was still nervously sweating for Su Ming. Indeed, the second city wall is much weaker than the first, and what's more critical is that the city inside is in panic with only a group of defeated soldiers left, reducing the defensive capability by at least 70%. Zhao Muyu also made a clear assessment of the situation, but thanks to Marshal Lin, we still have enough antimatter bombs. Su Ming's murmurs were clearly heard by every viewer. Thus, a decisive coldness flashed through Su Ming's eyes. At this point, I can only play my final card. A strategist stakes his life in the game. Watch me win a half move against heaven. The audience's blood boiled instantaneously. Roar! Su Ming was about to pull off a top-tier maneuver. The counterattack battle was about to unfold majestically. Unexpectedly, Su Ming's live streaming was explosively effective, transforming the dungeon raid into an epic tale of heroism ending in tragedy. Truly stunning. Wide-eyed viewers watched as Su Ming approached the 311th Fire Elemental Mage Corps resting on the southern side of the second city wall. He straightforwardly asked, how much mana do you have left? Do you still have any mana potions? One gray-robed mage, staggering to his feet and wiping the dried blood from his lips, replied bitterly, all our recovery potions are stored under the first city wall. Moreover, even if we had enough mana potions, it's hard for us to cast spells now. We are completely drained. Mana exhaustion, a common phenomenon among spellcasters, occurs when the more mana recovery potions are used in a short period, the less effective they become, eventually turning a potion that should restore 3,000 mana points into one that only restores 300 in real battle. The 311th Mage Corps was utterly powerless. Su Ming nodded slightly, pointing to the open space between the two city walls, and said solemnly, there, that is the most scientific detonation point. I am confident that an antimatter bomb made by Marshal Lin of the Hunter Nation is buried there. Oh, the Corps leader looked at him puzzled. Why do you share this piece of information with us? Su Ming replied indifferently, later when the 93rd wave of demons attacks, could I ask all members of the 311th Mage Corps to stand there and block the demons, sacrificing their hearts for the 7 million civilians behind the Fortress of Demons? The live streaming room went dead silent. Everyone was stunned. Su Ming's intentions were clear without any ambiguity. The Corps leader trembled. You want us to act as bait to attract the demons to hunt us there? All the fire elemental mages were in uproar. They had never seen such a blatant demand for sacrifice. Su Ming did not hide his intentions. Yes, could I ask all of you to embrace death? A chilling silence fell. The mages went from arguing to anger and finally to silence. Outside the dungeon, a fierce verbal battle erupted, with audiences from various nations starting to furiously curse Su Ming. "Oh my God, even Satan should have Su Ming tattooed on him. He is utterly evil. Does he have the blood of a demon lord?" Asking the national heroes to be cannon fodder to willingly die is absurd. In our nation, the heroes of the 311th Corps would be enshrined in a shrine worshipped. Generation after generation, their heroic spirits immortal. Su Ming is desecrating their honor. He deserves to die. Su Ming has gone mad. Those are real martyrs in the monument of heroic spirits. He is actually asking the martyrs to die again in front of a global audience. Is this not an insult to the martyrs? Amidst the raging debates, the gray-robed leader of the 311th Corps trembling took off his hood, reached out to touch the military insignia, and declared resolutely, "I am willing." All arguments stopped abruptly, and the global audience watched in disbelief at what seemed like an NPC with very little intelligence in the game. The rest of the fire elemental mages also showed a relieved expression. One by one they rose to their feet, shouting, "Willing, willing, willing." Their roars turned into a tragic cry. The anthem of humanity is the anthem of courage and sacrifice. Su Ming clasped his chest and bowed deeply, tears welling up in his eyes. "My comrades, I will precede you on the road to the underworld. Wait for General Lin and me. Today no one in the fortress of demons shall survive, but our gallant sacrifice will illuminate the path for the Dragon Nation. 7 million weak women and children shall also be preserved because of this, all for the motherland." Su Ming solemnly looked back at his temporary followers and commanded, "Dragon cavalry, form up. You are to guard the 311th Regiment here. The Green Mountains are filled with the bones of the loyal. I believe you are aware of this." The captain of the Dragon cavalry smiled faintly, revealing Su Ming's tactical intentions. "Understood." After numerous battles, the spectacular performance of the 311th Regiment's elemental mages had already made them a thorn in the side of the demon overlord. Thus, by making them bait, they play out their last strategic value, attracting all demons here for a siege. When the demons deploy heavy forces to annihilate the 311th Regiment, you will lead the remaining troops to retreat to the 3rd city wall and detonate the antimatter bomb. We will perish with the demons, dying gloriously for our country. Su Ming nodded slightly. "Are you willing to die?" "Willing, willing, willing, willing." The response of the Dragon cavalry was like a tidal wave, their final song moving every spectator to tears. Su Ming no longer hesitated, turning to leave. "Farewell, my comrades. When we meet again beneath the 9 Springs, I will bring news of all the civilians' safe evacuation." "Thank you, Commander Su Ming." Everyone's address for Su Ming had changed by now, recognizing him as another leader in the Fortress of Demons. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast had stopped their cursing, now silently watching the soldiers' farewells. No one accused Su Ming of being cowardly or selfish anymore, because those Dragon cavalry were originally his temporary summons, and if they survived they could have been awarded the 3rd-class Hero Medal of the Dragon Nation and taken to other campaigns. Once the Dragon cavalry perished, Su Ming would permanently lose this group of followers, unable to resurrect them. The subsequent battle unfolded exactly as Su Ming had planned. The 93rd wave of demons came, and after a fierce battle, they found the unprotected 311th Hero Regiment on the ground and rushed towards them like sharks smelling blood. Meanwhile, the 94th wave of demons, after getting the information, rushed towards them recklessly. Su Ming made a decisive decision, retreating with the remnants to the 3rd city wall. Only the Dragon cavalry still held their heavy shields, protecting the 311th Regiment until the last moment. The fire elemental mages did not let the demons' claws tear their bodies apart. They used their last magic power to unleash their final dirge, the corpse explosion spell. The target of the spell, themselves, countless demons were blown away, dying en masse. In the command center of the Fortress of Demons, the NPC Marshal closed his eyes and activated the antimatter bomb he had planted. The massive explosion occurred as planned. The 93rd and 94th waves of demons all perished, with the 311th Regiment leaving no trace of their bones. Su Ming stood on the city wall alone and staggering, looking lonely and desolate. He only murmured 2 sentences. "Your names are unknown, your deeds will forever endure." Now, I finally understand why our Dragon Nation has stood tall against the demonic onslaught for a century. Many students were moved to tears, weeping for the sacrifices made by the 311th Brigade. With the 93rd and 94th waves of demons annihilated, the 95th wave found itself isolated and at a numerical disadvantage, facing the wrath of the grief-stricken soldiers within the Fortress of Demons. At last, the final battle approached. Su Ming sighed deeply, his hands clasped behind his head as if relieved, saying, "Only the 95th to 99th waves of demons remain, a total of 5 waves. but we still have the 3rd to the 7th city walls, 5 layers in total. He took a deep breath. Even if one antimatter bomb is used to eliminate one wave, I've already passed the fortress of demons. The audience was momentarily stunned, then came to a realization. Hey, that's true, audience from Elephant Nation. What a show with a strong start but a weak finish, losing suspense towards the end. It's like when I was eating curry and saw a giant lizard, you already know it's going to end. Kangaroo Nation audience, admirable courage lacking wisdom. There was actually no need for Su Ming to deceive those elemental mages into sacrificing themselves, since he no longer needed to face death himself. It seems rather insincere, a bit awkward. Nation audience. To be honest, Su Ming was really showing off just now. He's trapped himself in his own game and now it's awkward to exit. Hee. Eagle Nation audience. People from Dragon Nation are always pretentious. I heard that when they receive gifts, they insist on refusing 3 times before accepting. You have to offer them 3 times before they happily accept, unlike us who open gifts immediately. Zhao Rangjie and Chen Xian smiled at each other. TSK, a bunch of foreigners, they are unfamiliar with our Dragon Nation's history, only knowing how to spout nonsense. Zhao Muyu with a light smile added, the Fortress of Demons, even if it's cleared, will surely have a plot twist at the 100th wave. Otherwise, why would the earlier stages be in batches of 10 waves each, but the last is from 91 to 99, missing 1 wave? Quite a clever girl. Mayor Qin Xian responded solemnly, since it's a tribute to real history it must maintain its seriousness and not distort the actual events. Thus, the 100th wave will be the Demon Lord Meme Caesar himself attacking, a true god-level entity surpassing the 6th tier. Mayor Chen's face showed reflection and indignation. Damn the demons, damn the abyss. We will eventually avenge Marshal Lin Lai of the Hunter Nation and reclaim our fallen territories. Humanity will ultimately triumph over the abyss. Everyone fell silent. After all, 70% of Dragon Nation's territory had already become corrupted and fallen to the abyss. In other countries, the situation is even worse. For example, in Australia, known as the Land of Lobsters, the entire continent has fallen, leaving only a solitary city of Doomsday still desperately holding on. Under Su Ming's mechanically precise command, the Fortress of Demons remained unshaken in battle. He resolutely implemented the most effective strategy: 1 layer of city walls for a wave of demons. The 95th wave of demons was first brutally assaulted by the soldiers, then dazed and confused was blown to smithereens by an antimatter bomb. The 96th wave of demons, boom. The 97th, 98th, 99th waves all spiraled to heaven in the rhythm of booms. Finally, under the shocked gaze of all spectators, the great demon Lord Meme Caesar, riding the rolling demonic flames, appeared in the sky, his figure towering as if hundreds of meters tall. With a wave of his hand he cast a forbidden curse that shattered the heavens and the earth. A small cluster of meteors summoned from beyond the atmosphere crashed above the Fortress of Demons, turning into a fierce inferno that obliterated the city that held out until the last moment. Su Ming fulfilled his promise, sharing fate with the Fortress of Demons, making a heroic sacrifice together. But upon seeing the gigantic form of the Demon Lord, his face couldn't help but change, for he had witnessed this scene in his past life, in the final grand battle of Black Myth. Wukong, the confrontation between Black Wukong, the heavenly destined, and Erlangshan in a battle of epic proportions mirrored the appearance of this demon army. Could it be that Black Wukong also possesses the potential to transcend the 6th order and become a god-level creature? As he pondered, the Fortress of Demons instance officially concluded. In the live broadcast, the instance's final statistics suddenly appeared. Congratulations to Mr. Su Ming for clearing the Fortress of Demons. As this is the first global completion of the Nightmare difficulty, a special Summoner's List reward will be given to you, calculating based on the previous world record of 55 levels. An additional 44 levels of bonus rewards will be granted, calculating. Congratulations, you have received what? Oh my, did my power just go out? The live broadcast abruptly ended, leaving all global viewers staring at a black screen. This live broadcast has ended. The host has signed off. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to follow for more. You can also set up special notifications for when the host goes live next time. Mayor Qin Xin coldly snorted. Of course, we can't disclose the rewards Su Ming received to avoid covetousness and revealing his secrets. You foreigners think too highly of yourselves. Bu Fian couldn't help but lick her red lips enviously, saying, an increase of 44 levels, a global first completion, and on Nightmare difficulty a triple buff stack. How rich must the rewards be? Could it be a godly artifact, perhaps a god-level summoning beast or a god-level skill book? Zhao Muyu also daydreamed, unable to stop mentioning the word God. After all, in the era of universal job changes, godly equipment is what everyone dreams of, and Su Ming, after making sure the camera was off, finally breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at the instance rewards. Demigod level potion, potential awakening elixir. Effect, allows one of your summoned beasts to awaken its true potential, elevating its quality to at least demigod level. A concise description with a terrifying effect. Su Ming couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily 3 times. All efforts truly worthwhile. It wasn't in vain that I burned all my merits and exhausted nearly all my temporary followers. Without further ado, he gestured for Brother Monkey to take it. A new summoning panel popped up. Black Myth Wukong. Quality, demigod, level, 13 attributes, strength 195, inch constitution 197, agility 194, mental power 198, skills, indestructible Vajra LV.11, legendary, myriad transformations LV.11, legendary, hair cloning LV.2, epic, ding. Your contracted summon creatures' attributes have greatly improved, automatically rebalancing your own attributes. You gain plus 20 strength, plus 20 constitution, plus 20 agility, plus 20 mental power. Su Ming felt a tremendous energy bursting forth from his limbs and body. Brother Monkey's reciprocated attributes were so substantial that his personal attributes could now rival those of a level 20 professional. This is the perk of being a summoner. Oh, how delightful! Su Ming was very satisfied, chuckling quietly to himself. Originally, when Brother Monkey was just of legendary quality, his growth was plus 5 to all attributes per level, but now, as a demigod, Brother Monkey's growth had reached plus 10 to all attributes per level, which was truly abnormal. Currently, Su Ming was only level 10 and Black Wukong was at level 13, so the advantage of higher attribute growth wasn't very prominent yet, but in the future, Su Ming fantasized about the future where Brother Monkey would dominate all, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. However, some data on the panel did not fully reflect Brother Monkey's true growth. Suddenly, Su Ming perceived a thought from Black Wukong's mind. I can absorb spirit essences. Su Ming was stunned. Brother Monkey, have you developed spiritual intelligence? Is this the hidden reward for a demigod summon? But Black Wukong just coolly stood there, arms crossed, looking at him without speaking further. Meanwhile, the panel displayed a line of blurred text, not very clear. Awakening talent, spirit devouring. It seemed that Black Myth Wukong could, after defeating enemies, take the spirit essences from the bodies of demons, immortals and Buddhas, making them his own and growing continuously stronger. Su Ming thoughtfully pondered, isn't this the growth method from Black Myth Wukong? Constantly defeating all kinds of demons, celestial soldiers and generals, undergoing the 9980 trials and gathering spirit essences from those beings to retrace the journey to the west and grow into the destined successor of the great sage equal to heaven. But then Su Ming thought again, feeling a headache coming on. There were no demons here, so where would the spirit essences come from? Brother Monkey pointed at his chest. You, in your body, have it. Damn, so killing me would yield spirit essences. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Alright, spirit essences are contained within the beings of the 3 realms and 6 paths, hence the name. So, abyssal monsters have them. It suddenly dawned on him. In the original game, you obtain spirit essences by defeating various bosses and elite monsters, so there we go, we should hunt down demonic elites and high-ranking demon lords, surely to obtain spiritual essences. As they talked, Su Ming was also enveloped by the transporting light, returning to reality. Phew, back at last. Hardly had his feet touched the solid ground when he was surrounded by the jubilant students of Bailiang, who then tossed him up into the air in celebration. Long live, long live, long live. Congratulations, Su Ming. Bailiang Academy is proud of you, and I will apply for a special scholarship for you. Principal Zhao Renjia clapped his hands with a beaming smile. The Bailiang city government also has a special talent reward program, and I will specially select a summoner exclusive reward from the treasury for you. Mayor Qin Xianyi was also generous. As the enthusiasm cooled down, Su Ming, with his hair all tousled, landed on his feet and immediately started looking around. Zhao Muyu stepped forward with a light laugh, handing over Shin Zimo's bank card and the G-pole. I know you're looking for young Shin. Here, this is his wager. As for him, do you think he would stay here waiting for you to humiliate him? He must have slipped away early. Su Ming took the spoils from her slender hands while looking slightly puzzled. Shouldn't you be angry, lost, furious? Why such a radiant smile? He was well aware of the stance of this chief secretary of the Ironblood Alliance from their previous confrontation. Oh, I resign now, I'm just an unemployed wanderer, Zhao Muyu said calmly. I am an extremely professional secretary conducting duties appropriate to my position. When I was serving the Ironblood Alliance, I could turn into a fierce dog viciously biting you for Shinzimo. Now that I have resigned, I am just an ordinary stunning beauty responsible only for being beautiful. Saying this, she smiled and handed over a business card. You can hire me too. After all, you know how sharp my tongue can be. After speaking, she lowered her voice, reminding him, on the back of the card there is a line of vital intelligence, please be aware. Zhao Muyu tactfully stepped aside, no longer delaying Su Ming's time, and Su Ming's celebration time had just begun. Those major forces trying to recruit him gathered around, their smiles brimming with enthusiasm. Hey man, from the Rose Knights, two blonde knights showed their warm smiles to Su Ming. One of them stepped forward. I am Carlos Lee, a third tier Pseudo Dragon Knight. Our knight group has always been keen to recruit ambitious youths from around the world to conquer the abyss. Although you are just a junior summoner, you have a talent comparable to the former undead Scourge. Join the Rose Knights. Our Grand Master is the renowned 6th Order Holy Knight, Justice Lancelot. The blonde knight showed a deep respect, continuing to promote. Our Rose Knights are also world renowned. Unfortunately, they are too poor, with limited resources and not much of a future. Bouffian bluntly interrupted the other party's speech, directly revealing the truth with a sharp tongue. Lancelot is indeed very just too wooden-headed and has a strong martyr complex. He likes to work voluntarily for the officials, often fighting to the death with abyssal demons for free. You can imagine what the atmosphere in the night group is like, just a bunch of hot-blooded fools. Bouffian scoffed dismissively. True, one must admit they are genuinely good people with an excellent reputation. But do you really want to become like them, serving as unpaid laborers to governments around the world, the kind who pay for their own coffins? Su Ming immediately clasped his hands in a respectful bow, replying, my apologies, as much as I admire them, I prefer a straightforward exchange. The amount of money dictates the amount of work. Well, we are willing to sacrifice but never impose our morals on others. I wish you great martial fortune. The blonde knight Carlos Lee wasn't too disappointed. He just handed over his business card with a slight bitterness. Should you encounter us, the Rose Knights, on the abyssal battlefield, please take good care of us. After all, we fight for the weak, of course. Su Ming nodded, shaking hands with him as they parted. I've always respected the Rose Knights since my youth, but I'm just a common man with not such high enlightenment yet. However, if there's a chance to join forces in the future, I will assist with all my might. After the two Rose Knights lingered and then left, Bouffian said cheerfully, our mystic temple urgently needs a summoner. I can offer you a scholarship contract, providing you with 200 million personal funds annually for your growth. Until you reach the 3rd rank, we won't call you for any missions. You can focus on your development and study at any military academy at will. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe at the generous offer. 200 million in funds, although not much for a top-level summoner, is genuinely a giveaway. No strings attached until the 3rd rank and 200 million a year to spend freely. This isn't just recruitment, it's more like gaining a son-in-law. The students from Bailiang gazed enviously at Su Ming's handsome face, thinking this guy has become an internet sensation and his first fan is Miss Bouffian of the Mystic Temple. Looks like he's going to rise to great heights by serving Miss Bouffian. I too wish to join the Mystic Temple and drink Miss Bouffian's foot-washing water. They lamented internally. Su Ming promptly took her tender hand. I'll sign. Rich miss, I don't want to struggle anymore, please take good care of me. Bouffian's cheeks flushed with surprise. You're so straightforward. Are you really willing to join the Mystic Temple just like that? I haven't even discussed the benefits after you reach the 3rd rank. Su Ming shrugged. The Mystic Temple has an excellent reputation in Bailiang City and is well regarded online, especially the Azura Demon Spike. Lord Bu Lingtian is a renowned philanthropist. He personally sponsors our school's scholarship funds. That means he played a significant role in enabling me to complete my 9 years of compulsory education. Thus, from both a personal and historical perspective, I see no reason to refuse your recruitment offer. Su Ming smiled calmly and said, everyone's heart is made of flesh. I have always believed that favors should be repaid and repaid tenfold. Bouffian was stunned. She had never imagined that the so-called charitable activities she regarded as a waste of wealth could, at this critical moment, attract a future top-tier summoner to the mysterious temple. Not just providing some tax exemptions, Principal Zhao Renjia interjected, ahem, patience. The immediate priority for Su Ming is still the college entrance exam. Moreover, since he currently has no guardian According to the professional employment law, all agreements must be signed under school supervision and a tripartite document must be added. Bufian's smile was radiant as she was thrilled to have recruited a unique talent. Then I'll head back to the mysterious temple and discuss this thoroughly with my parents. I was too hasty this time and haven't even informed them yet. Zhao Renjie was taken aback and shook his head. Young people are always so impulsive. The contract offered by your mysterious temple must first be signed by the demon slayer Shura or bear your mother's official seal. Otherwise, how could it be legally binding? Bufian, pinching her waist, winked at Su Ming. Remember, you are already reserved by me. Don't sign any contracts with other powers. I will give you the most favorable offer. Su Ming just smiled. He was in no rush. With the divine tycoon system at his disposal, he was not short of money. Given that the Rose Knight Corps had hit a wall and the mysterious temple had strongly reserved him, no other forces came forward to recruit him. As for Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo from the Hunter National Military Academy, he had already retreated in disgrace amid the students of Northern Liang's jeering. Only Chu Tianqi, vice principal of the Yanhuang Military Academy, ranked third in the Dragon Nation, still stood there smiling, waiting for Su Ming to bask in the cheers of all the students before stepping forward. Young man, would you like to become a special recruit at Yanhuang Military Academy? You can enter without an exam and receive the highest scholarship. Su Ming looked at the benign elder before him and pondered for a moment. I still want to take part in the college entrance exam. After all, the free national version provided by the exam is a benefit I have long looked forward to. Chu Tianqi nodded. Naturally, we also recommend that all special recruits experience the national version of the exam, as it does not contradict our special recruitment. Chu Tianqi took out a very complete contract from his bag. Here, just sign your name and no matter what your exam results are, you will join the Yanhuang Military Academy with top treatment. The only restriction is that if you become the top scorer, you can't look elsewhere. You must join us. Su Ming laughed silently. Top scorer? You flatter me too much. Chu Tianqi patted Su Ming's shoulder encouragingly. I think you can do it. Let's hope for the best. Smiling, Su Ming accepted the special recruitment contract. As for joining the Yanhuang Military Academy, he planned to consider it for another 2 days. After all, it was only the third-ranked military school in the Dragon Nation. He still had to give the first and second-ranked schools a chance to recruit him. As for the demeanor of the deputy director from the Hunter National Military Academy, although the students of Northern Liang had all witnessed it, Su Ming, busy strategizing the Fortress of Demons, was temporarily unaware, thus still maintaining a favorable impression of the first military school, named after Marshal Lin Hunter A. Martyrs. The school was naturally admired, a sentiment built over many years. Chu Tianlin stopped talking and also left by car. At this moment, Principal Zhao Renjie waved his arm generously. Tonight the cafeteria will offer a special meal, all free buffet. Let's celebrate our outstanding student Su Ming breaking the world record at the Fortress of Demons. All orange juice and cola, 2 bottles per person for free with a student ID. Yay! Long life the principal, long life Su Ming. The cheers of the students nearly brought down the academic building. Soon all the cafeteria's stock was put to use. The pots were filled with oil and the burners turned up high. The delicious aromas of various dishes spread throughout Bailiang Academy. Su Ming sat at a table with his classmates, comfortably enjoying the feast. Song Qingfeng raised his collet, shook it vigorously, then popped the cap, turning it into a spray of champagne. Cheers! I told you Su Ming is a top-notch student. He was bound to conquer the Fortress of Demons. Exactly, we all believed Su Ming could do it. The classmates nodded fervently like pecking chickens. PSH Wang Lin, didn't you say Su Ming would definitely not beat Shin Zimo? Someone called out. Cough, I was just afraid Su Ming would become the center of attention and couldn't handle the pressure, so I downplayed his chances to lower everyone's expectations to avoid you guys putting him on a pedestal. That's what you call a true fan, get it, kiddo? Duck Sake, you really just say anything. If you're fighting skills were half as good as your lip service, the record at the Fortress of Demons would surely be yours. The students laughed and joked, while Su Ming just kept on devouring his chicken leg, joining in the fun. By the way, where's Shinzimo? Is he really not coming back to school? That counts as skipping class, a major demerit, Song Qingfeng mentioned slyly, referring to the second top student. Su Ming smiled. Well, he did contribute 40 million to me, so I'm not in a position to mock him since I've accepted his help. So you do have a conscience after all. Song Qingfeng rolled his eyes. By the way, your global livestream was a hit. Audiences from all over the world were crazy about sending gifts. You must have made a lot. Alright, I still have that money. Su Ming scratched his head, remembering the Mayor Chen's promise that he would only be taxed, no commission taken. All the broadcast fees and donations I received are mine to keep. The classmates looked on enviously. Wow, I remember at the moment you cleared the level, gifts were flying all over the screen. You must have made tens of millions at least. When you are rich and honored, don't forget us. We all went through the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so outstanding? Amidst the laughter and jokes of his classmates, Su Ming stood up and walked over to the table where Principal Zhao Renjie and Mayor Chen Xuani were having a quiet drink. The 7 principals and 3 major department heads of the Beiliang Academy were summoned to accompany the esteemed guest. Chen Xianyi, the senior year department head, asked in confusion, "Where is Lu Changhe?" The summoner profession card that Su Ming bought was under his supervision. He should be credited too. Why isn't he here at the dinner? Forget it. The administrative principal in charge of campus discipline sneered coldly. A leopard can't change its spots. You other principals might not be fully aware of Lu Changhe's true nature, but I see right through him. After learning that Zhou Changfeng from our senior class had awakened the summoner profession card, Lu Changhe didn't follow the usual practice and internal rules to keep this advanced profession card within the school. Instead, he made a call to the external force, the Iron Blood Alliance, and brought in their chief secretary, Zhao Muyu. The reason is clear to those who know. He wanted to earn a hefty brokerage fee. The vice principal in charge of student job transitions turned livid. This scoundrel, betraying us for his own gain. Now I know why my performance has been declining year after year, why my KPIs are always unmet, and why the number of advanced professionals at Beiliang Academy is dropping. It's all because we have this parasite among us. My advanced teaching title is ruined by his hands. Principal Zhao Renjie was also instantly furious. We, the 7 principals of Beiliang Academy, each have our own duties and do not interfere with each other, yet he secretly sold the student's advanced profession card, a principal doing the job of a middleman. Let me guess, he must have made things difficult for Su Ming, right? Fearing that Su Ming would expose this embarrassing matter. After breaking records, he chose to feign illness and hide at home like an ostrich. Thinking of Su Ming, a summoner with top-tier talent who almost missed his profession card just because Lu Changhe was greedy for a meager profit, Zhao Renjie was frightened and immediately decided, I will write a complaint letter right away and request the Beiliang Education Bureau to dispatch a special investigation team to urgently probe Lu Changhe. He does not deserve to be a teacher and must be immediately removed from the teaching staff. The school's high-ranking officials cursed loudly, feeling a residual fear. Indeed, while they were diligently and honestly carrying the weight of their responsibilities, there was always a scoundrel reaping the benefits. At that moment, Su Ming walked up to their dining table, scratching his head after hearing the indignant curses. Su Ming, did you hear all that? Zhao Renjie glanced at his proud student and said regretfully, I'm sorry, I've been so busy with the abyssal projects that I neglected school management, giving Lu Changhe the opportunity to exploit. After thinking it over, under normal circumstances, why would an ordinary summoner profession card sell for 20 million? Yes, the highest historical transaction was only 15 million. Another principal agreed. It must be Lu Changhe's doing, forcing you to raise the price unwillingly. That guy is utterly despicable. A department head also clenched his teeth in anger. To squeeze a poor student who depends on welfare, can he be any more heartless? Su Ming, feeling awkward, knew that he had set the price at 20 million merely due to a task from the wealthy system, but then he heard Principal Zhao Renjie assure him, we will handle Lu Changhe, the troublemaker in our ranks. In the future, from the bribery funds confiscated from him, I will help you apply for a compensation of 10 million. Right on. Su Ming immediately responded with righteous indignation, his voice resounding strongly. I'm not after money. I just hope the principal can stand up for the 100,000 teachers and students of Beiliang Academy and restore clarity to the education sector. So when will the payment be transferred? Zhao Renjie and Chen Xianyi understood Su Ming's flexible moral standards a bit better now. Wait a bit, it should definitely be approved before your college entrance exam, replied Mayor Chen Xianyi, who had the most experience with official procedures, casually answering while curiously asking, you sneaked over to our table, you must be up to something, right? Can't you just purely want to thank me? Su Ming lifted a can of Coke. You specifically came to help the kid with the live stream, to shield me from trouble. I toast to you, wishing you military fortune as vast as the heavens and longevity deeper than the abyss. His lips seemed to be coated with honey. Wait. Chen Xianyi rolled his eyes. As soon as you mention live streaming, are you trying to ask how much the earnings were? Suming sheepishly smiled, just asking along the way mainly because I'm quite curious. Well, I've asked them to transfer the money as soon as possible, bye. Now it should almost be in your account, stated Mayor Chen. Just as he finished speaking, Suming's phone buzzed. A message had arrived. Rising Dragon Bank. Dear customer, the global live streaming platform has completed a transfer of 152,037,7719 Dragon Yuan to your account ending in 8801 on May 8 at 2000 hours. Please check your account. Suming's hand trembled, his eyes wide in shock. Just one night, just one live stream, and I earned 15 billion. That's even more profitable than my godlike wealth system. Mayor Chen smiled gently. The Fortress of Demons dungeon has been unbroken for many years and is very famous among global professionals. It's a massive amount of traffic that you managed to capture all by yourself, naturally earning a fortune. Unfortunately, we are neither witches who can see the future nor fortune tellers. Mayor sighed. Without doing some promotion and taking on some commercial endorsements in advance, you could have earned at least 5 times more tonight. Suming bowed his hands, his heart bleeding internally. Indeed, such a great business opportunity can be described as a sky-high fortune. Principal Zhao Renjie coughed, reminding everything on the internet is virtual. My boy, you can't hold on to it. Having 15 billion in revenue is already a windfall. Don't be too greedy. How about I manage your live streaming account for you? Zhao Renjie proposed gleefully. Suming rolled his eyes. I would indeed like you to manage it for me, but I'm afraid the global audience, used to seeing a dashing, handsome Eastern man, would unsubscribe en masse if they suddenly see an old curmudgeon like you ruining a live streaming room with 20 million followers. Zhao Renjie chuckled. Mayor Chen Xianyi couldn't hold back his laughter as he handed over a small slip of paper to him. Here, account and password. It's registered under your name, Su Ming, so you can take over seamlessly. From the beginning, Mayor Chen and Principal Zhao had no intention of embezzling his live streaming account. After all, it was highly tied to Su Ming. No one could steal it away. They just wanted to tease him a bit. Although the account is now yours, you are still a student and you must prioritize your college entrance exams. Focus on your studies, Zhao Renjie solemnly reminded him, warning him not to get carried away by minor successes and become lost in the pursuit of quick money through live streaming. Chen Xianyi, however, disagreed. You really are an old fogey, out of touch with the times. Su Ming has already received a special recruitment contract from Yanhuang Military Academy, so why worry about the college entrance exam? On the other hand, live streaming is a genuine career that one should seriously pursue. You should really do the math. Before Zhao Renjie could retort, Chen Xianyi started calculating with his fingers, making his point clear. Let's take an average graduate from Beiliang Academy whose monthly salary after university will assume is 5,000, that's merely 60,000 a year. We won't consider taxes and expenses, assuming it's all saved. In 10 years, that's 600,000, assuming one works for 50 years, that's only 3 million. But Su Ming's new live streaming account gained 20 million followers overnight, all genuine active followers, not a single fake among them. They all have high hopes for Su Ming and a strong desire to tip, which is why he earned 15 billion just last night. And for Su Ming's second livestream, as long as it's somewhat interesting, I guarantee at least another gain of 50 million. Even if Su Ming messes up and subsequent streams aren't as entertaining and don't attract many tips, I estimate his mega famous account will still make a minimum of 300 million. Chen Xianyi smirked. With that kind of money, think about how many epic items he could buy, how many skill books. When you can reach the skies in one step, why bother with the traditional route of exams? College job? Zhao Renjie was at a loss for words, stammering. The purpose of the college entrance exam isn't just about making money. Chen Xianyi scorned. Don't sanctify the college entrance exam, it's merely a mechanism for selecting talents, a stepping stone to society. But the nightmare-level Fortress of Demons, the dungeon that is the true college entrance exam for Su Ming, he's already secured his place in university and his future career. Zhao Renjie was speechless. He realized that Chen Xianyi's points were quite valid. The college entrance exam is mainly a fair pathway for lower-level students to rise, but Su Ming has already reached the heavens in one battle, catching the eye of countless high-level professionals. Right, young man, you came here boldly asking for something from Mayor Chen Xianyi, Su Ming said earnestly with a bow. Oh, speak freely. I would like to request a pass to travel to the Beiliang 037 Abyss battlefield, Su Ming declared, causing a sudden shift in the expressions of all the high officials from Beiliang Academy seated at the table. Are you mad? One principal immediately objected. No, that's not possible. Even if the mayor agrees, our school absolutely does not, exclaimed the principal emphatically. How can a student with such limited actual combat experience casually enter a real battlefield? If you die there, you won't just respawn like in a simulation. Yes, you become a combat celebrity with the mayor's assistance, and your life has been worry-free and rich overnight. But in terms of professional combat experience, you're still a rookie. You need to follow the standard procedure. First, achieve a passing grade of C in 10 trial simulations, earn sufficient graduation equipment in the military academy, and finally let the academy's teachers assess your psychological state and true combat ability to decide if you're qualified to step onto the real battlefield. This is a matter of life and death, no carelessness can be tolerated. The crowd echoed his sentiment, refusing to give in. After all, Summing was the most extraordinarily talented student in the history of Beiliang Academy. If he were to be devoured by demonic rats on the battlefield and reborn through their digestive tracts in less dignified forms, it would be a tragic loss of a heavyweight alumnus. With sincerity, Summing responded, "What about before there were simulations? At the beginning of the abyssal invasions, our forebears in Long Country, they too had just changed professions, some without mastering any skills, yet for the sake of saving their nation and people, they courageously stepped onto the battlefield with their frail level 1 bodies to fight the demons. I wish to emulate these ancestors and forge my strength on the real battlefield." He bowed deeply again, imploring their approval. The crowd exchanged looks of uncertainty. Summing prepared for this continued his persuasion. Moreover, the 037 Abyss battlefield is a standard low-intensity combat zone with a level cap of only 20. The demons there are not very strong, making it suitable for a newcomer like me. I've heard that many new soldiers and professionals from major families voluntarily apply to train there. If they can go, so can I. At this, Principal Zhao hesitated. The head of the senior year frowned and reminded students, "Summing new recruits clear out battlefield 037 out of duty. They must control the demon population to prevent them from breaking through the blockade and attacking civilians. Professionals from powerful families trained from a young age with top-tier equipment and skills handle these low-level demons as easily as slicing through vegetables." But he paused, the implication clear. Summing, who had just awakened his powers today, had earned many rewards in the group Demon's Fortress simulation but still had many weaknesses. "No, I think Summing should go." Suddenly Mayor Chen Xianyi slammed down his chopsticks, decisively making his statement. "Enough, stop trying to hustle our passionate students from Beiliang into being your expendable pawns. I know the frontline forces in the Abyss have always been tight, but that doesn't mean we can just casually send a mere level 10 summoner into the battlefield to be slaughtered." Principal Zhao Renjie glared furiously at his old friend. Chen Xianyi rolled his eyes. "The real strain is in the Tier 4 professionals battling in the number 002 Abyss battlefield. Su Ming isn't even qualified to step foot there. Besides, the number 037 Abyss has always been used to train new professionals. Its danger level is quite low. In professional jargon, it's basically a newbie village. Even before the dungeon system was established, the mortality rate in number 037 Abyss was only 13%, which is practically a walk in the park." He shrugged dismissively. "A 13% mortality rate, you call that low?" Zhao Renjie scoffed. 1 in 10 might die. Who can guarantee they won't be the unlucky one?" Chen Xianyi chuckled lightly. "Old Zhao, I think your academic research has dulled your senses. You've been too comfortable for too long and have forgotten a basic truth. In resisting the Abyss, our human race has never had the upper hand. We've always had to fight with our lives on the line, with our flesh and blood. All noble achievements necessarily come with great sacrifices. A 13% mortality rate is already a result of widespread education in demonology and basic professional skills. You should know, during the first decade when everyone was converting to professional roles and the Abyss invasions began, the mortality rate in number 037 Abyss was 68%. It's the lessons learned from numerous lives that have been compiled into textbooks and passed down to reduce it to 13%. Chen Xianyi snorted coldly. 99% of the dangers have already been scouted out. Low-intensity battlefields hardly hold any surprises or secrets anymore. What's there to fear? Especially for a top student like Su Ming, who surely knows all the taboos of the number 037 battlefield like the back of his hand. He'll breeze through it. "Look, I've signed the pass." With that, Chen Xian, ignoring his friend's frown, flamboyantly signed a pass. Su Ming, grinning, took it, his smile twitching as he thought, "Geez, such ugly scribbling. A crab dipped in ink could stroll across the paper and produce something better." and to think your signing gesture looked so cool, it was all just a cover for your ugly handwriting. Of course, I won't go back on my word, the reward I promised you earlier will still be given." As Su Ming turned to leave Chen Xian, he reached out and grabbed the collar of his back, pulling him back like an eagle catching a chick. A ring gleaming with golden light was taken out from a backpack slot and tossed on the dining table. "Is that it?" The top brass of Northern Liang Academy immediately lit up, drool almost escaping their mouths. The ring bore the Hydra emblem, number 004, quality, dark gold. It was a soul fragment dropped by the demigod creature Hydra Zudra after being besieged by multinational Tier 6 warriors above the Great Barrier Reef. Born from Zudra's fourth head, the Thunder Element head, its effect: all Thunder Element spells cast by the wearer could split into 9 chained forked lightnings. Level restriction: 10-inch. Able to grow. Please collect the soul fragments from the other 8 heads to unlock more functions. Su Ming was shocked, instinctively refused. "I cannot accept such a treasure without having earned it. Please take it back, Mayor." Though he was incredibly eager, he understood one of the simplest truths of human society: there is no such thing as a free lunch. The value of the gift one receives is always expected to be reciprocated. This dark gold ring might appear to be a mere level 10 item, but its prefix was that of a magic ring. Level 10 was just the surface. If one could gather all 9 soul fragments of the Hydra and transform them into equipment, it was estimated that it could evolve into a demi-artifact or even a full artifact. By then, the required level for using it would definitely skyrocket to over level 100. Chen Xian smiled faintly. "I am a sword immortal, no longer casting lightning element spells, so I have already replaced the ring slot with another artifact ring. It has been phased out, and among my descendants, there are no lightning element mages either." Su Ming spread his hands. "I'm not an elemental mage either." Chen Xian glanced at him. "But your fox summon, it seems to be a universal magic user. Just buy it a lightning chain skill book paired with the Hydra magic ring, and imagine every time it casts a spell, it would create a 9-linked chain of thunderous electric nets covering a vast area of abyssal creatures, a veritable king of thunder magic." Su Ming's eyes twinkled, having envisioned this scene the moment he saw the magic ring. "But what would you have me do in return?" "I must weigh the merits, as I don't accept favors without cause," he asked seriously. "To give a gift is to expect something," Su Ming said, looking intently at Chen Xian. The latter clapped his hands and smiled. "Level up to 20 as soon as possible, complete the first-class change for professionals. Then I will ask you to go to a wild abyssal rift to collect 2 precious materials for me. That rift is extremely unstable and only allows professionals below level 30 to enter." "No way." Before Su Ming could consider, Zhao Renjie had already slammed the table and stood up. "You're talking about the Great Abyssal Rift, Gate of the Trickster Nation, aren't you?" Chen Xian squinted his eyes, casting a fleeting cold bitter glance at his old friend. He did not lie but admitted outright, "Exactly, the Gate of the Trickster Nation, whenever the abyssal fog boils, the gate to a night march of ghosts and goblins opens. So, I absolutely refuse to let you get involved." Principal Zhao Renjie sternly glared at Su Ming. "This matter is not up for discussion, nor is it open to rebuttal." What exactly is the Gate of the Trickster Nation?" Su Ming scratched his head, his curiosity piqued. Perhaps, like all curious students, there was a restless rebel spirit in his heart. Chen Xian put down his wineglass, set aside his chopsticks, wiped his lips and looked slowly at the young man before him. "It involves a taboo subject in the academic world for the past 3 years, a secret that all official bodies globally have tried to cover up. Unfortunately, the zone of anomalies is gradually expanding and the bizarre disasters are becoming more severe. It can no longer be contained." The sword immortal rubbed his temples with a headache. "I only know one thing: when this becomes public, it will surely cause widespread panic." "Ha, as a scholar, old Zhao should be more aware of the gates of trickery than I am." Chen Xian gave his old friend a meaningful look. "I'm not good with words, I can't explain it clearly. If I describe it wrongly and your proud students encounter these oddities, they might just drop dead in an instant. It's better for you to explain it yourself." "Well, it doesn't matter, the existence of these oddities can no longer be concealed." Zhao Renjie sighed dejectedly. "Within half a year, all the governments worldwide will disclose their secrets. In that case, let me give you a briefing on the intelligence so that you won't enter a strange outbreak zone by mistake and be completely unaware of their terror." Cough, cough. Clearing his throat, Zhao Renjie began to speak to an audience all ears. "On the African savannah, what happens when a young elephant strays from the herd because it's playful? The fiercest lions will swarm and try to feast on the young elephant. They are like the abyssal demons coveting our planet." Zhao Renjie lamented. But is it only the lions that crave the flesh of the young elephant? Afterwards, the hyenas also want a share of the feast after they lions have eaten their fill. Following the hyenas, the scavenging vultures arrive, then the dung beetles, E. coli, and other decomposers. Zhao Renjia's expression turns serious. The portals from the abyss have riddled our planet with holes, stripping it of all defenses. Thus, hunters from other worlds are also eyeing us. From the gates of the abyss come the demons, and from the gates of trickery come the oddities. Zhao Renjia solemnly said oddities are unique, indestructible entities even if their souls are scattered. They always manage to come back again and again. It seems there's no way to kill them, only sealing spells can suppress them. They are a strange power system, distinct from our national job transfer system and the abyssal demons devouring system. Zhao Renjia sighed heavily, feeling troubled. Isn't that just like the ghosts in horror movies? Su Ming immediately made a connection. Of course not. Principal Zhao Renjia shook his head vigorously. Ghosts in horror movies are just adult fairy tales. I don't bother watching them, nor do they scare me. A horror movie rated at least PG-13, even R, and possibly restricted for viewers under 18, is a fairy tale in your eyes? A principal was astonished. Zhao Renjia nodded as if it was obvious. Exactly. Think about the prototypes of those ancient horror stories, such as strange stories from a Chinese studio. They are usually about an honest person who, after being wronged and dying, becomes a vengeful ghost seeking revenge against unfaithful lovers, landlords, corrupt officials, and so forth. Normally, an ordinary person from the lower class of society to take revenge on those high up would need to struggle immensely to climb up and endure countless days and nights of patience, right? Zhao Renjia smirked. But in horror stories, you only need a white silk noose, hang yourself under the eaves, and you gain supernatural powers, becoming an unmatched ghost. Isn't that just like an ancient version of a superhero story? To put it simply, it's just a fairy tale that harbors the most beautiful rebellious desires. Everyone exchanged glances. Brilliant. Mayor Chen Xian raised his thumb in approval. Lu Yuan scratched his head. So what makes these strange creatures different from ghosts? They don't possess a spiritual body and can't be harmed by garlic peach with swords, black dog blood, or talismans. As soon as the topic of strange creatures came up, Principal Zhao Renjia's face turned serious again. There are sixth-tier professionals who have used divine arts and holy light to try to purify them, but these creatures remain completely unharmed. Logically, any evil being should receive double damage from holy light. There are also necromancers, a hidden profession among summoners, who tried using soul summoning techniques on these strange creatures, but alas, Zhao Renjia looked as if he was at a loss for words. Su Ming, being a summoner himself, naturally had a deep understanding of his profession's hidden aspects. He couldn't help but ask in astonishment, can soul summoning, which can call unclaimed spirits of the dead to temporarily serve as one's minions, really be ineffective against these strange creatures? Yes, completely ineffective. That necromancer's offense, however, only angered the creature, leading it to possess him, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he jumped from a building the next day. Although the incident was ruled as suicide, all researchers had seen his psychological evaluation report. He was perfectly healthy with no signs of a potential suicide. Zhao Renjia sighed deeply. Later, many scholars risked their lives to study these creatures and met with bizarre and mysterious deaths. What can be done then? Is there no solution? Su Ming was utterly shocked. If so many high-level professionals and top scholars are helpless against these creatures, it would be a calamity more terrifying than an abyssal invasion. Just thinking that he might encounter them at any moment and meet a gruesome death made Su Ming instinctively shudder. No need to panic too much. Mayor Chen Xian, picking his teeth and smiling faintly, said in simple terms, these strange creatures are not in the same power system as us, so there is no effective solution. It's like how bullets from the third dimension cannot harm beings from the second or higher fourth dimensions. However, sealing techniques can trap these strange creatures in certain objects. This is cutting-edge academic research that we low-level scholars from the poor and remote region of Beiliang are not yet qualified to access. Zhao Renjia said to Su Ming, now that you are aware of the horror of these strange creatures, and the gate to their realm is the portal linking our world to theirs, I absolutely cannot agree to you recklessly entering it. The dark gold magic ring that old Chen Xian gave you is indeed valuable, but it's not worth gambling the life of a talented summoner like you. Su Ming simply spread his hands indifferently. I'm sorry, Principal Zhao, but I'm afraid my decision will disappoint you. Zhao Renjia, anxious, did not want to see his proud student perish in the gate to the creature realm. We professionals have always been confronting the abyss, fighting against incredibly powerful demons. In my view, these so-called mysterious creatures are nothing more than superior high-level demons. He shook his head. To obtain the Hydra emblem, a powerful dark gold equipment requires a team of Tier 6 professionals to confront the demigod-level Hydra Zudra. Therefore, its value is worth the risk to venture into the gate of the mysterious country. It's worth gambling my life for. Mayor Chen Xiani showed a satisfied expression. Rest assured, all the scientific research organizations around the world are diligently studying the gate of the mysterious country. By the time you are capable of making your way there, who knows, we might have already deciphered the secret to the immortality of these mysterious creatures. However, Su Ming was thinking, with my divine tycoon system I can custom order summoning items with golden clauses like bizarre resurrection or monstrous arrival to empower my summon creatures. When the time comes, being a creature of mystery themselves. Couldn't they fight each other? After having his fill at the cafeteria, Su Ming contentedly left, put on his mask, and returned to his dormitory to rest. However, as he reached for his access card, his fingertips touched a business card. It was from Zhao Muyu, the enchanting secretary who once clashed with him but later adopted a much humbler attitude, even going so far as to reveal her deeply alluring cleavage as a gesture of apology. The card still carried a hint of her high-end perfume with a refreshing afternote. Su Ming only glanced at the card, but his expression suddenly became serious because he noticed a line of elegant small script on it. I have a clue about the summoner's exclusive divine artifact, Portable World, available for discussion, negotiable. If interested, please contact sister. Next to it was a pink lipstick mark shimmering under the streetlight with a mesmerizing glow. His first thought was, could this be a trap? Perhaps a honey trap from the Iron Blood Alliance. Maybe Shinzimo wants to test his mettle? But then some schemes, despite their crudeness, often succeed because their temptations are too great. Although Su Ming did not trust Zhao Muyu, his eyes seemed glued to the words portable world. As a summoner, who wouldn't want the portable world? Normally, a summoner like Su Ming has extremely limited space for summoned beasts, currently only 3, although as he advances in his career and level he may have a few more. However, a normal promotion from Tier 1 to Tier 6 would not possibly allow for more than 10 summoning spaces. But the number of summoned beasts is the foundation of a summoner. Even if the quality of the summoned beasts is poor, as long as there are enough of them, they can still achieve the effect of overwhelming the enemy. The infamous Undead Scourge was a testament to this. With enough space to summon an overwhelming army of bone dragons and a sea of skeletons. It's said that the owner of the artifact Portable World was responsible for this. Unfortunately, after the Undead Scourge faded into the annals of history, the artifact also vanished without a trace, likely destroyed or shattered by the abyssal demons. In the active communities of summoners, it's often said that artifacts usually carry a divine suffix, indestructible. It can only be dropped, stolen, or shattered into fragments, but it will never be completely destroyed by demons. These fragments are destined to gather and reassemble into the artifact's original form, reappearing in this world once more. Su Ming furrowed his brows, lost in thought. If Zhou Muyu wasn't lying to me and the news about the artifact really leaked, this could be a tremendous opportunity. But should she have sold it to Shinzimo? Could the rumors of her public resignation be true? From the exaggerated tales of his friend Song Qingfeng, Su Ming learned that Shinzimo attributed Su Ming's achievement of breaking through the demon fortress entirely to his own professional card, even boasting that it was a hidden high-level summoner's card. After a moment's thought, Su Ming understood why Zhou Muyu resigned in a huff. She didn't want to be the scapegoat. After all, that professional card was the one Su Ming had snatched away in front of Zhou Muyu and Shinzimo for 20 million. That is to say, if Shinzimo was telling the truth, then Zhou Muyu was the primary responsible party. As a professional secretary and manager, Zhou Muyu was merely working for the Iron Blood Alliance. Their relationship was that of employer and employee. If Zhou Muyu indeed made the rookie mistake of mistaking a high-level professional card for a regular one, her reputation would be ruined and no one would hire her in the future. Therefore, she absolutely refused to take the blame, as it concerned her future career. But she couldn't afford to offend the future heir of the Iron Blood Alliance, so Zhou Muyu had no choice but to resign. Zhou Muyu was probably not employing any seductive tactics. This piece of information couldn't possibly be bait released by the Iron Blood Alliance, Su Ming concluded, because although he was unfamiliar with the Iron Blood Alliance and Zhou Muyu, he knew Shinzimo all too well after 3 years as classmates. That guy was overly proud, vindictive, and particularly ungrateful. Blaming his own failures on his secretary was all too in character for him. Without further hesitation, Suming dialed Zhoumuyu's number. An hour later, Suming, disguised as a patient with a severe cold wearing ordinary sunglasses and a medical mask, and Zhoumuyu pretending to be a street-faring female celebrity with flashy sunglasses and a gold-trimmed fashionable mask, sat together in a private internet cafe booth at the school gate. "Had we do look quite like a couple," Zhoumuyu said as she handed him a cup of oolong peach milk tea. Sipping leisurely, she casually asked, "Has the Iron Blood Alliance not troubled you yet?" "Oh, we have no grievances, why would they create trouble for me?" Suming frowned, probing. Zhoumuyu smiled. "You should know Shinzimo, and I know his father Shin Jinghong. They inherit the same vindictive nature and both are equally ruthless. You might not harbor much hostility towards them, but in Shin Jinghong's heart he already believes you have made a move against him. He's convinced that you will definitely seek revenge in the future. Therefore, nipping the problem in the bud and resolving all troubles once and for all is his way of handling things. He made a move against me." Su Ming was taken aback. "Yes, to prevent your future rise and potential revenge against his beloved son." And Shen Jinghong personally took action and snatched away the special admission spot reserved for you at Dragon Nation's premier military academy, Zhoumuyu said with a half smile. Half smirk. "In our Dragon Nation's olden days, there was a saying, blocking one's livelihood is akin to killing one's parents, and taking away your pathway to ascend is nothing less than a blood feud on a family level." Su Ming forced a smile and sighed. "It seems troubles come uninvited." First, Shin Zimo rashly speculated that Su Ming's seemingly ordinary summoner profession was actually a special hidden one. Then Shin Jinghong, assuming Su Ming harbored resentment in his heart, acted preemptively as if they were sworn enemies. Shin Jinghong then took it upon himself to snatch the military academy spot, which Su Ming didn't even care much for. Finally, Shen Jinghong concluded that Su Ming must be furious, turning their situation into one of deep-seated enmity over blocked livelihoods. This series of unilateral expectations and defenses, who could withstand such an onslaught? Su Ming sipped his milk tea in frustration, looking at his stunningly beautiful secretary with the desperation of a drowning man clutching at straws. "Do you think I can reconcile with Shin Jinghong? I can apologize." "Guess what?" Zhoumuyu smiled faintly, ruthlessly crushing his hope. "Knowing Shin Jinghong, he will definitely think you're feigning weakness, secretly resentful, and just biding your time to grow stronger. Once you reach a tier 6 profession, you would surely return your deeply buried hatred tenfold." Su Ming was skeptical. "Are these just your wild guesses?" He couldn't believe Shin Jinghong would be so extreme. Unfortunately, in the Iron Blood Alliance, his nickname is Mad Demon Fighter, Shin Jinghong perfectly matching his hidden profession of a feral fighter. Zhoumuyu calmly stated, "You're a top student, you should have come across a truth. There are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names." Su Ming could only sigh deeply, eventually shaking off his gloom and revealing a fierce determination. "Fine, if Shin Jinghong persists, then I, Su Ming, am not to be trifled with. He really thinks I'm a pushover made of clay. Good, I like your spirit." Zhoumuyu, nibbling on a macaron, offered her advice. "Don't panic. You've now caught the special attention of the 3rd Military Academy of Dragon Nation, Yanhuang Military Academy. The Vice-Chancellor Chu Tianqi has sent you a special admission offer. Moreover, Mayor Chen Xuanji has made it known to everyone that he has high hopes for you, a statement that alone is enough to make Shin Jinghong wary. Not to mention your globally famous livestream of conquering the Demon Fortress dungeon is wildly popular. That is to say, before the netizens forget you, you are a big internet sensation. Every move you make is closely watched. After all, the Iron Blood Alliance is a formally registered official organization, and Shin Jinghong wouldn't dare to harm you under such circumstances." Su Ming nodded his head and sighed deeply. "That's true. Whether it's the old era or the era of everyone changing professions, the death of a major internet celebrity would bring very high exposure, and by then Shin Jinghong would find it difficult to escape involvement." Assured of his temporary safety, Su Ming felt a renewed drive to level up. To survive under a 6th-tier wild fighter, he at least needed to be a 5th-tier summoner. "Regarding the information on the artifact portable world, how much are you selling it for, and how can I verify the authenticity of the news?" Su Ming asked thoughtfully. Zhoumuyu smiled cheerfully, having witnessed the grandeur of his worldwide live broadcast the previous day. That row upon row of rewards was truly generous. "It made me so envious I almost wanted to pay you instead," she said, making Su Ming's heart skip a beat as his face stiffened. "About that, global broadcasts require cross-border taxation, so I actually don't get that much in hand." Zhoumuyu, with a master's in international finance, curved her lips into a charming smile. "Taxation in cross-border settlements? I know much more about them than you do, you bad man, always thinking of taking advantage. As Su Ming looked at the stunningly seductive Zhao Muyu, he swallowed hard and instinctively clutched at his lifeline, yes, his bank card. Don't come any closer, Zhao Muyu lazily stated a price that she grasped very precisely, 100 million flat rate. In her view, Su Ming's recent broadcast had been very profitable and he should be at his most ambitious about the artifact news. No summoner could resist the temptation of a portable world, which essentially meant an unlimited summoning space, implying endlessly numerous summoned beasts. Quantitative change can lead to qualitative change, she continued persuasively, smiling cheerfully. Currently the price of one summoning skeleton is about 5,000 in cash. Just spend a little money, buy 10,000 and keep them all in your portable world. When you encounter any enemy, just throw them all out, it's practically invincible at the same tier. Su Ming smirked, I don't need it, I'm invincible at the same tier as well. However, he thought of the spending threshold required by the Tycoon system, 12 billion. Spending this money would gain him another legendary gold entry. So, Su Ming casually waved his hand, alright, deal. I really do need to spend this money, huh? Zhao Muyu was stunned, somewhat unable to understand what he meant by really need to spend this money. Isn't the word spend a bit redundant here? Yet, Su Ming had already signaled her to provide a bank account number and prepare an electronic contract. Don't we need a notary? Zhao Muyu asked with puzzlement, as it was after all a business deal involving a billion. What if I were just bluffing with false information? If I took the money and fled abroad, wouldn't you be left with nothing but empty hands? Su Ming rolled his eyes in response. The money will certainly be transferred to an official platform in Long Country first, not directly into your account. After I verify the authenticity of the information, the billion will be paid to you in installments from the official platform. I'm not some naive young man who loses his head at the sight of a beauty and forgets all basic anti-fraud knowledge. Fair enough. Zhao Muyu felt confident about her intelligence and also trusted the official platform. She then printed the electronic contract in triplicate and both parties signed. Here, one copy for you, one for me, and one to be mailed to the official platform. Zhao Muyu officially handled all the contracts and then sat upright and began to discuss the intelligence. The artifact, portable world, was once the possession of the Lord of the Undead Scourge. After the martyr's fall, the artifact was torn apart and secretly sealed by demons, to prevent high-level summoners like the Undead Scourge from obtaining it. They maliciously sealed the fragments of the artifact in the low-intensity abyss battlefield. Su Ming was startled and his expression changed slightly. Really, in that damned place, the low-intensity abyss battlefield, the restricted area that only allows entry to novices under level 20, Su Ming seemed to suddenly realize, no wonder the portable world artifact has not appeared for so long, as if it had vanished, so its fragments were sealed in that accursed place. The Abyss Battlefield is a special region where human professionals and abyssal demons fight to the death. However, the strength difference between professionals from 1st to 6th rank is vast, making it impossible for them all to battle in the same Abyss Battlefield. Thus, the Abyss Battlefield is divided into 7 tiers, the 6th tier Abyss Battlefield, 5th tier, and so on down to the 1st tier, along with the low-intensity Abyss Battlefield for those who have not yet chosen a profession. This can be understood from a gaming perspective, similar to the latter levels in many esports games, which are also divided into bronze, iron, silver, gold, and so forth. However, not long after the Abyss invasion, the low-intensity Abyss Battlefield was legally abolished and the state no longer recommended that unprofessioned individuals enter. The reason was simple: most of the novice professionals under the 1st rank are minors. How could these children be allowed to battle demons on the battlefield right after their initial profession assignment? Unlike demons, whose fighting instincts and innate abilities are etched into their DNA and present from birth, human professionals need to acquire skills from school, hone their techniques in instances, and obtain attributes from equipment. Therefore, it was undoubtedly a wise decision by governments worldwide. By giving up the profits from the low-intensity Abyss Battlefield, humanity preserved its strength, maintaining the initiative in the Abyss Battlefields from 1st to 6th rank. This was another form of the strategic deployment known as Tianji's horse racing, so Su Ming squinted his eyes. Do I need to step into the low-intensity Abyss Battlefield before choosing a profession to find the fragments of the portable world artifact? He had actually just received the 037 Abyss Battlefield Pass signed by Mayor Qin Xianyi at the end of the celebration banquet. Even without any clues about the divine artifact, he was ready to go to the battlefield to slay monsters and level up, aiming to reach level 20 as soon as possible. Bingo! Zhao Muyu snapped his fingers and spoke seriously. The revival of a divine artifact usually involves a very cumbersome and difficult series of tasks, each linked to the next. The intelligence I've gathered indicates that when a summoner kills 1,000 demons in a low-intensity abyss battlefield, he will trigger the divine artifact revival quest. However, I do not know the details of the quest. Zhao Muyu sighed lightly. After all, the conditions to trigger the quest were too stringent. That's 1,000 kills. The monsters in the low-intensity abyss battlefield are mostly between levels 10 and 20. If summoning were just a level 10 ordinary summoner, not to mention getting 1,000 kills, even a streak of 10 would be extremely difficult. This is not a trivial game of mowing down enemies. Remember one basic logic: if you are killed, you die. Yes, the low-intensity abyss battlefield is reality, not a copy, not a copy, not a copy. All beings entering it, whether humans or demons, have only one life. The reason Summing could casually livestream his conquest of the Fortress of Demons is because that was a copy. Even if he failed, he could return intact and try again. Therefore, he could approach everything with the relaxed mindset of a gamer. Is this the difficulty of acquiring a divine artifact? Summing sighed, but this ignited his fighting spirit. For me, the difficulty is just right. Zhao Muyu smiled warmly. Exactly, with your legendary summon beast, you can definitely strut across the low-intensity battlefield. This task is undoubtedly tailor-made for summoners like you. For other professions, no matter how talented, achieving 1,000 kills in the low-intensity abyss battlefield is pure fantasy, because they are ultimately mortal. They tire, they exhaust their mana, they lose health. Because the demons know how to ambush, set traps, gather into demonic tides, and swarm and attack, not to mention anything else. Even if 1,000 demons stood still and let them slash, the durability of ordinary professionals' weapons wouldn't last. Blades would dull, chipping on the bones of demons, staffs would drain of power, needing to be re-enchanted. Thus, this is truly a task exclusive to the summoner profession. Summoners can use the massive number of demons on the battlefield to infinitely summon skeletons, thereby using a sea of skeletons tactic to uniformly push through the abyss battlefield, achieving a qualitative change with absolute numerical superiority. Here, the skill book is all prepared for you. Consider it a small gift for our big business deal. Zhao Muyu handed over a skill book with great consideration. Skeleton summoning spell, limited to the summoner profession. If you switch to a necromancer, all skeleton soldiers receive a plus 50% boost to attack and health. Effect: summon a skeleton soldier from a corpse. The type of corpse determines the skeleton's class, whether it be a melee skeleton warrior, a ranged skeleton archer, or a casting skeleton mage. Oh, thank you so much, Sister Zhao Muyu. Su Ming was overjoyed since the market price for this skeleton summoning spell was over 200,000, and now he got it for free from her, which was indeed thrilling. Hee, you really have a sweet mouth. Your senior sister likes it a lot. Zhao Muyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at him and made another proposal. Say, how about hiring your senior sister as your agent? I'm currently unemployed, and as a big internet sensation, you shouldn't be all alone without even a small assistant. Why choose me? Su Ming was startled. With the skills of his senior sister, who was about to secure 100 million in capital, she could easily start her own business, right? Why would she want to work for someone else? Zhao Muyu spoke indignantly. Start my own business? In an era where professionals rule, what space is there for ordinary people to start their own businesses? Do you think I want to work in that crappy place like the Iron Blood Alliance? Shen Jinghan, that old crook, always steals glances at my legs with those thievish eyes. Despite having a wife, he still fantasizes about busy with the secretary, doing the secretary when not busy. I know his sleazy thoughts and I can only endure. Luckily, his mother, a strong tier 6 professional with a powerful family background, keeps him in check, forcing him to behave like a good family man. Zhao Muyu sighed. Might makes right, that's the hidden creed of the era of universal job change. She stared out the window, her eyes misty-teary. I also come from a small-town quiz family. My parents managed a barren mountain, filled it with fruit trees through hard work, diligently fertilizing and caring for it, hoping for a fruitful harvest. Do you think they got to enjoy the fruits of their labor? Zhao Muyu's lips curled into a beautiful yet cold smile. I witnessed it myself. 2 businessmen came to visit. One was willing to offer a fair price that would enrich us. The other offered only 1/3 of the market price to take all the seasonal fruits from our orchard. My parents chose the latter because he was a shadow assassin, a part-time killer among the most common of tier 4 professionals. Because that very night my petanin was disassembled into dog-skinned meat, liver, organs, blood and intestines, all neatly packaged in film and left at our doorstep. Su Ming was silent. I actually miss the old times. Zhao Muyu smiled faintly, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. In that era, I could climb to the pinnacle of human power with my intellect and the weak could be protected by the law, but now we must attach ourselves to the strong to even have a threshold for fair competition. She looked at Su Ming, blinked her beautiful eyes and extended her slender snowy finger, poking his chest. You are the man senior sister wants to rely on. Cough cough. Su Ming nearly spit out his oolong peach milk tea. Senior sister, if you try anything with me now I could turn around and accuse you of harassing a minor. Zhao Muyu laughed heartily, her captivating presence undulating. She extended her right hand holding her fair cheek and said intriguingly, you, something's not quite right with you. This year's National XP leaderboard has kid driving a big car at the top, surpassing the previous year's NTR Minotaur. Su Ming suddenly became interested. Oh, I remember Shinzimo used to fantasize about you and now you're going to become my agent. Doesn't that mean I'm stealing his secretary sister away? Looks like I'm committing a crime here. Zhao Muyu couldn't help but laugh silently. Alright, senior sister Zhao Muyu, Su Ming joked before his expression turned serious, if you truly want to be my agent, then we must maintain a professional relationship from the start. That way, when it comes to discussing salary and contracts later, everything can be clear and above board without any guilt. Our cooperation will also last longer and won't interfere with our personal spaces. He was no naive boy to be trifled with by big sister. He was a mature-minded time traveler with a long-term vision. Zhao Muyu looked at Su Ming in astonishment, suddenly realizing that she couldn't quite see through her junior. Beneath his youthful face seemed to lie a worldly wisdom exuding the charm of a mature man. Su Ming smiled, turning the tables. Senior sister wants to be my agent probably because you know about the Sanctuary of Secrets and Miss Bufian's olive branch towards me. You know they would protect me, so you came to share my umbrella of protection, right? Zhao Muyu felt a small embarrassment as her thoughts seemed transparent. But you're right, we indeed should join forces. Su Ming broke the awkward silence, especially since we both are on Shin Jinghong's blacklist. And don't forget, Shinzimo is acting crazy, insisting you chose the wrong career card. Although his claim is absurd, what if you died? Without anyone to refute his words would stand as truth. Zhao Muyu's pupils shrank. He is indeed capable of doing such things. Shin Jinghong would also actively help his son clear this life stain because his heir cannot be a mere clown. Yes, as long as you're alive, Shinzimo remains a clown. Only if you died their room to maneuver becomes boundless, allowing Shinzimo to become a gloriously upright perfect heir. Su Ming gave a cold light chuckle, like adding a check sign in my name among your possessions, or accidentally finding a diary you wrote filled with evidence of your allegiance to me. How, all these could easily prove that Shinzimo wasn't lying. Zhao Muyu stood up and formally extended her hand. Let's reintroduce ourselves. I am Zhao Muyu, please advise me in the future. I am a mega internet celebrity, the world record holder of the Fortress of Demons, a third-class hero of the Dragon Nation adorned with medals, suave and handsome, the dream prince of millions of girls, Su Ming, the great handsome guy, the man destined to become the king of summoners. Zhao Muyu clasped hands with me. Instinctively, I squeezed her hands slightly, indeed they were soft and fragrant. I couldn't be blamed after all, it was my first time shaking hands with such a stunning beauty since traveling through time for over a decade, and at my age male hormones are raging. Zhao Muyu chuckled, you spoke so righteously just now, but your body tells the truth, Junior. After saying that, she playfully hooked her little finger on the palm of my hand. Her teasing almost made me stand straight up. I nearly won the game in one go. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Since you want me to be your agent, let me first propose my professional plan and operational ideas for you. Zhao Muyu said seriously, maintaining her icy beautiful demeanor. As far as I know, in the suburbs of Beiliang City there is a low-intensity abyss battlefield coded 037 which also has electronic signals, therefore your second livestream can be conducted there. With exposure the Iron Blood Alliance wouldn't dare to act rashly, your livestream will be your lifesaver. We can fully promote this event and have audiences globally safeguard you, Zhao Muyu explained. However, I shook my head, stating firmly, no, change the promotional plan. I want you to spread the news that I will soon be heading to the low-intensity abyss battlefield through covert channels to the ears of the Iron Blood Alliance. As for the livestream, start promoting it once I enter the battlefield, I said calmly. Zhao Muyu immediately understood. You want to set a trap? Are you planning to trick Shin Jinghong into sending people to the Abyss battlefield to hunt you and then counter-kill them? I smiled. The entry level for the low-intensity Abyss battlefield is from level 1 to 20. Currently, I'm only level 10. If you were Shin Jinghong, wouldn't you want to send some level 20 experts to crush me like a bug? But are level 20 professionals really that much stronger than level 10 ones? Zhao Muyu worried said, don't worry, the man you chose to follow is very strong. I patted my chest confidently. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes. But my taste in men is very poor. Remember, I used to want to be affiliated with Shin Jinghong of the Iron Blood Alliance, thinking he was a good uncle, but he turned out to want to be my bad uncle. I replied, well, we should make thorough preparations, Zhao Muyu solemnly said. Before coming here, I've already offered a 2 million bounty to help you purchase a rare skill book specializing in skeletons. I've paid 20% over the price, so we should be able to acquire it quickly, but you'll have to reimburse me for this part. Without hesitation, I transferred 20 million to her. Here, go register a private studio dedicated to managing my live streaming career. Use this money to manage my daily affairs as you see fit. Just show me the bill each month. Summing trusts those he employs and transfers the money directly. Of course, his promptness is purely to complete the tasks set by the tycoon system. Sure enough, the tycoon system also notifies him that the task of spending 12 billion has been completed. With 12 billion successfully spent, 24 billion has been returned to his account and he has earned a legendary gold entry. The next gold entry requires spending 5 billion. Friendly reminder. Your spending must enhance personal strength and must not be squandered, otherwise the tycoon system will not return double. Summing tempers his ecstatic joy for the moment, this legendary gold entry he had planned for a long time, and it has finally arrived. Zhao Muyu is also very pleased with Summing's generosity. Well done, Junior. As expected, global live streaming has been extremely profitable. Rest assured, this low-intensity battlefield livestream will also be a huge success. After all, it's been many years since a level 10 hero has ventured into the Abyss battlefield. We could do a series of live streams, dominating the Abyss battlefield from scratch. Zhao Muyu says excitedly, the fresh low-intensity Abyss battlefield and you're unrivaled. Dominance. Mowing down enemies will definitely create a whole new experience for the global audience, plus occasionally dealing with some assassins from the Iron Blood Alliance as a little embellishment to the livestream. I can only say the livestream will be maxed out. Interesting, we can go with this plan. Summing also thinks it's a good idea, but his only concern is, I'm already level 10, can it still be considered starting from scratch? Zhao Muyu shrugs. Your first livestream was clearing the demon fortress. You started from scratch, then that's enough. Well, live streaming is all about providing visual and emotional value to the family. The family shouldn't be too critical. Summing chuckles. Then he tosses the pass for the number 037 Abyss battlefield in front of Zhao Muyu. The signature of Mayor Qin Xian is very clear, emitting a strong aura of swords and fire, impossible to fake. This. Zhao Muyu stares at him blankly. Have you been playing dumb all this time? So you were planning to venture into the number 037 low-intensity Abyss battlefield from the beginning? Was the divine artifact information I sold you useless? Her eyes suddenly become very complex. Then you agreed so readily to give me 100 million. Were you planning to keep me? Summing smiles. It's just a coincidence, and of course your divine artifact information is worth the price, because normally I wouldn't be interested in tediously killing 1,000 monsters. After all, I only need to go from level 10 to 20, which requires about 700 monsters based on experience. Zhao Muyu shows a relieved smile, then can't help but feel a bit embarrassed. In that case, it seems we are indeed of one mind. Okay, let's get down to business, my dear senior sister. Alright, wait for my good news then, my stinky junior brother. Thus, under the manipulation of Zhao Muyu, a piece of intelligence soon flows into the hidden dark web. At the towering edifice of the Iron Blood Alliance, Shin Jinghong was scolding his son Shin Zimo. Fool, they say a tiger father does not have dog sons. How come I ended up with such a dim-witted son like you? Standing his ground, Shin Zimo retorted, given a tiger father has no dog sons. Additionally, I am a dog son. By contradiction, you are not a tiger father, most likely a dog father. Shin Jinghong, baffled, then bestowed upon his son the things he least desired: a fierce slap, a fat lip, and a box on the ears. Prove your point again. Let me hear your problem-solving approach, Shin Jinghong demanded, still not quite satisfied. Glaring at Shin Zimo. Sporting a bruised face, Shin Zimo replied, known. A kind father often spoils his child. A tiger father has many dog sons. Additionally, I am a dog son. Proof, you are both a kind father and a tiger father. Woe is me, Mom, I want to go home. Just then a piece of intelligence buzzed into his phone. Narrowing his eyes, Shen Jinghong murmured, "This Su Ming really knows how to stir trouble. He must be quite enamored with his role as an internet celebrity, keen to maintain his streaming account. Hence, he's decided to venture into the low-intensity Abyss battlefield." The information came from Su Ming's request to purchase a specialized skull skill book, which he disclosed and was extremely reliable. Moreover, he was paying a 20% premium, clearly an urgent need. This obscure skill book was most effective precisely in the Abyss battlefield. Shen Zimo's eyes widened. This is a brilliant idea, father. We must stop him. If he manages to make a fortune again, he could very well finance his own growth through streaming alone. By then Su Ming might indeed become a significant threat. Shen Jinghong sneered malevolently. The folly of youth. He doesn't realize the vast difference between level 10 and level 20. It's a doubling of attribute differences. Moreover, level 20 equipment absolutely dominates over level 10 gear. Calmly, Shen Jinghong stated, "I will immediately pull some level 20 professionals from within the Iron Blood Alliance to collectively take down Su Ming. This will be our home ground at the Iron Blood Alliance. When it comes to head-on battles, how can a greenhorn like Su Ming possibly stand against our well-trained warriors?" he proudly declared, exhaling deeply. "This threat will finally be eliminated. I thought it would be stuck in my throat for a long time." 3 days later, the incognito Su Ming met with the disguised Zhao Muyu outside a small diner at the 037 Abyss battlefield. She directly handed over the purchased specialized skull book and a protective amulet to him. "Here. Mission accomplished. Your 20 million is almost spent, but it was worth every penny." "Ha, that was quick. You really have a knack for spending money." Su Ming's eyes lit up, feeling that hiring her was like adding wings to a tiger. The godly wealth system needed just this kind of talent who was good at spending money. Zhao Muyu retorted, somewhat annoyed. "When you mock me, can you not always sound so sincere? I didn't swindle your money, just look at this amulet." Su Ming paused, then appraised it. Joy instantly spread across his face. Little amulet, skull research fanatic effect. +1 level to skeleton summoning, +1 level to skeleton mastery slot, effective when placed in the backpack. Description: only one amulet of the same type can be effective. Effects cannot be stacked. Although its effects only enhance 2 low-level skills, Summing is well aware of its true value. It works just by being in the backpack. It doesn't occupy slots for precious items like necklaces or rings. All its additional effects are essentially free bonuses. And the thing about backpacks, you can always expand them with money virtually without limit. Awesome, senior sister. Summing gives a thumbs up, not stinting his praise. "If I can return safely from this trip, you deserve the credit." Zhao Muyu blinks her beautiful eyes. "If you return safely, I might even give you a first kiss. Buy any small or large amulet that can be useful to my summoner without hesitation." Summing generously transfers half of the 240 million he just received to Zhao Muyu as her startup fund. Zhao Muyu is genuinely shocked. "Did you really earn that much from your last livestream? You have more disposable income than even Zhao Zimo. No wonder you chose the summoner profession, a career for the truly wealthy." Summing waves his hand. "Don't worry about where the money comes from, just help me spend it effectively. Anything that can boost my strength, don't bother haggling, just buy it outright." As the owner of the wealthy tycoonist system, Summing is not short of money. It's just a pity that the system only doubles the spending counted towards enhancing his strength. Otherwise he would let Zhao Muyu plunge into the stock and real estate markets with his money, and even if she loses it all, he could easily earn twice as much. "Alright, your strength is the foundation of our live streaming career." Zhao Muyu nods her head. "For the next few live streams, we'll continue to focus on building popularity. Once our fan base stabilizes, we can try monetizing through product placements." Summing gestures dismissively. "Let's not burst our family's coin purses. We don't need to earn money that way. When my army of summon creatures is ready, we can mow down enemies on the battlefield easily, collecting a plethora of dropped items, materials and equipment. We can auction these off in my live streaming room and monetize it that way." "Okay, since it's your live streaming room, I'll listen to the boss." Zhao Muyu agrees, though she thinks product placements are more profitable. As an agent, she chooses to follow Summing's plan unconditionally. The more she interacts with Summing, the more she finds him mysterious and inscrutable, possessing countless hidden channels and energies. This is a major support hidden within Bailiang Academy, currently a dragon lying low in the abyss. Zhao Muyu has made up her mind to ally herself with him. Moreover, he has a conscience and principles in his actions. He even hesitates to exploit his fans, meaning Summing will likely not turn his back on people like Shin Jinghong in the future. She muses silently, particularly pleased with her new boss. I set off hoping that the assassins sent by the Ironblood Alliance could spice up my livestream with some thrilling action. Don't let it be too lonely for me. Summing stood up and bid farewell. To Zhao Muyu, be careful of assassins, she shouted. Summing waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry, I prepared a super turtle shell for myself, no one can break through my defense. Zhao Muyu looked puzzled, then Summing launched an AI drone equipped with an 8K resolution camera to assist with his livestream. While adjusting the drone, Summing sat down cross-legged on the edge of Abyss Battlefield number 037. He first chose to learn the skull specialization skill book that Zhao Muyu had acquired. Its effects were pure and moderate. Summoned skeletons get plus 10% attack, plus 10% defense, plus 10% magic resistance, plus 10% damage reduction, and plus 10% life. All these enhancements were specifically for skeleton-type summons. Generally, all summoners who switch their profession to necromancers max out the skull specialization skill. Not only does it include the feeble skeleton warriors, the inaccurate skeleton archers, and the skeleton mages who struggle to cast fireballs, but also the famous ultimate skeleton, the bone dragon. After that, Summing took a deep breath and summoned a confused Qingqiu fox, rubbing her fluffy tail. Little one, it's time to bestow upon you a legendary gold tier attribute. Summing closed his eyes, activated his prodigious memory, and searched through the legendary gold tier phrases he knew by heart. Immediately he thought of Ping Ping from Black Myth, Wukong, whose soft-spoken monkey brother melted countless players' hearts. Thus, Summing almost gave her the gold tier attribute of a curvaceous figure. However, he eventually overcame his naughty soul, remembering a summoner's saying, a good summoner should not exploit their summoned beasts, at least not in that way. Summing proceeded with his original plan: bestow the legendary attribute Unlimited Mana. Ding, unlimited mana. Attribute successfully bestowed. Summoned beast, Qingqiu fox, A, plus unlimited mana, legendary, equals three-tailed demon fox, epic. Summing took another deep breath, feeling very satisfied. It had broken through the legendary limit and successfully evolved into an epic tier, showing the little fox's tremendous potential. Turning his head, he examined the three-tailed demon fox. She looked much the same as before, still the adorable little fox, but now with two additional tails swinging in the wind, and her mana, due to the unlimited mana attribute, skyrocketed from the original 1,100 base spirit at level 10 to a staggering 10,000. Yes, that's the effect of the unlimited mana attribute, a tenfold increase in mana capacity and mana recovery speed. Looking at the 10,000 mana points drool dripped from Summing's mouth, he then used a cheap skill book he had bought online, Mana Sharing. It was a rather mediocre summoner skill book which he had acquired from a second-hand trading website for just 20,000. For the summoner class, which has always prided itself on lavishness, it's practically a fire sale of capabilities. Mana Sharing, as the name suggests, means that summoners share their mana with their summoned creatures. For an average summoner, mana is already in short supply, and since summoned creatures aren't highly sentient, their spiritual attributes are naturally low, resulting in even lower mana levels. Thus, mana sharing often leads to a dilemma. It's like trying to improve the study habits of the class's second worst student by pairing them with the worst. However, with the aid of the infinite mana perk, the little fox becomes Su Ming's super mana battery. With 10,000 mana points to splurge endlessly, Su Ming's lips curl into a smile as he glances at his unique legendary spell Magic Shield. For every point of damage he takes, 1 point of mana is burned to negate it. Now he's akin to a super tank with 10,000 life points, capable of enduring more than any main tank in a team. This is Su Ming's tactical vision, walking the path of the strongest summoner. A one-man army, no need for a team, no need for supports, no need for a tank. He alone can handle everything. His summoned creatures are like a professional legion. This is the path once walked by the legendary summoner, the Scourge of the Undead. Yet the greatest professional flaw for summoners is their own vulnerability. They could be cracked open by assassins with kidney shots, backstabs, followed by a flurry of blade dances, instantly killed with a combo of skills. They could also be obliterated by mages casting Mind Storm, Thunder Shock, Fierce Fire Rain, among others, right in the midst of battle. In short, killing the summoner himself is key to defeating a summoner. Countless military academy theses are related to this, such as the brilliant use of Savage Charge, discussing how advanced warriors break through summon creatures to instantly kill the summoner and essential makeup tricks for summoners, how to cleverly disguise as a summoned creature to evade assassination by assassin professionals, and so on. Su Ming's solution is to rely on his magic shield, taking the path of a magical tank, turning the weakest link into the strongest shield. Off he goes, now fully secure, a safety rating of 5 stars. Su Ming strides towards the entrance of Abyss Battlefield number 037, stop, no entry for outsiders. 2 heavily armed soldiers immediately frown and intercept Su Ming while glancing at the drone broadcasting live above his head. One soldier somewhat helplessly says, "Young man, if you want a live stream, you'd better go to haunted houses or ghost villages for thrills. They are scary yet actually quite safe, perfect for deceiving naive viewers." The other, not bothering to elaborate, coldly refuses. Only those with a pass are allowed to proceed to Abyss Battlefield number 037. The soldiers were dumbfounded as Su Ming pulled out a pass from his pocket. The signature of Mayor Chen Xian was very prominent, unmistakably genuine. "Let him through." The soldiers stepped aside, immediately reporting the incident to their superiors, but the response they got was that everything was in order. "What's going on?" One soldier couldn't help complaining. "Has Mayor Chen Xian lost his mind, letting a student into Battlefield 037? Doesn't he know the demons there are incredibly fierce? Hey wait, I found this student's livestream." Another soldier quickly located Su Ming's livestream via his drone. It wasn't hard to find, as Zhao Muyu had paid to promote it, temporarily pinning his livestream at the top. "Dominating the Abyss Battlefield from scratch. Learn, little brothers, isn't this the genius summoner who just live-streamed his way through the demon fortress a few days ago?" The guard recognized Su Ming, sighing, "So he's a mega influencer with millions of followers, now experiencing life on our Battlefield 037. Even influencers will die if a fear claw demon rips out their hearts. He dares to livestream on such a serious battlefield." Another soldier scoffed, "Disrespecting the Abyss only leads to being devoured by it. In my opinion, he's likely to perish out there." As they were chatting, another group approached the entrance to the Abyss Battlefield. "Stop, you must have a pass." The soldiers began only to look at each other in confusion as each of the new arrivals possessed a pass. What's going on? Once all the professionals had entered the battlefield, the guards were still puzzled. Usually, there weren't many who dared to venture into the Abyss Battlefield in a whole year, yet today over a dozen had come. Could it be that a new boss had emerged in Battlefield 037? But our radar detected no strange energy fluctuations, the soldiers whispered among themselves, completely baffled by today's strange occurrences. However, people around the world who had tuned into Su Ming's livestream received a special notification. "Ding dong, the broadcaster Su Ming you follow has started streaming. Would you like to watch?" From the 4 oceans to the 7 continents, people of all races were alerted to Su Ming's livestream. "Oh, it's that Dragon Country prodigy who broke the world record at the Demon Fortress. What daring feat is he up to now? OMG, it's that yellow-skinned monkey Ming Su. Is he planning to conquer a new dungeon? He will be our nation's great rival for the next 20 years. We must watch and be wary. Su Ming Gigi is live. Girls, let's boost our fresh meat broadcaster's popularity. Send gifts." As a rising star, he attracted immense attention. Thus, all sorts of figures immediately gathered in Su Ming's livestream. Under the drone's camera, Su Ming flashed a confident smile. "Hi, brothers and sisters, welcome to my tutorial livestream. Though I'm only level 10, I think the way you've been tackling the Abyss Battlefield is just too weak. Today, this master will sweep through, crush, and dominate the Abyss Battlefield, teaching you how to speedrun it with a spectacular victory." Su Ming arrogantly thumbed his chest. "Learn, little brothers. Welcome to the strongest technique-based livestream in the world, and witness the rise of the strongest summoner." And so the livestream went on. "Forget about all those trivialities. Let's start by blowing our own trumpet. If you can achieve the brags you make, that's truly impressive, and you can firmly establish your persona as a tech streamer. If not, and the viewers see through your bravado to the timidity beneath, well, then you're pretty foolish, and you might as well switch to being a clown streamer, becoming an abstract comedian, and still make a fortune. In any case, you've got to brag. Without the eloquence to debate scholars or a skin thick as bulletproof armor, what kind of streamer are you?" Will viewers around the world express their skepticism. "Dude, even though you're only level 10, your lip service must already be at a full 6th tier. Su Ming Gigi, if the end of the world comes, can I hide in your mouth? That must be the sturdiest refuge." It's true what they say, you can believe in ghosts, but never trust a man's lying mouth. The ant upstairs has now proven that the gates to a ghostly nation have opened, and after the demons, the ghostly tribe has also landed on the blue planet. Su Ming doesn't have time to chat with the commenters. He first summons his two signature beasts, the demigod quality Black Goku makes a powerful entrance. The epic quality Little Fox appears grandly, wow Goku more formidable than ever, always welcome in Southeast Asia. This is your homeland filled with your disciples. Am I the only one who thinks the Little Fox has grown up, more and more delicate and charming? Am I a furry fan? The little fox evolving from a Chinchou fox to a three-tailed demon fox appears increasingly adorable and extremely cute, captivating audiences worldwide, and what's most eye-catching is her novelty. This three-tailed demon fox like Black Goku has never been seen in this world before, but while the little fox is adorable, Black Goku is fierce and the former is destined to overshadow the latter in popularity. Then Su Ming lets Goku perform the hair-splitting technique, summoning the 13 protectors of the Fruit and Flower Mountain while he pulls a basic skill book lightning technique from his backpack for the little fox to learn. Now witness the miracle. Su Ming stands at the entrance of the 037 Abyss battlefield looking around. The entrance is a tunnel leading to a continuous range of majestic mountains surrounding a basin, keeping all abyssal creatures trapped within the ravines, preventing their escape. Su Ming, showing his scholastic nature, smiles and educates everyone. The 037 low-intensity Abyss battlefield is designed for newbie professionals from level 1 to 20 to hone their combat skills and face life-and-death battles. Originally, it was a bustling ancient town with a huge annual tourist flow thriving in business. Regrettably, a random abyssal portal appeared in the center of the town, bringing a catastrophic disaster. Most travelers and townsfolk were directly corrupted by the abyss, becoming hosts for the spawning of insect demons, quickly transforming into parasitic beings. Summing sighed, in that era such tragedies were a numbing cliché on our planet, happening everywhere. Thus, to prevent our parents and children from suffering the abyss's torment, humanity must overcome the abyss. These words resonated with professionals worldwide. Everyone grew up under the threat of the abyss, and everyone spent their lives fighting against it. Countless messages flooded the screen. Humanity will eventually defeat the abyss. The spirits of heroes live forever. The martyrs are immortal. Wow, even though you're in the least intense abyss battlefield, it's quite stirring. Su Ming pointed at the ring of mountains and admired, gentlemen, do you know how our nation's heroes later sealed an ancient town, turning it into today's abyss? Battlefield number 037, the ring-shaped mountains appeared to be a perfect ellipse, unnatural in form. Su Ming snapped his fingers. Bingo, this user named CatDog got it right. Back then, a god-tier professional beyond the 6th order cast a forbidden spell, Seismic Earthshake, controlling its range precisely. Centered on the old town, a 50-li territory of our dragon nation was engulfed in a terrifying earthquake. Eventually, that area collapsed 1,000 meters towards the Earth's core, becoming a basin. Demons unable to cross the kilometer-high cliffs were trapped near the spatial rift of the portal, proliferating to this day, evolving into the abyss battlefield. Su Ming mused fondly that god-tier professional was the first divine magician in our dragon nation's history, Grandma Zhao Rouge. Her profession was a civil mystic. It is said that before the abyssal invasion she was a hard-working civil engineering graduate supervising workers on construction sites daily. Wow, civil engineers saving the world. I always thought civil engineering was only for tough guys who loved exploring local spots. Who knew girls studied it too? Civil souls. Sadly, nowadays, most civil construction is done by earth magicians, and no more sweat-drenched romance of slinging mortar or brisk elegance of moving bricks. Get out if you want to sling mortar and move bricks, go do it yourself. What romance? Clearly a naive youngster, don't get involved. Su Ming shared the origins of Abyss Battlefield number 037 with his viewers, then leaped down from the 1,000-meter-high platform. Live streaming suicide. Every viewer was stunned. The drone camera faithfully followed Su Ming's descent, allowing everyone to vividly experience the rapid fall. Just meters from the ground, Su Ming casually said, Monkey Bro 72 transformations. Target, the Bat Demon. A whiteness spread and Black Goku instantly transformed into a giant four-winged bat, catching Su Ming and gliding toward the edge of the battlefield. This summon is too versatile, a must-have for home and travel. What's its name? I want to buy one too. You can tell this is a new fan, just started following the dog streamer, right? It's called Goku, nickname Monkey Bro, a unique mutated summon worldwide. Guys, does anyone know if Black Goku can transform into a beautiful girl? Can he specifically turn into the global superstar Vera Lilith? Oh man, Vera is actually a child star, only 9 years old this year. Is there any internet police here? There's a beast from Liantone Heavy Industries here. If Black Goku transforms into a supersized Vera and I have a relationship with her, does that count as refining? This is a legal gray area. If it's said to be refining, then it's refining, under the principle of innocence until proven guilty. Who dares to arrest me? Su Ming's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Indeed, when a bird grows big, any forest can house it. The viewers are really unique, you can't predict them by normal standards. And when he arrived at the edge of the battlefield, a group of locally bred fire beetle demons and a group of humanoid owl demons that roamed from the abyssal rift immediately smelled human flesh. There were about 20 of each, all the scale of an abyss squad. Run a streamer. The viewers immediately sweated for him, as it was clear that the demons were all level 15 and Su Ming was a famously fragile summoner now surrounded by a total of 40 demons. Su Ming scoffed. Run? The word run doesn't exist in this handsome guy's dictionary. Just watch, I'm going to fight until I go mad, until the very laws of existence are worn away, until all the abyssal demons bowed down to me. For the sake of the show, he suppressed his embarrassment and spoke in a very cliched tone. These words, coming from a young and vibrant youth, indeed made for an exceptional livestream. Wake up, streamer, stop watching those old-school hot-blooded animes. I'll report this anime tomorrow and say that another foolish kid imitated it and met his demise. Let the parents take note. You think you're all hot-blooded and exploding with cosmic energy, chakras bursting, awakening the Conqueror's Haki, and that will help you against the abyss. Really? The audience was dumbfounded as they saw Black Goku's 12 hair-splitting clones charge majestically at the fire beetle demons, swinging their sticks. The solid shells of the beetle demons instantly dented, and their brains splattered everywhere. It was a complete and utter attribute crush. And the troublesome flying demons, the humanoid owl demons, also suffered a devastating blow. The little fox, holding a spell, cast a simple introductory lightning magic, basic lightning, which then instantly forked into a 9-ring chain lightning. The electric net directly covered the humanoid owl demons in front. Although it was a basic spell and not very damaging, the inherent paralyzing effect of lightning magic took effect. The humanoid owl demons twitched and rolled out of the sky, crashing into a mush. Haven't seen you for a few days. Why can your little fox instantly cast a high-level spell, 9-ring exquisite lightning? What kind of demigod summon is she? Is she even stronger than Monkey Brothers' bloodline? The viewers were utterly dumbfounded. Ridiculous. The 9 consecutive lightning rings were something only a 4th-tier professional could aspire to learn. The viewers erupted into discussions, their worldview and understanding completely overturned by Su Ming. Only a 4th-tier lightning mage could master the intricate 9 consecutive lightning rings, and now it was manifesting in a mere level 10 summon. How magical! Su Ming simply smiled faintly. I told you earlier, let me show you a miracle and teach you how to slay demons properly. Without some secret skills, how could one solo rush through the abyssal battlefield? Su Ming smirked without offering further explanation, merely saying, learn, little brothers, though in terms of age I should call you big brothers and big sisters. In the field of skill you are all younger siblings. The viewers couldn't refute him. This 9 consecutive forked lightning was simply too high-end, a 4th-tier skill no less. According to statistics, only 27% of the global high-tier professionals reach the 4th tier. Most spend their lives stuck at the 1st or 2nd tier before switching to logistical or production roles. After all, not everyone has the courage to face life and death head-on, and working in production and support is also honorable and essential for the continuation of human civilization. Nothing shameful about it. However, many experienced high-tier professionals quickly guess the trick. As far as I know, some legendary equipment can come with a 9 consecutive lightning chain. Su Ming had recently broken the world record at the Demon Fortress, and with the first clear and record-breaking rewards, who knows, he might have gotten his hands on an extraordinary demi-artifact. To compare oneself to others is truly disheartening. At level 10 I only had my ancestors' modest dark gold set, all because my inadequate parents didn't strive enough, causing me to lose at the starting line. Someone from above said, what a filial son statement. I think you can use military boxing on your elderly parents at home and smash their gold coins. Being able to wear a dark gold set at level 10 is already top-notch elite, okay? People thought he was showing off quietly, but you thought he was being a filial son. Su Ming didn't explain his dark gold level Hydra emblem was personally awarded by Mayor Qin Xianyi, and this was not a gift. All the unseen benefits require a price to be paid. He must step into the terrifyingly unpredictable gate of the Ghost Nation Inn. The future to repay this kindness from Chen Xianyi. Su Ming had mortgaged his future to gain it. Naturally, its power was extraordinary. Next, Su Ming began his tedious and dull journey of mowing down enemies. The 13 protectors of the flower-fruit mountain, like an iron barrel formation, surrounded Su Ming at the center. Any approaching demon would be killed with a single strike, leaving the viewers in awe of Monkey Brothers' high attributes. And the little fox, like a lightning mage descending, unleashed endless instant 9 consecutive forked lightning, turning the battlefield into daylight with a wide-range electric net, curing the monsters of their internet addiction with electricity, making them crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and emitting a rich aroma. Su Ming swallowed his saliva and remarked, "Viewers, electric grilled demons smell so good, I'm getting tempted. By the way, has any expert tried demon meat? Is it delicious? Is it crispy? I really want to try, and you'll die," a nutritionist joked. Demons contain massive amounts of abyssal elements which can easily corrode your mind. If you eat it, you'll probably turn into an old lust demon immediately, Su Ming solemnly stated. Some viewers defame me saying I'll turn into an old lust demon. I must clarify this seriously. I am not old. Many people closely followed Su Ming's livestream. Principal Zhao Renjie even set a special alert for Su Ming's livestream. As soon as the broadcast began, Zhao Renjie immediately dove into it, thanks to Su Ming breaking the record for the first to breach the demon fortress. Beiliang Academy received numerous special scholarships and had several campus renovation applications expedited, along with receiving special commendations from senior leadership. It could be said that Principal Zhao Renjie was basking in glory, all thanks to Su Ming, who had already been promoted to the status of a beloved disciple in his heart. Although Principal Zhao had never taught Su Ming a single class, did that prevent him from considering Su Ming as his closest disciple? After all, no other teacher dared to claim this honor. This kid is really something, Zhao Renjie thought, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Just then, a vivacious young girl with bright eyes and white teeth bounced into his office. "Grandpa, the Yanhuang Military Academy is on break. I brought your favorite mutated beast Bonewine to see you." The radiant girl was captivating, with a fair face and long straight legs. Dressed in shorts and a short shirt, she displayed her exquisite figure, embodying both innocence and allure. This was Zhu Shiring, the freshman beauty of Yanhuang Military Academy. "Oh, Shiring is here. How's military school? Are you getting a ton of love letters every day? Any that caught your heart? Grandpa supports you dating early. Better to marry and have kids soon, preferably septuplets," Zhao Renjie urged. Quite traditionally, Zhao Shiring's delicate face immediately soured. "Old fossil, I'm taking the Bonewine back. Might as well give it to Grandpa." "Hey, don't do that," Zhao Renjie pleaded sheepishly, as the old and young were playfully arguing. Zhao Shiring turned her head and noticed Su Ming's live broadcast. "Surprised? Aren't you usually only watching online academic conferences? Why are you fashionably watching a young person's livestream? And he's an unclassed little summoner. You're a 4th-tier professional. Is this some sort of curiosity?" Zhao Shiring, already a 1st-tier professional herself, naturally lacked interest in novice summoners, but a split second later she covered her mouth, shocked. 9 linked rings, luminous lightning. Are all the juniors these days monsters? Seeing her reaction, Zhao Renjie thought, a woman grows more valuable as she ages. And besides, our Shiring is only 1 year older than Su Ming, and as the campus beauty, that boy must be smitten. Clearing his throat, he introduced, "This is Grandpa's proud disciple, the exceptionally talented summoner Su Ming. He recently broke the Demon Fortress record and even received a special invitation from your military academy. He'll soon be your junior. How about I set up a blind date for you two?" Zhao Shiring's face fell immediately. "Are you ever going to stop? I'm going home." "Cough, let's drop it then. Just watch the live stream with Grandpa." Su Ming is currently sweeping through the abyssal battlefield, Zhao Renjie quickly interjected. This piqued Zhao Shiring's interest. The abyssal battlefield, a terrifying place where countless professionals fall every year, and this Su Ming is actually sweeping through it? In the headquarters of the Iron Blood Alliance, Shen Jinghong summoned the intern Shen Zimo into his office, nodding towards the wall-mounted LCD monitor. "Look, your lifelong nemesis is stirring up trouble again with high intensity." Shen Zimo looked closely and gritted his teeth in anger. "Su Ming, his C-grade macaque has actually mutated into this monstrous beast, and a feeble fox is casting 9 consecutive rings of lightning. It must be the work of his special professional card, all thanks to that despicable Zhao Muyu's foolishness. Otherwise, the one enjoying all the glory and obtaining the hidden profession would have been me." Shen Zimo was clearly delusional. Shen Jinghong did not expose his delusions, but simply said lightly, "Good, the heir of the Iron Blood Alliance cannot be a loser. You may blame the previous secretary, but remember never to admit it. We, the ones in power, must defend our authority at all costs. Just like in ancient times, the emperor is never wrong, it is always the treacherous officials who fail in their duties." "I'm not shifting the blame," Shen Zimo hastily said, "it really is her fault. Why should Su Ming be stronger than me with such refined acting skills? I can't even spot the flaws in your micro-expressions." Shen Jinghong nodded approvingly. Shen Zimo continued, "Once our dispatched assassin takes care of Su Ming, a dead man can never refute you, and then you can truly rest easy." This sixth-tier wild warrior of the Iron Blood Alliance took out a bottle of crimson blood wine from the drawer, leisurely watching the live broadcast, smirking. No matter how strong the summon creatures are, they still need the summoner himself to command. Unfortunately, summoners are only ever fragile magic users wearing cloth armor, the battle-hardened. Shen Jinghong, who personally had taken the heads of numerous summoners, had little respect for these fragile magic users, especially those who always promote solo play, refusing to team up with others. "Be patient, the assassin will make a stunning entrance soon, giving Su Ming a little shock of instant kill." Shen Jinghong spoke leisurely, filled with anticipation. Shen Zimo nodded vehemently, a sinister pleasure flashing in his eyes, unable to resist thinking, "In the academic ivory tower you are indeed the top student. But once you step into society, Su Ming, what do you have to compete with me? Your full effort, I rely on my father. How could you compete with that, you country bumpkin?" In the Mystery Sanctum, a landmark building with a 99-story-high crimson dome, Bu Fian was pouting and pleading while holding a beautiful lady's arm. "Mom, I want to invite him to the Mystery Sanctum to give him an S-class treatment. He's currently in the live broadcast. He's a summoner with immense potential. Why don't you watch the live broadcast with me? By then you'll definitely change your mind. When you recruited Dad, wasn't it also done in an efficient and decisive manner? I want to emulate your swift actions." Bufian spoke softly, her face filled with urgency. She had thought her parents would definitely support her 100% in her special recruitment of Su Ming. Even the conditions had already been promised. To my utter surprise, my mother Wu Mingxi flatly refused, stating that the Mystery Temple did not currently need new talents as its organizational structure was already perfect and there was no need to recruit unfamiliar professionals. "Su Ming is truly a superstar with immense potential," Bu Fian earnestly recommended. "Mom, I've personally witnessed him transforming from an ordinary poor student, breaking records at the Fortress of Demons, becoming a viral sensation overnight and rising like a phoenix. He has already accepted my invitation and all he needs is your approval and an S-tier offer, and our Mystery Temple will be set for the future." Wu Mingxi rubbed the crow's feet at her temples and asked indifferently, "What does your father think?" She replied, "Dad said that personnel management at the Mystery Temple is your responsibility, he won't interfere." Bu Fian was frustrated, thinking this would be an easy task, but it turned out to be as tough as scaling the heavens. What she didn't realize was that her eagerness only made Wu Mingxi more wary of Su Ming. In fact, Wu Mingxi had already chosen an excellent marital alliance for Bu Fian that would ensure her a worry-free life with access to top professional resources, which in her eyes was the best path for her. Su Ming's emergence was like a black swan event, and Wu Mingxi feared the cliched story of a rich girl falling for a poor boy, potentially ruining the happiness she had arranged for her daughter. "We really do not need a summoner," Wu Mingxi said patiently. "If you've signed some recruitment contract with Su Ming, I'll help you cancel it. We'll pay the original price for the contract termination fee." However, with tears welling up, Bu Fian argued, "Mother, you went out of your way to recruit my father, who had the hidden profession of Azura Demon Spike, even risking entanglement to bring him into our family despite him being a poor man. Why won't you offer even a simple S-tier contract to someone with even greater potential?" Wu Mingxi hesitated, then finally said with pursed lips, "You probably believe the media's rumors, but the actual situation was not like that." Bu Fian was stunned. Her mother continued, "The reason I chose your father and married below my status was all an act. Our Mystery Temple has always had some understanding of the transfer methods for all assassin hidden professions. I knew very well that the occupational heritage of the Azura Demon Spike has always been controlled by the hidden profession family, the Azura clan. Your father used a false identity, pretending to be an ordinary person with only a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan during university. He was plain-looking and unliked by girls, but that was only him honing himself, undergoing the trials of his family. So, I devised a plan and intentionally presented myself as the heir to the mysterious temple, showing an exaggerated affection to make him believe I was madly in love and married him. In reality, it was our third-rate mysterious temple that finally clung to the prestigious assassin family, the Shura clan. 3 years have passed and the Shura has returned. The day for me to reap the benefits of my long act has arrived. Wu Mingxi revealed the secret. With the strong support of the Shura family, our mysterious temple transformed from a nearly bankrupt small organization into a large-scale assassin organization, dominating the northern region of Long Country. Therefore, from the beginning, my mother was tasked with a political marriage. Bu Fian was stunned as if petrified. She suddenly realized why, in tales told by others, her parents, who were supposed to be the protagonists of a sweet love story, actually argued incessantly from her earliest memories, often lived apart, and came close to divorce multiple times. Moreover, the look in her father's eyes when he saw her mother was always filled with intense disgust and loathing. It turned out that from the beginning it was all lies and deception. The so-called love story that everyone envied was actually a plan within a plan, a play within a play. Wu Mingxi, seizing the moment, calmly said, "That's why, Fian, there never was such a thing as a discerning eye recognizing a hero. I never believed in the so-called rags to riches story of a poor boy, especially for summoners. That's a career monopolized by the wealthy. How much money would we have to invest to see a sufficient return on someone like Su Ming? With the same funds we could train 10 assassins with hidden professions. Let go of that fantasy." Wu Mingxi smiled slightly. "You have inherited my stunning beauty, and in terms of charm you even surpass me. Once you awaken the succubus physique, the hidden charm value against the opposite sex will double, making you a supreme beauty that men dream of. How could a mere poor student from Bailiang Academy be worthy of you? Besides, internet celebrities can hardly ascend to the Hall of Elegance, and being a streamer is not a proper livelihood. You are the proud daughter of a union between the mysterious temple and the Shura family. How could you marry someone as lowly as pigs and dogs?" Wu Mingxi showed an undisguised look of disgust. The theory of bloodline, popular in the old era and used by many as a standard to judge others, was widely accepted in the era of universal job changing because many hidden professions indeed have certain bloodline requirements. Hidden professions are recognized as stronger than ordinary ones, thus a new concept is becoming increasingly accepted. The bloodline nobility, like the Shura family, who are born with access to the Shura demon stinger. They are one of the top bloodline nobilities who can change their profession to Shura demon stinger upon reaching adulthood without needing a profession card. In contrast, naturally, there are the lowborn like Su Ming. However, people like Wu Mingxi, who are self-righteous, seem to forget that so-called bloodline heritage can only guarantee a person's professional lower limit, while the upper limit of achievement, the endpoint of the journey, ultimately depends on the professional themselves. But that kind of intangible future is elusive, unpredictable, and no one can foresee it. So Wu Mingxi firmly said, "My dear daughter, our greatest strength as women will always be the men we are affiliated with. I chose the Shura demon stinger family, elevating the mysterious temple to a first-rate force, and your talent surpasses Shura. Your enchanting charm, bewitching all, is 3 times stronger than mine. I have arranged for heirs of 2 major bloodline nobilities to meet you, one family that reigns as the weak water-clanned masters of the tidal forces. They possess the heritage of the hidden profession, the sea demon warriors, unbeatable among their peers, holding the Guinness records for 13 ocean instances. Secondly, there is Lord Foam Hagris, who contends with dragons. He is of the hidden profession, the dragon blood warrior, whose bloodline grants him formidable power, allowing him to transform into a half-dragon. A parent's love for their child entails far-reaching plans. With a mother's painstaking effort, she designs a future spanning 50 years to ensure everlasting glory. Understand your mother's intentions, dear child." Bo Fian, who had been silent all along, finally left without a word, her beautiful face shedding 2 crystal-clear tears. In the number 037 Abyss battlefield, Su Ming relished his sunflower seeds and candied fruits, holding a bucket of Otaku's Joy soda, bantering with his fans. This unique style stunned all the professionals in the live streaming room. Many new fans couldn't help but ask, "Clickbait, isn't this supposed to be a live stream of the Abyss battlefield? Why does it look like a hiking travel vlog, and where are you streaming from? It looks so gloomy, almost like the Abyss battlefield. I'd love to come here for my honeymoon, get some prenatal vibes for my child, and soak up the atmosphere of the Abyss battlefield." Helpless, Su Ming ordered, "Drone, raise the angle, don't just focus on me, you're useless summoner. Give more screen time to Monkey Brother and Fox Sister. Show more of the harshness of the Abyss battlefield, not Just my shockingly handsome face. After all, ours is a skill-based livestream, not a beauty contest. Saying this, Su Ming stuffed a handful of chips into his mouth, sighing. Advancing in the Abyss battlefield is really tiring, folks. My feet are sore from walking. The fans were dumbfounded. Listen to yourself. Is that even human speech? Usually in the Abyss battlefield we're encased by demons in a tight formation, hardly advancing a few meters. But for you, all the approaching demons are blown away by your summons. You just need to walk. A skill-based livestream, more like a food-eating contest. Could you put down your soda and chips for a moment? Where's the harshness? It seems the only ones feeling the battlefield's cruelty are those unlucky little demons, a bug demon lamented. The humans outside the portal are too terrifying. We want to go back to the Abyss. Wailing, Mom, I want to switch my profession to a summoner too. It's so much more relaxing. Being a defense warrior getting beaten by monsters. Every day my heart and face hurt. Watching the fans chat, Su Ming yawned out of boredom. The demon's truly weak. Despite the plentiful experience points, he was nearly level 13 now, leveling up much faster than in the dungeon. Say, mowing the lawn is just so boring. Luckily, I can chat with the fans in the livestream. Su Ming complained casually as the camera zoomed in for a close-up of a lizard demon in front of him. Do we have any brothers from the land of elephants watching? Look at that giant lizard. Isn't it still charming? Take a screenshot and save it. We'll use it tonight. The host is too kind, even helping you solve your physiological needs. He chuckled heartily. The host dotes on the three brothers so tenderly, it's touching. Aren't you going to reward the host with a bowl of curry rice? Get out. Reward you with a bowl of cow dung flavored Ganges water, letting you taste all the bacteria and viruses from around the world without leaving your home. The audience from the elephant country retorted angrily. They all knew Su Ming was making fun of them, mocking their viral international meme about wrestling giant lizards. The live stream proceeded in a dull manner. The once enthusiastic tipping from the viewers gradually dwindled. Su Ming's battlefield livestream was purely boring, lawn mowing, slaughtering demons. The viewers quickly suffered from aesthetic fatigue. Being invincible was a kind of loneliness. People wanted to see a balanced, dangerous confrontation, not just beating up little demon kids. Moreover, a summoner's mowing was the most boring of all, as they didn't even need to take action themselves. Just walking forward while watching their summons clear the field, a pure walking simulator. Yet, Su Ming couldn't help but think, isn't it the good-for-nothings of the Iron Blood Alliance? Why are you still on the edge observing? How long have you been watching? Why haven't you made a move? My throat is parched, just waiting for the poison dagger to slash fiercely. If they didn't strike soon, what would happen to his livestream effect? Assassins, save me. He eagerly anticipated, even deliberately dispersing the 13 protectors of the Flower Fruit Mountain to provide an opportunity for the assassins. Indeed, lurking in the shadows, the assassins sprung into action. Whoosh, a hand crossbow fired a poison black arrow, hitting Su Ming's buttock. Damage -1. For Su Ming, who had terrifying attributes and wore a dark gold suit, it didn't break his defense but merely enforced a mandatory deduction of 1 health point. However, the paralyzing effect of the toxin took hold, stiffening Su Ming in place for 1 second. Here comes the precise opportunity. In the office of the Iron Blood Alliances, President Shen Jinghong laughed loudly and high-fived his son. Next would be the signature assassination combo, about to wipe out the annoying Su Ming. As the second top scholar of the Northern Liang Academy, Shen Zimo knew the combo by heart. Skull shatter stun, kidney shot for increased damage, backstab for a critical hit, then the finishing move, blade dance. Su Ming's livestream viewers were dumbstruck. They never imagined that amidst the united human professionals fighting against the demon Abyss, a traitor would emerge. It must be known, there was an iron rule on all Abyss battlefields. Any personal grievances must be put aside in the face of the grand conflict of humanity versus demons to jointly resist the demonic invaders. Otherwise, it would be a crime against humanity, subject to universal condemnation and even a military tribunal sentenced to the electric chair with immediate execution without parole. Run, Su Ming. That's a level 20 assassin skill. Skull shatter. You're just a level 13 summoner. You can't withstand it, the fans exclaimed in shock. My God, humanity has been annihilated, morality lost. There's actually a traitor envious of Su Ming's achievements, wanting to nip him in the bud to prevent his growth. We must investigate this thoroughly. It's like an accomplice from the Abyss plotting against our human race's genius professional. The knowledgeable ones turned pale. Oh no, this has gone terribly wrong. Su Ming was actually assassinated live. This job was ruthlessly executed. Truly unprecedented and yes, truly the last of its kind. How could a mere summoner withstand a high-level assassin's combo? The mischievous ones reveled in the disaster, yet there was one person whose face did not change, but instead her smile widened. Finally, the Iron Blood Alliance's death soldier has taken the bait. Fishing law enforcement is a huge success. Zhao Muyu smiled charmingly, propping up one of her tender white legs wrapped in black silk. She knew Su Ming's entire plan and thus was clear about his trump cards. Meanwhile, Dai, the director of the Hunter National Military Academy, Sun Jiangwo, along with Shin Zimo, cheered for the assassin in their hearts. Then the next moment, skull crush effective, the assassin struck a ghostly blow to the back of Su Ming's head and a damage number floated above his head. It was blood red, representing crushing damage due to absolute level suppression, -1. Huh? Did it miss? All the viewers rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they were seeing things, but the 1-second stun from Skull Crush was indeed effective, clearly having hit its mark. Between the rise and fall of a hawk, before the audience could understand, the assassin's kidney shot also took effect. It was light green, representing the damage increase from a debuff. -1. What the heck, isn't kidney shot supposed to ignore 20% of defense? Why is it still an unbroken defense of -1 damage? The audience was dumbfounded. The assassin also panicked. His usual fluent combo, practiced 1,000 times daily, now trembled, causing his backstab skill not to hit Su Ming's back. But instead it stabbed him in the mouth. A crimson damage number emerged, and it was a big number, meaning the assassin was lucky to have scored a critical hit. Boom, along with the explosive sound of the backstab. -1, in super large font, super eye-catching version, super fiery special effects. Pfft. All the viewers drinking tea, alcohol, coffee, or bubble tea collectively sprayed out their beverages. What's going on? Although Su Ming's mouth is really tough, eloquently boasting to the point of blinding and darkening the skies, it actually blocked the assassin's critical hit? This is it, the world's toughest mouth in action. The guy who said he wanted to hide in Su Ming's mouth during the apocalypse. You truly saw far ahead. I am the master of skinning, offering a hefty sum for the skin of Su Ming's lips. I wish to craft a defensive artifact, and only this divine material is missing. What was initially a shocking assassination attempt quickly turned into a clown's banquet. Everyone laughed at the assassin's overestimation of his abilities. Su Ming simply smiled, fatally glancing at his status panel. Warning, you have been hit by an unknown assassin. Skull crushing skill, no defense, broken, dizziness for 1 second, mandatory deduction of 1 health point. You have naturally recovered 1 health point. Warning. You have been hit by an unknown assassin's kidney strike, no defense, broken. You are under increased damage effect. The next damage you receive will be increased by 30%, mandatory deduction of 1 health point. You have naturally recovered 1 health point. Warning. You have been hit by an unknown assassin's backstab, ignoring 20% defense, checked for critical damage, resulting in 142 damage. Magic shield activated, burning 142 of your mana to offset all damage, mandatory deduction of 1 health point. Indeed, the magic shield is a godly defensive skill for mages. Su Ming, with a faint smile, coldly glances at the stunned assassin. The opponent hadn't even managed to complete his final combo, Blade Dance. With a raise of his hand, Su Ming covered the assassin with a 9-ring fork, lightning causing paralysis. Su Ming then lifted his magic staff and heavily struck the assassin's head. Little guy, take a hit from your mage. I am a mage warrior, a close combat summoner. Bang! Su Ming's attack triggered a critical hit. A crimson number of -358 appeared. The assassin died on the spot, turning into a puddle of pus and blood. My goodness! Is this the summoner's magical normal attack? What does 358 damage mean? That's so fake. Why can a level 13 little summoner deal crushing damage to a level 20 assassin? This is crushing damage that only activates with a double strength attribute gap. Usually only our warrior class, when fighting close to a magic class, triggers the crushing effect. The answer is simple. Su Ming's strength is more than double that of the assassin. Reasoning: he must have allocated all his attribute points to strength. Nonsense. Didn't you see Su Ming only lost 1 point of health when hit by a critical strike? In my opinion, Su Ming is definitely following the mainstream build of durability summoner with a 1-to-1 ratio of constitution and spirit, half tank, half output. The viewers erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Su Ming crouched down, picked up a piece of equipment dropped from the assassin's body and curled his lip. A fine quality dagger. Oh, it's the well-known common artifact Heartbreak Dagger among assassins, quite nice market price $4,000, made a profit. At the same time, the assassin's body began to decay rapidly, turning into a pool of pus and blood and quickly disappearing without a trace. Su Ming glanced at the vanished assassin's body and curled his lip. This guy definitely had corpse-dissolving water in his inventory slot, a standard for the dead set. It seems a major power sees me as a thorn in their side, deliberately sending someone to assassinate me in the Abyss battlefield. The journey ahead on the battlefield should not be lonely. Su Ming with a beaming smile waved at the viewers. Exciting, isn't it, viewers? Now you're spirited, right? Don't fall asleep, get up and have fun. Let's swing our hands and enthusiastically welcome the next assassin. Dear viewers, your mental state really has us worried. Are you the crazy one, or is it us, or perhaps the whole world has gone mad? The sad little dagger, isn't it just a weapon of fine quality, not even of excellent standard? Why call it a commoner's artifact? Is it really that impressive? A viewer with an assassin profession curiously inquires. Su Ming sighs and says, finally someone remembers that this is a technical live stream. Before I answered, let me repeat once again, I could live off my looks, but I don't play the beauty streamer. I may be witty and humorous, but I'm not an abstract prankster streamer, and though I can eat a lot, I'm not a big eater streamer either. To reward this viewer, you can DM me your home address backstage and I will mail you the sad little dagger with cash on delivery as a little gift. I welcome you to speak up more in the future and raise the technical level of this live stream. Su Ming generously cleaned the dagger and tossed it into his backpack. The viewers laughed. No way, dude, cash on delivery? You're even saving on postage? Didn't expect you with your bushy eyebrows to be such a tightwad. Send me one too. I am a bully with students. I advise you not to be ungrateful. You just survived an assassination, bro. You really are bold, standing on the assassin's corpse and doing a draw, right? Too abstract. Su Ming unfazed explains the wonderful uses of the sad little dagger. Viewers, as an expert, I advise you when shopping on the consignment platform not to judge the value solely by the equipment grade. That would be a big mistake. Look at the sad little dagger's affixes. Although it's just a fine piece of equipment with only 3 secondary affixes, they are all super practical and effective. Backstab skill +1, extra damage +30, and a 5% chance to trigger severe poison. Don't think the 5% chance is too low, but remember the assassin's profession has a fast attack speed and the poison effect triggers quite frequently. Su Ming shrugs. All those who want to go down the poison path in future poison burst assassins can spend a month's salary to buy this cost-effective sad little dagger. You deserve to own it. An officially certified 5th grade assassin with a long sigh said, I have been in the assassin profession for 40 years. Although the ribs I've broken may be more than the ribs you've eaten, and the throats I've sliced may be more than the duck necks you've chewed, but I have never owned a commoner's artifact, the sad little dagger. It's truly shameful. You truly are a level 13 master. I've learned something. I'm going to order one now to keep as a family heirloom. Su Ming viewers, isn't this the famous Cherry Blossom Country's beautiful assassin known as Chidori Setsuyuki, the sister with 1 million followers? She's only 90% less cool than you, Su Ming. Su Ming chuckled and paid no attention to the 5th-tier assassin who came to cash in on the popularity. Although the opponent was strong, in the world of online streaming, popularity matters more than strength. Indeed, by rational standards, clown streamers often enjoy more popularity than those who are technically skilled. Su Ming quickly moved on from the topic of the sad little dagger, thanked some of his donors, and said calmly, I also appreciate everyone's concern, but as for assassins, I'm used to them and frankly, I don't care. This is the low-intensity Abyss battlefield where the level cap for entrance is locked. Below level 20 I, Su Ming, am invincible in this world. With a light and breezy attitude, Su Ming stood with his hands on his hips, adopting the posture of a great demon lord looking down on his foes, and cackled. Those of you plotting against this master are simply on a path to your own destruction. Prohibited from laughing maniacally. Haven't you heard the saying, he who laughs maniacally dies quickly? Although you are on the defensive, indiscriminate killing is never good. I hope you, as a monk, would show compassion and rather than executing assassins on camera, catch them and hand them over to the authorities of the Dragon Nation for trial. That wouldn't set a bad example for the kids. You wouldn't want your streaming room to be reported by parents for promoting a love of killing, would you? Where did this saintly monk come from? Isn't your profession supposed to embody the fierce eyes of a Vajra using killing to stop war? The opponent comes at you with assassin skills aiming for an instant kill without so much as a warning, and we're supposed to talk about forgiveness and mercy with a murderer. Su Ming, still smiling, responded, "This monk's comment isn't entirely problematic. After all, I am a public streamer now and I need to be mindful of the impact. Sometimes we streamers have to endure some grievances and cannot indulge our desires for revenge to avoid causing trouble for the streaming platform." So he continued seriously, "Next time I take out an assassin, I'll briefly turn off the camera, handle the body, and then turn the camera back on, full of positive energy, hands completely clean of blood. Please call me the living bodhisattva of the Dragon Nation, a broadcaster of immeasurable merit." The viewers joked, "Aren't you more like the living King Yama of the Dragon Nation?" Coughing, Su Ming shrugged it off. "It doesn't really matter. Ever since the era of mass profession changes began, streaming dungeon raids and Abyss Battlefield have always been mainstream content. Besides, there are countless humanoid monsters among the demons, and bloodiness has long ceased to be restricted content. Indeed, countries are now advocating that children get accustomed to combating demonic violence early, as that is the foundation for the continuation of our civilization. The human-demon war will also be the main theme for the next 500 years. Every era's main theme is closely related to its background. After explaining, Su Ming perked up. "Alright viewers, let's get to the real topic of today's stream. Before reaching level 20, I aim to achieve the feat of slaying 1,000 demons. Viewers, you want to kill 1,000 demons in one Abyss Battlefield? Is that even possible? Even if your sword dulls, breaks, or your staff runs out of durability, you'd at most kill 200 demons. Did you bring 5 sets of spare equipment? My gosh, I thought you were just an unremarkable prodigy, and usually prodigies are boring, but it turns out you're a true genius in the streaming world." During his second live broadcast, he daringly undertook the ambitious task of achieving 1,000 kills live on air, instantly sparking the enthusiasm of his viewers. In any level on any battlefield, achieving 1,000 kills live is universally recognized as a supreme accomplishment, stirring the racial pride of all humans and igniting their confidence in battling the abyss. Su Ming gave a slight smile. "Of course it's difficult, that's why I've made thorough preparations. Come, let me show you the terror of the undead scourge. I will follow in the footsteps of the great summoner predecessors, the immortal legends of humanity, and sweep across the Abyss Battlefield with a vast army of undead." He raised his arms high, beginning to chant with a heroic and stirring epic tone. "What, the undead scourge? No way, you're only level 13 and you're dreaming of summoning the undead scourge to lead the netherworld creatures to sweep through the demon army? Wake up. Stop your wishful thinking. The undead scourge's solo feats have become so famous, turned into countless movies and series over the years, that they beguiled the youth into madness. Because he is the undead scourge, he is strong, you are weak because you are just an ordinary rookie summoner. Don't just follow in the footsteps of the sages, you're not worthy." Viewers from around the globe ridiculed him. However, a considerable portion of the audience truly believed in Su Ming's genius, thinking that he might one day have a 0.0000001% chance of catching up to the great undead scourge. Thus everyone watched wide-eyed as Su Ming continued his chanting. Of course, many summoners had only heard the first part of the chant and had already diagnosed via the live chat, "Oh, summoning skeletons, I know it by heart." It's said that many veteran summoners have made modifications to the chants so they can summon special mutant skeletons. But Su Ming's chant was exactly the same as mine, just the standard one we all learned in compulsory education. The next moment, on the corpse of a bug demon, a frail little skeleton struggled to emerge. It was supposed to tear through the bug demon's skin to be reborn as a skeleton, but when the little skeleton viciously poked its claws towards the skin crack, its finger bones shattered and the little skeleton was stunned, continuing to struggle upward. But all the viewers could clearly see, beneath the transparent skin, it was trying hard but couldn't break through. The viewers burst out laughing. "So this is the undead scourge? How did you manage to summon the weakest disabled little skeleton? It seems to have osteoporosis, a negative gray attribute. Its claws couldn't even tear open the bug demon's skin, now it's going to die in utero stillborn." Dude, you're hilariously absurd. If we're talking about the top 10 prodigious summoners of the year, you might not make the list, but if it's the top 10 clowns of the live streaming world, you're definitely heavyweight. Su Ming's face was etched with frustration as he opened the panel of the little skeleton right in front of everyone, revealing its attributes. The 3 main traits of what should have been a temporary summon were all symbolizing negative effects in gray: osteoporosis, Due to working too hard for the Abyssal Lord in its earlier life and lacking exercise, your summon suffers from brittle bones, short-lived ghost. Your summon was once deceived by the Abyssal Lord, sacrificing half of its soul fire in hopes that the Lord would ascend to a greater Abyssal Lord, then elevate the worm demons to lesser lords. Achieving a collective promotion. Ominous blade. Having sustained a workplace injury that severed part of its palm, your summon's newly grown weapon claws are exceptionally fragile. Su Ming addressed his global audience. Sorry folks, this one's a bit politically incorrect. I'm worried it might suggest something that could get our channel banned. After briefly blacking out the screen and the crunching noise of bones turning to dust audible in the background when Su Ming turned the video back on, the little skeleton was gone. He earnestly explained, our first step in the undead calamity was unexpectedly sabotaged by this little skeleton, but no worries, we continue summoning, enchant, summon, observe. The attributes of the second summon skeleton archer were much more favorable. Burning arrows. In its life, it possessed the talent to manipulate fire elements, thus it can shoot flaming bone arrows, dealing an additional 30% splash damage. Bones of destruction. Having once soaked in the blood pool of the Duke of Destruction, it has sturdier bones than ordinary skeletons, with plus 30% defense and plus 30% magic resistance. Kleptomaniac. Its little hands aren't very clean, having a 5% chance to hide equipment in front of it. Su Ming tapped his head, a little jammed. Not bad at all, it seems my luck is finally turning around. But the next moment the screen went black again, followed by another stern command. When the video resumed, Su Ming smiled brightly. Sorry, the skeleton archer said it wanted to go home, so I sent it straight back to the abyss. I'm really too nice, please flood the chat with kindness. Audience burst into laughter. A viewer with the ID Dark Psychologist revealed the truth. Given Su Ming's stinginess, he would definitely not allow a subordinate with a kleptomaniac trait. His personality is exactly like a typical capitalist. If you try to take even a small advantage from him, he'll send you straight back to the abyss. A system notification popped up in the livestream. Dark Psychologist has been banned for 30 days. You know too much, don't be too knowing next time, obviously. Annoyed and embarrassed by being called out, Su Ming's face flushed red. The audience roared with laughter, never expecting that the high-pressure environment of the abyssal battlefield wouldn't break him, nor would the sudden assassination attempt, but the blunt truth spoken by this viewer did. 1,000 lies, Su Ming doesn't care, but one truth, and he's all red-faced. The truth hurts because it can't be contested, yet Su Ming did not give up, continuing tirelessly to summon his skeleton army. Soon the audience also noticed his summoning pattern. Only skeleton archers and skeleton mages were summoned. Any appearing skeleton warriors were instantly turned to dust. It seems Su Ming was intent on building a purely ranged skeleton-based army. And what about his frontline shield? Many doubted, but they soon witnessed the formidable 13 protectors of Mount Huagua. On the abyss battlefield, Black Wukong was unstoppable, no monster could breach his defense. It makes sense that warrior like Black Monkey was comparable to any shield summoning. Only needed to provide full firepower support. The crowd sighed in amazement. An hour later, Summing summoned 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages, forming a mighty summoning squad, and began sweeping demons magnificently across the abyss battlefield. Those viewers who had mocked him fell silent. Damned, Summing just leveled up to 14 and managed to have 100 temporary summons? Is that even right, folks? These skeletons, not counting against his summoning space and maintaining temporary summons, consumes mana continuously. How much spirit power does Summing have, and how high is his mana? Even constantly consuming mana potions couldn't sustain such a huge expenditure, could it? Seasoned Summoner commented, based on my experience, maintaining a low-level summon costs about 1 mana per second. That means Summing is currently using 100 mana per second, yet he still looks spirited without any signs of mana exhaustion? Everyone was puzzled, and many started tipping thousands just to send prominent super chats asking for the reason. Brother Su, can you explain how you manage the mana consumption for such a large army of summons? Willing to pay 5 million for your summoning energy-saving secrets? We can negotiate the price if you disagree. Do you have any artifact that regenerates 100 mana per second? Please tell me, I'll do anything, even if it means bending over, I'll spare no effort. Summing just shrugged. Sorry, I have a little secret. At this moment a familiar super chat stood out. No wait buddy, I'm Song Qingfeng, your old deskmate. In light of our friendship, can you share that secret with me? I also want to Switch to a summoner. Seeing his online name, Summing couldn't help but laugh. Old song, didn't realize you were so wealthy, tipping me 500 just like that. Alright, since it's you asking, considering you've been helping me wash my socks throughout high school, I'll reveal a bit. My trick is paying 107 mana per second to maintain the troop. Yes, he has mana sharing from the little fox, and the legendary golden term of the little fox's unlimited mana is something beyond their imagination. Unlimited mana. Your base mana value is increased tenfold. Your base mana regeneration is amplified tenfold. The little fox currently has 10,900 mana points and a regeneration rate of 153 points per minute. This means that maintaining an army of 100 skeletons is far from Su Ming's limit. Isn't that all obvious? Song Qingfeng said, annoyed. Su Ming just smiled. So what if it's obvious? It's also the truth. As for why my mana recovery is so terrifying, it seems our 3 years of friendship washing each other's socks isn't enough. Maybe I should start washing your underwear too, Song Qingfeng promised without hesitation. Su Ming choked on his drink, almost losing his composure. Get lost. Meanwhile, fans around the world burst into laughter. It's the bromance of underwear washing this ship. I totally ship it. You just mentioned a little secret of yours. Could it be a secret affair with your roommate? Now you've revealed your orientation, but don't worry, our LGBT community supports you. Welcome to the big rainbow family. Su Ming retorted irritably. Are you trying to stir things up with me? I just got a rare skinning skill book from the Abyss Battlefield. I was thinking of selling it to you for cheap, but now it's off the table. No, Su bro, you know I love skinning. I aspire to be the best butcher in all of Northern Liang. Save it for me, I'll start saving up money right now. Song Qingfeng immediately logged off. Su Ming jokingly added, folks, my friend really does have some peculiar tastes, although he's a rich second generation. He doesn't flaunt his wealth to chase girls, nor indulges in material luxuries, nor does he volunteer for charity, nor plays holographic games. Instead, he likes to go to slaughterhouses to personally deal with mutated beasts. Wow, that's kind of twisted. Who knew such unique hobbies existed? It seems he's enthralled by the sensation of peeling the skins off monsters. I'm called Hannibal and I share the same interest as your classmate. Could you give me his contact? Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. His penchant might be related to his family owning 100% of the slaughterhouse chains in Northern Liang. Fans reacted. Dude, isn't that just a typical rich heir getting familiar with the family business early? An interesting soul just turned into a mundane capitalist. Meanwhile, as Su Ming was energetically chatting away, the number of viewers in his livestream remained stable at 48 million, with donations steadily climbing. Suddenly, another streak of cold light flashed across the sky. An assassin from the Iron Blood Alliance was on the move again. This time, Su Ming didn't hesitate and intercepted the opponent's crossbow bolt with his face. Cling cling cling. 3 poison bolts stuck in his lips. Critical hit -1, poison -1, laceration -1. Damn, still the toughest summoner around. An assassin of the same level can't even break his defense. Terrifying. The group of assassins had just been utterly defeated earlier. Why would they still come forward to be slaughtered? Truly short of memory. The mastermind behind probably thought the damage figure of -1 was too absurd to believe, hence the second probe. People buzzed with discussion while Su Ming was overjoyed. Thank you all. Now I have the persona of the world's toughest lipped broadcaster, and as a broadcaster you need some personas and symbols to spread around so you can keep the money rolling in and the popularity soaring. As a token of appreciation, Su Ming smiled. Archers, ready your arrows. Mages, prepare small fireballs. The assassin frantically tried to sprint away, hoping to escape the battle, but can a person outrun arrows and fireballs? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, boom boom boom. The screen was black. The screams were real. Fortunately, with my compassionate heart and positive energy, I spared the audience from the gruesome scenes. Summing nodded in satisfaction. When his camera turned back on, only 2 pieces of equipment lay quietly in a pool of corpse fluid. Summing glanced at them and revealed a peculiar smile. Oh? Aren't these the Iron Blood waist belt power enhanced version and the Iron Blood knee pads? Internal test version monopolized by the Iron Blood Alliance? The viewers were instantly in uproar. Have we not found the real culprit now? Old fans familiar with the grudge between Summing and the Iron Blood Alliance immediately began to explain. The young master of the Iron Blood Alliance has always had a feud with Summing. He even lost 40 million to him in a bet last time. And the current leader Shin Jinghong blatantly stole his special recruitment to the Hunter Military Academy right at the Beiliang Academy. Wow, isn't this bullying? And to think They even sent an assassin after him. Is this what a normal human occupational organization looks like? It seems more like an evil cult worshipping the abyss. Come on brothers, let's storm the Iron Blood Alliance's official blog. Meanwhile, Shen Jinghong and his son Shen Zimo, who were watching the livestream, couldn't help but show their annoyance. This fool, didn't we say to forbid the use of our homemade equipment and to conceal our identities as much as possible? But now it's too late to undo. Moreover, the assassins were only equipped with 3 items each, and it was just their bad luck that 2 dropped. Shen Jinghong quickly regained his composure. It doesn't matter, equipment can be traded and dropped. We'll just insist that someone is trying to frame us. After all, the assassin has turned into corpse fluid. Dead men tell no tales. Yes, I will also declare publicly that my conflict with Summing was just a minor campus squabble, not something worth escalating to life and death. Shen Zimo followed suit. It wasn't long before Shen Jinghong's phone was bombarded. Reporting to the chairman, tens of thousands of professionals are cursing us under our official blog and in our group chats, calling us despicable and shameless. Our recruitment signs in many cities have been vandalized with graffiti and paint, and public sentiment is fierce. Should we engage crisis public relations? Manager of the Iron Blood Alliance PR department, please have the Iron Blood Alliance senior management immediately report the movements of your professionals under level 20 to the Beiliang City Lord's office and detail everything. Otherwise, you will be charged under Articles 3 and 7 of the Unconverted Protection Law. You will be charged with crimes against humanity for targeting unclassed young professionals of the human race. Special Police Unit of the City Lord's Mansion. We, the North Liang Academy, along with the National Academies Union, strongly protest your violation of the human race's pact by attacking our students on the Abyss battlefield. We solemnly condemn and have reported this. Official from North Liang Academy. Shen Jinghong, you disgrace your mother's name. A concerned citizen. Shen Zimo, you rotten little brat and internet artist. Damn Su Ming Aya. Shen Zimo screamed in impotent rage. He stole my hidden career card and my chance to be the first to conquer the demon fortress globally. Now he wants to ruin my reputation too. Shameless to the extreme. I swear I'll fight him to the death. Shut up, making such a scene, how unseemly. You're a man of the Shen family yet. You're hysterical like a harlot. It's disgraceful. Shen Jinghong turned off his phone and coldly stared at him. If outsiders see your disgrace, won't they immediately suspect us as the real culprits? Yes. Shen Zimo quickly shut up, anxiously looking at his father. But what do we do next? We might be arrested and interrogated. What should we do if someone beat me? I'm afraid I won't withstand it and will end up confessing under duress. You are the young leader of our Iron Blood Alliance who dares to do this, Shen Jinghong scoffed. Moreover, the current situation is clear. It's merely that the assassins used the custom equipment produced by our Iron Blood Alliance, that's all. It's easy to find many excuses to deflect. Soon enough, Shen Jinghong effortlessly drafted a statement and released it to all major media outlets. We urge Mr. Su Ming to stop trying to frame the Iron Blood Alliance. Your little tricks have been seen through. First hiring someone to pretend to be an assassin, then pretending to act positively, deliberately blacking out the screen, then creating a series of fake disturbances, letting your hired actor pretending to be an assassin escape, and finally dropping a couple of items marked with our Iron Blood Alliance logo on the ground. Such clumsy attempts to slander us will not work against the Iron Blood Alliance. We advise you to take the high road, act uprightly, and not to use our established organization for publicity stunts, which is utterly despicable. Also, we hope the public will be discerning. Our Iron Blood Alliance produces countless pieces of equipment every year, but that does not mean that everyone who uses our equipment comes from the Iron Blood Alliance. We hereby solemnly declare, anything that happens on the low-intensity Abyss battlefield has nothing to do with us. Please do not disturb our normal operations. After finishing, Shen Jinghong leisurely stretched and walked back to his son's side unaffected. Father is mighty. Shen Zimo admired the declaration, although the comments from other professionals below were mostly accusations of pretending and blindness, but indeed people couldn't really do anything about them. Let's witness Su Ming's impotent rage. Father and son exchanged glances. One lifting a glass of Abyss blood wine, gulping it down, and the other lifting a bottle of CD calcium milk, sipping it. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who was resting temporarily on the Abyss battlefield, soon saw the declaration too. He chewed on compressed biscuits, stroked the soft fur of his little fox, and smirked slightly at the corner of his mouth. Oh, isn't this an unwitting confession? Dear viewers, you all have the full video recording of my live broadcast. I never mentioned a single word about the Iron Blood Alliance sending an assassin. Why are they so anxious to come out and rebut, devious and meaningful? Indeed, what else can I say? It all boils down to two words: panicked. Yes, the host has been imparting summoner techniques and sharing little known facts about the abyssal battlefield. I can testify to that. Look, the Iron Blood Alliance has exploded. I don't know why they're so flustered. It's clearly a case of thou doth protest too much. I advise the host not to bother with those mad dogs, just focus on leveling up. When you reach tier 6, shun Jinghong from the Iron Blood Alliance. That old dog will be as tame as they come. But wait, did Su Ming really during a blackout secretly drop 2 pieces of equipment from the Iron Blood Alliance? It's an ugly accusation, but we can't rule out the possibility. There are doubts. Su Ming chuckles. Are there really viewers who think I'm in cahoots with the assassin? My screen went black just for the viewers, but my drone recorded everything. Since there are doubts, I'll just upload it to a video website for everyone to see. All doubts will then disappear into thin air, soon. After Su Ming's unedited live broadcast footage uploaded by his agent Zhao Muyu appears on almost all mainstream video platforms, sparking a heated discussion, people quickly conclude Su Ming didn't lie, the assassin used special equipment internal to the Iron Blood Alliance. However, under the financial onslaught of the Iron Blood Alliance's PR department, an army of online trolls emerges, intensively spinning the narrative. Really, you think the Iron Blood Alliance's assassin is a fool? Don't they have the money to change their equipment when assassinating? It's clearly a setup. This is a classic case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You see, if they succeed in assassinating Su Ming, great. If not, they divert the disaster to the Iron Blood Alliance, forcing them into a lose-lose situation. You see, this is what it means for the assassin to stake his life in the game. A poison master defeats heaven by half. You see? It might even be that Su Ming and the Iron Blood Alliance are jointly hyping this up. Both sides join hands, cash in on the wave of traffic, both making a fortune. I bet Su Ming will soon start promoting products, turning traffic into cash, and the only real losers, the ordinary professionals, are the real suckers. I understand all too well, just call me bro, understand. But Su Ming doesn't bother to dwell on who the real perpetrator might be. He leisurely gets up, waking up the black Yukon who is snoring on a large rock and the little fox lady dozing on his leg. Let's go, all mana is restored, energy is full. It's time to push towards the center of the abyssal battlefield. Don't forget, our goal for this livestream is to hit 1,000 kills. Oh wait, not just any kills, 1,000 demon kills. Su Ming slapped his forehead, correcting himself. The assassin's goal is to take down me, a human summoner, in the abyss battlefield. But the assassins will definitely launch a second wave of attacks, so you need to be careful. Many viewers express their concern, despite the fact that the first 2 assassins only had skills that dealt 1 point of force damage. Su Ming's defense stats must be astonishing. However, there are countless geniuses in the world, and if the Iron Blood Alliance spares no expense, they might send a top-tier assassin using a hidden job card, taking advantage of the moment when Su Ming is heavily engaged with the demons, or when he's hit by the demons' defense-reducing and damage-increasing debuffs. They could strike a deadly blow. He is still at risk of dying. Su Ming smiled and bowed in thanks to everyone's concern, seriously patting his chest. Don't worry, this summoner is fine. I follow a globally unique path as a tanky melee summoner with high defense, high attack, and high blood pressure. The assassins have no opportunity because I firmly stay behind my summon creatures, letting them take the hits and suffer while I gather materials and pick up equipment. Staying at full health is my life's creed. The path of survival is my professional way. As he spoke, Su Ming held up a little fox in front of him and instructed, if we encounter dangerous enemies later, you must shield me from the blows without hesitation. Even if you die, it's just a cooldown period before I can summon you again, so don't be afraid to die. The adorable little fox tilted its head, showing a disdainful expression, obviously having gained some intelligence. But ultimately she reluctantly nodded. Okay, master bad but fox good. The viewers' hearts melted. Wow, this fox summon is almost evolving into a vengeful little fox maiden with linguistic skills comparable to an 8-year-old girl. Vengeance, being used as a meat shield, taking the hardest hits and handling spell output. She has it worse than slaves of old. If it were me, I'd transform from a vengeful little fox maiden into an old fox demon seeking revenge and hang Su Ming from a lamppost on the northern Liang highway. Alas, the little fox looked so aggrieved, clearly unwilling to be a meat shield, yet due to her deep love for her master she weakly said, okay, this little fox, I'll buy a dozen. Su Ming, better you sell her to this rich second generation. Would 2 billion be enough? Thus, in Su Ming's live stream room, Su Ming immediately became the second most popular character. Su Ming pulled out a popsicle from his bag and let the little fox nibble on it since her mind was still childlike and she needed to be coaxed to unleash her ultimate battle power. As she licked, the viewers immediately sent a barrage of comments. Wow, diligently practicing gratitude, the little fox maiden, as she gnawed the. Viewers also sent a barrage of comments. Tisk, diligently practicing revenge, the old fox demon. A new adorable god was born in the live stream room, and thus Shen Jinghong and Shen Zimo, the father and son, painfully watched as the number of online viewers in Su Ming's live stream room soared to 8 million, making him a top-tier super influencer in the global streaming circle. Wave after wave of tips came in, generously filling Su Ming's coffers to the brim. The revenue share from the live streaming platform's pop-up ads was also skyrocketing. Watching from the backstage, his manager Zhao Muyu couldn't stop smiling. With such a talent for making money, who needs the backing of big powers? The so-called high-end contracts and sponsorship money from those big powers could at most bring in a few $100 million a year, but at what cost? When the time comes to switch careers, one would have to slave away. Su Ming was naturally a master of creating engaging content, possessing the charisma of a comedian. Zhao Muyu, delighted, analyzed his career prospects. His public persona was highly recognized, a genius professional who rose from the grassroots. This meant he could win both popularity and traffic, surely rising as a new star in the live streaming arena. Her judgment was spot on. There was no need to monetize through merchandise sales, as the reputation of streamers who did often soured quickly due to the inevitable mix of good and substandard products. Zhao Muyu, her dainty hands propping up her delicate chin, pondered future promotional strategies and profit models. The first choice was naturally the signing fee from the live streaming platform. It was time to discuss this with the officials. The mature, stunning lady murmured to herself, considering Su Ming's explosive performance in his last two streams, which showcased his potential as a long-term quality streamer. Now that I'm handling the negotiations, I can at least secure a contract with an annual salary over 100 million. But that's not enough, she thought. A better move would be to negotiate a popularity-based contract with set gradients in her view. An annual salary of 25 billion was just right for Su Ming. We also had a similar bienjom in the British Museum. Later, the god-level professionals from Dragon Nation came and looted, saying that they were returning the items to their rightful owner and took them all away. Not he. Su Ming rolled his eyes at the silly netizens worldwide. Do I even need to mention it? Who leaves their national treasures exposed to the sun and rain on a bell tower? Moreover, the Zhengho Bianzhong was once known as the eighth wonder of the world, a unique existence among national treasures, but it's a bronze bianzhong, the kind that rusts easily, definitely needs to be vacuum preserved to prevent further oxidation and corrosion. How could it be left outdoors? Su Ming rolled his eyes furiously, giving the camera two middle fingers. I say, dear viewers, stop exposing your ignorance unintentionally. This scholar has a disdain for stupidity. Seeing your comments really bothers me. Faced with Su Ming's challenge and disdain, the viewers retorted, causing the number of comments to skyrocket. This means I will have overwhelming firepower. In the abyssal battlefield, where is there a city for you to hold? How can you gather the monsters from all directions to face you? Everyone generally felt it was unreliable. Su Ming smiled slightly. Come, our drone takes off. Focusing on that building in the center of the battlefield, the view suddenly elevated. A long shot focused on an ancient bell tower wrapped in vermin, soil and vines, which suddenly appeared before everyone. Su Ming spoke in a nostalgic tone. That is from the old era, one of the commemorative cultural relics of the ancient Dragon Nation civilization, the Zhengho Bianzhong. He paused for a while before continuing. A replica. Damn, you took a long breath, Simida. I thought it was that national treasure and I was thinking about sneaking into the abyss battlefield to steal it back for our country's museum collections. Simida. Damn, the little thief from the country above has triggered the passive again, thinking of stealing our Dragon Nation's cultural relics, right? We also had a similar bienjom in the British Museum. Later, the god-level professionals from Dragon Nation came and looted, saying that they were returning the items to their rightful owner and took them all away. Not he. Su Ming rolled his eyes at the silly netizens worldwide. Do I even need to mention it? Who leaves their national treasures exposed to the sun and rain on a bell tower? Moreover, the Zhengho Bianzhong was once known as the eighth wonder of the world, a unique existence among national treasures, but it's a bronze bienjong, the kind that rusts easily, definitely needs to be vacuum preserved to prevent further oxidation and corrosion. How could it be left outdoors? Su Ming rolled his eyes furiously, giving the camera two middle fingers. I say, dear viewers, stop exposing your ignorance unintentionally. This scholar has a disdain for stupidity. Seeing your comments really bothers me. Faced with Su Ming's challenge and disdain, the viewers retorted, causing the number of comments to skyrocket. 3 minutes later, Su Ming picked up his phone and called his agent Zhao Muyu in front of everyone. Hello, Sister Zhao, I just led a wave of rhythm with 100,000 comments per second. Does this reach the standard of top internet celebrities now? Go contact the official platform immediately. Tell them I want to sign a comment contract, 1 billion a year, no bargaining. Zhao Muyu replied, there's no such thing as a comment contract. On the contrary, if the quarreling is severe, we might get banned from live streaming. The viewers exclaimed, damn, we fell for Su Ming's tricked into sending 10 comments each. Really knows the business, little Su. You were really held back by the 9 years of compulsory education. If you had started as a child star mingling in society, you probably would have become a drama king, winning 10 Oscars by now. All the troublemakers trying to set the rhythm. Shut up, the host can lead on his own. Amidst the laughter, Su Ming had already led his summoned army to the landmark near the 037 Abyss battlefield, the modern square bell tower. Clearing all the insect demons and fire demons nearby, occupying the bell tower, and then we need to manually build a highland with a strategic advantage right here to thoroughly annihilate all the monsters of the Abyss battlefield. Su Ming openly shared his plan with the livestream, but the drone's aerial view showed a flat neighborhood all around. Where is the high ground? Don't tell me you want to station your troops on top of the bell tower. I advise you not to indulge in wishful thinking. The bell tower might look unscathed, but its internal steel and concrete have surely been corroded beyond recognition. If your black monkey were to fight on it, the building would collapse instantly. My friend, your brilliance at the Fortress of Demons is indeed for the history books, a lesson for future textbooks. But you can't expect one trick to work every time, right? Not all battles can turn into sieges, unless you have an army of earth elemental mages who can alter the terrain on a large scale. It's just not feasible. Faced with everyone's discouragement and denial, Su Ming just smiled slightly. Never say impossible to a summoner. Our summons encompass everything, possessing infinite possibilities. Learn well, newbies. Even if you are advanced professionals of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or even 5th and 6th tiers, I'm still going to school you. The audience was puzzled. But the next moment, they heard Su Ming instructing Black Wukong, quickly use your 72 transformations, my dear monkey brother, turn into an excavator. The audience was astounded. Could this really work, transforming into modern machinery? Isn't that summon a bit too overpowered? Is that even allowed? Black Wukong, now a demigod, blinked and formed a magical gesture. The 72 transformations activate. After a swirl of white mist, however, there was no excavator as Su Ming had anticipated, just a confused monkey brother scratching his head with steam literally coming out of it. The audience burst into laughter. Don't ask too much of monkey brother, you're making his brain overheat. I mean, transforming into an excavator is a bit much, isn't it? Next time, why not transform into a missile silo and just nuke the battlefield? They were thoroughly amused by Su Ming. Scratching his head, Su Ming soon saw a system warning on his panel. Warning: your summon being Black Wukong does not comprehend the essence of the object you described and cannot complete the 72 transformations. Please choose something within its range of understanding. So that's it, Su Ming sighed. Frustrated, plan A has failed, my friends. Monkey Brother says he needs to fully understand the essence of an excavator before he can transform into one, meaning he'd need to earn a PhD in mechanical engineering, master all the principles and formulas, and memorize the blueprints thoroughly. The viewers were speechless, gaining a slight understanding of the 72 transformation skill. But while everyone was waiting for Su Ming's next blunder, he flashed a confident smile and patted his chest. Don't rush to mock, you might end up eating your words. Plan A might be ruined, but I have a plan B with a 100% success rate. Oh, the viewers began to furiously type away, preparing to ridicule him fiercely, yet they heard Su Ming say, 72 transformations, stone demon. Moments later, Black Wukong and all his clones turned into abyssal stone demons. Everyone then remembered the unique talent of these high-level demons, turning stone into mud. Soon, the 037 abyssal battlefield transformed into a bustling construction site. Skyscrapers turned to mud, abandoned villas, turned to mud, giant statues, turned to mud, the wastelands of human civilization became nothing but layers of sludge. This reinforced concrete was the perfect target for the stone demon's talents with outstanding effects. Nearly 20 minutes later, amidst the huge dust clouds of countless collapsing buildings, a distinct highland emerged in front of everyone. Next, the powerful black monkeys reinforced the edges, forming a ring of miniature city walls. Then it was time for a militarized demon-slaying moment. After completing the battlefield construction, Su Ming wasted no time and personally struck the counterfeit chime. Ding ding ding, the strange melody echoed across the 037 abyssal battlefield. The demons scattered in the ruins and countless caverns heard this noise of human civilization, awakening them all as they surged out from their lairs. From all directions a terrifying wave of demons swept forth, their roars shaking the heavens, their killing intent boiling. All viewers instantly worried for Su Ming. Oh my gosh, oh dear, you've poked the demon's nest, run now, you can't hold it. Even though you've achieved your goal, isn't this too terrifying? Streaming is a business, but staying alive is life. Hurry up and run while you can. Drop those skeletons to hold them off enough for you to escape the abyssal battlefield. Don't seek death, man, for the sake of streaming you're risking your life. Seeing Su Ming unmoved with no intention of retreating, all viewers were dumbfounded, thinking he must be crazy. This tiny area of 100 square meters surrounded by enemies on all sides, how could it be defended? Su Ming smiled leisurely. Viewers, these little demons, watch how I flip my hand and annihilate them. Look at you all getting anxious again. Why fret? Just wait and see how I fiercely loot the equipment. It'll definitely be a huge haul, even if it's all common stuff under level 20. Just call me a junk collector. The viewers, everyone watched unblinkingly as the roaring wave of demons, like a tidal surge, rushed toward Su Ming's hastily constructed highland fortress. 13 black wukongs stood on the outer perimeter, protecting the more fragile skeleton mages and skeleton archers in the center. The little fox hovered above, quietly waiting for the moment of contact. Su Ming himself, however, was leisurely overseeing the demons, his mind swiftly analyzing the types of demons and calculating their angles of attack. Finally, the moment of close, bloody contact arrived. Su Ming confidently instructed, Fox 37 degrees southwest, cover with lightning. Monkey 3 head to the northeast corner, strike the ground. 5 defend the south, the rest prepare to transport and continue raising the ground beneath our feet. Su Ming personally controlled 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages, forming a net of firepower. A shocking scene unfolded. The most troublesome self-destructing insect demons in the southwest were directly hit by the little fox's wave 9 ring branching lightning, triggering a paralysis effect and simultaneously inflicting high damage, instantly freezing them in place. However, as the demons surged like a tide, those paralyzed insect demons quickly became stepping stones for the newcomers. Trampled by their own kind, the self-destructing insect demons perished one after another. Su Ming seized the moment perfectly. Just as the self-destructing worm demons activated their racial talents, he ordered the little fox to paralyze them. Boom, boom. The successive explosions took out groups of demons and also created a large void to the southwest. Meanwhile, the 3 black wukong clones faced the bulky mud demons, juvenile versions of the stone demons. The mud demons, though purely in terms of size, were much larger than their mature stone counterparts because they were not yet condensed. The black wukong struck the ground with forceful downward swings, speeding up the maturation of the mud demons, flattening them into tiny stone demons. The mud demons were tough, possessing 3 cores akin to having 3 human hearts. Unfortunately, once flattened, all their cores were indiscriminately reduced to dust, turning the mud demons into stone stumps. Move them under our feet now, now, now. Su Ming bellowed like a taskmaster's loud hailer. The summoned creatures, limited in intelligence but utterly loyal, faithfully executed Su Ming's commands. The squishy corpses of the mud demons were promptly moved underfoot by the strong black wukongs. Moments later, the bodies of the mud demons began to harden rapidly, perfectly merging with the original cement and concrete ground. Immediately, viewers began to analyze Su Ming's strategy. Oh right, after death, all the mud on the surface of mud demons rapidly hardens into rock. This is the perfect building material, ideal for fortifying his fortress. Could it be that Su Ming plans to use the characteristics of the mud demons to build while battling, eventually constructing a fortress? Some viewers wondered in disbelief. Heck, the idea is perfect, but don't forget, in other directions there are still plenty of common rat demons, blood demons and bone demons charging up. This is where the pedantic nature of academy-trained professionals shows. They are too idealistic and self-assured. The battle is always changing and real combat is the only true test of strength, a critic remarked scornfully, revealing his disdain. However, as the vast army of rat demons surged forward, Summing was already commanding the skeleton mages to hurl countless fireballs to the ground, igniting their fur and roasting out sizzling golden fat and a strong meaty aroma. Meanwhile, Summing, while directing his skeleton archers to split into 5 waves, maintained a continuous barrage of arrows, effectively cutting off the blood demon's charge with overwhelming firepower. As each blood demon fell, they exploded into a dance of blood, instantly creating a thick red fog that enveloped the battlefield, obscuring everyone's vision. However, it's often said that the players are blind while the spectators see clearly, even though Summing was shrouded in the bloody mist. His drone soared into the sky, providing a clear view of the situation. Below, he received the images on his terminal and continued to direct the skeleton legion with pinpoint accuracy. This was the perfect fusion of technology and professionalism. Wow, the blood fog brought by these blood demons was so timely that it didn't affect Summing at all, it even disrupted the other demons. Were these blood demons internal spies from the abyss? Could the strongest support actually come from the enemy? Blood demons providing a war fog, mud demons offering infrastructure gifts. Summing truly was a genius, capable of conquering the fortress of demons, a global pioneer, indeed a top talent in defense. Even on the abyssal battlefield, he could replicate his past success, truly incredible. While everyone was in awe, Summing racked his brains to control his summoned creatures in a frenzied slaughter, continuously killing demons, and soon his achievements skyrocketed at an unimaginable speed. Congratulations on killing 700 demons in the low-intensity abyss battlefield number 037, congratulations 800 heads, congratulations on reaching 1000 kills in the 037 low-intensity abyss battlefield. Because you achieved this kill count within 24 hours, termed efficient, you will receive the title of Dominator of Battlefield 037. Wearing this title, you will receive an additional 20% damage boost in the 037 Abyss battlefield. Summing smirked, indifferent to such a superfluous title since he would likely never return to this battlefield. Moreover, according to clues purchased from Zhao Muyu, the threshold for the task to activate the artifact portable world was already complete. He definitely planned to sneak into the village soon, silently taking on the task to repair the artifact, keeping a low profile while making a fortune. Summing was thrilled, preparing to astonish everyone once the artifact was repaired. At that moment, he received a very special pop-up message. The sender had high authority, and the name was also familiar. System notification: Wu Mingxi, Vice President of the Secret Sanctuary, invites you to join an online meeting. Do you accept? Summing was live streaming, and with demons still surging like a tide, he needed to focus on commanding his summoned beasts in battle, hardly having time to be distracted. He initially thought to postpone, but Wu Mingxi seemed to have urgent matters as 3 messages popped up in succession, apparently urging him. Summing frowned but remembered Miss Bu Fian from the Secret Sanctuary, who had warmly invited him to join, giving him great honor and even a generous reward of nearly 100,000. With that in mind, Summing felt it wouldn't be right to keep such a prominent vice president waiting. Thus he lightly coughed and said to his viewers, folks, the Secret Sanctuary has invited me to join them, offering an S-rank contract. They really have an eye for talent, choosing me a super potential stock. But my live stream must go on, maintaining continuity, and the demons are still fiercely attacking, so I need to stay focused on controlling my summons. So I first accepted their invitation and joined their online meeting room, informing them of my current situation and asking them to wait for me a bit while I finished battling through Abyss battlefield number 037, then I would formally join the mystical hall. Just wait a moment for me, okay? My viewers instantly became a mix of envy, jealousy and admiration. Wow, the mystical hall, that's a power comparable to the Iron Blood Alliance. With their protection, the Iron Blood Alliance wouldn't dare to trouble you anymore. Congratulations! I'm so jealous. You're only in your senior year of high school and you've already received an invitation from the mystical hall and even caught the eye of the stunning beauty Bu Fian. Who knows, maybe you'll even marry into their ranks, gaining both power and beauty. So envious, it's killing me. Whoa. Summing just smiled, and taking advantage of a brief lull in the monster attacks, he quickly tapped on the screen accepting Wu Mingxi's invitation and entered the mystical hall meeting room. Hello everyone, Su Ming greeted politely. Since they would be colleagues in the future, I agree to all of Miss Bu Fian's terms and am willing to join the mystical hall. I look forward to your guidance, but I'm currently unable to be fully present as I'm still live streaming the battle in the Abyss battlefield. Live streaming. That's even better, more people will witness what I have to say next. I must inform you. I'm sorry, but we have decided to cancel our intention to sign a contract with you, Vice President Wu Mingxi stated bluntly. What? Su Ming was taken aback, his body stiffening. He had never expected the terms agreed upon just a few days ago to change so quickly. Moreover, there was not only a cold distance in her words but also a thick layer of mockery. What did this mean? He thought his relationship with the mystical hall was neutral with no conflicts. Why then did Bu Fian's mother's attitude seem so hostile? Su Ming furrowed his brows, but he couldn't ponder for long as he had to continue dealing with the endless wave of monsters, constantly increasing his demon-slaying count. Wu Mingxi didn't care about Su Ming's current situation. She was there to firmly reject this poor boy who was trying to climb up to the high branches of the mystical hall. She even sternly warned Su Ming not to try to take advantage of her daughter's feelings or dream of marrying into their ranks. Thus, she coldly stated, "Unfortunately, Fian's authority within the mystical hall isn't sufficient to grant an S-class contract. Moreover, I personally believe that your talents and potential are far from reaching the S-class threshold. Could it be that you are trying to leverage Fian's feelings for you to secure an S-class contract? This year, a minimum investment of 200 million for training seems like an astronomical figure you could never reach in your lifetime, right?" Su Ming was taken aback, mouth agape, never expecting to livestream the humiliating scene of being rejected, entertaining 9 million global viewers with his ridicule. Yet, Su Ming felt it was quite surreal. Did they really think he cared about a mere 200 million a year in training investment? His magic shield and skill book, if auctioned well, could net a pure profit of 4 billion, easily covering 2 years of contract investment. Besides, an S-class contract isn't a unilateral gift, it requires double the return in the future. I advise you to stay away from Fei Yan, Wu Mingxi warned coldly in front of 9 million global viewers. She's naive, perhaps infatuated with your appearance, but she is ultimately destined to shoulder the future of the Mystic Temple. A 6th-tier professional is not her limit, and you might not even have the resources to upgrade to the 4th tier. Remember, dragons don't dwell with snakes and tigers don't walk with dogs. I hope you're sensible enough to delete all her contacts and stop disturbing her progression, understand? Oh, is this Miss Fei Yan's idea? Su Ming slaughtered another 200 demons, creating a vacuum of corpses that allowed him a moment to breathe, thus freeing his hands to confront this Wu Mingxi. Whether it's her idea or not, as a parent I have the right to drive away any insidious scoundrels. A cliché story of a poor boy and a rich girl shall not happen in our mystic temple. You're not worthy. Wu Mingxi cut off any possibility of reconciliation. The audience witnessing this drama immediately criticized, Su Ming, have you run out of life experiences? Are you still relying on outdated drama plots of broken engagements? Wait, are you about to roar to the heavens that after 30 years fortunes can change, so don't underestimate the young and poor? Is this auntie an actress you hired? To be honest, her acting is a bit awkward, seems a bit fake. Guys, I just used AI to recognize her face, and she really is the current vice president of the Mystic Temple. This is not acting, huh? Soon the audience was stunned. It turned out this was indeed a refusal to offer Su Ming an annual investment contract of just 200 million. However, Su Ming did not show the anticipated despair and disappointment as Wu Mingxi expected. Instead, he chuckled. Riley, alright, if it weren't for Miss Fei Yan's attractive looks, I wouldn't be interested in your Mystic Temple at all. But let me give you a piece of advice, Auntie Wu. For us working folks, there's no need to be so harsh and sarcastic. It's just a contract refusal. Why belittle a poor student? Why mock the summoner? Su Ming scoffed, originally without any grievances, ready to part ways amicably, but you insisted on making harsh statements and narrowing paths. This kind of oppression, I find it disgusting. Just leave. Wu Mingxi was dumbfounded. She never imagined that someone would dare tell her to leave given her status. Thus, in her raging delay of 3 seconds, she didn't immediately close the online meeting room. In that 3 seconds, she witnessed an unforgettable scene. Above the 037th abyss battlefield, a terrifying anomaly suddenly appeared, tearing the sky and even illuminating all the lands of northern Liang. A bone dragon, as if traversing from historical illusions, overshadowed the sun. Tens of thousands of high-level abhorrent demons marched out in legion form, a formidable sight to behold. Countless skeletal mage masters raised their hands, summoning waves upon waves of skeletal ghost warriors and skeletal archers who advanced furiously forward, overwhelming all demons. This was the legendary summoner of undead calamities, alive right out of the textbooks. Su Ming was astounded. He had intended to undertake the artifact repair mission discreetly under an alias, unwilling to expose the secret of the artifact he possessed. However, as an artifact of such power capable of destroying heavens and altering fates, how could it allow Su Ming to remain unnoticed? Merely initiating the artifact repair mission had brought about terrifying phenomena that shocked the world. This was the true majesty of the artifact, the awe-inspiring authority it held. Millions of viewers around the globe were stunned, gazing up at the phenomena in the skies, and then their eyes turned towards Su Ming at the center of the vortex. Could it was Su Ming, the reincarnation of the sovereign of the undead calamity? Why could Su Ming mobilize the residual powers of this divine professional in the world? Wow, this seemed to be a legacy phenomenon, because from the beginning to the end those illusions had no intention of attacking Su Ming. Now, brothers, the fun truly begins. Su Ming is on the path to divinity, and Su Ming, at the center of the vortex, had a wry smile, utterly helpless. He was still just an unclassed little summoner. What merits did he have to summon this great deity to North Liang City? Zhao Muyu had not mentioned that the artifact repair mission would trigger such a terrifying reaction in front of millions of global viewers. How time flies, it has been over 100 years since I lost myself in the 99th level of the abyss. Finally, a summoner capable of triggering my artifact's world repair mission has appeared again. The conditions I set were so stringent, only to select the most talented summoner who might surpass me, shatter the 100th level of the abyss, end the chaotic rule of demons, and thoroughly drive the invaders back to their dimension. Your path will astonish everyone, for even I, as formidable as I was after battling, could only kill 974 demons before my magic was exhausted and I had to leave the abyss battlefield. The phantom of the sovereign of the undead calamity gave Su Ming the highest recognition, and his next words made Su Ming beat his chest in frustration and left the global audience in utter shock. The path I walked is called the undead calamity, but regretfully, I have verified that it cannot penetrate all levels of the abyss, ultimately stopping at the 99th. The root cause of my predicament is that the profession of the undead scourge originates from the overlord of the 99th layer of the abyss, the Lich Emperor. To use the power of the abyss to fight against it, isn't that contradicting myself? It's impossible. Instead, I've fallen into the Lich Emperor's trap, as if I were delivering a package sending my soul's essence directly to his throne on the 99th layer. The undead scourge then spoke words laden with immense information. Thus I am reluctant to give you the SSS tier hidden profession card of the undead scourge, as it harbors too many dangers and traps. The undead scourge sighed deeply. Su Ming responded, no please, I'm willing to take the risks, I'm willing to step into the traps. Su Ming knelt down immediately, begging the undead scourge, just give me the hidden profession card, brother. Even now, with 12 million viewers in the livestream, I'm willing to abandon my dignity and kneel before you. At first his viewers couldn't keep a straight face, but eventually they held it together and even agreed with Su Ming's words. Damn it, for the SSS tier undead scourge profession card, I'd kneel too. Whoever doesn't kneel is the real fool. But perhaps because the current undead scourge is merely a shadow from the past, a fragment of memory for inheritance, or even just a piece of virtual AI, he completely ignored Su Ming's request and continued, but artifacts, in any world, are unique. All of our human artifacts were obtained from the Abyss Lords through fierce battles and at the cost of our blood. Artifacts are the cornerstone of our battle against the Abyss, so I entrust you with the inheritance of my personal world. This is my second most precious treasure. But do not seek my most precious treasure, for that is my beloved, my soul's light and desire, Vantisha. A lively gleam suddenly appeared in the eyes of the undead scourge. I am an antisocial personality, loathing the filth of this world, but because Vantisha loves this world, I am willing to protect it where she lives. He continued, enough, don't listen to the ramblings of a lost soul. Gather all the fragments, completely repair the personal world, and you shall have an endless summoning space. Remember, the number of summoned creatures is always the summoner's strongest asset. Ding! On Su Ming's professional panel, a dark golden legendary task suddenly appeared. Artifact repair, personal world. You have obtained 1% of this artifact's essence, which will act as a seed guiding you to reclaim all its fragments and restore it to its peak power. Task 1. After changing your class, complete the Demon Slaughter achievement in any first-tier Abyss battlefield. Task 2. Solo clear the World Dungeon at Nightmare difficulty, the Kingdom of Caesar. In front of Su Ming, as the undead scourge performed his spell, a crystal-clear magical ring slowly formed. Personal world, fragmented, quality, artifact, description, indestructible, cannot be dropped, no stealing, no trading, no transferring. This item has been soulbound to the 17th level Summoner Su Ming function. Provides an additional 100 temporary summoning slots. You can store temporary summons here and also upgrade and strengthen them. Su Ming was ecstatic he could actually take his entire skeleton legion with him, storing them in the temporary summoning space. This meant that in future player battles he could instantly summon the terrifying skeleton legion. With 50 skeleton mages and 50 skeleton archers, the burst damage was overwhelming. Who could withstand it? A volley of arrows and fireballs could achieve complete firepower coverage, instantly killing any peer in his class. At the same time, audiences worldwide witnessed the issuance of the miraculous repair mission and the creation of the artifact under the crown of the undead scourge bestowed upon Su Ming. People were boiling with excitement, rushing to tell their families, friends and classmates to come to Su Ming's livestream to admire the artifact. In just 3 minutes the viewership in Su Ming's livestream skyrocketed to a terrifying 20 million, such is the influence of an artifact. The livestream chat exploded. Professional gamers from around the globe flocked to see the so-called artifact repair mission and the attributes of the artifact. Consequently, a somewhat awkward situation arose. The servers of the official streaming platform crashed due to overload. Besides the 20 million who managed to enter the live stream, the rest were informed, "Sorry, the server capacity of the live platform has reached its limit. Please queue in an orderly manner to enter the live stream. Stay calm." At this time, some smaller streamers began rebroadcasting Su Ming's live stream. Although this involved potential copyright infringement and had to be done stealthily, the huge viewership and stakes involved made them take the risk. One of these was just a regular student who registered today, broadcasting while playing games. Song Qingfeng, Su Ming's close friend, was idly streaming Su Ming's content while busily working on his homework. Since the rebroadcast wasn't banned, it was naturally because he had gotten authorization from Su Ming himself, a matter of just a few words from him. Unexpectedly, due to the limited flow in Su Ming's live stream, Song Qingfeng's live stream became the second official one and was also overwhelmed by 20 million viewers, reaching the server limit. Song Qingfeng was dumbfounded as he looked at the dense barrage of messages and the skyrocketing followers, his face twitching. "Guys, I'm just here to do my homework, not the one who got the artifact. Why are you asking me about its price? Aren't you Su Ming's friend? Ask him for me, will you? What's the price of the artifact and is it transferable? You could be a broker, help me connect with Su Ming and I'll give you a 10% commission if it works out, or be an undercover agent, keep us informed of Su Ming's daily whereabouts. We'll send someone to assassinate and loot the artifact, then sell it at the auction, split the profits 50-50. How about that? Little guy, you're the rising star of the live streaming world. You've broken the record for the fastest solo live stream to reach 20 million viewers. Are you interested in joining our guild?" The chat is buzzing and countless people are spamming messages. Song Qingfeng rolled his eyes and said, "Buddy, I'm also craving that divine artifact, but it's clearly my brother Su's fate, so you guys might as well give up on it. Besides, even a poor student like me knows that divine artifacts definitely have the non-tradable and non-droppable attributes, and there are even fools thinking about killing to snatch it. Ridiculous. I'll block you first, I'll kill you brutally in the livestream." But he couldn't find the person who sent the message anymore, as millions of messages scrolled by every second. Everyone is crazy about the divine artifact. At this moment, Su Ming asked in frustration, "Is this divine artifact genuine? Why doesn't it add any base attributes? It just provides some space for summoning beasts. Isn't that a bit too simplistic? Doesn't it come with a few legendary summoning beasts?" The undead scourge, watched by a global audience, complained about the poor attributes of the artifact, making professionals want to grab him by the neck and shake him violently, scrambling his brains and yolk. "I'm sorry," the shadowy figure of the undead scourge shook its head. "I remember that the peak form of the personal world artifact had an all attributes plus 5,000. But that's just a trivial additional attribute and unnecessary affix to the artifact. We summoners don't need many attributes. Of course, if you truly need it, you should complete the repair tasks soon to restore it to its peak form." "Alright, thanks for the explanation, Your Highness." Su Ming realized that the figure had some AI capabilities, so he took the opportunity to play weak and poor. "But although you have high hopes for me, I'm afraid I won't live long enough to repair the artifact. Let alone follow in your footsteps to cut through the abyss." The shadowy figure of the undead scourge furrowed its brows. "Do you have many enemies?" "Not initially, but I was just live streaming and now all the professionals around the world know I have the artifact. Su Ming pointed to the drone in the sky and showed the live stream on his phone to the figure, his face mournful. Look, so many people in the chat are asking where I am, ready to come and snatch my artifact. How can a mere unclassed summoner like me withstand this? The shadow of the undead scourge was shocked. Being a remnant soul fragment of the original body, it had the capacity for brief contemplation. It saw its role as passing on the mantle to the heir of the artifact world. Normally, in the classical tradition of professionals, when a disciple embarks on a journey alone, the master has a duty to protect the path. Moreover, he hadn't even provided a hidden profession skill card, indeed somewhat stingy. I didn't expect the inheritance of the artifact to stir up so many people and leak out. After a moment, the shadow of the undead scourge made a decision. I have left some traces and gifts in the world as I pass through it. Now, I will tell you about the whereabouts of 3 life-saving dolls. The audience listened intently, but the next moment the screen went black. Damn it, don't go dark screen now, and the sound is gone too. Let us find out about the fate of the scapegoat dolls, you jerk. They are helpless and really want to know, but even if they think with their toenails, they know that the other party will definitely hide it. This is about the scapegoat dolls. Oh great barrage masters, I haven't become a professional yet. Could you please tell me what a scapegoat doll is? I've never heard of it before. Curiously asking was Song Chingfeng from the neighboring live room, bowing respectfully. Instantly, the 20 million refugees in the live room couldn't hold back anymore. I just watched your live stream doing homework. You got 7 out of 10 questions wrong. I thought you were just playing up the show, but turns out you really are a poor student. No way, you don't even know what a scapegoat doll is? Are you the kind that only knows about inflatable dolls? Oops, my annoyance at stupidity is acting up, but if I leave the live stream I won't be able to see what happens next with the artifact. Well, I might as well enlighten you a bit. Amidst the verbal onslaught from the viewers, Song Chingfeng, sweating profusely, came to understand the function of a scapegoat doll. It binds to the soul of a professional, anchors to a special location, and if the owner suffers a fatal injury, they will resurrect at the chosen place, even avoiding the penalty of losing equipment, making it one of the top methods of resurrection. Soon Su Ming's live stream returned from being blacked out, and he nodded his head, waving his hands gratefully towards the phantom of the scourge of the undead, saying, "Thank you for informing me about the 300 hidden resurrection dolls. Once I finish this live stream I'll immediately go and dig them out. Now I have 300 lives." The viewers were baffled. "You're too fake, bro." They couldn't hold it together when initially they heard the scourge of the undead's phantom mention only 3 scapegoat dolls. How did it turn into 300 after just a minute of a black screen? Most professionals chuckled knowingly, understanding Su Ming's intent. The guy simply wanted to mislead and fool his enemies about the number of scapegoat dolls he held. After all, if there really were 300 scapegoat dolls, he would practically be immortal. In fact, it's possible that the scourge of the undead's phantom was also bluffing, maybe not even having 3 scapegoat dolls, perhaps not even one. The master and disciple could be staging a double act. These are scapegoat dolls worth as much as epic level equipment. Once they hit the market, the auction price would start at 100 million. Unfortunately, these items are bound upon pickup, effective only for the one who retrieves them, and absolutely cannot be traded. And under the scourge of the undead, it must be that they were not picked up initially and the drop location was simply buried, left as a treasure for future inheritors. Haha, man, you are really possessed by the spirit of drama, straight up inflating it by 100 times, turning it into 300 scapegoat dolls. Next time I suggest you go bigger, 30,000 decoy dolls, and then just live stream the resurrection every day. It'll be a super tough job, but definitely a crowd puller. Your family sells these resurrection dolls in bulk, right? In the past, the Scourge Lord did nothing but furiously collect these decoy dolls, and now you're reaping the benefits, aren't you? Su Ming responded with a mysterious smile. Yes. That's the Scourge Lord, the most legendary summoner in history, now my master. Gentlemen, I will not allow you to disparage my master's strength. He must have hoarded at least 3,000 decoy dolls, and sooner or later I will inherit them all. Oh right. Su Ming's expression turned serious, and he couldn't help asking, "My lord, professionals around the world are eagerly awaiting your return. Since you have so many decoy dolls, why can't you resurrect?" All professionals widened their eyes. Indeed, if the Scourge Lord could return, the overall strength of humanity would soar. The Scourge Lord sighed. "The level of the resurrection dolls is too low, they are merely epic level equipment. People think they can resurrect anyone, but that's not the case. The logic is simple. Before I stepped into the abyss, I possessed 13 artifacts. If I died, how could a mere resurrection doll bring all these equipments back from the abyss? Moreover, the essence of my life is divine and the mere resurrection doll is not qualified to resurrect me. The professionals fell silent. Su Ming gave a bitter smile. I understand, it's such a pity. I hope he is only lost in the abyss, and perhaps when we humans counterattack the abyss we can find him again. For a superhero like him who single-handedly defended the frontier of the Dragon Nation, Su Ming had nothing but infinite respect. His departure was not just a personal loss of a divine-level professional master but a national tragedy, a missing piece in the fate of the Dragon Nation. The audience also sighed deeply, cherishing the memory. A legend who could become an army by himself. Summoning the Scourge Lord with a wave of his hand ultimately could not overcome the abyss. Alas, he wanted to break through the abyss alone and save the world. Although he stopped at the 99th floor, he was undoubtedly a legend, the strongest in history. That means our human race can drive the demonic riffraff out of our homes. If our future champions could be stronger than the Scourge Lord, they could reach the 100th floor and face the Lords of the Abyss directly. At that moment, instead of feeling sad, the professionals were filled with fiery blood, eager to personally complete the conquest of the Abyss and thoroughly save their homeland. The Scourge Lord from this moment reforged the monument of humanity. People finally understood his whereabouts and remembered his great deeds. As for some past conspiracy theories alleging that the Scourge Lord had been co-opted by the Abyss to become one of the Lords, or that he had fled the battlefield and thus dared not show his face, these were strong responses. Did you hear? The Scourge Lord set out on the path of punishing the Abyss alone. He wanted to annihilate the Lords of the Abyss by himself. It's a pity if the Scourge Lord had not been so solitary. If he had more divine-level teammates by his side, perhaps he really could have broken into the 100th floor of the Abyss and faced the Lords directly. We should learn from the Scourge Lord and level up for the resurgence of the Dragon Nation. Su Ming, unaware of the external discussion, simply looked up admiringly at the phantom of the Scourge Lord. My lord, could you accompany me on this journey, in the form of a phantom? He guided me in the realm of summoners. The viewers were puzzled. What? Su Ming wants the undead Scourge to become his personal old grandpa? That's a massive opportunity. Move aside, little Su, let this master be the host. Everyone was green with envy. However, the phantom firmly refused. You are too weak. If I were to reside in your soul, your life force would only sustain me for 31 seconds. You still need to mend your own world and seek the traces I left behind. I cannot harm you. Su Ming burst out laughing and millions of viewers worldwide went crazy with laughter. Don't feel inferior, 31 seconds is still impressive, huh? It's not that the undead Scourge doesn't give you a chance, but you're a 3-second man, my friend. You couldn't handle it. Alas, being identified by the Scourge as a 3-second man is a peculiar honor in itself. Su Ming was completely stunned and at a loss for words, but upon reflection it made sense. How could a fragment of a godly spirit simply reside in someone? It would be like an ant trying to sustain an elephant. Even if it exerted all its strength to gather food 24 hours a day until it fainted, it simply couldn't be done. Well, my time is almost up and you should leave too, said the phantom of the undead Scourge in a leisurely manner. Before I go, I'll give you a talisman to protect your life lest you die before achieving your goals. Su Ming's eyes widened and viewers worldwide grabbed their lemons. The phantom instantly shattered, turning into a rolling torrent of energy that surged into Su Ming's body and vanished deep within his soul. Su Ming quickly checked his panel and discovered a dark curse. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ming boldly displayed it. Viewers, your buddy now possesses a godly skill too, so admire my invincible ability, and the next time you think about challenging me, weigh your own worth. The viewer's eyes bulged. You have incurred the godly fate curse, abyssal wrath. The Lords of the Abyss have marked your soul, and they loathe you so intensely that they must personally slay you to vent their anger. Note: if someone else takes your head and soul, preventing the Abyssal Lords from fulfilling their vow of personal vengeance, they will cast the most terrifying glance from the 100th layer of the Abyss. Su Ming generously showed everyone the effects of Abyssal Wrath. Effect: if any creature other than an Abyssal Lord kills you, it will trigger an instant death skill, Abyssal Wrath. Any life form below demigod status will be instantly slain, and the Abyssal Lord's glance will obliterate all living beings within a 1-kilometer radius. The audience was utterly baffled, unable to determine how to judge this peculiar skill. Difficult to assess indeed. If considered a divine skill, its effect could attract the gaze of the Abyssal Lords, causing instant death to all living creatures within a kilometer. However, its activation required one to die an unnatural death. Oh my, from now on you'd essentially become a walking, self-operating grenade, someone commented. in any city you'd venture into, you'd enjoy the highest level of security simply because everyone would be terrified of you dying. Is this the way of protection under the Scourge Crown? One might wonder, finding it quite bizarre. Su Ming, however, just smiled slightly lazily, saying, "Gentlemen, what if I obtain a decoy doll, then venture into enemy territory and perform a throat-slitting suicide?" The reactions from Shin Jinghong of the Ironblood Alliance, Sun Jiangwo of the Hunter Military Academy, and Wu Mingxi of the Secret Temple were all marked by stunned silence. His enemies felt a complex mix of envy and relief, their nerves tingling, but Su Ming simply shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Well, that was just a joke. Since I wouldn't actually die with the decoy doll, the Abyss's fury effect wouldn't trigger." His enemies sighed in relief, but their hearts soon raced again, worrying, what if Su Ming was lying? What if he decides to perform seppuku at our doorsteps tomorrow morning? What if the Order's wrath could indeed be triggered? Ignoring everyone's focus, Su Ming began to pack his 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages into his portable world. Just then a strange female cough sounded in his live broadcast room. "Ahem, Mr. Su Ming, I think we should renegotiate your sponsorship contract." "Huh? Who's speaking? Is it haunted?" Su Ming jolted, looking around. Only the patrolling Black Goku and the lazy little fox were present. As for the demons of Abyssal Battlefield 037, they had already been mostly crushed by him under the descent of the Scourge Crown, with the few survivors trembling in their nests. "It's me, Wu Mingxi. I represent the Secret Temple. We'd like to increase your sponsorship contract to 1 billion. Please reconsider." Su Ming finally realized the cause. It was the online conference he had forgotten to close, so Wu Mingxi had witnessed the entire process of him acquiring the artifact and accepting the task to repair it. Clearly, after seeing Su Ming accept the inheritance of the Scourge Crown, Wu Mingxi regretted her previous stance and wanted to recruit him into the Secret Temple immediately. Su Ming showed a clearly impatient expression but held back his anger and said lightly, "Ms. Wu, there are two kinds of people that are the most annoying in this world. One is those who abandon me when I need them most, the other is those who bother me when I clearly don't need them. I have no feelings towards the Secret Temple. You don't need to worry about me holding a grudge against you, let alone think that I would retaliate." He smiled, reminiscing Miss Bufian, such a stunning beauty, a captivating noblewoman, actually deigned to come to the Western Liang Academy to recruit me. To show her sincerity, she even rewarded me with hundreds of thousands, becoming my top sponsor. Although on the surface I appeared calm and collected, inside I was bursting with joy, feeling both pride and substance. Su Ming smiled faintly, and even as a poor student who had always relied on national scholarships, lived a modest life, and never caught the fancy of any girl, I truly believe she might be my soulmate. The audience fell silent, easily sensing from the intense emotional fluctuations in Su Ming's words that he was not lying. These were words from the heart. It's embarrassing to say, but Su Ming managed a bitter smile. That night I even had a wonderful dream where I named our children. The boy would be called Su Buzheng, symbolizing integrity and peace. I had even chosen the university for the children, the Yanhuang Military Academy. But upon waking up, I only briefly savored the thought before quickly sweeping all these stray ideas to the back of my mind. I was well aware of the disparity between our families and did not want to burden her. A favored daughter of heaven. Su Ming's expression turned cold and realistic, so in fact from the beginning to the end my interaction with her was merely about a sponsorship contract for the Mystery Temple. I never spoke more than necessary, nor did I send her any messages. A poor man's child shoulders responsibility early, having tasted the bitter warmth of humanity since youth. I harbored no illusions. Su Ming shook his head. "In fact, I never needed that sponsorship contract from your Mystery Temple, because I had already obtained information about the artifact and was preparing for the journey to the Abyss Battlefield 037, a summoner about to acquire clues about an artifact. Would he care about a mere annual sponsorship of 200 million? Su Ming asked rhetorically. Wu Mingxi was at a loss for words. Indeed, any professional related to artifacts starts with a net worth of at least 1 billion. There would be endless powerful forces willing to invest in such a future god-level professional. But when you contacted me, I was still happy. Su Ming looked up at the sky, seemingly seeing his naive self. I was ready to accept the contract because Miss Bufian, at my lowest moment, gave me what a man needs most: recognition and respect. Recognition and respect from someone as dazzling and brilliant as her was truly overwhelming. A foolish fantasy. Only two people have ever bestowed kindness upon me: Principal Zhao Renjia, who would secretly add money to my meal card, and Miss Bufian, who gave a young man an unreachable dream. Su Ming withdrew his gaze, his eyes cooling, his tone indifferent. Thus I hold no grudge against the mystery temple, just no longer any fondness. I also will never harass her, because from the beginning I have never done so. Goodbye, Auntie Wu Mingxi. I wish you sweet dreams. From now on we have no more dealings, let us each live well. With that, Su Ming directly closed the online meeting room, then he waved to the live broadcast room and smiled. Since the Abyss battlefield has been breached and no demons have appeared, I will end the broadcast here. My dear viewers, please click to follow with your lovely little hands. I will continue to live stream artifact repair missions. When Su Ming closed the live broadcast room, news about the artifact and its re-emergence in the mortal world spread instantly to all professional communities. Have you heard? The undead scourge, still not dead to this day, is just lost in the 99th level of the Abyss, his phantom reappearing in the human world. The artifact, once shattered by a group of demon lords, has reassembled itself thanks to its indestructible nature and is now seeking a new master. Remember to follow Su Ming, he will live stream the artifact repair missions, which are far more thrilling than following a drama series. Related gossip is also creating quite a stir. Clash Forum hot topic. The Iron Blood Alliance has taken a big hit. They actually sent assassins against Su Ming, who was on an artifact inheritance mission. Isn't this like using a flashlight in a cesspool looking for trouble? From the Abyss Weekly, editor-in-chief at Momo Top News exclaimed, "Wow, tens of millions online witnessed the cliched drama of breaking off an engagement." The vice chairman of the Mystery Sanctuary Wu Mingxi despised Su Ming for his humble origins, saying he was a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and declared he would never let Miss Bufian marry him. But then right there they witnessed Su Ming receive the artifact inheritance and transform into a dragon in a single step. The old lady regretted it immediately, but it was too late. Major TV stations press releases. Recently, the god-level summoner Undead Scourge, who had not been seen for a long time and was declared dead by many official organizations, has reappeared on Abyss Battlefield number 037. Moreover, he personally bestowed the artifact repair mission to Su Ming, a student from Beiliang Academy. A good omen for the coming year. The rise of humanity is now. We hope all professionals will level up quickly, acquire more skills, and set foot on the path to divinity. Soon, humanity shall overcome the Abyss. In no time, Su Ming became the hot favorite everyone was chasing. Every day, reporters trying to interview Su Ming were a constant presence in front of Beiliang Academy. The recruitment from various forces was also endless. The principal Zhao Renjie was so bothered by the reporters that he simply let Su Ming stay home to prepare for the college entrance exam. Of course, Su Ming also indeed had to put forth 1000% of his energy to tackle the exams. Not just for anything else, but because the second artifact repair mission, the Caesar's Nation World Instance, is only available to students during the exam period. All world instances are not man-made but are naturally formed under the influence of the abyssal forces. Therefore, they each have unique characteristics and hold many secrets waiting for the right person to unveil them. Clearly, the secrets of Caesar's nation are related to the artifact and perhaps also to the undead scourge. Meanwhile, forces from the Dragon Nation also warn anyone coveting the artifact. Our citizen Su Ming carries the significant historical mission of repairing the artifact. If any harm comes to him, the newly formed world alongside him might collapse again. At that time, all summoners around the world could only continue to wait for decades, waiting for the second reunion of the sacred artifact, which would be an extremely long period of time. If Su Ming could grow up safely and become the next god-level summoner, it would be a great boon for the global fight against the Abyss. In the 037 Abyss battlefield, he single-handedly annihilated 1743 demons. Who else could claim such a brilliant achievement in their pre-profession stage? His fervent and sincere fight against the Abyss deserves our protection. Moreover, considering that Su Ming also carries the god-level fate curse of abyssal wrath, if he were to be unexpectedly killed by an assassin, everything within a kilometer would be buried with him. A stern warning to all unfriendly forces internationally: any attack or assassination on Su Ming on our soil will be regarded as an act of large-scale terrorism against the Dragon Nation, and we will respond with a nation-destroying retaliation. Do not say that you were not warned. Already a hot topic, Su Ming's popularity surged once again with official endorsement becoming a long-lasting topic of entertainment. Surprisingly, among the top 10 trending topics with which he had no previous connection, Su Ming suddenly occupied 3 spots as the night deepened. Zhao Muyu, carrying 2 tiers of crab roast soup dumplings, returned to her newly rented temporary residence. Tiptoeing and cautious, she knocked on the door in a special pattern of 3 light taps followed by a heavy one like a spy making contact. Su Ming quickly popped his head out helplessly saying, "Senior sister, why act like a thief? Isn't everyone outside praising me as the hero who revived from the undead disaster?" Zhao Muyu slipped into the house glaring at him reproachfully. "Do you realize how many people see you as a thorn in their side? And yet you're so weak, just a newbie. Think about it. Weren't Shen Jinghong and his son Shen Zimo sweating bullets when they saw you acquire the artifact, and when you outright rejected that old witch woman she didn't her face distort, and more? They say competitors are natural enemies. Among summoners there are many geniuses and wealthy people. Why should it be you who got the task of repairing the portable world? Jealousy is fiercely fermenting in their hearts, and who knows, they might send assassins to die with you." Zhao Muyu pouted. "We still need to make more money and hire a top security team composed of Tier 4 professionals, then you will be safe." Su Ming chuckled. "Then why not hire Tier 5 or even Tier 6 professionals?" Zhao Muyu sighed and pursed her lips. "A Tier 5 professional is already a regional overlord like that annoying Shen Jinghong. How much money would you have to give them to have them protect you personally? You see, all 5th tier professionals are closely monitored by the major powers, so their movements are meticulously recorded. You get what I mean, right?" She pursed her lips, rummaged through the rented apartment to find some disposable chopsticks and divided the crab roe soup dumplings among us. "Eat up," she urged. "I specially went to a century-old shop for these crab roe dumplings. They're truly a delight. When I was studying at the Western Liang Academy, these dumplings were my absolute favorite." Summing picked up the conversation. "I understand. You mean to say that 5th-tier professionals wouldn't stoop so low as to become assassins? Thus a 4th-tier professional security team should be sufficient to handle any trouble. But there's something else you should know. When you were studying, the crab roe dumplings were made by a venerable old shopkeeper with youthful looks. However, he passed away a year ago. Now, the shop is run by his crafty bald grandson and granddaughter, a pair of nitwits." This prompted Zhao Muyu, who had eagerly devoured a dumpling, to freeze with a smile on his face. "What is this? This doesn't taste like crab roe at all. Why is it all ginger?" Summing shrugged. "The finest crab roe dumplings are made with real crab roe and meat scooped right out of the crabs in season. The lesser quality ones are made from picked over small crabs or the leftover bits of crab, which are then ground into a paste, and the worst," he chewed thoughtfully, "are like these. No crab meat at all, just a mix of duck egg yolks, tofu and ginger fried up to mimic the taste of crab roe. But at least they won't cause any stomach trouble." Zhao Muyu was furious. "So this is what they call crab roe? I'm going to complain to the Consumer Association and have them send a 4th-tier arsonist to burn this place down." "Let it go." Summing shook his head. "This matter is just a messy affair." They could easily counter with, "There's no wife and wife cake, and fava beans aren't made with crab roe either. We're just selling the flavor of crab roe. What about it? Besides, there's no need to complain. Their shop is about to go under as their reputation is already in tatters and they're losing money on rent every month." Summing casually filled his stomach quickly. "But honestly speaking, we could have just ordered takeout. There was really no need for you to go out and buy this food." Zhao Muyu responded seriously. "Using a food delivery app would require location access on your phone, which could easily expose your whereabouts. You need to understand one thing, when it comes to the level of divine artifacts, those who want your life are definitely not just some misfits from the Ironblood Alliance." "Oh, I'd like to hear more." Summing poured her teeth, signaling his eagerness to listen. Zhao Muyu, with a stern expression, continued, "Whether you can become a god-level summoner isn't important. What's crucial is the loss of a god-level summoner for our dragon nation. Do you really think the nations of the world are uniting to fight against the abyss? Many countries and forces are actually pondering how to carve out a share for themselves from the post-war world order, how to snatch greater benefits from the global instances." She scoffed. "Just the other day, in the international waters near our neighboring cherry blossom country, a deep-sea monster, the whale shark Emperor Glavras, met its natural end. When a whale falls, a myriad of life forms emerge. It is said that from the carcass of such a leviathan, a duplicate world known as the whale shark tomb is born. According to intelligence, this tomb yields rare underwater breathing equipment, allowing ordinary fighters to acquire magical gills, thus enabling free movement underwater." Zhao Muyu spoke lightly. "Our blue star covers 70% underwater, whereas in the abyssal world it's 90%. This implies that the opportunities and instances within the water are surely no less than those on land." Su Ming suddenly realized so is a major conflict between the Dragon Country and the Sakura Country inevitable. That's unlikely. Zhao Muyu shook her head. With a formidable enemy from the abyss at hand, a full-scale national conflict is temporarily off the table. No one can afford to lose their high-end warriors. According to the intelligence I've seen on the dark web, Dragon Country has deployed 3 Tier 6 professionals and Sakura Country has sent 2 Tier 6 Sword Saints. The two sides have been in a standoff for a long time, with only a thin line away from erupting into skirmishes, so there you go. Zhao Muyu hummed. Sakura Country certainly does not want to see a god-tier professional emerge from Dragon Country. Strangling you in the cradle aligns best with their interests, otherwise why do you think our motherland would issue a special warning? Su Ming nodded, his face filled with a bitter smile. The world of live streaming indeed is fraught with disputes. Who would have thought that without taking on advertisements or promotional sales, his mere participation in a divine artifact restoration mission would cause such a stir? Hey, don't be discouraged, think positively, Zhao Muyu said with a raised eyebrow and a breath of relief. I've now become a highly sought-after super agent. The top 3 global streaming platforms have all bombarded me with calls, each expressing a desire to sign a contract with you. The annual signing fee has never been less than 500 million. Su Ming was shocked. Have they gone mad? I do not accept promotional contracts. Zhao Muyu chuckled. They all said that if you wish to handle goods or endorse through advertisements, they won't take a penny of the cut, letting you do as you please. Su Ming was puzzled. What, have the capitalists suddenly become altruistic? That's impossible. He couldn't fathom where their benefit lay in such an arrangement. Zhao Muyu smiled faintly. Don't be surprised, the reason is quite simple. You are the traffic itself. All streaming platforms need to attract viewers to ensure the total number of audiences, thereby securing the platform's revenue. Where does the traffic come from? Of course, they need to advertise and draw traffic from all over the internet. And now, the biggest topic globally is the miraculous repair mission of the portable world. She almost burst with laughter. The most enticing part is that this mission is a series of super connected tasks. It's like a super long serialized novel or a top-tier TV series that could be filmed for 10 seasons. Zhao Muyu's eyes twinkled with vigorous ambition. You will exist as a top influencer for a long time, so your value is crucial for all platforms. Su Ming got it in a second. When he streams his miraculous repair missions, traffic on the other 2 major platforms just withers because everyone rushes to the platform he's on, eager to see the magical artifacts, the undead plague and the future god-level summoner. Therefore, the 500 million signing fee must be just a tester thrown out by the platforms to probe our price. Su Ming cracked the code. Senior sister, you should take it easy, don't be fooled by them. Bingo, Zhao Muyu snapped her fingers excitedly. Not bad, not bad. The junior brother has finally caught on, no longer the naive virgin completely bewitched by Bufian. Su Ming wondered why he could smell a strong sense of competition. We all met on the same day. It was the first meeting for each of us. Why do you fall in love at first sight with her but have no desire for your senior sister? Zhao Muyu was furious. So today she specifically wore super short shorts and shiny black stockings aimed at the pure-hearted young man, and even copied Bufian's makeup from that day, applying a first love natural makeup. Su Ming shrugged helplessly. Our first meeting wasn't pleasant at all, was it? You were aggressive, constantly belittling me and always siding with Shinzimo. But Miss Bufian, she trusted me unconditionally, was friendly towards me, almost throwing herself at me. So annoying, really unlucky. Zhao Muyu pouted, very frustrated. Muyu, oh Muyu, you lost at the starting line, lost on the first impression, lost by being too professional. If only I had casually dealt with that spoiled young master Shinzimo back then. Oh dear, hard-working girls get hurt. Su Ming could only pat her fragrant shoulder. Keep trying, senior sister, let's see your current internet popularity. Zhao Muyu excitedly opened her phone, then her eyes widened in shock. My goodness, what's with the drama? Su Ming was puzzled. Zhao Muyu immediately held up the phone to him. Because of the vigorous motion, her impressive bosom caused a tempting, soft tremble, momentarily distracting Su Ming. Zhao Muyu's eyes sparkled with triumph. Being close to the water gets you the moon first. Watch me make you drool. No man can resist this level of beauty. Su Ming commented, not as big as Bufian's, and hers are natural. You must be squeezing them out with a magic bra, right? How much silicone did you pad, jerk? You think Bufian didn't pad? Zhao Muyu snapped back, hands on her hips, extremely annoyed. From what I see, she might be a B-level weakling, pretending to be a D-level strong player with 10 pieces of silicone. Men are really terrible, infinitely tolerant and imaginative when it comes to their pure moonlight, but her crap stinks just the same as mine. Su Ming coughed. Senior sister, please have some decorum. Don't talk about such crass things in front of our steamed buns. I'm helpless, and besides, whether you've padded with silicone is quite obvious. Do you really think we men can't see through your little tricks? It's terrible, you really seem to be enchanted by her, Zhao Muyu pouted and reminded him that he must not become infatuated with women, especially the daughter of an enemy, otherwise it would delay the speed of summoning Black Goku. Su Ming responded leisurely, don't worry, I'm not love-struck, I just have a favorable impression of Miss Buffy and nowhere near the point of must marry her or else become a groveling man. Besides, isn't it normal to admire a fine young lady? Moreover, she is her own person and the old witch is the old witch, let's not conflate the two. However, marrying a girl is akin to marrying into her family. If her mother interferes, you two can't possibly be happy. Zhao Muyu continued to grumble and thwart the match. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Firstly, she doesn't even like me, she just admires my strength. Secondly, I already possess a divine weapon, I have enough power to deal with any foolish family members. To be frank, you're just being stubborn, you clearly like her a lot. Zhao Muyu felt depressed, always a step behind turning from bride to bridesmaid. Alright, I really have no interest in settling down or getting married, let's focus on our careers now. Su Ming shook his head, ending the pointless discussion. Let's see what has shocked you so much. Wow, 3 out of the top 10 trending topics are about me. He was also surprised. Am I really that famous? My god, if I lower my moral standards a bit and take on some advertising endorsements, I could probably make a fortune. Su Ming examined the trending topics list. At the top was a startling headline, Dragon Country warns against assassinating Su Ming. Consider this a forewarning. Below, there was a universally jubilant scene. The nation has intervened. Those who hate Su Ming are going to face a tough time. He is the only one you can't smear online. If Su Ming could successfully repair his personal world, even the summoner with the weakest potential could become a legend. His future was clearly laid out before him, truly enviable. This is the rise of a grassroots genius, a perfect virtuous cycle. Break through barriers with genuine talent, gain streaming popularity. Become a top influencer, earn startup capital, grow stronger, and be recognized by the scourge of the undead, inheriting the divine weapon. Everything Su Ming has was earned through his efforts. He truly represents positive energy online and must be protected. He is the future star against the abyss. Zhao Muyu snuggled up to Su Ming, her warmth and a faint fragrance enveloping him. She said excitedly, it's so rare. An influencer becoming wildly popular and receiving rave reviews both inside and outside the circle. It seems your image has always been very good. Su Ming shrugged. It's just temporary public opinion, don't take it too seriously. You never know when, if I donate less at a charity event, countless people will start saying that I'm a miser who doesn't care about the disadvantaged, and then my reputation will flip. As they say, to forge iron one must be strong oneself. As long as you perform well in miraculous restoration tasks, your influence will be very stable. As for the elusive reputation, let's just let it be. Zhao Muyu stretched out her slender arms with a giggle, embracing his arm, and continued to direct his attention to the second trending topic, Iron Blood Alliance suspected of assassinating Su Ming. Relevant departments have taken Shen Jinghong away, serves him right. What a karma. Zhao Muyu's pretty face was full of schadenfreude. Wow, the happiest things in the world are 1. Seeing your ex-boyfriend castrate himself, and 2. Watching your former boss get thrown in jail. Su Ming. Zhao Muyu winked at him. Of course your senior is very pure, she hasn't even dated yet. Nobody believes that. Believe it or not, I'm just too focused on my career to think about love. Zhao Muyu argued righteously, but her face quickly fell. Of course, that's all a lie, mainly because after I joined the Iron Blood Alliance, Shen Jinghong, that old freak with a sick possessiveness, would warn off any bachelor who dares to fancy me. How disgusting is that? It prevented me from ever experiencing sweet love. Why didn't you try during your high school and college days? Su Ming chuckled lightly. Zhao Muyu pouted. The pressure in high school was immense, everyone was so competitive. Who had the time? And in college, well, I attended a women's military academy. Although many beautiful girls wanted to get close to me, I didn't want to be a knight for them. Su Ming burst out laughing. Then you're really unfortunate. How you think you're any less unfortunate? Oh, Zhao Muyu laughed lightly. I was just shocked because I saw the third trending topic about you. Su Ming was startled and quickly checked, then his face was full of dismay. Su Ming's sexual orientation revealed. His only roommate Song Qingfeng claims his underwear frequently mysteriously disappears. Who's the suspect? Damn that old Song. Su Ming twitched his mouth helplessly. Do you know why his underwear often disappears? Zhao Muyu, you stole them. Damn, falsely accused. But isn't he the only roommate? There's only one suspect. Su Ming covered his face. You can't imagine how cunning That kid is, oh, tell me more. Zhao Muyu smelled the gossip and immediately became interested. Su Ming shrugged. Beiliang Academy is a fully enclosed educational institution and, in pursuit of higher education rates, is extremely strict in management. Even the principal wanted to implement militaristic management in the school to get the students used to military academies early on. So, our daily schedule is strictly regulated, and leaving the school premises is absolutely not allowed. Su Ming chuckled, but that kid Song Qingfeng, how could he bear it? Oh, does he have some special habit that needs to be resolved outside of school? Zhao Muyu's eyes sparkled with the light of gossip. Su Ming spread his hands, chuckling. He likes to go off campus for baths. Zhao Muyu looked disdainful. At such a young age, he's not willing to learn, starting with saunas, massages, bubble baths, right? You've got it wrong. He goes to a legitimate bathhouse. He goes off campus because he's too embarrassed to shower in the school's public bathhouse in front of all his brothers. He's the type who can't pee if someone is nearby. Su Ming corrected. Zhao Muyu sighed deeply. He must have had a hard life. She empathized. For someone as introverted as he is, school must have been hell. You can say that again. Su Ming chuckled, then continued. So unable to stand the stench on him any longer, he eventually bought a climbing rope to scale the wall and take a shower. But what does this have to do with underwear? Zhao Muyu was puzzled. Hold your horses, let me explain, he replied. The climbing rope was useful but hard to hide. Soon enough, a patrolling teacher caught him, and from then on he was marked as a troublemaker and closely monitored, with regular checks of his personal belongings. Su Ming's lips curled into a smile, but bathing is a basic need, so he came up with a plan and linked all his underwear together into a rope, allowing him to move freely over the wall. Over time, this caused significant wear and tear, and that's the mystery of the disappearing underwear. He burst into laughter, truly ingenious. At this, Zhao Muyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, it seems it's not an issue with your fetishes or my charm. Ultimately, it's all because of that dreadful Niafian. Clenching her fists, Zhao Muyu waved them towards the night sky. I must overcome her. Tomorrow, I will wear my victory outfit. What's that? He chuckled. It's a pair of white lace garter stockings and a risque lingerie set that has a devastating effect on home buddies. Zhao Muyu winked at him. Su Ming responded, half annoyed. Zhao Muyu, as your manager, I must remind you, focus on how you can better help me grow. I'm not looking for a busy board secretary scenario like Shin Jinghong. Besides, I have an urgent need right now, he reminded her sternly. Zhao Muyu stopped joking and took out her laptop, showing it to him. I know it's about your job change, right? You're nearly level 20, a crucial threshold. And I, as a top-class agent with high-level access to the dark web, Shadow Web and Ghost Web, have already prepared everything you need. She proudly lifted her delicate chin. The worst secretaries rely on their sexy bodies. I rely on my brain, which my boss can't do without. Su Ming glanced over the information Zhao Muyu had gathered and was immediately impressed, giving a thumbs up. With Sister Muyu by my side, I'm invincible. It's like Liu Bei meeting Zhuge Liang, Cao Cao finding Wei Jia, or Wu Dalong marrying the fortune-bringing Pan Jinlian. Zhao Muyu. Are these all the clues for the summoner job change? Su Ming quickly scanned through them, deep in thought. Zhao Muyu nodded her head, also getting into work mode, and selected 3 summoner professions for him. Look at the top-notch professions selected by your senior. You definitely meet all the conditions. First, as I just mentioned, there is a place at the boundary of the 2 countries' sea territories above the international waters known as the Whale Shark Tomb. It's a dungeon where a new summoner profession has appeared, the Sea King. You can summon a myriad of deep-sea demons and mutated sea beasts and acquire a native companion whale shark. From then on you would become the king of the seas, dominating the 7 seas. However, you must specialize in maritime combat, as on land you would be like a blank slate, unable to use any summoned creatures. Of course, you could specifically look for amphibious summoned creatures to solve this drawback. Su Ming nodded his head, not rejecting the idea. Specializing is generally better than being all around. Because what often determines the limit of a professional is not their weak points, but their strengths. I understand the principle of preferring to be a head of a chicken rather than a tail of a phoenix, but I really don't like eating fish. The fishy taste is too strong. Let's look at the other options first. Su Ming scratched his head. Zhao Muyu smiled. Secondly, there is a mysterious rumor from the Great Barrier Reef in Australia. According to my research, it has a high credibility. When the demons broke the barriers of our planet, their portals densely appeared on the surface, starting their invasion. This marked the beginning of the Great War between humans and demons. At the same time, not only the abyssal world, but many other worlds with higher intelligent beings also set foot on our land. She spoke seriously. On the coral islands of the Great Barrier Reef, a force from another world has appeared, the Holy Nest Congregation. Su Ming suddenly became interested. He had heard from Mayor Qin Xianyi that their planet was defenseless, any force could breach it. Thus, the eerie creatures from the gate of the Weird Nation were one of these mysterious forces, and now he heard about the mysterious Holy Nest Congregation from Zhao Muyu. The so-called Holy Nest Congregation is a highly evolved civilization of insect species. Zhao Muyu explained their summoner profession is called the Insect Master, as the name implies it can summon countless insects and so on. Su Ming felt a chill on his arm. Honestly, it's kind of disgusting, isn't it, senior? If I change my job to this, will I become the object of admiration for mother cockroaches, the true friend of caterpillars and the emperor of the wireworm kingdom? If I were to change my job to this, I would have to say goodbye to the live streaming industry. My female fans would also abandon me. It's not that bad. Besides, the insect eggs provided by the Holy Nest Congregation are not native earth insects. They include ironclad beetles that can spew huge pillars of fire and mantis swordsmen with dueling capabilities comparable to assassins. Stop, Su Ming made a stop gesture, shrugging helplessly. Quick, tell me the third option. This one suits you best, the standard profession given to you by the legacy of the undead catastrophe, necromancer. Zhao Muyu introduced enthusiastically. With a wave of your hand you command an army of bone dragons, the ground densely covered with a sea of skeletons, numerous ghouls accompanying them and great demons carrying your throne. Isn't it very cool? I don't want to be a necromancer. Nor can I be one. Su Ming decisively rejected the options, not hesitating as he said, don't forget the path under the undead scourge crown has its limits. It's impossible to break through the 99th layer of the abyss. I don't think I can go any further on this path than he did. It can be said that the undead scourge crown is already the ceiling for the necromancer profession, but it can't defeat the abyss. And his phantom personally refused to give me the SSS tier necromancer card, so why should I bother looking for a mere S-tier necromancer profession? That would be missing the point. Su Ming shook his head, dismissing all three proposals from Zhao Muyu. His stunning agent fell silent, then said, but these are the best three professions available recently. Are you planning not to switch to a hidden profession and just want to advance to a regular first-tier summoner waiting for future opportunities? But that will cost a lot of attribute points. Hidden professions, compared to regular ones, offer higher attribute point growth with every level. Over time, these points create a vast chasm between you and regular professionals. Every little bit adds up, making a significant difference in the future. That's fine, I must choose the most suitable path and can wait for now. Su Ming was unfazed because his summons would compensate him with a massive amount of attribute points, and once the artifact was fully repaired, it would feature a plus 5,000 all attributes modifier. By then, who would care about a small loss of attributes now? Zhao Muyu felt a bit disappointed, unable to help. But suddenly her eyes sparkled. Wait, I remember, there's still one path for truly powerful professionals, a custom-designed profession. It's up to the professional to decide their own path. As a top student, Su Ming quickly recalled this option from the corner of his memory, but he frowned. Custom-designed usually is an option for fourth-tier regular professionals. Only at their stage can they amass enough resources to support such a high-risk, high-opportunity path. Zhao Muyu chuckled. What you currently have in abundance is resources. I'm about to finalize the streaming platform contract for you, which will likely be around 800 to 900 million, plus I've applied for the Dragon Country's official Special Talent Award program on your behalf, and they told me it's a 100% sure thing, just waiting for the process to complete. This program will grant you an award of 100 million and a 200 million interest-free loan, repayable over 10 years, if you're willing to sell your charm. Many great families and powers have expressed their desire to forge marriage alliances with you. By then they certainly won't mind spending 1 billion yuan to support you as their distinguished son-in-law. Zhao Muyu counted with her slender fingers like chopped green onions, listing them one by one. Look, the total amount of capital you can mobilize is already 2 billion yuan. Even for an ordinary fourth-tier professional, that's an astronomical figure beyond reach. Su Ming pondered. Then how should I customize my profession personally? It's simple, first spend 30 million yuan to buy a blank job change crystal. Zhao Muyu, clearly prepared, spoke fluently without hesitation. As everyone knows, the strength of all professionals originates from the will of the planet, and the so-called job change crystal is one of the incarnations of the planetary will. Once activated, it will start recording your every word and action, especially all your extraordinary achievements. For instance, your solo breakthrough at the Demon Fortress is a great achievement. Whenever you achieve something extraordinary, the planetary will glance at you and leave a vivid mark on the job change crystal. Each glance from the planetary will enhances the crystal's level, thus helping you activate a profession customized based on your achievements and capabilities. If you're not satisfied with the profession it offers, you can politely decline and continue to improve. Keep recording and strive to earn more glances from the planetary will. Subsequently, you will get a second or even third chance for a customized profession. Su Ming nodded. I like this. Personal customization sounds very high. And alright then, Sister Zhao will immediately go to the global dark web to auction a blank job change crystal for you. Zhao Muyu stood up, holding her laptop to operate at one side. Su Ming suddenly received a private chat message. He looked closely, and it was from that jerk Song Qingfeng. Damn, old Song, you still have the face to contact me. Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? Tell me, what's the deal with being number 10 on the trending search list? Su Ming sent a message angrily, questioning him. Song Qingfeng sheepishly replied, actually, that was a fake news. It was mentioned accidentally by a classmate during an interview. Then, to attract attention, they just had to pair us up as a CP. You know, whether in the old or new era, the CP fans have always been crazy. Su Ming suspiciously asked, really not you, I swear. Why would I expose this little secret? I haven't even finished high school yet. I still need to live in the dorm for another month, so I still rely on using my underwear rope to climb the wall to take a shower. Makes sense. Su Ming snorted. What do you want from me? Trying to copy homework? I haven't even written it yet. You're already a top internet celebrity, and riding on your popularity, I've become a minor internet celebrity too. Why would we still write homework? Song Qingfeng chuckled. It's just that some of my female fans wanted me to ask, what profession do you plan to switch to in the future? Are they really your female fans? Could they be reporters in disguise? Su Ming reminded him irritably not to be fooled, especially since the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive she can be. That might be true. Song Qingfeng scratched his head. But personally, I'm also curious if you would choose the path of a necromancer. I plan to switch to the ancient profession of a slave master and capture you as my first summon, a Kunlun slave. I'd have you munching on watermelon and picking cotton all day while rapping for my entertainment. After ending the private chat with Song Qingfeng, Su Ming suddenly received another message, this time from Bufian. Despite having assured the old witch Wu Mingxi in front of tens of millions of viewers that he would never bother Miss Bufian again, it didn't mean she couldn't initiate contact with him. Besides, even though Su Ming found Wu Mingxi rather annoying, he wouldn't take it out on Bufian, who had never done anything wrong. I'm sorry, I never expected my mother to take things so far. After taking a bath, lying in bed and feeling utterly restless as she tossed and turned, unable to sleep, Bufian finally mustered the courage, though shyly, to send this message to Su Ming. After all, he had openly fantasized about her appreciation of him in front of a global audience and even thought about the names of their future children. Initially, Bufian simply admired Su Ming, but now everyone around her seemed to think there was something tender between them, a slight ambiguity that made her suddenly nervous and hesitant to face Su Ming directly. It's okay, Su Ming replied instantly, but quickly slapped his right hand with his left. Damn, replying so quickly might make him seem too eager. He should have waited a bit longer before pretending to casually notice the message and responding gracefully. Despite this, Su Ming continued, although I didn't get to join the secret sanctum, Miss Bu, I will always remember your admiration. You don't need to apologize. The fault was never yours but mine for being momentarily furious when your mother rejected the contract in front of millions. It's fine. I never care about rumors. Bufian, laying her head on the pillow, her full 36D breasts creating an enticing curve. If it's causing you trouble, just stay home and hide for a while. Su Ming replied with a chuckle. Hiding can be shameful but useful. In this era, everyone's memory is quite short. Will soon no longer be the focus of public attention. That's what I thought too. I might as well go to a secret realm to level up. Bufian, clutching a large white bear plushie, joyfully shaking her creamy legs, lightly tapping her pert buttocks. You should also stop using the word admiration. Soon you'll be a god-level summoner and it will be me, just a little unknown assassin, who will be left far behind by you. Su Ming, as if possessed, impulsively replied, then why not join my team? Let's strive together, how about that? Bufian's heart fluttered chaotically, her thoughts racing as she lay on her bed. Coughing slightly, Summing realized his words had overstepped and quickly changed the subject anyway. As a genius beauty assassin like yourself, the secret sanctuary must have a full team to guard and level up, right? But what about you? Do you have any insights on how to enhance skeleton summons? Bufyon pursed her lips, her cheeks flushing, but she quickly responded, I've seen your live stream recordings. In your artifact space you seem to have 100 skeleton summons, right? You want to strengthen them? Yes, Summing earnestly sought advice. After all, you come from a top-tier force, your vision and information should be better than mine. I did hear something from my father, Bufyon said as she got up and flipped through her notes. After a brief scan, she shared without hesitation, according to a groundbreaking paper published in the War Journal last year by a professor specializing in summoning, he believes that by mimicking the abyssal blood pools, the skeletal summons can be soaked to enhance their bones. He used this method to transform a bone dragon which bathed in blood and was reborn as a nether dragon with flesh, increasing its strength by 50%. Typing quickly, Bufyon added, there's also a technique called bone replacement surgery. Our dragon country currently has a research team that can perform it. They use the bones of higher organisms to replace the porous bones of the skeletons. This way, ordinary skeletons can achieve a fundamental evolution. It's expensive, but as a world-famous internet celebrity, you should be able to afford it. The team is based in the 003 Dragon Bone Research Center. Summing was deeply moved. Thank you so much. If I come across any assassin-related opportunities or equipment, I'll definitely save them for you. Glad to be of help, Bufyon replied in a second. Imagining her vibrant smile and her youthful yet alluring figure, Summing was momentarily lost in thought. Bufyon's appreciation and goodwill had always been so selfless, which is why he fell for it so easily. After all, secret information about enhancing summons was extremely valuable, and even with money, such channels were often scarce and unattainable. Many secrets and knowledge were monopolized by powerful forces. Just like the two pieces of information Bufyon had mentioned, Zhao Muyu had searched the three major gray networks for a long time and found nothing. They were likely deliberately removed from the internet, kept hidden from other summoners. After chatting a bit more about live streaming, they both reluctantly ended their conversation. Staring out of the floor-to-ceiling windows at the cityscape, Summing felt a surge of ambition in his heart. Damn secret sanctuary, damn Wumengshi. To put it plainly, it's just a force dominated by a fifth-tier professional. If I could step onto the path of the sixth tier, or even become a god-tier professional who would dare to criticize me, by then, even if I directly take Bufyon back as my chief consort, all the world leaders would have to call and congratulate me. To put it plainly, I'm just too weak. In this era of national job transitions, strength is indispensable. So 3 days later, Su Ming had already negotiated with the Dragon Bone Research Center number 003, spending 50 million to upgrade the skeletons of his 100 temporary summoned skeletons. To save time and ensure safety, they even skipped taking a plane and spent 50,000 to use the teleportation array from the Lord's Mansion of Liangzhou City to arrive at the city where the research center is located, Fengdu. Fengdu Ghost City's necromancy research is unmatched globally, and it is also the largest market for necromantic summon creatures. Zhao Muyu, wearing sunglasses and dressed like a tour guide, introduced the local customs and practices to Su Ming in a charming manner. Su Ming smiled and said, after we finish our business, we can go to the local auction house to buy a batch of summon creatures. By the way, can't you replace that batch of skeleton archers and skeleton mages? Zhao Muyu asked, with some confusion, since they are just temporary summons and not very strong, right? Su Ming shook his head. I don't like skeletons either, but I really can't replace them. Why? The beautiful agent was particularly puzzled. Su Ming showed her the panel directly. Look for yourself. It is not known whether it is because of the portable space or the blessing under the undead plague crown, but these skeletons, which should have been very fragile and trashy, have mutated. Zhao Muyu leaned in to look. Cursed skeleton ghost archer quality, fine. Level 20, can level up with the summoner. Attributes: strength 90, constitution 50, agility 90, spirit 10, skill. United we stand, united we stand. When the skeleton ghost archers are assembled into an army, within 100 meters radius and the number exceeds 30, they will receive an additional 50% strength bonus. Wow. Zhao Muyu was astounded. 90 base strength, and when triggering the United We Stand skill it would be 135 strength, which means 135 base attack power. Wow, that's already comparable to a regular level 20 summon beast. These skeletons of yours are treasures. Su Ming smiled faintly. Correct, so they have a considerably high value for cultivation. If not, why would I be willing to spend 50 million to cultivate them? Just this united we stand skill means they have great potential. In my opinion, the key to their mutation lies in the word cursed. Zhao Muyu thoughtfully explained it's mostly because of the fate curse abyssal wrath under the undead plague crown, which caused them to be imbued with some of the power of the abyssal lords, thereby mutating them. I also think that's the case, but it's a good thing, meaning the skeleton's potential has been activated. He gazed at the skeletons with immense satisfaction, a grin spreading across his face. 100 mutated skeletons at once, what a jackpot! This was a true gift from the sovereign of the undead plague, and he had resisted the urge to share this during his livestream, keeping them as his trump card instead. Zhao Muyu nodded slightly. Perhaps I could spend a bit more money to fully equip them. Skeletons are humanoid after all and can wear many types of humanoid armor. Let's buy 100 sets of gear and fully arm them. It will definitely be a formidable battalion of skeleton warriors. Su Ming was amazed. 100 sets of gear, how much would that cost? Don't worry, we'll pick the ones with the best cost-performance ratio. Plus, we can also commission some blacksmiths and tailors for mass production. Zhao Muyu spoke excitedly. Leave it to me, it won't cost much. The really expensive gear in the world are those legendary epic items, but decent gear for commoners, even the working class, can afford it. We only need a budget of 20 million. I promise no kickbacks or commissions. Zhao Muyu blinked her beautiful eyes. Su Ming was nonchalant, waving his hand. That cheap? Then I'll allocate 50 million to you. Let's get 50 sets of archer gear and 50 sets of mage gear for our skeleton archers and skeleton sorcerers. Wait, let me check the attributes of the skeleton sorcerers again. Zhao Muyu looked again. Cursed skeleton sorcerers, quality, excellent, level 20, can level up with the summoner. Attributes: strength 10, inch constitution 40, agility 90, spirit 90, skill. United we stand, united we stand. When skeleton sorcerers are assembled into a legion, they receive an additional 50% spirit boost. The same united we stand skill for a magical summon means a 50% spirit boost. Interesting. Zhao Muyu smiled slightly. I'll focus on finding strength-based gear for the archers and spirit-based gear for the sorcerers. She couldn't help but fantasize. In the future we might be able to build an invincible elite skeleton army. And it will be totally contrary to the path of the undead plague lord. He relies on sheer numbers, but we will focus on quality. Su Ming just smiled, making no comment. They strode confidently into the Dragon Bone Research Center 003, where immediately armed professional guards intercepted them. Please present the relevant documents or an appointment proof. This is a military area, no unauthorized personnel allowed. Zhao Muyu promptly produced the appointment proof. We are here to see Dr. Li. After verification, they were allowed inside. The guard pressed a button and a long corridor made entirely of bones appeared before them. These bones were crystal clear with faint powerful dragon patterns shimmering, pulsing with a strong elemental tide, clearly extraordinary. So this really is the Dragon Bone Research Institute. They even use surplus material for flooring, Su Ming muttered, finding it quite wasteful. Zhao Muyu, however, saw some trickery at play. These bones seem to be imitation dragon bones, not natural ones. After all, even if natural dragon bones were cheap, they surely wouldn't be so plentiful as to be used for flooring. Even ground into bone powder, it's a powerful magical material. After a careful examination, she concluded that these bones were mostly ordinary animal skeletons, predominantly from dairy cows. Oh, you are quite adept at identifying bones? In a valve chamber, a middle-aged researcher looked at Zhao Muyu in surprise. He was their contact for this trip, Dr. Li Chaohui. Hello. This gentleman is my employer, whom you might also know, the keeper of the divine artifact world, Su Ming. Zhao Muyu introduced with a genial smile. Dr. Li Chaohui didn't hesitate to extend his hand enthusiastically towards Su Ming, saying, I am also very grateful for your sponsorship of our bone replacement project. Honestly, since publishing that paper, no one has been willing to bring their summoned creatures to me for surgery. Dr. Li shrugged self-deprecatingly. I've thought it over and realized the crux of the problem. Perhaps low-level skeletal beings simply aren't worth the financial investment. And those high-value skeletal summons, they usually have growth modifiers and don't need my help, they just evolve on their own. Alas, I spent 200 million to develop the bone replacement surgery, only for it to end up useless, a complete waste of national research funds. I am truly ashamed. He sighed deeply. Su Ming seriously said, Dr. Li, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. Perhaps once my skeleton army shines brilliantly, it could serve as an excellent advertisement for your project making it highly sought after. Oh, that's right, Dr. Li Chaowei said expectantly, the keeper of a divine artifact using my technology to modify his summoned creatures. That's a recognition of my work. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist you. We shall see, Su Ming said with a smile as he followed Dr. Li Chaowei into a spacious hall filled densely with various types of bones. These are all artificial bionic dragon bones. Dr. Li proudly introduced the materials on the ground, his face animated. Compared to real dragon bones, their shelf life is very short, only about 1 year. But they perfectly meet our human profession's use of skeleton soldiers. Su Ming nodded and laughed. With our growth rate, generally speaking, all skeleton soldiers would have worn out within a year, so there's no need to worry about a longer shelf life. During leveling, the skeletons are corroded by demon acid, smashed by demon fists, and shattered by various elemental storms. On marches, since the skeletons lack tendons and ligaments and are just a bunch of bones rubbing together, the wear and tear is extremely fast. Even during storage, common weathering and humidity in the air can cause bones to leach phosphorus from their skeletons into mold and decay. Thus, skeletons have always been considered consumables. No one really bothers about the shelf life of bones. Su Ming doesn't really care either, because his skeleton soldiers are usually stored in a divine artifact space where there is no degradation and their lifespan is naturally longer. However, he is very confident about his own rate of growth and does not think that these skeleton ghost archers and skeleton trickster mages will be able to accompany him for long. They are just temporary summons for the transition period. Sooner or later he plans to replace them with more advanced summons such as ghouls, abominations and mutated magical dragons. Even though the ghost archers and trickster mages are blessed by the undead scourge, they are not very useful. After all, their type determines their limits. In the end, they are just a group of skeleton soldiers. Please, let me show you our experiment. Dr. Li Jiaowei led the two men to a training ground next to them, pressed a button and released a bound skeleton soldier. Then he activated a training steel robot. Zhao Muyu squinted and said, "That is the Exorcist 7 type explosion-proof robot which can withstand the attacks of a first-tier professional. Indeed, the moment of miracle is about to be witnessed." Dr. Li Jiaowei proudly patted his chest. The skeleton soldier immediately pulled out a rib and used it as a bone sword, fiercely charging towards the robot, performing simple chops, slashes, and thrusts. Clang clang, the crisp noise reached everyone's ears and sparks burst forth from the collision. The steel shell of the explosion-proof robot quickly became dented and pitted. Amazing, Su Ming gave a thumbs up. That rib must be artificial dragon bone, right? It can actually cut through steel plates. It's really an eye-opener. A normal skeleton soldier's bone blade would have shattered by now, and who knows, maybe the skeleton itself would have cracked. This simple display undoubtedly made the skeleton soldier's growth very clear. Zhao Muyu also said, after replacing it with artificial dragon bone, the skeleton soldier's attack is much more fierce, not just in defense. Of course, our charges are very reasonable. Dr. Li Jiaowei obviously valued this business deal very much, eager for his research to go into production. I can modify a skeleton soldier for you first as a sample, how about it? Sure. If they could get it for free, Su Ming and Zhao Muyu were naturally very willing. They then came to a glass wall, and Su Ming summoned a skeleton ghost archer, then controlled it to walk into the laboratory behind the wall, where it was grabbed by 8 mechanical arms. Starting from the palm, its phalanges were disassembled one by one, then replaced with translucent white artificial dragon bones. Next came the ribs and leg bones, which were easy to replace, while the spine and other parts that were hidden inside and less likely to be damaged were kept original. Their skulls could not be replaced either, so you'll need to purchase helmets for protection. Dr. Li Jiaowei explained, because their soul fire is housed within the skull, and opening the skull would disperse the soul fire, killing them. "Ah, I see." The two of them pretended to understand, though they clearly did not, but they resolutely refused to admit their ignorance. Finally, the transformation was complete. Su Ming's skeleton ghost archer, having undergone modification, stepped out of the laboratory with a proud and powerful stride. He was about to show Su Ming the strength of his new form when he drew his bow. Snap! The old bone bow broke under the force. Dr. Li Jiaowei burst into laughter. Its strength has surged tremendously, and the old bone bow is too fragile to withstand it now. You need to get it a better bow. Su Ming decided to directly inspect its status panel and discovered that the creature's strength had risen from 90 to an additional 135 points. Moreover, it had acquired a new attribute in its affixes: pseudo-dragon bloodline. Your summoned creatures are suspected of having dragon blood, all attributes plus 50%. Su Ming was extremely satisfied his skeleton soldiers now had the mutated strength of 50% unity and the artificial 50% dragon bloodline, effectively giving them double the attributes of ordinary skeleton soldiers. With this upgrade, he felt more confident about tackling the National College entrance exam, the Dungeon of Caesar's Nation, and the artifact restoration tasks required for the Demon's Lair achievement. Senior, please proceed with the payment. I am very satisfied with the doctor's bone replacement surgery, Su Ming declared, waving his hand and paying without hesitation. With the backing of the wealthy system, money was no object for him. Besides, even without the wealthy system, his current status as a global internet sensation would easily earn him the mere 50 million needed for the surgery. After entrusting all 100 skeleton soldiers to the Dragon Bone Institute for safekeeping, Su Ming and Zhao Muyu left together. They only needed to wait for the inspection 2 days later. Let's go. Now that we're in the legendary ghost city of Fengdu, we should check out the famous 100 Ghosts Night Street here, Zhao Muyu said, showing off her 2 big shopping bags. The so-called 100 Ghosts Night Street is a globally renowned bustling pedestrian street that specializes in selling items related to the necromancer profession. It boasts a wide variety of goods. All the Dragon Bone Institutes in the country are located in Ghost City of Fengdu because the materials are easier to obtain here. These Dragon Bone materials mostly come from the local high-intensity Abyss battlefield, the Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon. This battlefield is legendary. It connects with the 17th layer of the Abyss, the Kingdom of Evil Dragons. Human professionals, along with the Shadow Evil Dragons and their necromantic vassals, fight and devour each other here, vying for resources. In the old days, the land where Ghost City of Fengdu now stands was just a desolate wilderness, but in the era of mass professional conversion, this place has become one of the famous megacities in the Dragon Country thanks to its massive output of materials. Night falls. Countless individuals adorned with bizarre masks and wearing quirky costumes, reminiscent of a Halloween cosplay, emerged from the sophisticated subway system of Fengdu and headed towards the night parade of 100 Demon Street. Among them were Su Ming and Zhao Muyu. Zhao wore a delicate exorcism dance mask which, while concealing most of her face, left her finely sculpted chin and creamy neck partly visible, adding a mysterious charm to her appearance. Su Ming simply chose a popular hip-hop monkey mask, one that resembled a meme of a monkey smirking. Interestingly, the subway itself was decorated in a necromantic style. The floors were painted with ghostly hands, the walls featured scenes from the classic film Interview with the Vampire, and the ceiling was mischievously painted with the famous artwork Under the Sky of Bone Dragons. Su Ming shook his head, wondering if such decor ever frightened children. Do children born and raised here not develop psychological shadows? He pondered. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes. What child would ride the subway line dedicated to the ghost market? She retorted. This entire subway line is designed for tourists like us and foreigners who come to trade at the night parade of 100 Demon Street. This made sense to Su Ming, who felt a bit embarrassed by his ignorance as a student. Curious, he asked, Senior, why are the lights so dim here and why does everyone wear masks? What's the significance? Zhao Muyu laughed seductively, her voice enchanting enough to draw the gaze of many men. It's because of Fengdu's local law, the Necromancer Anti-Discrimination Act, she explained. Many necromancers are constantly exposed to negative energies, causing their faces to decay, their bodies to deteriorate, and even some of their limbs to become necrotic. Some are half human, half skeleton. Others have transformed themselves into liches using soul boxes, and many have transferred their soul fires into the skulls of bone dragons. She continued with respect, most of these individuals have sacrificed much and paid a high price to gain the power to combat the abyss. It's crucial not to dishearten these heroes or discriminate against their physical impairments. The dim lighting is preferred by the necromancers as they favor darker environments. Masks and robes are worn to conceal their physical flaws. Zhao Muyu's explanation revealed that Fengdu had earned the favor of necromancers, becoming a hub for them. The city's governance from top to bottom was also intertwined with necromancers. After sharing this, she sternly reminded Su Ming not to crack any necromancer jokes in the city, as it could be seen as discrimination and lead to severe consequences. Su Ming chuckled, I'm half a necromancer myself, this place is truly remarkable. His appreciation for a city that legislated respect for its professionals grew. As they walked, the lush, vibrant trees along the road starkly contrasted the dense aura of death emanating from the necromancers, giving Fengdu, the city of ghosts, a unique atmosphere. Su Ming observed his surroundings. A hidden professional corpse driver leading a group of walking corpses ahead. A necromancer missing his lower body had attached to Centaur's lower half and moved swiftly, quickly disappearing into the street's shadows. A group of novice necromancers, seemingly part of a tour group, wore matching outfits and waved little red flags as they inspected a freshly dragged shadow dragon corpse from a battlefield. A large truck filled with ghouls slowly made its way to the market, trailed by a banner advertising a fire sale on ghouls, proclaiming the virility-enhancing properties of their brain matter, endorsed by the authoritative and certified Master Li Chang. "It's good for her, it's good for me," it boasted. Su Ming was taken aback. "Really? Aren't ghouls transformed from humans, and now people are eating their brains for virility? Isn't that essentially cannibalism?" he scoffed, deeming it old-fashioned. Zhao Muyu looked at him disdainfully. "So young, yet so prejudiced. By your logic, since fruits grow from soil enriched by human waste, are they not also consuming people? Does eating fruit mean eating people? Ghouls have become a different species entirely. It doesn't matter what they were before, their life forms are distinctly different now. Humans can eat monkey brains, which are similar to our own, so why not the brains of ghouls?" Su Ming found himself speechless, only managing to give a reluctant thumbs up. "Well argued," he snorted. "I always said your senior sister was a university debate champion." Ranking nationally, Zhao Muyu stood proudly as they entered the Hundred Ghosts Nightwalk Street, a place where countless people from around the world, each wearing various masks, converged. At the entrance, Su Ming and Zhao Muyu were immediately struck by the sight of a frost bone dragon hanging from a signboard. Its soul fire blazed within its eye sockets, clearly at the pinnacle of its necrotic life, yet it was restrained by some powerful sealing spell, imprisoned on the signboard, unable to move. It could only gaze down with hollow eyes at the insignificant human throngs below, unable to speak a word or cast dragon magic. Instantly, this single frost bone dragon underscored the terrifying foundation of Figdu's Hundred Ghosts Nightwalk Street. After all, it was a bona fide fifth-tier necrotic creature, its combat prowess no less than that of Shen Jinghong, the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. "Aren't they afraid the dragon might break the seal?" A mocking voice responded from nearby. "Of course not. That bone dragon is bound by 6 seals, a high-level martial monk's ultimate demon sealing charm, a necromancer's flaying curse, an ice elemental mage's soul freeze, a hidden class exorcist's demonic puppetry technique. As for the other 2 seals, they're top secret, even I don't know them. Rest assured, those bold enough to seal a 5th-tier lordly bone dragon here in Fengdu have their reasons," a young man casually explained, narrating the tale of this no ordinary bone dragon, once known as Hanulus, the frost dancer, infamous for its massacre of a city in the Elephant Kingdom. Zhao Muyu's eyes widened in amazement. "It's actually him." It is said that when it emerged from the portal, it swept through the professionals of the Elephant Kingdom with unmatched prowess, capable of fighting 3 5th-tier professionals all by itself. The professionals of the Elephant Kingdom were too weak. "We just sent one necromancer and he captured it and brought it back," the young man proudly stated. "The one who achieved this great feat was none other than my father, Qin Jingqiu." Su Ming and Zhao Muyu exchanged looks, both instantly filled with respect. It was that famously renowned necromancer, the mighty Dragon Slayer himself, the young man boasted, not without pride. "Yes, the Dragon Slayer. This title is not just a mere honorific, it also comes with an additional 20% damage to dragons and a 20% damage reduction, a dream title for all who take up dragon slaying as their profession." Su Ming was surprised. "The title of Dragon Slayer is truly exceptional. It seems I will have to earn it myself someday." The young man couldn't help but laugh, but he wasn't disrespectful, just encouraging with a grin. "Then you'll have to work hard because the threshold to earn the title of Dragon Slayer is hunting 100 adult dragons." "I see, thanks for the information." Su Ming bowed slightly, his demeanor calm and by no means discouraged. For him, who possessed a divine artifact, space dragons were just stronger magical beasts. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant, a python can swallow a dragon. With the 100 skeletal archers and mages in his temporary space, all set to switch to bionic dragon bones, he could certainly inflict significant damage on dragons. The young man's approach was purely because he found Zhao Muyu's figure graceful and her neck as white as snow. Despite her mask, one could tell she was a stunning beauty, and the man accompanying her, Su Ming, seemed not like a boyfriend but more like a brother. "I'm Chen Tianlin. You must be new here. Do you need me to show you around?" the young man asked as he took off his mask, revealing a rather handsome face. "Thanks, but we're a couple just here to look around. You don't need to waste your time on us," Zhao Muyu replied with a distant smile that kept others at bay snuggling into Su Ming's embrace as she politely declined. Chen Tianlin was visibly disappointed, but he wasn't the type to pester endlessly, so he promptly took his leave, though he couldn't help feeling envious of Su Ming, thinking to himself, such a young age. And already so lucky with women, damn it, everyone else has their beautiful orange-colored youth, while mine is spent in the Shadow Dragon dungeon fighting those damn dragons day in and day out. After letting go of her tight grip on his hand, Su Ming was somewhat surprised. Senior sister, this Chen Tianlin is the son of a 6th-tier professional, a top-tier second-generation professional. Why did you reject him so quickly? Zhao Muyu scoffed. Just search up the dragon slayer Qin Jingqiu. He's got more controversies than the dragons he's slain. Su Ming took out his phone and was soon utterly shocked. Wow, from the old era to the new era, monogamy has been continuous for hundreds of years. How does this guy have nearly 200 women, and no one charges him with bigamy? How could they? He's never been married, so where's the crime of bigamy? Zhao Muyu coldly huffed. Moreover, the public holds great sympathy and understanding for him. What? Su Ming was dumbfounded, finding the world too crazy to comprehend. He monopolizes over 200 beauties and the public still feels sorry for him. Why? Because dragons are inherently lecherous. Zhao Muyu shrugged her fragrant shoulders, her expression complex as she spoke. Qin Jingqiu has always been a figure surrounded by great controversy. He has been at the forefront of the war against the demonic dragons, fighting fearlessly and eventually slaying hundreds of dragons, earning himself the renowned title of Dragon Slayer. However, having bathed in dragon's blood and consumed dragon hearts for years, he was permeated by the blood of the demonic dragons, becoming a hidden class dragon knight. Yet, as a dragon knight, he does not ride dragons but transforms into a mighty dragon king possessing numerous draconic abilities. Zhao Muyu casually explained that each time he transformed into a dragon, he inevitably fell under the influence of the beast's primal nature. Thus, due to the lascivious nature of dragons, he also became a well-known playboy, officially recognized as the king of the seas. Su Ming nodded in agreement, right as the hero guarding the Shadow Evil Dragon dungeon. What's wrong with having more girlfriends? As long as he's alive, millions, perhaps even tens of millions of people will benefit. If he were to die and the Shadow Evil Dragons swarm out, how many would die then? Probably millions. Su Ming nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhao Muyu glanced at him and snorted coldly. Are you envious? Do you also wish to become a king of the seas like him? Su Ming sighed. When I was young, I watched an old hot-blooded anime and harbored a dream to become the king of the seas myself. Which anime are you talking about? Don't tell me it's One Piece. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes flirtatiously. Is it? But that anime had so many beautiful women and they all particularly liked the protagonist, Su Ming said sheepishly. Zhao Muyu pursed her lips, getting back to the point. Qin Jingqiu has many women and even more children, so we could easily bump into them on the night parade of 100 Demon Street. Do you think they are second-generation professionals? No, the resources they can access might not necessarily be more than you or me. True, Qin Jingqiu was busy slaying dragons all day, probably not seeing his children for years. You have a high opinion, senior sister. Such people are not worth relying on or flattering. Su Ming nodded in agreement. We should rather focus on our second-generation plague of undeath, the artifact holder, the super internet celebrity more worthy of your investment, senior sister. You'll eventually be unable to escape my grasp. Zhao Muyu laughed lightly, hands on her hips. Su Ming, feeling helpless, continued walking into the night parade of 100 Demon Street. Hey, look, a corpse-driving shop, let's check it out. Zhao Muyu's shopping desire was ignited, and she excitedly pulled Su Ming, running into a shop for those with hidden professions. Su Ming was quite intrigued by this hidden profession, peering around curiously, and soon discovered that it was a collection house for undead creatures. There were the common necromancers, walking corpses, zombies created by virus-infected professionals, oddly dressed Eastern jiangshi, and even bizarre items like zombie dragons, zombie dogs, and baby ghouls. Oh, are you a young necromancer too? The shopkeeper, a corpse herder, suddenly climbed out of a coffin and greeted Su Ming and Zhao Muyu with keen interest. The two were nearly scared out of their wits. Disappointed, the corpse herder sighed. Judging by your reactions, you're probably just ordinary zombie enthusiasts who admire dragons from afar. Never mind, I'm not interested in making acquaintances. Goodbye. With that, he lay down in the coffin again. Su Ming and Zhao Muyu left feeling rather helpless. However, Su Ming still bought a Qing Dynasty Jiangshi official robe as a souvenir. After all, having visited the night parade of 100 demons, it was a boast-worthy exploit among friends, showcasing his broad experience. Just then, a resounding thump of war drums echoed, followed by a highly enticing shout. The weekly dragon egg auction starts now. Welcome all discerning egg buyers to appraise treasures, dragon eggs. Su Ming and Zhao Muyu exchanged excited glances. For any summoner, a dragon egg represented an unparalleled opportunity for rise. After all, despite the notorious fame under the undead plague, necromancers were never considered the top tier of summoners. This profession often had many downsides. Downtrodden necromancers were as common as dirt. They typically could only summon shabby skeletal frames, taking the lowest level walking corpses and banshees to level up. Such low-level necromancers were unpopular in any team, often suffering through 7 days and nights in agony before an instance, still unable to assemble a team. Moreover, they lacked any solo raiding capabilities, as a single area of effect spell from a boss could wipe out all their summoned creatures. Among the summit of summoning hidden professions included one called the Dragon Summoner. Listen to that, how domineering, how extravagant, how awe-inspiring the name is. It meant that all the summonable creatures of this profession were uniformly of the dragon kind, that is to say, this profession must control a different dimensional mini-world, Dragon Country, where they could breed all the dragons normally. Its function was somewhat similar to Su Ming's divine artifact pocket world, and this kind of different dimensional mini-world had astonishing rental and even more terrifying purchase prices. Of course, the dragons raised by dragon summoners were truly expensive to maintain, often needing blood feeding from a young age and contracts signed at the dragon egg stage to secure their absolute loyalty. Let's join the excitement, Jiamuyu said spiritedly, but also cautiously reminded him, although we've made a fortune, we're still a long way from freely buying dragon eggs. Don't just call out a price on a whim. Don't worry, I'm not that greedy. Su Ming smiled lightly. Once we earn some more money and have saved enough, we'll come to the Shadow Evil Dragon dungeon ourselves to hunt for dragon eggs. There's no need to waste money buying them from others. He couldn't help but think, if he could obtain a dragon summon and bestow it with a legendary gold tier attribute, how powerful would that be? They finally squeezed through the crowd to the forefront of the dragon egg auction, only to be quickly disappointed. It turned out to be nothing more than a street vendor trick conjured up by a bunch of swindlers. A pile of oddly shaped eggs just heaped on the ground outdoors without any substantial protection, not even decent theft prevention, PFF, just a gimmick. Jiamuyu, who had seen it all, pointed towards the stage at two particular eggs. Those are the eggs of a two-headed chimera. See the intricate patterns on the shells? Those are classic celestial magic patterns. Oh, this knowledgeable lady, the host said with a beaming smile. Indeed, our dragon egg auction cannot compare to the official auctions held by the ghost city of Fengdu, but we are more down to earth, more for the common folk. He gestured towards the array of eggs. Esteemed summoners, now is the time to test your discernment. 33% of these eggs are just ordinary artificial salted duck eggs, which you can take home and boil. They are double yolked and guaranteed to leave your mouth dripping with oil. Summoners, don't be disappointed yet. Listen to what I have to say next. The host gave a slight smile. Another 33% are eggs of various high-level monsters, including the two-headed chimera, Yamada no Orochi, spider demons and insect demons. The next 33% are counterfeit monster eggs and counterfeit dragon eggs, passionately crafted by our biologists to test your appraisal skills. If you unfortunately buy a fake, we still wish you a good day. Hehe. Of course, the final 1% are genuine dragon eggs, officially certified by the Dragon Nation with authentication certificates, each egg sold for only 9,999 yuan. Please feel free to buy and enjoy the thrill of hunting for dragon eggs. Su Ming frowned, quickly calculating the expected probability. He scoffed, if they're not cheating, then you'd spend about 1 million to get one dragon egg and you could break even with the others for about 300,000, so on average 700,000 for a dragon egg. Is it a loss? Definitely a huge loss. Jiamuyu scoffed at the trickery. Do you really think these swindlers would let you get a dragon egg for 700,000? A wyvern is also a dragon. She gave examples: dragonfly, scale insects, they're all part of the dragon family. Are you familiar with the Jurassic Park world instance? Inside, both the plesiosaur eggs and the herbivorous dinosaur eggs are all considered dragon eggs. However, they don't have any fighting power, instead they are all big eaters. Jiamuyu, uninterested, waved her hand dismissively. Let's not waste time here. The real powerful dragon eggs start bidding at 500 million. How could they possibly appear at a roadside stall like this? Su Ming thought about it and sighed, deciding not to dwell on it. But just as they were about to leave, Su Ming's dark gold magical ring with a Hydra emblem suddenly began to feel slightly warm. Su Ming paused, signaling Jiamuyu to calm down. What's happening? Jiamuyu was about to persuade him, but she noticed Su Ming's serious expression. Following the guidance of the magical ring, Su Ming quickly pinpointed a gigantic egg. Oh, this summoner friend has quite the eye. This giant egg is slightly more expensive at 69,999, but you can tell from its size that it likely contains a Tyrannosaurus rex or even the largest red dragon. The summoner enthusiastically tried to close the deal. Zhao Muyu, however, scoffed. Such a large dragon egg if there really was a living creature. Inside we would have already heard its robust heartbeat. But it's completely silent inside, and even if it's a genuine dragon egg, the dragon inside must have already died. Su Ming moved closer and indeed the Hydra emblem emitted a faint glow. Pei Su Ming gestured. Zhao Muyu, though reluctant and feeling certain it was a losing deal, had no choice but to follow the boss's orders. Alright, thank you for your patronage. The auctioneer immediately took out a megaphone and announced to everyone this mysterious summoner friend generously spending 69999 inch has secured the biggest dragon egg of our auction today. Would he like to hatch it in public? Just a drop of blood needed, and we provide the other materials. All the summoners present looked on eagerly. Chen Jingqiu's dragon-slaying son Chen Tianlin happened to stumble upon the place and immediately squeezed into the crowd, frowning as he cautioned Su Ming. My friend, these kinds of auctions are mostly for fun and often result in losses. Spending 69999 is likely to be a huge loss. Let me take charge, you should return the egg. They wouldn't dare disrespect the Chen family, Chen Tianlin said earnestly. Su Ming smiled and waved his hand. Unexpectedly, Brother Chen is quite kind-hearted, but no worries, I bought it purely because I sensed a unique elemental force. Thank you for your help. Later perhaps we can go for a couple of cups of coffee together. Chen Tianlin was taken aback. The host sighed, thinking the easy 69999 he thought was secured might be disrupted by the Chen family. As Chen Tianlin said, in the ghost city of Fengdu nobody would casually offend the Chen family, not only because the dragon slayer Chen Jingqiu was well known, but more importantly the Chen family was simply too numerous, mostly direct relatives, brothers and sisters from different mothers. It said when you pull up a radish it brings up the dirt with it, meaning if you cross one member of the Chen family you're provoking several hundred of his brothers and sisters. Su Ming interlocked his fingers but did not drip blood onto the dragon egg. Instead he said, let's add a little service, get me a chainsaw, and just saw this egg open. The host was dumbfounded. Zhao Muyu and Chen Tianlin were also completely stunned. Saw it open? What kind of egg could survive being sawed open? Wasn't this just a pure waste of money? If a dragon egg was killed by a chainsaw, then its only remaining function would be as a fried egg. But don't think that dragon eggs can be casually eaten, enhancing strength or magic. These are genuine abyssal creatures from the top of the food chain, the dragons. Only professionals of the third tier and above can be immune to the abyssal power within the dragon egg and can safely devour this delicacy of dragon poached eggs. Are you sure? The host asked incredulously. All the summoners present thought it was preposterous, but Su Ming confirmed repeatedly, no need to fuss, hurry up, I still have many places to visit. If you had any perceptual abilities you would know that this is a dead egg. There's no need to perform the blood ritual. The host, embarrassed, was well aware of the origin of this egg and knew that it was identified as a dead egg through X-ray examination, but considering the eggshell was intact their boss decided to use it to make some money. Soon a staff member found a chainsaw and began to carefully saw open the thick eggshell. Sure enough, a foul smell instantly emerged. The creature inside was already a corpse. Oh, what a loss! Zhao Muyu was very depressed, noting the high level of decay indicated that the creature inside had been dead for a long time, possibly even decades. Chen Tianlin, pensive, sensed something. This is not a dragon egg. If it were a dead dragon egg we could still salvage some bones and dragon scales worth at least several $100,000. Sorry, summoner friend, you seem to have made a loss. Su Ming smiled faintly. No worries, but I should hardly make a loss. He smiled, and soon after the staff pried open all the eggshells he could see the highly decayed hatchling corpse. It startlingly had 3 heads. Is this the egg of the Hydra Zudra? Zhao Muyu's face changed, both shocked and delighted. Although it's already dead, the value of such a rare beast is by no means inferior to that of dragons. Its 3 heads each possess a certain elemental power. If this corpse is turned into an undead creature it would definitely have great growth potential. Su Ming was quite satisfied, caressing the magic ring. Those that could resonate with the Hydra emblem were either other Hydra emblems or indeed related to Hydra Zudra materials. A summoner wearing a large demon mask immediately made an offer. I am willing to pay 8 million for this dead egg. So you think I'm easy to deceive because I look younger, huh? That's why you dare to quote such a scoundrel's price. I am a fair man and I'm willing to offer 12 million. Another summoner scoffed, explaining that using this egg to summon skeletons could very likely bring forth a mutated skeletal Cerberus. Imagine one head breathing ice, another casting thunderstorms, and the third spewing meteors of fire. Who could compete with that? Ha, you low-level summoners still can't recognize the true value of a Hydra hatchling's corpse. I am a 4th-tier summoner and I am willing to offer 24 million to purchase it, another high-ranked summoner with an imposing aura coldly stated. At this point, the auction house organizer deeply regretted his earlier oversight. Among their collection of worthless eggs, there indeed was a treasure, but they with their mortal eyes failed to identify the Hydra's egg. Su Ming shook his head and declined everyone's offers. Esteemed summoner, I appreciate your generous offer, but I have other uses for this Hydra's dead egg. You might want to discuss this with the auction house organizer. This egg came from them, and a brood of the Hydra Vextra typically contains at least 6 eggs. They might still have others. With that said, Su Ming directly took back the Hydra's dead egg into his divine artifact space. Chen Tianlin, shocked, commented, "Your summoner space is quite large, isn't it, too? Think such a giant egg could be stored so effortlessly?" Su Ming with a delightful smile replied, "Today has been quite fruitful, perhaps all thanks to Miss Chen Tianlin's luck. Let's go, allow me to buy you a drink. Perhaps you could also share why you've been keeping an eye on me." The smile on Chen Tianlin's face vanished in an instant. "Mr. Su Ming, you could tell I was a woman." Zhao Muyu's face also turned pale. "You knew his real identity? Could it be that you are an assassin sent by another power?" No, I'm just a fan of Mr. Su Ming." Chen Tianlin quickly waved her hands, sighing deeply, then she peeled off a layer of mask from her face. Then a heroic and slightly androgynous face, breathtakingly beautiful, was revealed to everyone. "Nice to meet you, my name is Chen Mengmeng. I was just playing the role of my brother." This tall, leggy beauty with a dragon tattoo naturally etched on her arm cheekily winked at Su Ming and Zhao Muyu. Su Ming glanced at the second mask in her hand. Tisk, high-quality disguise equipment. The mask of an artist. This thing must be worth millions. Miss Chen Mengmeng owning it could instantly turn her into a top-tier assassin, but the fact that you could see through my disguise as a man is truly unbelievable. Chen Mengmeng's exquisite face was full of curiosity. "Could you please tell me why?" They walked along the night parade of 100 Demon Street, bypassing the stalls of necromancers, and arrived next to a bustling cafe styled in the theme of Night Visit to the Vampires. A vampire maid wearing plastic fangs and performing the courtesies of an old-time medieval maid elegantly bowed. Su Ming's eyes lit up immediately, understanding why the cafe had such an endless stream of customers, mainly male necromancers. When she bowed, her 36D chest was in plain view, a true challenge for anyone who daily deals with corpses and bones. "Thus, I'll have a cup of ogre brain coffee flavored just right," Su Ming curiously ordered, "and while you're at it, throw in some snacks. Those dragon scale cookies look good, bring 2 plates. Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes as she warned him, "Are you sure you can handle those bizarre flavors? I recommend the Shadow Dragon Snot. The taste is truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience." "Maid, please bring me a classic American iced coffee." Chen Mengmeng replied with a cheerful grin, "The old flavor, make it double strength and put it on my tab." "Of course, esteemed guest Miss Chen Mengmeng." The maid bowed respectfully to the long-legged beauty, her face full of reverence. "You even have a VIP card at this cafe? You must really like coffee, huh?" Su Ming expressed his surprise. "This is one of the Chen family's enterprises," Chen Mengmeng explained succinctly. "Did you think my father could support his 147 sons and 139 daughters just from slaying dragons? That would be enough, right?" Su Ming scoffed. Chen Mengmeng's smile froze and she huffed, "All right, it is enough, but the wear and tear on his gear is substantial. After all, it's dragons we're dealing with. A single spray of their acidic saliva can reduce the durability of his epic suit by more than 30%. Over time, the cost of replacing his equipment is astronomical. 3 insurance companies have gone bankrupt and liquidated after failing to cover his claims for his expensive divine gear. Consequently, global insurance firms have blacklisted him, refusing any coverage for his gear. So, of course, he has to find ways to earn more money to cover these massive expenses." Su Ming gave a thumbs up, strong. "There's even a method to fleece the capitalists." But then he spread his hands, puzzled. "Miss Chen Mengmeng, coming from a prestigious family and gifted as you are, it seems you're not short of money. Why then do you stubbornly follow me around? I don't think I'm that attractive. Could it be you're planning to sell information about my whereabouts for money? Although many want me dead, remember you are the local snake of Fengdu. Don't forget, if I were to die suddenly, it would trigger the curse of fate, wrath of the abyss, drawing the gaze of all the abyssal lords." Chen Mengmeng With her hands on her hips coldly huffed, so you know you're cursed by fate? You're a walking nuclear bomb. To prevent assassins from targeting you here, since I've recognized who you are, of course I must keep a close eye on you and provide personal protection free of charge. Su Ming sipped his ogre's brain coffee, instantly disappointed as aside from a slightly sweet taste it lacked any special flavor. He couldn't help but ask, "But how did you recognize me even though I'm wearing a mask?" Chen Mengmeng smiled. "Want to know that piece of information? First tell me how you saw through my disguise as a man." I had perfectly mimicked my brother Chen Tianlin's appearance using the artist's mask. Su Ming casually answered, "My summoned beast has the ability to see through disguises. To prevent assassins from ambushing, I occasionally summon it to monitor the surroundings." He was referring to the fire eyes and golden pupils of Monkey Brother. Although this skill is not displayed on the panel, it is a natural talent of Black Monkey King and can be passively effective. So that's it, the disguise capability of the artist's mask is too low, only capable of deceiving the naked eye. Chen Mengmeng sipped her piping hot freshly brewed coffee, seemingly enjoying the temperature of boiling water. "I've answered, now it's your turn," she said. Su Ming frowned and guessed, "Could it be that I used official documents when I traveled through the portal? Congratulations, you got it right." Chen Mengmeng shrugged her fragrant shoulders. As one of the most dangerous destabilizing factors in Dragon Country, whether it's the government or all local forces, they will definitely monitor you closely to prevent any loss of control. You should be grateful that we in Fengdu didn't outright deny your entry. Su Ming smirked. "The mighty ghost city of Fengdu isn't so cowardly and weak, right? Besides, I am after all repairing artifacts for all humanity. If I were to be denied entry in Fengdu, your reputation would stink for ages. Considering this, my father went against public opinion, believing you should enjoy unobstructed freedom in Fengdu. But he sent me to be your personal bodyguard." Chen Mengming's face lit up with joy, bubbling with beauty. "I should thank you. Wow, I'll enjoy an extra allowance of 3 million. What a cushy job. Just for this little thing you get 3 million. Your dad really spoils you." Su Ming clicked his tongue. "I think the task given to you could use a bit more difficulty. Come serve at my hotel tonight." "Yo, you still want to sleep with the dragon girl, huh?" This stunning beauty was not embarrassed, but instead flirted back in a seasoned manner. "Do you know we both have dragon physiques? Do you know dragons are naturally lascivious? That means we'll feel endlessly empty, lonely and cold, never satisfied, so we must seek more men, wandering among the beds of countless strong men, putting countless green hats on you." Su Ming exclaimed, "Stop, I like Taoran." He immediately made a gesture to shut up. "If you keep going, I might really fall for you." Chen Mengmeng, Jiamuyu, just kidding, I'm actually pure love. Su Ming blinked. "But I don't believe those words of yours at all, because it is said that dragon girls are the most pure and chaste. Besides, you don't even have dragon horns, so your dragon lineage must be very diluted, right? Do you even qualify to claim that dragons are naturally lascivious?" Chen Mengmeng, seeing her lie exposed, pouted her lips. "You seem to know quite a bit, even knowing how to judge the concentration of blood lineage by dragon horns. But although my bloodline is thin, I possess strength comparable to that of dragons. My dragon lineage allows for double strength growth." She casually flicked a coin, and as it fell, her straight long legs suddenly came together. Then the coin was flattened from the side. "Be careful, this dragon girl might just snap your little brother off." Chen Mengming's face, pure and fair, was full of an experienced flirt's déjà vu. Su Ming immediately halted the fanciful thoughts swirling in his mind. His first impression of her legs quickly shifted to labeling her as a leg specialist, followed by a mental plea, "Spare me, grandpa." Zhao Muyu chuckled softly, changing the subject. "What do you plan to do with that dead egg of the Hydra? Someone offered over 20 million for it and you still refuse to sell." Chen Mengmeng was equally curious. "Yeah, I want to ask too. Do you really have the technology to identify dragon eggs? This is your first visit to Fengdu, your first time attending a dragon egg auction, and you made a huge profit. I bet the cunning auctioneer is green with regret now," which is hilarious. Su Ming shook his head. "There's no such technology. Besides, that so-called dragon egg auction is purely a scheme to swindle money. I guess all those eggs are just trash. It's nearly a scam. I've already reported it to the Dragon Nation's official anti-fraud app." Chen Mengmeng added, "That's also our Chen family's business. Apparently we own about 30% of it." "Oh, even if it's the national hero, the dragon slayer Chen Jingqiu shouldn't be involved in illegal activities." Su Ming snorted coldly. "The dragon slayer is bound to become the dragon himself eventually. I advise you to reflect on this and not end up turning Fengdu Ghost City into the second Shadow Dragon dungeon. By then your family's top ranks might just become elite monsters in the raid." Chen Mengmeng looked somber, then nodded slightly. You are indeed a courageous young man who doesn't fear authority. Su Ming laughed lightly. If I hadn't been cursed with the rage of the abyss before, I wouldn't dare say half a word. Even if you cheated me, I would only dare to curse Chen Jingqiu in my heart for bearing a child without an anus. But now I'm truly not afraid of death, rather everyone else is afraid I'll die on their doorstep. Ha, indeed you've grown into the most ominous figure. Chen Mengmeng gave a thumbs up, then glanced out the window and checked her watch. Oh, someone special waiting? Perhaps an invitation from a handsome guy? Then you should hurry along, we're not used to having someone follow us. Seeing this, Su Ming casually waved his hand. Tisk, I can't possibly attend to any personal matters until I've sent off this calamity that is you. Chen Mengmeng huffed and then waved outside the coffee shop. Actually, the team responsible for your security this time, it's just me and my sister. As she spoke, a figure who looked strikingly similar to Chen Mengmeng but emanated a cold aura that screamed stay away entered carrying an epic staff embedded with frost dragon magic crystals. With grand introduction, Chen Mengmeng beamed. Let me introduce my twin sister, the genius ice mage Chen Tangtang. Clearly, the sisters shared a close bond. Chen Tangtang approached their table, then tilted her head and began to doze off on her staff, snoring loudly. Awoo, hello ZZZ. Chen Tangtang greeted weakly. Sorry, she's currently undergoing the awakening of her dragon lineage, so she's very sleepy. Chen Mengmeng was not surprised. 10 years ago, when I was awakening, I almost got carried away by 4 burly men who wanted to assault me in a dark alley. They underestimated the strength of the dragon lineage, even during my awakening. We have many means to protect ourselves. I sensed the danger instinctively and summoned a hellfire storm, roasting them all. Su Ming laughed and said, cool, well done, such scum of the earth should be cleansed with the fierce dragon flames to purify their filthy hearts. Yet you were just a lowly 10 years ago, weren't you? Zhao Muyu sighed. In this era where everyone's changing professions, people have grown stronger and so has evil, trampling on the law without count. After some casual chat, they stood up to leave the cafe. Su Ming looked awkwardly at Chen Tangtang, who was still fast asleep lying down. How about your sister? Why don't you carry her on your back? What, my lord, that's not very gentlemanly. Shouldn't a big man like you offer to carry her? Chen Mengmeng asked angrily. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Well, I have a divine artifact space with me. How about I just put her in there? It would be less of a hassle. Your idea is too horrifying. To treat a noble dragon girl the same as a skeleton soldier, Chen Mengmeng was speechless, pouting as she picked up her sister herself, pulled out her waist sword, slung it over her shoulder, and hung her sister on the sword scabbard like a salted fish swaying in the wind. Being a dragon girl, her constitution is strong, so no matter how much you mess with her, it doesn't matter, and she continues to sleep soundly. This way of carrying her is too abstract, isn't it? Oh, Zhao Muyu was shocked. What else can I do? Chen Mengmeng snorted coldly. My awakening was of the fire-type dragon lineage, and she clearly has an ice attribute. If we get too close, the dense fire element inside me will directly scald her, so I can only carry her in this shoulder pole style, all because a certain man lacks gentlemanly manners. Su Ming didn't care. Boys should protect themselves when they are out and about. Understand, if I were to carry her and the road jostles a bit, she might slip from my back and inevitably my hands would have to support her bottom. Oh, our tong-tong's perky, but isn't that a top-notch pleasure? Just a lump of fat and protein, Su Ming snorted. What if someone takes a photo at that moment claiming my hand was in a sensitive spot, categorizing it as sexual harassment and then posts it online? Wouldn't it be like mud falling into my crotch? Not crap, but still crap. I'm a celebrity with over 100 million fans. My career is on a smooth path. Would I be stupid enough to take such a risk? Zhao Muyu wholeheartedly agreed. Professional, I wasn't wrong about you. You are the top money tree I will follow for life. Oh, sister, he's right. Chen Tangtang murmured in agreement. Her confusion was just because the ice element from her dragon lineage was impacting her cerebral cortex, causing her to be dazed and unable to open her eyes, not necessarily because she was actually sleepy. Where are your loyalties, you silly girl? Chen Mengmeng was furious yet had nowhere to vent her anger, so she could only glare at Su Ming with her big beautiful eyes. Right about the question you asked earlier, you haven't answered it yet. Su Ming was uninterested in dealing with the Chen sisters and was instead immersed in the unique charm of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk, wandering among various undead creatures while casually chatting with Zhao Muyu. Regarding the dead egg, I plan to buy a lich summoning spell after my job change and transform it into an undead Hydra lich. Su Ming interlocked his fingers, his voice filled with excitement. This thing has an incredibly strong magical talent. even though the egg has been dead for a long time I can still sense the elemental power from its rotting smell. A lich is its best destiny. So you want to custom order a lich summoning creature? Zhao Muyu frowned slightly, but aren't you not interested in changing your profession to a necromancer? How will you learn the lich summoning spell? There are skill books that don't require a profession, aren't there? Su Ming replied indifferently. We'll just go buy one that's dropped in the wild, one that doesn't require any profession. It shouldn't be too expensive. Oh, we have one in the Chen family's collection room, Chen Mengmeng interjected quickly. It will cost 50 million. Su Ming? Wait, as the top scholar of Shiliang Academy and a genius who solved the Fortress of Demons instance with my wit, do you take me for a fool? He retorted irritably. Are you trying to be a middleman and make a profit? Chen Mengmeng sheepishly replied. Then let me take a 20% commission. These unrestricted skill books are usually about twice as expensive as profession-specific skills. After all, anyone can learn them. The original price is 4 million. Give me 48 million and let me make a bit of profit. How about that? A confused Chen Tang chimed in. Sister, give me 400,000 and I won't report you. You're awake now, aren't you, you little pest? Chen Mengmeng was extremely annoyed and began to slap her continuously, but unfortunately those with dragon lineage are tough-skinned. Fine, you guys are here as bodyguards after all. I'll tip an extra 800,000. Now wealthy and extravagant Su Ming, with his divine tycoon system also needing spending, didn't bother to argue any further and just transferred the money. Wow, divine tycoon unparalleled. Chen Mengming's eyes lit up as she boldly said, if Miss offers a massage service, what price would you give? I guarantee not to kill you, Su Ming replied with annoyance. Show some restraint, Miss Chen Mengmeng. Don't you know anything about the art of seduction? Ever heard of playing hard to get? Even those who really provide services wouldn't trade so blatantly. Learn how to talk to men first. What do they usually say? Chen Mengmeng was stunned. Su Ming shrugged. They would say, brother, don't come to patronize my business anymore nor tip me. Save your money and get yourself a good wife. Instead, if there's another life, I would definitely not choose this profession again, but rather stay by your side in love forever. Chen Mengmeng said. Chen Tang. Oh wow, I've learned some weird stuff again. Thanks, brother. You stop corrupting my sister. Chen Mengmeng glared angrily. Zhao Muyu chuckled and said to Su Ming, boss, you really shouldn't fall for Miss Chen Mengmeng's trickery. Although her words seem fierce, she's definitely just pretending. She couldn't have had any real intimate experience. I'm well aware of that. Su Ming burst into laughter. Her awakening must have lasted a very, very long time, and it hasn't completely ended even today. I mean, her body temperature must be at least 50 degrees Celsius. Describing her as boiling hot doesn't even cover it. Anyone who touches her would get burned. Chen Mengmeng was speechless again, but thinking of that image she couldn't help snorting with laughter. That's quite a vivid picture indeed. Damn it, if my awakening continues until I'm 60 or 70, wouldn't I become a living reactor? That's still much better than intentionally harming man and ending up in prison for life. As Su Ming spoke, they stopped in front of a majestic, landmark building. This was also one of their target check-in points for tonight, Fengdu Auction House. It gathers all the necromancer materials from around the world, everything you could need. All kinds of dragon-related materials are also available at the lowest prices globally, ready for bottom fishing. Have you brought enough money? Chen Mengmeng immediately reminded them. The entry threshold is having 500 million in cash. Please come inside. The next moment, when Zhao Muyu pulled out a black gold card, he immediately got access permission. Zhao Muyu smiled and said, this is the global professional live streaming platform. It's the annual signing bonus they gave to Su Ming. To woo our superstar influencer, they settled the full amount directly without any delay in payment. So much for a year's signing bonus. Chen Mengmeng was stunned. Making money through live streaming. Even Chen Tang, who was startled awake in her dreams, widened her beautiful lifeless eyes. Zhao Muyu casually said, just average about 10 billion in total, mainly because Su Ming will be live streaming the artifact repair mission next, which is a unique global event. Moreover, since our boss's debut, his first live stream, breaking records at the Demon's Fortress, was watched by hundreds of millions, in his second live stream, repairing artifacts in the 037 Abyss battlefield, also attracted millions of viewers. It's really eye-catching. If you can produce such a kick-ass show, any platform would be willing to offer a 10 billion signing fee. Chen Mengmeng pursed her lips, her eyes twinkling, suddenly switching to a coquettishly nasal tone, seductively said, brother Su Ming, why don't you just hire me as your personal bodyguard? Look at me, in winter I can double as a heater, guaranteed to keep you warm. Su Ming gave a thumbs up. Impressive, your self-introduction is indeed unparalleled, but I don't need it, thanks. A heater only costs a few thousand, I can afford it. My sister can even act as an air conditioner in the summer. Chen Mengmeng dragged Chen Tangtang over, enthusiastically introducing her. Su Ming laughed helplessly. Heater sister, air conditioner sister, your dragon bloodline is truly extraordinary. Plus, we are the sister flowers of the dragon bloodline boss. Taking us out to fight monsters and level up would definitely be very prestigious. Chen Mengmeng chuckled and rubbed her hands together. All we need is an annual salary of 30 million each, she said. Su Ming was taken aback. Doesn't your father even give you 30 million a year for your upbringing? That's impossible. Chen Mengmeng looked distressed. Think about it, 147 sons and 139 daughters. If each one gets 30 million a year, that adds up to an expenditure of 85 billion. And don't forget, our mothers also need money. By that calculation, the annual expenditure would be over 10 billion. Su Ming covered his face. It really is tough for you, born into a wealthy family yet so poor. 30 million is a huge sum for the average person, but it's nothing when it comes to training top professionals. For instance, the Wuji stick that Shen Zimo bet with Su Ming is worth 15 million alone. And how many equipment slots does a professional need in total? In the inventory, there are also various amulets and treasures to be equipped. Woo, we can only rely on ourselves, lamented Chen Mengmeng. Boss, please show us mercy and take us the Ice and Fire Sisters. By the roadside, a holy knight dressed in splendid professional armor proudly raised his head, not hiding his drooling over Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang. Come with me, my team is full of talent, ready to challenge the third-tier professionals dungeon. It's definitely the best choice for you. The holy knight, thinking himself handsome, flicked his flowing hair. Here, add me on WeChat, I'm not a bad guy, he. Su Ming immediately nodded furiously like a pecking chicken. Exactly this gentleman is clearly a top sponsor willing to support all unfortunate female college students lacking startup funds. Meng and Tang, please grasp this opportunity. You do have some self-awareness, the holy knight said, surprisingly appreciating the value of self-knowledge. Get lost, don't come any closer, Chen Mengmeng retorted, irritably scanning him. You're all showed, those pickup artist outfits are just holy light shining, right? If I'm not mistaken, you only need to get an A rating in the Hatred of Light solo dungeon to get a set. It's not hard to farm if you follow the strategy carefully and cautiously, right? The market reference price is only 12 million TSK. Chen Mengmeng disdainfully took out a performer's mask from her item column. This little toy, the performer's mask, do you understand? Just this little trinket is worth enough to buy all your equipment. The holy knight was stunned. Chen Mengmeng then teleported next to Su Ming, pointed at his ring, and said coldly, poor knight, do you recognize this magic ring? Although it looks dim and unlit, it's obviously because the master has turned off its shimmer. If you had even a bit of discernment, you could recognize the exceptional nature of the Hydra pattern. This is the famously rare dark gold gear, the Hydra emblem, a global limited edition hailed as the closest thing to a demigod artifact. There are only 9 in existence. Each piece is crafted from the elemental head of the mythical beast Hydra Vextra: light, darkness, ice, fire, thunder, earth, poison, wind, and wood. Those who possess one are usually of the 6th order or higher, including god-tier professionals. She scoffed. Guess why this summoner can wear it? The paladin broke out in a cold sweat. He had just critically remarked on other self-awareness. Clearly, the young summoner before him was either a high-ranking professional in disguise or their descendant or disciple. Offending such a person could lead to dire consequences. With this thought, the paladin immediately demonstrated the spirit of humility. Legs together, arms raised forward, and thudded onto his knees, bowing deeply. Forgive me, I was blind to your greatness. Su Ming hurriedly waved his hand, pulling along Chen Mengmeng and picking up Chen Tangtang. They rushed into the auction house. No need, farewell, wishing you and your family happiness. As their figures vanished behind the revolving doors of the auction house, the paladin wept profusely. He wished my family happiness. Does it mean he plans to annihilate my family? I was wrong, I truly realize my mistake now. Such a thing, please no. Bystanders despised him. You're not just wrong, you know you're about to die. Just earlier mocking that young man for being poor, right? He just walked straight into the auction house. Remember, the entry threshold is 500 million cash. No wonder the Chen family's beauties are shamelessly seeking patronage. Your villain act is too clumsy. It even made the young man embarrassingly uncomfortable. Also, you really lack discernment. In the ghost city of Fengdu, you couldn't even recognize the dragon magic pattern on the Chen family's necks. Sooner or later you'll offend someone strong and get killed. trying to harass the Chen family ladies in Fengdu Ghost City. How dare you? The paladin, unable to hide his shame, hurriedly fled with his tail between his legs into the auction house. Su Ming said irritably, Miss Chen Mengmeng, you actually recognize the Hydra emblem, but I must warn you sternly, do not casually divulge my information. If my enemies become aware, I will lose a crucial means of protection. Chen Mengmeng rolled her eyes seductively. You blame me? Actually, this piece of information is already well known. I'm not some appraisal expert, I just happened to read about the Hydra emblem in today's hot post, a full reveal of Su Ming's godly gear. Isn't it usually worn by your little fox summon? How come you have it now? Su Ming explained, during battles, naturally, she wears it, but normally, she sleeps soundly in the summoning space and I wear it to boost my attributes. Is that so? Strange, that makes sense. Chen Mengmeng curiously looked around the auction house. Wow, it's my first time here at the auction house. So many beautiful things. Can big sister buy something for Tang Tang? Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Chen Tang Tang forced herself to perk up. Her interest peaked as she surveyed her surroundings. Su Ming expressed his surprise. You are the descendants of dragon slayers and this place holds a 30% stake owned by your family. Tang Tang, have you really never been here before? Her elders forbade it. Chen Tang Tang pouted. Chen Mengmeng also felt helpless. To prevent exploitation like taking bribes or even committing robbery on our own territory, our father has forbidden all of us from coming to the auction house. The only perk we get is free coffee at our own cafe. It's tough indeed. Su Ming smirked, but then thought about his own lack of such privileges. Being purely an orphan, he couldn't help but roll his eyes exaggeratedly. Why should a poor kid like me, who lives a servant's life, worry about you privileged ones with your luxurious upbringing? I'm really too idle, lacking a bit of empathy, aren't we? Full of energy, Chen Mengmeng grabbed Su Ming's arm and pulled him inside. Come on, let's go in. I hope there's no shady business going on inside. Su Ming was very cautious, not wanting his evening to end up with him on a skewer. The exterior is all for show, appealing only to those who judge by appearances. The real professional equipment and skill books are inside. Don't you need a necromancer's summoning book with no learning prerequisites? Chen Mengmeng explained with a pout. It's only available in the inner area. Don't waste time out here. Once inside, Chen Mengmeng didn't hesitate to approach a manager, cheerfully saying, This Mr. Su Ming is a client I brought in. According to the agreement my dad has with your auction house, I should get a 1% commission on his purchases tonight, right? Su Ming Zhaomuyu. This Miss Chen of the Chen family has a strong business sense. I kind of admire her for that. Zhao Muyu gave a thumbs up. Her 1% commission comes out of the auction house's revenue. It doesn't increase our expenses, so it doesn't matter. I hope Mr. Su Ming spends a lot tonight. The money for my gear depends on you. After completing the formalities and grabbing the bidding paddle, Chen Mengmeng ran back to Su Ming confidently saying. Su Ming chuckled, Then you're really going to earn a lot tonight, as I was already planning to quickly convert all my recent earnings into combat power. A wise choice, Chen. Mengming's eyes sparkled in agreement. For us professionals, money means nothing. It only increases the likelihood of others coveting what we have. Only strength is our true reliance. That's why I also burn through money as soon as I earn it. Out of 365 days a year, I'm dirt poor 364 days, but enjoy it immensely. Spending so fast. You haven't gotten into drugs or gambling, have you? Su Ming was cautious. Chen Mengmeng rolled her eyes. My body temperature is currently 59 degrees Celsius. If it weren't for my heat-resistant suit, when I was just hugging you I would have cooked you right then and there. How could I possibly be involved in anything unsavory? Actually, I wouldn't mind if you were involved in some scandals. I don't care. Su Ming smirked, then sternly added, But remember, I absolutely despise gambling and drugs. You must never touch these two things, or I will ensure justice prevails and evil is punished by the law. Mengmeng Chen said to Tang Tang Chen, So you despise gambling and drugs, but pornography feels like family to you, right? Mengmeng Chen snorted coldly. Just wait until you see the level of spending at the auction house, then you'll understand why I'm always short of money. As she spoke, an urgent message suddenly popped up on the big screen inside the auction house. Great news, exciting announcement, our Fengdu auction house has acquired a dark gold item, Heart of Cold Jade, which will be auctioned in 3 days. Please, all professionals, prepare your funds and support us generously. We only accept cash transactions, no loans and no real estate as collateral. Both Mengmeng Chen and Tang Tang Chen perked up immediately and rushed under the big screen. Other professionals also gathered around, looking at the attributes of the equipment. After all, each piece of dark gold equipment is extremely rare and often unique, making it difficult for others to obtain the same item once it is dropped. Even low-tier dark gold equipment possesses strong special functions like the Hydra emblem in Summon's hands, which can spread any lightning spell into a chain of 9 interconnected electric nets, truly a minor artifact for group attacks. Soon the Ice and Fire sisters returned disappointed. Meng Meng Chen muttered, "It turns out to be dark gold equipment for assassin-class professionals, which has nothing to do with me." Tang Tang Chen nodded her head, showing signs of dozing off. "Huh, why didn't Brother Summing go take a look?" Meng Meng Chen looked puzzled at Summing, who hadn't moved an inch. "That's a piece of dark gold equipment, really powerful, aren't you curious?" Summing shook his head. "Since the auction is only in 3 days, giving everyone enough time to gather funds, it shows. That Fingdu auction house is very confident about fetching a high price. I'm just a beginner streamer with hardly any capital or properties. Why should I join the crowd? Besides, everyone knows I possess a divine artifact. What I need to do is undertake repair missions, not fall in love with every item I see." Both repairing divine artifacts and bidding for dark gold. Wow, that's some rare clarity in this worldly life. Meng Meng Chen nodded in admiration. "Come on, I'll take you to the skill book." Counter. "You're familiar with it?" Summing asked, puzzled. "Aren't you Chen's forbidden from entering the auction house at will?" "I came with my elders," Meng Meng Chen casually explained. "I've been outgoing since I was a child, hanging around with VIP cards, and the elders felt embarrassed not to bring me along, so I've seen and learned a lot. Although Tang Tang and I are born from the same mother, she is extremely shy, especially introverted, and even a bit socially anxious, so she has never been to the auction house. The difference in your personalities is indeed like heaven and earth," Summing remarked as he carried the now sleeping Tang Tang Chen, thankful for his high strength attribute which made it possible to carry her. Soon Meng Meng Chen led him through twists and turns to a counter made of anti-theft fiberglass. "Here, all these are skill books for summoner professions, each with an auction price and a buyout price." Meng Meng Chen pointed to the dazzling array of colorful skill books, smiling cheerily. "Of course, none of these can compare to your legendary magic shield. Such mythical skills are not available here." Su Ming couldn't help but say, "You really know me well, even aware of my magical shield." Chen Meng Meng, animated with excitement, shared, "Your footage in the 037 Abyss battlefield was meticulously analyzed frame by people online. Especially when you faced the assassin's combo attack and only lost a drop of blood. Everyone was curious about the reason. Consequently, a veteran blogger who was a 6th-tier professional and a top-tier analyst immediately proposed 3 possibilities." "Oh? What are the 3? Su Ming wondered, impressed by the netizens' thoroughness. As Chen Meng Meng searched for the Lich summoning spell, she casually explained, "Firstly, there's the famous defensive talent, Stubbornness, which reduces any damage under 50 points to just 1 point, but it's mainly found in shield bearers and defense warriors, so it was passed over. However, it's not impossible that you could have acquired this talent from a skill book without any prerequisites." "Makes sense," Su Ming, ever the scholar, was familiar with this interesting talent. Chen Meng Meng continued, "Secondly, there's the well-known necromantic skill, Phantom Conversion Technique, which can temporarily turn one's physical body into a ghost-like ethereal form. An ethereal form isn't affected by any physical damage, so there you go, only a forced deduction of 1 point of blood." Mages also have a god-level skill, Otherworldly Sanctuary, which temporarily transports their bodies to another dimension, which is quite impressive. Su Ming couldn't help but feel that this speculation was quite plausible. After all, as the designated heir under the scourge of the undead, it was perfectly normal for him to know the Phantom Conversion Technique. Chen Meng Meng chuckled, "But the most likely is still the magical shield, especially since everyone knew you obtained it back in the Demon's Fortress. Alas, the downside of fame and live streaming, people start prying into your secrets." Su Ming shrugged, not particularly bothered, as long as his growth outpaced the rate at which people could decipher his secrets, he was fine. His real trump cards were the legendary gold-tier attributes brought by the wealthy system, as well as top-tier summon beasts like Black Wukong and the Little Fox. "Look, the Lich summoning spell. The auction house has consigned 3 whole copies." Chen Meng Meng quickly found the item Su Ming urgently needed, but with a sheepish expression, she added, "Oh dear, it's true that rarity creates value. Once there are more, they start to undercut each other's prices, maliciously lowering them." Su Ming and Jia Muyu stepped forward to look, and indeed the 3 skill books were priced at 2,399 million, 24 million, and 2,411 million respectively. If I remember correctly, when Miss Chen Meng Meng was selling that book of necromancer summoning arts from the Chen family's private collection, she quoted a flat price of 48 million. Zhao Muyu glared at her irritably. "While it's true that all merchants scheme, your deception is outrageously blatant, doubling the price on us." the average price for a skill book from their Zhao family is 24 million inch, and here the Chun family charges 48 million, a clear double. It's not Mengmeng's fault though, it's the Chen family's greed. Chen Mengmeng fluttered her innocent clear and sparkling eyes, looking so guiltless and bubbly beautiful that anyone would think she's innocent. Su Ming was immediately bewitched. I think to force such a pure and beautiful girl to tell such a huge lie, the Chen family must share at least 1% of the blame. Huh, 1%? Chen Mengmeng punched him lightly on the shoulder, annoyed. Damn, have I been neglecting my maintenance lately? Causing my hair to dull and my skin to slacken, my beauty trick only garnered 1% sympathy. How infuriating. Sorry, it's just that my resistance to beauty is too high. Su Ming decided to just pay up, snapping up the skill book for 2,399 million, and then summoned a little fox to teach it, while really spending like there's no tomorrow. Chen Mengmeng was shocked. A skill book worth over 2 million and you just casually let your summon creature study it? Aren't summoners creatures frequently replaced? Su Ming said calmly, her magical talent is much higher than mine. As a summoner, I shouldn't monopolize all the resources, instead I should manage my summon creatures team with a manager's mindset, get it? Besides, I never planned to switch to being a necromancer. He shrugged, pointing at the little fox, but maybe she could change. You actually plan careers for your summon creatures? Chen Mengmeng was amazed. Even though I've seen all sorts of strange necromancers in Fengdu, I have to say you're even more bizarre. Su Ming shrugged. Many summon creatures have talents that surpass even those of tier 6 professionals. Why not nurture them? Moreover, my little fox has talents beyond your imagination. Oh, does she have any hidden god-level skills? Chen Mengmeng playfully teased the little fox, but the fox just looked disgusted and jumped onto Su Ming's shoulder. Of course. Su Ming bought an ice pop from a vending machine and gave it to the little fox. Just watch her licking away with such delight. See, little fox lady is practicing gratitude. Su Ming had a dreamy look on his face. Just imagine how amazing it would be once she sheds her fox form and becomes human. I can hardly imagine. Zhao Muyu. Chen Mengmeng. Alright, let's get it to summon the lich. Zhao Muyu snorted coldly. I really want to know what kind of lich can be summoned from a 9-headed hydra's dead egg, and I hope it's not all for nothing. Let's go. Su Ming, very conscious about secrecy, immediately asked a waiter for a private room, making sure there were no hidden cameras. Before taking out the giant egg from his portable space, Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tiantian both stared at the egg with anticipation. Su Ming didn't send them away, instead he had them sign a confidentiality agreement stipulating that any breach would incur a compensation of 50 million. Let's get started. My lips are sealed tight as if they were sewn shut. Chen Mengmeng urged, brimming with curiosity. Chen Tangtang too shook off her weariness, fighting back waves of sleepiness, her beautiful eyes not blinking even once. Su Ming issued a series of commands through the summoner's contract to the bewildered little fox. She then activated the lich summoning spell and began reciting a long, complex incantation. O great lord of death, ruler of the night realm, ferryman of life and death, heed the call of this humble creature. Bestow the tranquility of alfalfa upon the skeleton before you awaken, servant of the night. After 3 full minutes of chanting, the little fox's fingertips burst forth with a dark green luster swirling around the giant egg. From the egg slowly floated out a deformed, disabled ghost of a 9-headed hydra hanging in the air before everyone. It worked, but the quality of this egg seems really poor, Chen Mengmeng observed, slightly furrowing her brows as she inspected the hydra lich's appearance. It truly had crooked eyes and a skewed nose, and it was missing 2 fingers on its claws. This was a malformed stillbirth to begin with, not murdered by someone. It's a good thing you didn't use the skeleton's summoning spell, otherwise the skeleton born would definitely be crippled, perhaps deformed to the point of being unable to walk. Su Ming then checked its attributes from the professional panel. Hydra Lich quality, legendary level 1, attributes, strength 3, constitution 8, agility 50, spirit power 70, skills, Chain Frost, Frost Armor, Soul of Ice attachment, Ice Roar, unawakened, Frost Domain, unawakened. Warning: this lich was born from a cursed egg, making it extremely vulnerable to soul damage and very prone to being annihilated by such attacks. If it suffers 3 soul strikes it will disperse. Wow, Chen Mengmeng showed an envious expression. This thing is really turning trash into treasure. Born with 3 skills and at legendary quality. You only spent a few $1,000s. Just thinking about it makes me jealous. Su Ming just smiled slightly. It's okay, not too outrageous. After all, it carries the bloodline of a hydra. If it were weak, how could it live up to such a legendary beast? Plus, this thing is really top tier fragile. If it takes soul strikes, it can only endure 3 hits. Such a minor issue, very easy to solve. The experienced Chen Mengmeng immediately offered a solution. Doesn't it have the soul of ice attachment skill? Just keep it attached to the little fox. I remember a lich's attachment can bring significant mental and damage bonuses to its host. Besides, we can also purchase some artifacts that defend against soul damage to equip it with. Su Ming said with anticipation. Now it has filled a gap in my summon creatures, a lack of frost creatures. I hope this little guy can grow up successfully. What is the most indispensable for any professional legion? There might be 1,000 answers from the public, but according to surveys, 40% of people think it's the healers and paladins who specialize in healing and dispelling. 30% insist that it must be the defensive tanks MT such as shield guards and defense warriors who can stand firm in the demon frenzy. Another 20% argue that output is the king, offense is the best defense, so the powerful elemental mages are the backbone of the team. However, according to Abyss magazine's statistics on various professions during the Great Human Demon War, one profession stands out in the win rate charts: the Frost Elemental Mage. They quickly became regarded as the most indispensable troops in any professional legion. The reason is easy to understand. The Abyss demons come from underground in a world of 100-layered abyss. The deeper it is, the closer it is to the core of the earth, so all kinds of demons love high temperatures, adore magma. The higher the temperature, the more active they are. Therefore, a frost professional who can cool down the demons both emotionally and physically, effectively slowing their recovery speed, cracking their anti-magic skin, and hindering their super high mobility, becomes indispensable. Su Ming has already decided to let the little fox follow the lightning path, and all future equipment will also seek to add 10% lightning damage. With the Hydra badge, she will become a terrifying master of electricity, able to cast a 9-ring forked lightning with a wave of her hand, transforming into a Thunder Mage King, fiercely curing the demons of them. But because of this, his summoning system lacks a frost caster. Originally, Su Ming was planning to acquire a skeleton summoning art, skeleton archer branch skill book, which would allow the summoned skeleton archers to unlock the archer branch, thus unlocking the arrows of ice and fire functions. As skeleton summoning art upgrades to advanced skeleton summoning art and eventually to ultimate skeleton summoning art, the ice arrows could also be upgraded to area of effect frostburst arrows. This was also a way to increase the overall strength of his summon creature legion. But now with the Hydra Lich, Su Ming could delay the upgrade and strengthening of the skeleton soldiers. It is known that a skeleton archer branch could easily be auctioned for around 300 million. It is a genuine high-level skill book, and now this money can be saved. Frost armor is a great skill. Chen Mengmeng said enviously, at level 1 it can add 5 points of armor to your tank-type summon creatures while granting a layer of frost shield, which can reduce damage by 5%. And enemies who come into contact with frost armor will also be slowed down by 10%. Su Ming smiled faintly, quite satisfied. Although frost armor is just a low-tier skill, its learning threshold requires 20 points in frost mastery, only accessible to frost elemental mages. Even a skill book dropped in the wild, which requires no specific class, still demands 20 points in frost mastery. Put it away, Su Ming instructed the little fox. The next moment the Hydra Lich transformed into a mist and attached itself to the little fox. A hydra necklace now adorned her fluffy fiery red neck, emitting a faint glow of ice elements. Su Ming checked the little fox's status panel, and indeed she was under the effect of ice soul possession. Spirit plus 20, frost mastery plus 5. It was a rather mediocre effect, providing almost no enhancement to the little fox. After all, the little fox, destined to tread the path of the Thunder Mage, needed mastery in lightning. Every point in elemental mastery could increase damage by 1%, and this could stack indefinitely. Su Ming then returned the little fox to the summoning space, lazily leading his group of ladies out of the auction house's private room, feeling refreshed and invigorated. There was nothing more comforting than becoming stronger. With another powerful member added to his Summon Creatures Legion, Su Ming planned to head back to the 037 Abyss battlefield to level up, aiming to train the Hydra Lich to level 20. Such high-level summoned creatures had the downside of not leveling up with a summoner. They had to be leveled up from scratch. Oh, what a hassle. Su Ming sighed in contentment. Then why don't you just transfer the Hydra Lich to me, miss? I'm willing to take on that trouble for you. Chen Mengmeng huffed, pulling out 2 large lemons from her backpack and handing one to Chen Tang Tang. The sisters bit into the lemon's sourness, making them grimace in agony. It's so painful. They were the first here, the first to attend the Dragon Egg auction, and the first to spot that Huge egg, yet their eyes barely rested on it for 0.001 seconds before Su Ming snatched the opportunity. Su Ming smiled. Let's go, it's time to auction some truly useful items. I need to prepare for the high difficulty college entrance exam dungeon. By the way, Miss Zhao Muyu, how much cash do we have on hand? Zhao Muyu responded without hesitation. After deducting upcoming expenses as well as maintaining your live streaming and living necessities and also the promotional ads for your stream, we can use about 124 billion. That much? Su Ming was astonished. That much? Envy, jealousy and hate. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang continued to devour their lemons, so sour. Mengmei is in tears. Wasn't it said that the signing fee from the live streaming platform was only 1 billion? Su Ming puzzled, somewhat unclear about where all this money was coming from. Such a hands-off boss, totally unaware of his own assets. Aren't you afraid that your manager might just run off with all your money? Zhao Muyu rolled her eyes flirtatiously, explaining, plus your global first clear of the Demon Fortress Dungeon's reward has been deposited. The Global Professionals Union awarded you 50 million as an encouragement. Long Kingdom was very pleased with your efforts in retrieving and restoring the artifacts, granting you a year of tax exemption. As a result, we received about 100 million in tax refunds. This includes the 20 million you spent on the Summoner's Career Card, the Skull Specialization Skill Book I purchased in your name, the live streaming platform's cut, and so forth. Zhao Muyu continued to tally. There were also the gifts you received during your 2 live streams, all sorts of things adding up to a whopping 80 million. It's just too bad you refused to promote products, otherwise you could easily make at least 100 million each time. Wow, a high school student who hasn't even graduated yet and you're already such a cash cow. I'm Mengmeng, also want to become a leading live streamer and internet sensation. Chen Mengmeng wished she could cling to Su Ming's legs on the spot and shout, great broadcaster, let me join you in making a fortune. Su Ming remembered the godly wealth system's double rebate for the next legendary golden phrase. It would require spending 500 million. After spending 500 million he would get a double return of 1 billion, so he said seriously, I have another 10 billion in mystery funds, which is my private little treasury. Let's figure out how much we can buy tonight. I must be armed to the teeth. I must protect myself to the fullest. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang looked at each other, both sisters green with envy. Su Ming's available funds were a staggering 224 billion, it really makes one's eyes sour with jealousy. Chen Mengmeng suddenly threw away the big lemon in her hand, accurately tossing it into the trash bin, her face breaking into a smile. Why should Mengmeng be sour? I get a 1% commission on all of Su Gongzi's expenditures at the auction, that's 224 million. Oh yeah, I'm going to be a rich woman soon. Yeah, I'm a rich woman, I'm not sour. Chen Tangtang also tiptoed to the trash can, throwing her large lemon into it, sweeping away all fatigue, her eyes clear as sapphires, staring at Su Ming. Tangtang doesn't need to be sour either. Look, the Dragon Slayer Bank's special service representative Chen Tangtang can offer Mr. Su a no-interest loan for the auction. My authorization limit is 200 million, and if you apply, I believe the head office could approve an increase of another 300 million. After all, the manager is Tong Tong's third aunt, and a little back rub and leg massage would get her to sign off. Whatever benefits sister can give, Tang Tang can give too. The ice lowly mage looked expectantly at Su Ming, just waiting for him to agree. Su Ming was dumbfounded. You two sisters, are you both born money grubbers? As scions of a wealthy family, shouldn't you be dressing up beautifully every day, shopping with friends, buying luxury goods, constantly being pursued and flattered, living a life of unparalleled luxury? With my meager imagination I pictured the life of a rich lowly, or at the very least you could be having a passionate romance, living out a heart-stirring love story. High society is so unbearable with its messy dealings. Do you think I would believe men's lies? I have no interest in joining them. Besides, those with messy private lives are generally slackers who have lost their ambition. I am a genius beauty dragon warrior destined to become a dominant empress. Chen Mengmeng was particularly disdainful. Su Ming was taken aback for a moment. Indeed, although Chen Mengmeng loved to talk big, from the time he had known her until now he could somewhat discern her ambition. In her heart, interests always came first. With this thought, Su Ming suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Tangtang and abruptly reached out his hand. Chen Tangtang, with eyes clear as a tranquil pool, looked at him puzzled. What do you think you're doing to Tangtang? Be careful of her ultimate ice magic. She'll freeze you into an ice sculpture in no time. Chen Mengmeng, usually carefree, couldn't help but glare with widened eyes like a wildcat the moment she saw this disgusting man trying to make a move on her sister. With the speed of lightning, she prepared to deliver a devastating kick to his groin to purify his mind for 50 years. However, Su Ming had already quickly touched Chen Tangtong's forehead with his fingertips, just as expected. Su Ming glared at the Chen sisters known as the Ice and Fire duo. Your beauty tricks are just empty checks, all bluff and no bite. Su Ming wore a look of being utterly duped, pointing at his frostbitten fingertips. Trying to court you too is literally asking for death. Chen Mengmeng giggled and Chen Tangtang whimpered. Zhao Muyu laughed so hard she shook. The perfect remedy for all brazen villains. The dragon clan's lowly physique is truly amazing, but Tang Tang, I appreciate your kindness, and if I run out of funds later I'll ask you for an on-the-spot loan. Su Ming continued to scheme, considering adding the 500 million loan limit offered by Tang Tang into his funds, which would then total 27 billion. Now, I need to gear up completely, upgrade my summons fiercely, with confidence brimming. Su Ming, accompanied by the three beauties, stepped into the third and most central layer of the auction house, the VIP bidding area. Please provide your access pass. If you do not have one, please register to apply for eligibility. Redirecting now to the Fengdu Auction House official website. The synthesized voice of the AI rang out, and then a robot with a touchscreen monitor on its head appeared, displaying 3 words on its face. Apply for membership. Chen Mengmeng immediately stepped forward and swiped her identity card. Access granted for a close friend of the Dragon Slayer family, Mr. Su Ming, a 2-star user. You have obtained the VIP status at Fengdu Auction House, enjoying a 5% reduction in handling fees. Chen Mengmeng proudly said, see, I am somewhat useful, right? Saved you an extra 5% on handling fees. If you want to auction something in the future you only need to pay a 10% fee. Oh, somewhat useful, but still too insignificant. Su Ming scoffed, I'm here to buy, not sell. I recall that the handling fees are deducted from the seller's payments, right? What does it have to do with me? Chen Mengmeng pouted. Humph, didn't fool him, darn it. In the heart of the Fengdu auction house indeed. There was an array of exquisite items laid out, all part of the inventory for tonight's auction. Among them were 2 particularly notable pieces of dark gold equipment. The first was the heart of emerald jade they had seen earlier, which was of no use to Su Ming. The second, however, was a top-tier piece of equipment, a dark gold item exclusive to the necromancer class, the skull of the abyssal tyrant. This item displayed 4 of its properties, with the others concealed obviously to prevent privacy leaks and to keep some cards close to the chest for future big spenders. The visible properties were staggering. All attributes plus 2000 inch. All necromantic summons will enjoy a 1% attribute bonus from you. This equipment is restricted to the necromancer class only. All skeleton summoning skills plus 3 levels, and the skill cage of bones also plus 3 levels. Su Ming looked enviously at the third property, remarking, just with the plus 3 levels to all skeleton skills, this offhand dark gold equipment could easily fetch over a billion. A billion? Look at the current bid. Chen Mengmeng scoffed, her youthful eyes missing a digit. Su Ming focused and in an instant felt the sting of his own poverty. The current bid was 127 billion by the African chieftain, the Sahara King. In a blink, the bid refreshed. 128 billion by the hand of evil Fernandiel. Su Ming paused. These famous figures are at the Fengdu auction house too. Where are they? I'm a fan of the hand of evil. I'd like to get his autograph. Tisk, these big shots are busy. They wouldn't possibly be here in person. This is an online auction. Some of the top VIP users participate over the internet. Chen Mengmeng shrugged. What era do you think it is? Top auctions are globally synchronized now.